Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 650, Nobody Messes with My Patient, 2. The black beast was in great pain, but upon hearing the ear-splitting bestial roar, its eyes lit up. It raised its head and looked in the direction the roar had come from. The 10 men standing on the sides had still not recovered from their shock when their eyes suddenly saw a gargantuan black silhouette appear under the cold moonlight, charging recklessly right at them. They saw that swaths of trees were being crushed like toothpicks under the black silhouette's unwavering beast-line charge. The ground below their feet trembled. The cruel beast spirits' tails curled up tightly, their ears flattened against their heads, and they quickly turned in retreat. Under the illuminance of the cold moon, the black silhouette's real looks were finally revealed before their eyes. An immense and gigantic spirit beast towered over them before their eyes. Those supposedly huge beast spirits suddenly became minuscule and insignificant before the immense form of the spirit beast before them. What in the world is that? The leader of the band of men stared wide-eyed with his tongue twisted as he stared incredulously at the unimaginably enormous spirit beast. Its pure white body was further illuminated in a glow by the moonlight shining down upon it, as its magnificent 9 white tails waved mesmerizingly behind, but it was in turn the most horrendous sight. An unbelievable monstrosity that had just climbed out from the deep abyss to the enemies. They had never seen a spirit beast so gigantic. It's a guardian-grade spirit beast. That is a true blue guardian-grade spirit beast. A scream sounded from among the men. None of them had expected that in such a faraway and deserted cluster of woods, would they come to encounter a guardian-grade spirit beast only heard of in legends. The group of men who had been ferociously aggressive suddenly found their legs go weak, their earlier bravado quickly seeping into the cold hard ground beneath their feet, in the face of the guardian-grade spirit beast. They were frozen in their spots, unable to move an inch, praying fervently that the guardian-grade spirit beast that towered over all of them would not notice their tiny and insignificant forms. There is someone on top of the monster. A sharp-eyed man exclaimed loudly, suddenly raising up his hand, pointing at the head of the incredible massive spirit beast. On top of the gigantic spirit beast, a tiny figure stood facing into the wind under the illuminating moonlight, staring at them with a pair of eyes that suddenly chilled them to their bones. What shocked them further was when they discovered the figure standing on top of the guardian-grade spirit beast was a human youth. How was that possible? Spirit beasts could never be tamed. Moreover, this is a legendary guardian-grade spirit beast which possessed near-human intelligence. June Wuxie stood high upon Lord Meme's head as she stared down with undisguised contempt in her eyes at the bunch of trembling men below. Her frosty gaze turned and she saw the heavily panting black beast standing on one side, with an unconscious Mu Qian Fen slumped across its back, fainted from an excessive loss of blood. The garish sight of Mu Qian Fen covered in bright red blood, reflected in June Wuxie's chilling eyes. Did all of you just injure my patient? June Wuxie's eyes were slowly bubbling with rage as she turned them upon the band of hopelessly terrified men. What? The leader of the men stammered inaudibly, as his teeth chattered loudly. Who was this youth? He was actually able to make a legendary guardian-grade spirit beast completely subservient to him. Who are you? We are not your enemy. The man's mind was in a confused whirl, and June Wuxie's words did not register on him. Oh. June Wuxie's eyebrow arched dangerously, as her lips curled up into a slight murderous smile. What a shame, I merely feel like killing all of you. Her cold chilling words struck deep into the men's hearts. Their minds screamed and they suddenly found their legs. They immediately turned around and ran heedlessly back the way they had come from. They had clearly felt the chilling murderous rage emanating from June Wuxie. They were not given to opportunity to find out why the youth had suddenly wanted to kill all of them, but that did not matter anymore. They knew one thing for sure. If they did not run immediately, their lives would be forfeit. Chapter 651, Nobody Messes with My Patient, 3. The men ran heedlessly as if gone completely mad. June Wuxie was in no hurry to pursue them. She first made Lord Meme set her down before she waved her hand carelessly, asking Lord Meme to go after the men in pursuit. I want them alive. June Wuxie reminded Lord Meme chillingly. Lord Meme immediately gave a earth-shattering roar and sped off in a white flash. June Wuxie came to stand beside the black beast. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at the unconscious Mu Qian Fan on the black beast's back. She reached out her hand and felt for his pulse. After determining he was still alive, she immediately opened her Cosmo sack and took out a few bottles of her elixirs. Jun Wuxie lifted Mu Qianfan's drooping head and pushed an elixir into his mouth. Jun Wuxie treated Mu Qianfan's wounds without a word. The earlier clamor disappeared and silence pervaded. The black beast lay upon the grass unmoving. Although it was a spirit body, after taking on a physical form, it would possess a body temperature. On a night as cold and chilly as this, if they were to put Mu Qianfan, who had lost so much blood, on the cold and frosty ground, hypothermia might quickly kill him. The tranquility here greatly contrasted the panic that was taking hold on the other side of the woods. Those men made a mad scramble and ran for their lives, but their legs were no match for Lord Meme's incredible speed. Very shortly, Lord Meme had already caught up to them. With their senses overtaken by the overwhelming fear, the crazed men screamed for their ring spirits to attack Lord Meme. However, Lord Meme just swung several of his tails indifferently and he quickly sent the weak and minuscule ring spirits flying. The beast spirits went flying through the air, but Lord Meme was not about to let them off so easily. His huge tails were suddenly wrapped around all of the beast spirits and they were raised high up before they were heavily smashed onto the ground. Pitiful wails and whines sounded in the thrashed-up woods. Although spirit bodies do not bleed, but they would nevertheless still feel pain. In a blink, those beast spirits were already tormented by Lord Meme until they were teetering on the verge of death and they were not even able to moan in agony anymore. When the men saw their ring spirits so effortlessly taken out, they ran away screaming in all directions. Lord Meme did not rush. It curled one of its tails around all the severely weakened beast spirits and then raised itself to its full height. From its high vantage point, it searched for the running figures through the thick foliage. The night's silence was broken by occasional screams and wails. Their voices were filled with despair and fear, but there was no one else around to hear them. After Jun Wuxie finished treating Mu Qianfan's wounds, the black beast was at its limit and it could not maintain its form anymore as it morphed into the tiny little black cat, quickly curling up in exhaustion on the ground, without moving an inch. Jun Wuxie raised her hand and used the spirit healing technique to slowly treat the little black cat's injuries. The ground beneath their feet trembled and Jun Wuxie looked up. Lord Meme was returning and its tails behind it were curled around the escapees and their ring spirits, so badly weakened they had turned sort of translucent. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed and Lord Meme quickly stretched 8 of his tails forward to come before Jun Wuxie and released their grip. 10 pale and ashen-faced men fell together clumsily onto the ground. Don't kill us, the leader of the band of men was gripped in paralyzing terror as he sat on the ground. He looked at Jun Wuxie with horror-filled eyes, his face completely drained of color. The other men from the group besides their leader were now just trembling helplessly as they knelt on their knees, not daring to move from their spots. Why did you want to kill him? Jun Wuxie asked, her gaze cold as she stared at the men. Chapter 652, Nobody Messes with My Patient, 4. The men looked at Jun Wuxie as his entire body trembled visibly. Even though the young youth before his eyes looked to be so scrawny and weak, he did not dare underestimate the youth in the slightest. For someone to be able to command a legendary guardian-grade spirit beast, there was no way he would be just a simple common youth. Even with so many of them, before the might of the guardian-grade spirit beast, not a single one among them had been able to escape and they were all captured. Even when they had split up and hid themselves among the dense trees in the woods, none of them had still been lucky enough to escape. After realizing the unbelievable might of the guardian-grade spirit beast, they had completely given up on any thoughts of escape. The man conspicuously froze a moment and his eyes appeared shifty as he glanced around him. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed slightly. Lord Meme quickly and intelligently detected its feed stress, annoyance and it surreptitiously flicked out one of its tails and smacked the shifty-eyed man straight onto the ground. A guardian-grade spirit beast's careless flick was to the average human a force one would not be able to withstand. Arg! A ear-piercing scream erupted from the man and when Lord Meme moved its tail away, the man's entire body had been driven into the earth. He was broken in several places and blood gushed out from his body, staining the ground a deep red. The man let out a few weak moans and his body gave a violent twitch before he completely stopped moving. Lord Meme stared at the men it had just smashed into the ground and it blinked its eyes several times before it turned to Jun Wuxie. When it saw Jun Wuxie's eyes slowly turning frosty, a chill ran up its spine and it hastened to dig the man out from the ground before laying the body gently on the ground, lightly shaking and prodding it for a long while. The result was, the body was dead through and through. No doubt about it. Even his nose had been smashed, plastered flat upon his face. His broken ribs stuck out the front of his chest and there was no way that he could be resuscitated. Lord Meme froze, and its pointed ears flattened against its head in remorse. It hung its head forlornly and did not dare look into June Wuxie's eyes. How was it to know that the men would be so hopelessly fragile? It had just stroked the men with its tail lightly and it had suddenly turned over and died. He broke too easily. June Wuxie glanced at the man's corpse and turned her eyes upon the frozen and petrified group of men. The men were not aware of the conversation that June Wuxie had with Lord Meme with their eyes. They only saw that their boss had with just a moment's hesitation, been mercilessly executed. Not the slightest mercy was shown at all. At that moment, although they were grateful they were still alive, they were already scared completely out of their wits and they did not even dare turn their eyes to look once at the corpse beside them. You, come here. June Wuxie raised a hand, pointing her finger at the man holding a bow in his hand. The man wailed and was about to plead when he found himself kicked from behind by his companions, causing him to fall forward, landing right before June Wuxie's feet. Others in the band were fearful of being implicated and none of them made any moves to help. Panicked, the archer fell into a kneeling position and he struck his head hard upon the ground before June Wuxie. He was so terrified he did not even dare raise his head the slightest as he knelt there trembling. You tell me. June Wuxie's frosty voice sounded above the man's head. To him, that voice sounded just like the solemn gong of death's knell. It wasn't my idea to kill him, it was him, he made me do it. The archer prostrated himself on the ground, wishing he could sink lower down and plea, as he stammered out his reply. Reason. June Wuxie did not want to hear such nonsense. The archer remembered how his boss had died and he did not hesitate in the slightest as he said, he accidentally overheard our conversation. Boss was afraid that it would be leaked out and he ordered us to kill him off. Chapter 653, Nobody Messes with My Patient, 5. It turned out that when Mu Qianfan had gone out to find firewood, he had coincidentally passed this area. Unexpectedly, this group of men had been discussing their plans within the woods and the currently decreased leader of the group had not bothered how much Mu Qianfan had heard when he was spotted, wanting only to prevent their business from being leaked. He had led his men in pursuit to silence Mu Qianfan. The scent of blood that June Wuxie had initially detected had been from Mu Qianfan. If the little black cat had not gotten there in time, Mu Qianfan might have already gone to meet his maker. What were you discussing? June Wuxie asked. The archer did not dare to hide anything and prattled on, we are actually from the Yen country. Because our master wanted us to go explore the Heaven's End Cliff, we were discussing our plans about our trip to the Heaven's End Cliff when. Heaven's End Cliff. June Wuxie's heart thumped. What were you going to do at Heaven's End Cliff? June Wuxie asked coldly. That I really do not know. People of a lowly status like us are not in a place to know of such matters, and the only person among us who knew in detail what our mission entailed was our boss. He had not mentioned anything about it to us. I really do not know anything. As the archer spoke, he kept on striking his head upon the ground, pleading for June Wuxie to spare his life. June Wuxie narrowed her eyes and pointed at the dead corpse before she asked, Does he have a map on him? The archer nodded quickly. Yes. Yes. But he had never shown it to us at all. He kept it on himself all the while. Find it. June Wuxie ordered. The archer scuttled over quickly, and when his eyes saw the grisly state of the corpse, he froze a moment in hesitation. Lord Meme blew out a breath of hot air, and when the hesitant archer felt the warm gush blow past him, he turned a shade paler and immediately began searching frantically. I'll search. I'll search. I'll look for it right away. Don't kill me. I beg you not to kill me. The archer had tears flowing down his cheeks as he pleaded pitifully, and he forced his hands to rummage through the still slightly warm corpse. After a while, he finally pulled out from the corpse's robe pocket with a trembling hand, a blood-stained map. Immediately upon finding it, he quickly turned and was all jittery as he presented the map before June Wuxie. It's this one. June Wuxie reached out and opened up the map. The map was not made from skin but from common parchment. A large part of the map was currently badly stained with blood, and it was impossible to picture what the entire map was showing. Based on the portion left that was still visible, the map was slightly similar to the two other maps Xiao Chu and the others were holding. Mu Qianfan had already drawn and plotted the map showing the way to the Heaven's End cliff, and Jun Wuxie was certain that the map she was holding in her hands was not showing the way to the Heaven's End cliff. If the map was not showing the way towards the place, then there was only one other possibility. The map was one of the 8 pieces showing the way to the Dark Emperor's tomb. And the map here in her hands was not the original, but a duplicate. Yan country. Jun Wuxie uttered as she stared at the largely blood-covered map she held within her hands. If Lord Meme had not smashed the leader of the band of men dead earlier, they would have effortlessly gained the 3rd piece of the maps towards the Dark Emperor's tomb. "Who is your master?" Jun Wuxie asked, staring at the terrified archer. The archer gulped loudly before he replied, "The Yan country's crown prince, Yan country's crown prince." Jun Wuxie's eyebrow raised up, a little surprised. The Yan country was not small and weak like the Qi kingdom. It can be said that the Yan country was the mightiest among all the countries, and their lands were the most vast. The Yan country and the Qi kingdom were 2 extremes. The Yan country was the first country to be founded, and the imperial family had been adept rulers. Over time, the Yan country had grown from strength to strength, and the lands they controlled expanded rapidly. When war had broken out between the various powers a century ago, the Yan country had at that time grabbed the opportunity and reigned supremacy since. Chapter 654, Paying the Price, 1. It can be said, the Yan country had become the mightiest power in the lower realm. The Yan country was fond of warring, and it had previously carried out several successful war campaigns. It was not until the last major war a century ago that sealed their reign of supremacy that the Yan country gradually tempered their lust for war. The Yan country's efforts were now concentrated towards developing their economy, and their people kept well skilled in battle, to maintain their unshakable reign. Jun Wuxie pondered over the facts. The treasure map leading to the Dark Emperor's tomb comprised a total of 8 separate pieces. The existence of one of the pieces was not known to the 12 palaces, as it was hidden from them and currently in Fan Zhuo's hands. The remaining 7 pieces were separately held by 7 of the 12 palaces in unspoken defiance of the revered might of the Dark Emperor and the overpowering dominance held by the Dark Regiment. The 12 palaces were afraid of carrying the unpardonable crime of disturbing the eternal rest of the Dark Emperor, and hence had sent their men to liaise with the various powers of the lower realm, handing the precious maps over to men within the powers they were grooming, to secretly assist them in locating the Dark Emperor's tomb. Up to that moment, Jun Wuxie knew of 3 of the maps. Besides the hidden one held by Fan Zhuo, one was in the hands of the largest clan, the Qingyun clan. The other was within the top 3 academies throughout the lands, the famed Zephyr Academy. With a quick analysis of the 2 previous examples, it was not difficult to conclude that all the scapegoats the 12 palaces had picked were some of the strongest and most influential powers in the lower realm. Weaker powers would not have adequate resources to challenge the trials at the Heaven's End cliff anyway. The palaces involved in it totaled 7 in number. Jun Wuxie did not know what kind of actions the other 5 palaces had taken, but she only knew that every individual palace who were involved in this all had vested interests in the various powers they had roped in. And the Yan country could very well be one of the powers one of the 7 palaces had chosen. The Yan country's crown prince. Jun Wuxie glanced at the archer prostrated limply upon the ground before her, and she knew that he had divulged everything he knew. There would not be any more information that she would want to get out from the men. Will you release us now?" the archer pleaded, sniveling on the ground, his body trembling. Jun Wuxie stared at the bow in the archer's hand that his ring spirit had morphed into. "Give." The archer was baffled a moment before he realized Jun Wuxie was staring at his ring spirit. He did not hesitate in the slightest and quickly handed Hour's bow over. Jun Wuxie studied the bow a moment before she said to the little black cat upon her shoulder, "Try it." The little black cat immediately gave out an obedient meow. The archer looked blankly at Jun Wuxie, completely not understanding what Jun Wuxie was doing. However, in the very next moment, he was stunned into stupefied silence by what he saw right before his eyes. The tiny little black cat raised its paws and held one end of the bow, slowly pushing it into its tiny little mouth. The seemingly sturdy bow was suddenly bitten off by a chunk and with the little black cat's sharp teeth and quickly swallowed up. Before the archer could recover from the shocking sight, the agony of having one's ring spirit forcibly torn out struck him heavily, and he suddenly found himself sprawled upon the ground twitching violently. The torment assaulted his body relentlessly, making his face turn green, and he was soon foaming at the mouth. It is edible after all, but the texture is rather different from a beast spirit. The chunk that was bitten off turned into a shapeless spirit form in the little black cat's mouth. It did not need to chew, and the little black cat just swallowed it down into its belly. The little black cat had previously swallowed up Mo Xian Fei's golden lion, and this was the first time it was devouring a weapon ring spirit. Jun Wuxia had only wanted to test it out and had not thought that it would be successful. The little black cat devoured the weapon spirit bit by bit, and the archer was by then already slumped in a heap, his body twitching incessantly on the ground, his eyes rolled over showing only the whites, and his breath was coming in short sharp gasps. Huddled together in a bunch, the archer's other companions could do nothing but watch with their eyes wide at all that was happening, their hearts gripped in overwhelming and paralyzing fear. Chapter 655, Paying the Price, 2. That little black cat is actually capable of devouring ring spirits. Something so shocking and completely unheard of was happening right before their eyes. Not even in their worst nightmares would they ever dream that such a horrifying thing could happen. They watched their companion writhing in agony upon the ground, and watched as his ring spirit was being slowly devoured. Their strength seeped completely out from their legs, and they began to shake uncontrollably. The appearance of the guardian-grade spirit beast had already driven them into utter despair, and the youth's merciless actions coupled with the little black cat's strange abilities almost drove them into madness. They prayed fervently to the heavens in their hearts that they would not share the same fate. Having their ring spirits torn forcibly from them, just thinking about it sent chills up their spine. After devouring the weapon spirit, the little black cat was still not satisfied, and it squinted its eyes as it stared at the several ring spirits gripped in Lord Meme's tail before smacking its tongue against its lips. "You can still go on." Jun Wuxia noticed the little black cat's gaze before she asked calmly. "Even if I stuff myself to death, I will swallow the whole bunch of scoundrels. Didn't they enjoy chasing me down so much earlier? The wheels of fortune has reversed, and now it's revenge." Jun Wuxia nodded, indicating to Lord Meme to release one more beast spirit. The beast ring spirit had already been severely thrashed up by Lord Meme and was very weak. When Lord Meme threw it onto the ground, it lay there motionless, in an unmoving heap, not showing even a single bit of the previous ferocity it had displayed when it pursued the black beast and Mu Qian Fan earlier. The little black cat jumped down from Jun Wuxia's shoulder and morphed into the massive black beast. It strode slowly over to stand neediest the beast spirit and lowered its head with its jaws wide open, before it took one big bite out of the beast spirit as if in vent. A loud scream erupted together with the snap of the black beast's jaws from the group of men huddled together. The beast spirit's contracted human owner grasped and clutched at the clothes at his chest, suddenly toppling over onto the ground, his legs kicking out in agony. Jun Wuxia watched him with a cold gaze, and there wasn't an ounce of pity in those eyes. If she had come just a moment later, the one who would have ended up dead now would be Mu Qian Fan. After the little black cat devoured another two beast spirits, it couldn't swallow another bite. It walked back fully satisfied to stand behind Jun Wuxia, indicating it had had its fill. "Kill them," Jun Wuxia ordered in a chilling tone as the terrified men stared at her in disbelief. Whoever dared to mess with her patient must be prepared to pay the price. With the threat of death looming heavily over them, the men managed to summon up enough strength to scramble and crawl, futile screams of despair escaping from their throats, despite knowing deep in their hearts, their feeble attempt to escape certain death would eventually prove fruitless. Several of Lord Meme's huge tails flicked down, as if swatting at flies, smashing onto the insects, scrambling in all directions, crushing them into the ground. It wasn't so gentle this time round. Having received Jun Wuxia's order to squash them, Lord Meme did not hold back its strength. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Sounds of squishy smacks resounded in the woods. The men were all smashed into the ground by Lord Meme, and all their bones were completely crushed. Under the crushing force, their bodies were all mashed up, reduced into unidentifiable red splatters scattered across the ground, making good fertilizer for that patch of the woods. Meh. Lord Meme looked at the several patches of deep red blood stains on the ground before turning to Jun Wuxia and gave out a short bleat, as if asking for Jun Wuxia's approval. Lord Meme heaved a sigh of relief, and it turned back into its tiny fluffy form of a woolly sheep, happily prancing to come beside Jun Wuxia, and its hooves tapped a circle around her, shamelessly asking for praise. However, Jun Wuxia stretched out her hand and shook the blood-covered map before Lord Meme's eyes, and Lord Meme, who was just a moment before smirking proudly, quickly stopped moving its excitedly bobbing tail and hung its head sheepishly. Chapter 656, Paying the Price, 3. After dealing with the band of men, Jun Wuxie made the black beast carry the still unconscious Mu Qianfan and they made their way back to the campsite. Lord Meme kept a distance following behind Jun Wuxie. Its hooves would tap a few quick steps before stopping to carefully observe Jun Wuxie's back. When it eventually realized that it would not be getting a response from Jun Wuxie, it hung its head sadly and followed behind quietly, feeling down and dejected every step of the way. Lord Meme felt that the first man it had smashed up wasn't its fault. How was it expected to know that humans were so weak and so easily squished? It had just gently, very gently, and softly touched him and the men had suddenly died. At the campsite, beside the campfire, Rong Ruo and Fei Yan had already returned and the 5 companions were seated around the fire chatting among themselves. When they heard footsteps, they turned with a smile on their faces but suddenly saw that Jun Wuxie had not returned alone, but with Mu Qianfan. What puzzled them further was when they saw that Mu Qianfan was completely covered in blood. What exactly happened? Qiao Chu immediately stood up. Jun Wuxie told the gang about Mu Qianfan having accidentally stumbled upon the band of men and was attacked. She explained it with the scantest of details necessary and shoved the blood-covered map to Hua Yao. Hua Yao compared the incomplete map with the others for a long while and then he said, "If I am not wrong, this map should be one of the 8 pieces that form up the map to the Dark Emperor's tomb. A pity it got so badly stained with blood or we would have another piece of it in our hands." At the end of his statement, Hua Yao could not help but give out a sigh. Every single piece of the map would not be easy to attain, and letting this perfect opportunity slip away this time would most definitely require a long time and tireless efforts from them to make up for it. Jun Wuxie did not say a word but turned her gaze to stare at Lord Meme beside her. Lord Meme looked up and saw Jun Wuxie's incredibly frosty eyes and its round woolly body could not help but shiver. Meme. I didn't mean it. It was really unintentional. Lord Meme ran charging in a straight line into the woods at the side abs hid among the trees. What happened to Lord Meme? Rong Ruo asked when she saw Lord Meme running away looking distraught, but the sight of the ball of white wool dashing off made her feel like laughing. It looked so adorable. Don't bother yourselves with it. Jun Wuxie said softly. Although the map can't be used, at least we got some great information, didn't we? It seems that the 4th piece of the maps is currently in the hands on the Crown Prince of the Yen country. Once we get our hands on the one in the Zephyr Academy, we can set forth towards the Yen country next. Hua Yao said optimistically with a laugh. It's an ill wind that blows no one any good. Having gained information on the next piece of the map had saved them quite a bit of time instead. The Yen country, it is a rather long journey from the Zephyr Academy though. Fei Yan was thoughtful as the already all too familiar image of a map of the lower realm appeared in his mind. Between the Yen country and the Zephyr Academy, there were several small countries. Judging based on the distance, they would need more than a month to reach the faraway Yen country. And that over a month's journey would require them to drive their horses hard and fast. There's no need to rush. Shortly after this trip when we get back, we will be able to gain entry into the Zephyr Academy's main division, in a week's time at most. We are sure to be able to locate that map at that time. Hua Yao reasoned calmly. Who in the Zephyr Academy do you suspect is most likely to be holding the map? Fei Yan asked inquisitively. Ning Rue. Jun Wuxie answered suddenly. Jun Wuxie continued to say, when the 12 palaces were looking for scapegoats in the lower realm, they will not approach those who does not hold power. If it's not the headmaster, it could be the vice-headmaster. Chapter 657, Arriving at Heaven's End Cliff, 1. If it is really in his hands, we don't have to wait till December. We can make our move once we return. Fan Zhua said smilingly. Qiao Chu and all his companions had all enrolled into the Zephyr Academy to investigate who was holding the map. If they could ascertain their target, it would save them a lot of time. Jun Wuxie nodded, locating the Dark Emperor's tomb as quickly as possible held great importance for her. Besides giving her the power to resist against the 12 palaces, it was also for her father, Jun Gu. The soul calming jade preserved Jun Gu's body in perfect condition and would keep his soul's spirit intact. The hoard of treasures in the Dark Emperor's tomb was filled with the rarest and most powerful magic items, and from among them, Jun Wuxie was sure she would find something that would be able to bring Jun Gu back to life. If Jun Gu could be resurrected, she believed it would make her uncle and her grandfather very happy. The little black cat might have devoured a ring spirit too many and had already fallen into a deep slumber. Jun Wuxie discussed a little bit more about their plans regarding their trip into the Heaven's End cliff with Qiao Chu and the others before they all called it a night. Mu Qianfen regained consciousness 3 days later. As his injuries were rather severe, the coachman's job was handed over to Fei Yan. Sitting at the front of such a large-sized horse carriage was a pretty young girl with a horsewhip in hand, humming a lovely tune. As the carriage trundled along, the occasional adventurers they came across could not help but stare wide-eyed at Fei Yan's pretty face, resisting the urge to stop the fast-rolling horse carriage. Fei Yan would also occasionally throw out a few bashful winks and flutter his eyelashes at them, drawing several raucous cheers. It was deemed, among the group of companions, the most feminine-looking one among them wasn't Jun Wuxie nor Rong Rua, who were the real girls among them, but it was the cross-dressing Fei Yan instead. On that point, Fei Yan did not mind it in the least. He was only too glad to tease and taunt the simple minds of those fools. 2 days later, they finally arrived at the Heaven's End cliff. The land was completely bare. The sheer cliff looked like it was cleanly sliced off by the heavens, and when you peered down off the broken cliff, an endless sea of white met the eyes. The formless and insubstantial fog stretched all the way beyond the horizon, seemingly endless. Heaven's End cliff. Where the lands end in a sheer cliff, and where the heavens begin. Qiao Chu walked to the edge of the cliff and stretched out his head to peer over. He could only see a whole ocean of pure white, obscuring the bottom, hiding the ends. This really does look a little scary. Qiao Chu gulped. In a place so heavily covered in mist like this, your sight would be heavily obscured. Forced to traverse a strange place like this blind, greatly unnerved people. Moreover, they already know, under that blinding mist, the place was filled with endless dangers. Mu Qianfen had not fully recovered from his injuries and he had wanted to go down with them. But was flatly rejected by Jun Wuxie, and no matter how hard he pleaded, she did not relent. Qiao Chu and the others had already gathered and packed everything, slinging them all upon their backs. Their hands gripped large coils of thick ropes as they made preparations by themselves near the edge of the cliff. The 2 hidden shadowy bodyguards, Yi Mei and Yisha, suddenly appeared, standing between Jun Wuxie and the cliff's edge. "Young miss, why are you going down there?" Yisha asked, looking at Jun Wuxie. Both he and Yi Mei could feel that there was something rather terrible hidden under that impenetrable fog. "The Dark Emperor's tomb," Jun Wuxie replied. Yisha and Yi Mei were suddenly dumbstruck. They both exchanged an incredulous look and they both saw the utter disbelief in each other's widely opened eyes. Young miss, what did you just say?" Yi Mei deeply believed his ears were playing tricks on him. "Dark Emperor's tomb. Dark Emperor's tomb. When did his lord get a tomb? His esteemed lord is still very much alive." Jun Wuxie repeated it another time. Yisha and Yi Mei looked even more horrified. Utter blasphemy. Who dared commit such an atrocious blasphemy? His esteemed lord was still very much alive and kicking. Who in the damned heavens erected such a goddamned tomb? Chapter 658, Arriving at Heaven's End Cliff, 2. Yisha and Yi Mei were about to go mad. From where in the blasted abyss did this Dark Emperor's tomb pop up from? "Young miss, from where did you come to know about this Dark Emperor's tomb?" Yisha asked very cautiously. "It is a well-known fact in the Middle Realm. A long time ago, the Dark Emperor passed on, and the people from the Dark Regime erected a tomb. The location had always been a deep mystery, and it is said that all the treasures and magical items the Dark Emperor had acquired throughout his reign was buried together with him in the Dark Emperor's tomb, which greatly stirred up all the 12 palaces, leading them to send countless people down to the lower realm in a relentless search for it." Qiao Chu knew Jun Wuxie was not well skilled at long explanations, and he opened up his mouth to help explain. Yisha's and Yi Mei's eyes widened, especially when they heard the words, "The Dark Emperor passed on," and rage began to fill their eyes. But what further fueled their rage was when they heard that the 12 palaces were also involved in it. The Dark Emperor's cough, who spread that news? Yisha did not dare even utter the word "passing" together with his lord's title. Irregardless that it was to be used just as an analogy, it would still be a blasphemy to his revered lord. That, I do not know. But at that time, there was a great flurry of activity within the Dark Regime. How and why the Dark Emperor died was not known, but the Dark Emperor's tomb had always been something everyone in the Middle Realm dreamt of finding. Qiao Chu replied, scratching at his head. He had witnessed Yisha's skills before. Those skills were strong enough to oppose the larger part of people from the 12 palaces, and Xiao Chu had naturally assumed Yimei and Yisha to be from the Middle Realm, but they didn't seem to have the slightest idea of the widely known fact of the Dark Emperor's passing. When the Dark Emperor died several centuries ago, and the Dark Emperor's tomb was erected the very next year. Is there anything wrong? Xiao Chu asked innocently. Both Yisha and Yimei felt the corner of their mouth start to twitch. Please wait a moment here. Upon saying that, the two immediately walked away to the side, speaking in soft whispers. Nobody knew anything about it back when our Lord was sealed down here in the lower realm. Don't tell me those morons back in the Dark Regime really thought Lord is no longer around. Yisha whispered with a frown on his face. Yimei nodded. That shouldn't be too far from the truth. I suddenly realized that only the few of us were with our Lord then, and only we were aware of the fact that our Lord had been sealed down here. At that time, we only knew that our Lord was somewhere in the lower realm, but we did not know exactly where he was located, and all of us had been frantically searching blindly all of that time, while not a single one of us had gone back to inform the Dark Regime. I'm afraid those people back in the Dark Regime really thought that our noble Lord, and that is how this tomb came about. Yimei was feeling that a massive headache was going to hit him. The events that happened at the time was not known to anyone in the Middle Realm. Only the few of them who were with Jun Weiyao knew exactly what happened. Once Jun Weiyao was sealed away, all of them had been unimaginably frantic, and they all lost their heads, thinking of nothing else but to locate Jun Weiyao, and not a single one among them even thought to return back to the Dark Regime to pass on the news. What a farce this has become, Yisha said, with a heavy sigh. But we can't be entirely sure of this, and this is just a guess. We don't know for sure that this place is built by the Dark Regime. Yimei reminded Yisha. But the young miss seems to hold high interest in this place. Yisha had lost his past memories, and he had always found it rather curious that Jun Wuxia would choose to travel together with Xiao Chu and the others. Now, things were finally becoming clear to him. The young miss was highly intent on going in with those kids and dig up his esteemed lord's bogus tomb. Yisha suddenly could not decide whether he should laugh or cry. Should we reveal the truth of the matter to the young miss? Yisha was feeling mightily conflicted. If the place at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff was really designed and built by the Dark Regime, then it would only be all too clear to him just how insidious and dangerous that place could turn out to be. Chapter 659, Arriving at Heaven's End Cliff, 3. Yimei shook his head. Lord Ju did not leave any instructions pertaining to this, and we cannot decide on it unilaterally. Moreover, Yimei's brow furrowed up and said, I think the reason Lord Ju did not reveal his real identity to the young miss was to avoid drawing any dangers to her. Those people had up till now still not given up on their persecution of our Lord Ju. Yisha thumped his fist into his palm angrily. If we hadn't fallen into their trap at that time, based on those lowly insects, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to our Lord. It's a shame that after having been sealed for so many years, our Lord's power has diminished, or I will be the first to follow right behind our Lord Ju, in his charge to erase the previous humiliation suffered. The things that had happened to Jun Weiyao at that time was now a prickly thorn lodged in the hearts of Yisha and his comrade. Having allowed their lord to be humiliated, it was due to the incompetence of his subordinates. If they had not been duty-bound to locate Jun Weiyao at that time, they would have taken their own lives to atone for their crime in failing to protect their lord. That's all in the past. We will need to wait till Lord Ju comes back to decide how to handle this. But from what I can see, the young miss seems determined to go down the Heaven's End cliff. If we cannot reveal the truth to her, we should at least go down together with them. Firstly, that will give us the opportunity to keep a tight watch over the young miss, and secondly, it will also let us ascertain for sure whether that place below the Heaven's End cliff is truly the work of the Dark Regime. After deliberating on all the available options, Yimei realized that was the only logical choice. Yisha could not come up with any better ideas and could only agree to it. The two of them went back to discuss it with Jun Wuxia, requesting to be allowed to tag along for the trip down the Heaven's End cliff, as they would be unable to answer to Jun Weiyao if Jun Wuxia was to come into any harm. The moment they brought out Jun Weyao's name, Jun Wuxia gave up on arguing the issue. Moreover, Yisha was highly skilled, and looking at the way Yimei interacted with Yisha, Yimei's skills did not seem to be inferior. Having two skilled fighters with them would naturally make it safer for the companions. Jun Wusie's group brought along a total of 10 coils of strong ropes in preparation for any unexpected turn of events, and they were able to give 2 spares to Yisha and Yimei. Mu Qianfen was to remain at the top of the cliff to guard the equipment, while Jun Wuxie and the others had already secured their ropes and thrown the other end over the edge. The long ropes fell a long way down, and they were quickly lost as they fell beyond the layers of thick white rolling fog. "Please let us go ahead of you," Yisha offered. Yisha and Yimei took the ropes at the 2 extreme ends, where they would be most exposed to danger. At the same time, Yisha took Lord Meme from Jun Wuxie and stuffed it into his robes to reduce Jun Wuxie's load. Moments after Yisha and Yimei had started on their descent, Jun Wuxie heard them holler up to them, and all the companions gripped their ropes, beginning on their own descent as well. The distance from the top of the cliff to the bottom was extremely far, and they were even made to spend the night hanging from the ropes. The companions had already changed into thicker clothing, and they had even worn coats treated with a waterproof coating as the outermost layer. Although they were unable to make it completely keep out the damp in the mist, it was nevertheless better than nothing. Wearing thick and rough gunny cloth gloves over her hands, Jun Wuxie gripped the rope tightly, gradually moving herself down the cliff face. They did not move very quickly. For such a long climb, overexerting your strength too quickly would only cause them to completely deplete their energy halfway through it. They had just descended barely 10 meters when Jun Wuxie felt the temperature around her drastically drop suddenly. The ropes they had just thrown down not too long ago was already coated with a very thin layer of water vapor. If they had not been well prepared by purchasing the rougher hemp ropes, paired with their rough gloves to increase the friction to improve their grip, these wet and slippery ropes would have given them a lot of problems now. Jun Wuxie raised her head and looked up. She found that she could no longer see the top of the cliff. Everything before her had been covered by a thick white mist. Chapter 660, To the Bottom of the Cliff, 1. It was just a mere 10 meters, and even when facing towards the sun, the visibility was already so low, it would be reasonable to think that not a sliver of light would reach the bottom of the cliff. Jun Wuxie brushed away her thoughts and focused on carefully moving herself downwards. The descent was expected to be a long one, hence, Jun Wuxie and her companions had, before beginning their descent, coiled a loop of rope around their hip, as a precautionary measure. The climb down was slow and dull, but none of them could relax even a moment. The rope gripped in their hands was the only thing their lives depended solely on, and the slightest slip might cause them to fall deep down the bottomless abyss, smashed into countless pieces. Enveloped in the thick fog, the companions' grasp on time's passing was distorted. All around them, they saw only the blinding white, monotonous and unchanging. If they did not feel the temperature around them dropping further and further, they would have felt that they had not moved at all. Jun Wuxie refocused herself, and continued with the long and weary descent. If she was attempting this with just the strength from her past life, she would not have held out till now. But after being reborn, her spirit powers have grown, and throughout the climb, those spirit powers greatly helped her reduce the physical strain. Jun Wuxie's position was right in the middle of the climbers, merely a meter away from her companions at her sides. The distance between the climbers was deliberate to allow them to look out for each other when needed. In the beginning, Jun Wuxie had still been able to see Rong Ruo on her left and Qiao Chu on her right. But as they descended lower, visibility fell further as the fog grew thicker and the sunlight's penetration gradually waned. The surroundings became dark, gloomy, and a clammy cold seeped in. Jun Wuxie was no longer able to see Qiao Chu's and Rong Ruo's faces clearly, and was only able to make out a blurry silhouette of their figures. They had not even gone half the distance down, and the situation was already like this. At that moment, Jun Wuxie grew more wary and cautious of what they might have to face at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff. As they descended further, the temperature dropped to a point that made them start to feel the chill. Jun Wuxie had no choice but to expend a little of her spirit power to cover over herself, to slow down the loss of her body heat. "Should we take a break?" Qiao Chu's voice suddenly reverberated. "How long have we been climbing?" Fei Yan's voice chirped in, from within the dim surroundings. "I don't know." Jun Wuxie paused. 10 hours. She had been counting the seconds in her mind, and without realizing it, when she reached the 6-hour mark, half a day had passed. "Let's rest a little," Jun Wuxie said. Although her hands were protected by heavy gloves, but after 10 long hours of constant friction, it had caused her palms to feel slightly numb. And that was even when she had her spirit power to protect her body. If they had not made prior proper preparations and did not have spirit powers to support them, they might not even have lasted half the amount of time. All right. I was thinking something didn't feel right with me. It must have been my hunger. Let's all rest up a little and get something to eat to regain our strength. Xiao Chu said, his voice slightly tinged with anguish. Everyone agreed to the suggestion and they concentrated their spirit powers into one hand to firmly secure their grip on the ropes. They then planted their feet against the cliff face to maintain their balance while they reached into the little bag at their hips with the other hand to take out prepared bits of dried meat to stuff into their mouths to chew and swallow. Under the low temperature, the meat was hard as rocks and even the water they carried with them was biting cold. In their current situation, they did not have any other choice but to make do with what they have to fill their stomachs. Yi Sha, Yi Mei. Jun Wuxia held the dried meat in her hand but did not immediately consume it, but she instead called out for Yi Sha and Yi Mei who had started their descent one step before them. Chapter 661, To the Bottom of the Cliff, 2. We're here right below, young Mississippi. Yi Mei and Yi Sha said together. What's the situation down there? Jun Wuxia asked. With the help of her spirit power, Jun Wuxia was able to relay her voice across without having to speak loudly. Visibility is extremely low and the temperature is even lower. I would like to suggest for our young miss and her companions not to rest for too long. The mist here feels rather strange. It accelerates the draining of the body's spirit power. If we remain within this mist for a long period, more and more spirit power will be drained away. Yi Sha's voice reached them through the impenetrable fog suddenly. He was just 10 meters further down below Jun Wuxia and her companions. The mist surrounding them felt completely different from those they had just passed earlier. The mist here felt as if there was something within it that drained at their spirit powers. Yi Sha's words made the hearts of the youths above sink. Although they had prepared themselves mentally before this and they knew that the Heaven's End cliff was filled with many dangers, but they had not expected that even the mist itself would be so dangerous. Suddenly, I have the utmost admiration for Mu Qianfan and his men. How did they actually manage to do this? Xiao Chu moaned. A place so filled with dangers everywhere, as people from the lower realm, it was a miracle that Mu Qianfan and his team had actually made it down to the bottom. And Mu Qianfan had even survived long enough to make it back. That was just unbelievable. As seasoned adventurers, Mu Qianfan and his men are much more experienced than all of us when dealing with such a place like this. I would assume they have their own ways. Hua Yao chimed in. The mist around us now are not showing signs of draining away our spirit powers yet, but when we go further down, I believe the situation will turn out just as what Yi Sha said earlier. Rong Rua had summoned her hell butterfly to check the air around them. Try to recover your physical and spirit power here as much as you can, as we will not have time to rest after this. Jun Wuxia bit on her ration of dried meat. The cold and hard dried meat was like a stone pebble as it went down her throat. All of them stopped talking and followed Jun Wuxia's instructions to rest as much as they can, while conserving every bit of spirit power they could. After resting for a short while, they resumed their descent once more. After descending a short distance, they could finally feel the phenomenon that Yi Sha mentioned earlier. The spirit energy that the companions covered their bodies with seemed to dissolve into the air, unable to coagulate into a complete protective layer. They disappeared bit by bit and the companions had to expend more of their spirit energy to patch the areas where the protective layer had dissipated. The temperature surrounding them had turned bitingly cold. Even after having worn extra thick clothings, Jun Wuxia could still feel the icy chill, freezing up her face. The dampness in the air made the chill seep right to their bones. In such circumstances, without the protection from their spirit powers, they would easily get frostbitten. The seconds slipped by going into minutes. Jun Wuxia continued with her habit of counting the seconds in her mind. Visibility was getting lower and lower all around her, to the point that Jun Wuxia couldn't even see Rong Rua's and Xiao Chu's silhouettes clearly anymore. Very soon, even the shadows disappeared when everything fell into darkness so deep she couldn't see her own hand in front of her face. Thick silence engulfed her, only the sound of her gloves rubbing against the rough ropes and the crushing noise of loosened gravel as her feet stepped on the cliff face could be heard. In blind darkness, the absence of noise amplified the sense of insecurity and fear towards the unseen and unknown in their hearts. The high number of lives the Heaven's End cliff claimed reminded them clearly the level of danger it harbored. Sha sha. Besides these sounds, nothing else could be heard. The cliff face became wet and slippery. If they were not wary of where they stepped, they risked the possibility of a bad sprain anytime. Every step they took, every inch they descended, called for caution, and more caution. Chapter 662, To the Bottom of the Cliff, 3. The darkness and the fear of the unknown made time slow to a crawl, making it impossible for them to gauge just how far a distance they had covered. The cold and clammy fog swirled around them, condensation on the ropes caused them to get wet and they were soon covered in a thin layer of frost. The chill from the frost would cause the dampened ropes from the high humidity to freeze easily. After ropes freeze, they become weak. If that happened, they would not be able to hold their weight. In order to disperse the frost, June Wuxie and her companions had no choice but to infuse their spirit powers into the ropes. Although the amount of power required to do that was small in amount, but the length of the rope was unusually long and they would need to remain in that state for an extended period of time. For if the rope was to freeze, it would snap off in the middle and the fall would be long and fatal. This place is entirely not fit for humans to come to. How in the world did the people from the dark regime come upping such a ghastly place? Xiao Chu's voice rang out within the darkness. His usually loud and boisterous voice had now turned a little weary and tired. He was even too tired to ask June Wuxie how long they had been climbing. Although he was painfully aware that his hands were now numb and tired, while the joints in his legs were already slightly sore. Just the descent down the Heaven's End cliff was already so torturous and Xiao Chu did not dare imagine how terrifying the actual bottom of the cliff would be. For someone like the Dark Emperor who was able to unify the whole of the Middle Realm, would his final place of eternal rest be carelessly chosen? If not for these layers upon layers of hurdles and obstacles guarding the place, the 12 palaces would have found the Dark Emperor's tomb centuries ago and emptied it completely. The fact that the people from the Dark regime made this place so treacherously dangerous is also their way of showing their unwavering loyalty. After the passing of the Dark Emperor, they had actually expended so much resources and efforts to bury all the Dark Emperor's treasures and magical artifacts together with him. It can be seen, in the hearts of the people of the Dark regime, just how highly they regarded the Dark Emperor and their unshakable faith. Hua Yao's voice slowly rose out of the darkness. His tone was neither fast nor slow, as he was trying to drain as little of his spirit power as possible. As someone so incredibly powerful, how did he get killed? Fei Yen asked, feeling rather puzzled. To have unified the entire Middle Realm, fully subjugated the 12 palaces, 9 temples, and 4 regions, such unbelievable power, to the youths who had lived less than just 2 decades, was just completely inconceivable. With the power of 1 man and 1 army, taking on the entire Middle Realm, that was such a glorious and impossible accomplishment. With the Dark Emperor as powerful as that, how did he die so suddenly? The stronger one's spirit power was, the longer his lifespan was extended. An indigo spirit would already allow one to live beyond 100. While Xiao Chu and the others had never met the Dark Emperor, and did not know how powerful he actually was, they nevertheless knew what kind of powers the 12 rulers of the 12 palaces who were suppressed and subjugated by the Dark Emperor held. In their eyes, the powers of the 12 rulers of the 12 palaces were almighty, and the fact that they had to defer to the Dark Emperor told them on no uncertain terms that the Dark Emperor's power supersede the combined powers of all the rulers. The Dark Emperor's passing had always been an unacceptable fact to many. No one knows. It might be the darkness and anxiety that caused the youths to be so tense they began to transmit their voices, to somehow reassure themselves that they were not completely alone within the suffocating darkness. However, June Wuxie's voice cut in suddenly. If you don't want to fall, what all of you should be doing is to hold onto your ropes tightly, and not get so curious about a dead man's business. Just as June Wuxie's voice faded into the darkness, Xiao Chu and the others who had just descended a few more meters suddenly felt a strong gust of wind rush past them from within the blinding mist. Chapter 663, At the Bottom of the Cliff, 1. The wind was blowing at a very high speed and they were powerful gusts. Suspended from the rope, June Wuxie started to swing. All she could do was to curl up her body and pivot her entire body weight onto her feet pressed against the cliff face. The sudden cold and strange wind blew for a while before it stopped. But not longer after that, the wind kicked up once again. Without any specific rhythm or pattern, the wind seemed intent on dislodging all of them to make them fall into the eternal abyss. With the companions already in a torturous situation before, the wind became another agonizing obstacle for June Wuxie and her companions to overcome. They need to speed up. June Wuxie drew in a deep breath. Faced with the chillingly low temperature while navigating the treacherous wet and slippery cliff face, having to maintain the ropes frost-free with something in the mist draining their spirit powers constantly, and now with the erratic strong wind trying to dislodge them from their precarious positions on the ropes, made all the companions start to feel alarmed, and incredibly tensed up. Constantly and persistently tortured by the elements, June Wuxie's mind was stretched to its limit. Not just her, even if the much more highly skilled Yisha and Yi Mei were to fall off into the seemingly bottomless abyss, the result would still be certain death. Caught within such terrifying circumstances, the strength and power of men seemed minuscule and insignificant. The power of nature was not a force living things were able to oppose. Buffeted by the strong winds, all of them held on tightly to their last vestiges of sanity, and sped up their descent towards the bottom. After an unknown period of time, Yisha and Yi Mei finally felt something other than emptiness beneath their feet. They could suddenly feel the ground as their feet landed upon it. Needless to mention June Wuxie and her companions, even the two of them were almost driven mad by the endless tortures that assaulted all their senses throughout the unbelievably agonizing descent. "Young miss. We've reached the bottom." Yisha's voice rang out from within the darkness. Yisha's cold hard voice suddenly sounded like heavenly music to all the companions. With their final spurt of energy, June Wuxie and the others climbed as fast as they could to the bottom of the cliff. The moment their feet touched the hard ground, the fears and insecurities they had while suspended upon the ropes immediately evaporated. Qiao Chu almost wanted to weep with joy. "We're down here at last. That was just inhuman. I was almost thinking the Heaven's End cliff was truly bottomless." Qiao Chu exclaimed, patting himself over his heart. Although he was thoroughly exhausted, nothing else was more reassuring to him than the firm ground his own 2 feet were stepping on at that moment. The pitch-dark bottom of the cliff had such a low temperature it made their teeth chatter. The long, arduous, and high-strung descent had almost taken all the energy out from the youths. After the initial jubilation faded, their exhaustion and weariness hit them very quickly. They were suddenly finding it difficult to remain standing. Qiao Chu and the others held onto the wet and cold cliff wall, trying their hardest to remain upright. June Wuxie was not doing much better, but her heart was completely calm as she took out the spirit fire globe they had previously prepared. In a place so cold and wet at the bottom of the cliff, it was entirely impossible to light a fire. The high humidity would not allow the flame to continue to burn. But the spirit fire globe she held in her hand was different. A spirit fire globe did not contain a real flame, but it depended on burning up spirit stones to bring illumination. The prices of spirit fire globes themselves were extremely high, and to make them light up, one had to burn up spirit stones. That also meant, every minute of usage of the spirit fire globe was as good as burning up a great amount of money. June Wuxie had not known that such a thing existed before. She only got to know about it from Mu Qianfan. Mu Qianfan had known of spirit fire globes long before, but the exorbitant prices would cause too big a drain on finances, and so he had never purchased them before. But June Wuxie had no lack of money. Chapter 664, At the Bottom of the Cliff, 2. She asked Mu Qianfan to clean Chanlin town out of its stock of spirit fire globes. Due to the exorbitant prices of spirit fire globes, very few places carried stock of them. Although Chanlin town was a busy and bustling town, but most of their clientele were only the disciples from the Zephyr Academy, hence it would be difficult to find many of them due to the low demand. Mu Qianfan only managed to purchase 3 of them, and they were all from the Chanlin auction house, and the prices he paid for them was even higher. June Wuxie was still holding a batch of low-grade spirit stones they had gathered from the Battle Spirits Forest. As only spirit stones that were of a medium grade and above were accepted by the Chanlin auction house, the most numerous in number of low-grade spirit stones had been left neglected in June Wuxie's Cosmos sack, but would now just come in handy for their needs. The spirit fire globe pushed back the darkness at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff, creating a small area of brightness. Hua Yao and Rong Rua held the other 2 lights, and they did not hesitate to light them after June Wuxie put the first spirit fire globe to use. The light from 3 spirit fire globes finally lit up the nearby surroundings adequately. And what one look, all of them were dumbfounded. It was not all firm ground below their feet. Heaps and heaps of ravaged white skeletons filled the ground around them. Bits of broken bones filled up the gaps between the larger pieces, and the water vapor in the air had frozen the bones together, creating an expanse of firm, bony land. These are from people whose lives had been claimed by the Heaven's End cliff. Qiao Chu gasped in horror. He had just regained his sight and he had suddenly found himself standing on piles upon piles of bones. His heart almost leapt out of his heart from shock. It should be. June Wuxia replied, sweeping her eyes over the floor of bones she was standing on. Most of the bones were already shattered and she could not see any piece still intact. They were still standing close to the cliff's wall, and judging from the position they were standing at, she assumed all the bones to people who had attempted to climb down the cliff, but had fallen to their deaths here at the bottom, and their bones collected here. The people had been dead a long time. June Wuxia gauged from the clear layers of ice frozen over the bones. It was not possible that these people had just died here in recent years. The bones could clearly be seen, but they were buried in thick layers of ice. Based on her estimation and her observation of the level of humidity at the bottom of the cliff, for such a thick layer of ice to form, it was not something that could happen in just a matter of several years. When rotting happened on the dead bodies in such wet conditions, the process would be hastened, and only the white skeleton would be left. Frost would slowly form upon them, slowly, gradually accumulating to become a thick layer of ice. Rumors of the Heaven's End cliff was spread a long time ago. In the beginning, quite a number of people had come forward to take up the challenge. But as more and more people died from their attempts, people stopped coming here. Up till now, very few people even know where the location of the Heaven's End cliff is. Fei Yan reaffirmed June Wuxia's guess with the information she had gathered. June Wuxia nodded slightly, and took a white porcelain bottle out of her cosmos sack. She opened the stopper and poured out several elixirs into her palm. There is poison here within the mist. Swallow this first. Little Xia is still the most thoughtful. Qiao Chu walked up to her smiling, and popped one of the elixirs into his mouth. Not bothering to even ask what kind of elixir it was. Hua Yao, Rong Ruo, and Fei Yan all took one each. Yisha and Yimei hesitated a moment, but they hurriedly took one each and swallowed them when June Wuxia stared impatiently at them. Towards the various poisons the dark regime used, the two of them were very familiar with them, and were already long immune to their effects. But before they can be sure whether this place was the work by the hands of the dark regime, it wouldn't hurt to be extra cautious. Chapter 665, At the Bottom of the Cliff, 3. After everyone swallowed the elixirs, June Wuxia did not take any other immediate action. June Wuxia suddenly summoned the little black cat. The very moment the little black cat appeared, it morphed into the massive black beast. The little black cat immediately leaned its furry body against June Wuxia and curled its tail around her, wrapping its comforting warm body around the slightly chilled June Wuxia. You guys come here as well. The moment she came into contact with the black beast, June Wuxia was finally able to shake off the freezing chill. Under the black beast's reassuring warmth, her limbs gradually regained their full functions. Qiao Chu and the others immediately understood what June Wuxia wanted, and they quickly huddled close to the black beast for warmth. Qiao Chu summoned Raleigh as well, and the thick-furred Raleigh stretched out both its arms, enclosing everyone within a warm embrace together with the black beast. Caught within the freezing cold, they were all unable to recover their strength as they needed to constantly use their spirit powers to ward off the cold. The clothes they were wearing were already covered with a layer of frost and were no longer able to retain their body heat. With the black beast and Raleigh around them, the companions were finally able to release the layer of spirit power they covered over themselves and enjoy a moment of rest within the soft and comforting warm fur, recovering some of their lost strength and spirit powers. Meh. Carried in Yisha's arms, Lord Mehmed jumped off onto the ground. It shook itself to fling off the water droplets from its body and suddenly transformed itself into its gigantic nine-tailed form. Almost half of its enormous body was hidden from their view, lost behind the mist as it obediently laid down on the ground. Its 9 gigantic very fluffy tails curled and wrapped the black beast, Raleigh, and everyone else close onto its belly, where it was warmest, driving out the chill in all their bodies. June Wuxia raised her eyes up, to look into Lord Mehmed's incredibly earnest eyes. June Wuxia's eyes softened a little and raised a hand to pat Lord Mehmed on one of its tails, before she closed her eyes to enjoy the sweet and much needed warmth around her, and concentrated on recovery. Does this mean its feed stress has forgiven it? Lord Mehmed blinked its eyes happily. Ever since the last incident, it had been eaten with endless guilt, and now that an opportunity was presented before it to make its feed stress forgive it, Lord Mehmed was very diligent. It raised its body temperature a little bit more, bringing the warmth within the furry enclosure up a notch. The might of a guardian-grade spirit beast shone brightly at that moment. Lord Mehmed's warmth was heaven-sent, and it almost made everyone forget just how bone-chillingly cold it was just moments ago. Although it was undeniably tempting, June Wuxie and her companions did not dare dally and indulge too long. They had just reached the bottom of the cliff and the exploration of the area was just about to begin. Their supply of water and rations were limited and they would not be able to remain here too long. They took half a day to recover their strength and spirit powers, and their clothes were dried by the heat, courtesy of Lord Mehmed's warm embrace. "Are you able to ascertain at which point are we on the map?" June Wuxie asked, turning to Fei Yan. Fei Yan was more astute and had a keener eye towards terrains than any one of them there. Fei Yan shook her head and said, "Visibility is too low here and I am not able to match the area to the map. It is rather strange though, if the visibility here had always been like this, even with a full map, it would still be difficult to ascertain the direction. Unless, one of the pieces of the maps shows the point where people descending from the Heaven's End cliff would land, which would enable us to accurately pinpoint all the landmarks on the map. Without an accurate point of reference, they were not able to know where they were on the map, which would make the map useless to them. We'll take a look around, and understand the place a little first. Whatever we see here will definitely help us in the future." Fei Yan nodded to agree. All of them then decided to move out, and carry on with the exploration. Chapter 666, Deadly Land, 1. Without having to be fearful of the poisonous mist, they had one thing less to worry about on the path forward. The bone-filled land beneath their feet stretched out before them. As they moved, the layers of bones thinned and the companions could see the light from the spirit fire globes reflect off soldiers' blades sealed under the ice. The ice glittered under the light, an icy bed of cold starry reflections paved their way forward. Mu Qianfan had told them, at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff, the most terrifying things usually hid behind the blinding mist. Soon, the path of icy bones gradually thinned out and before them, the terrain changed. The ground was covered all over in moss. The spirit fire globes lit up an area of several meters around the group. Mu Qianfan had not used spirit fire globes the last time, and although they could see their way forward, the light they used did not show the way as clearly. The spirit fire globe's advantage showed up in that situation, as June Wuxie could clearly see everything in the places the light reached. The green moss grew in abundance and they covered the entire ground densely. They made the path slippery and sticky, and every step they took called for caution to avoid taking any unnecessary spill onto the ground. June Wuxie took out a 3-segmented nunkhak. It was made out of wood and made very light, its 2 joints linked with a short metal chain. The nunkhak could be joined together by holding the segments together and twisted clockwise, and when joined up, it formed into a simple wooden staff. It was simple staff that people used for everyday training, but June Wuxie was using it to inspect the ground as they proceeded forward. The green moss covered an extensive area of the ground and the entire land looked exactly the same everywhere. But under the expansive fresh green moss, it was highly possible that they hid deadly sinkholes. June Wuxie took the lead, the staff in her hand pushing and prodding into the ground to make sure it was safe before she stepped onto it. Behind her, Xiao Chu and the others walked in a single file, stepping only in the same places that June Wuxie had stepped on. Within the all-encompassing mist, silence fell again. When the staff in June Wuxie's hand prodded the ground 3 steps ahead of her, she suddenly felt the ground offering no resistance. June Wuxie fell forward, and just as she was leaning, she quickly righted herself, but she could feel the staff in her hand being pulled by a strong force from the other end of it. A sinkhole. June Wuxie's eyes darkened. Immediately abandoning the idea of withdrawing the wooden staff, she released her grip. In the short period of a few seconds, the more than a meter-long wooden staff was completely swallowed up. Before the wooden was completely submerged, the moss that had split open bubbled a while, before it closed up and reverted to its unbroken state. The environment here is really rather scary. Xiao Chu was right behind June Wuxie and he witnessed the whole thing. When June Wuxie had attempted to retrieve the wooden staff, she had employed the use of her spirit powers, but it had not helped her in the slightest. All her powers were no match for the sinkhole's deadly grip on the wooden staff. Only the heavens knew what would happen to a person who got swallowed up by the sinkhole. What was more terrifying was that the sinkhole had just revealed itself just for a short while, and it had immediately reverted back to its original invisible state, making it impossible to find any signs of them. Are we able to use Lord Mehmed to scout the way forward? Since it is so humongous in size, these regular sinkholes wouldn't affect it at all. Xiao Chu suggested with a slight frown. Jun Wuxie shook her head in rejection. We are not able to ascertain the size of the sinkholes in the area. If a large sinkhole appears and if Lord Meme steps into it, we have no way of rescuing him. However, if any one of us were to fall into a sinkhole, we can still use Lord Meme's power to struggle out. But if Lord Meme gets stuck, our way forward will become much more difficult. Jun Wuxie still remembered every single word Mu Qianfan had told them. Chapter 667, Deadly Land, 2. Hidden within the confusing mist, not only were there the deadly poison and the sinkholes that swallowed up everything, fearsome beasts walked under its all-reaching cover. Those ferocious and powerful monsters had caused Mu Qianfan to face utter despair, and Jun Wuxie was not about to let down her guard. Lord Meme was her hidden trump card on this expedition. Having rejected the idea of using Lord Meme to scout the path ahead, Jun Wuxie pulled out another 3-segment nunchak from her cosmos sack. She was well prepared and she wasn't afraid that she would not have enough of them to use. Continuing to prod and probe the mossy ground going their way forward, the 3-segmented nunchaks in Jun Wuxie's cosmos sack decreased quickly in number. As they advanced, they found that the density of the sinkholes in the ground had increased in terrifying numbers. After walking a whole day, they did not even manage to cover a single kilometer. Along the way, they came across countless sinkholes, and at the edges of those sinkholes, they would find many old and broken items lying on the ground. Badly corroded by the green moss, items like swords and sabers, lying beside torn and tattered pieces of clothing. It was obvious, before they came here, countless people had lost their lives, swallowed up by all these hungry sinkholes, and all the old and broken items scattered at the sides, almost all covered in green moss, were the last items those people left behind in the world of the living. Compared to the ground made up of skeletal remains, the terrain here filled with sinkholes was more terrifying, with death watching their every step. More than the innumerable heaps upon heaps of skeletal remains, the scattering of items at the edges of the sinkholes showed the merciless cruelty of the place. Dying and even your body could not be found seemed a rather harsh way to die. The strength that they managed to recover after so much effort had been quickly depleted. Jun Wuxie and her companions had no choice but to locate a secure area on the terrain for them to sit down and rest. The Black Beast and Raleigh were both summoned, and Jun Wuxie did not allow Lord Meme to transform this time. Surrounding them on all sides were a countless number of sinkholes. Lord Meme's original body was too big, and if it transformed, it would definitely encounter the sinkholes. Irregardless of the fact that they advanced very slowly, the weariness that consumed them was more mental, and they had not expended much physical strength. But their completely drained-out spirit powers demanded that they need to take a rest. Say, how much longer do we need to spend here before we can completely finish exploring the place? Xiao Chu asked, chewing on the cold hard piece of dried beef he held, feeling like he had bitten off a piece of rock into his mouth. All the others shook their heads. Neither did they know how much longer the road ahead was for them, and how far a journey they could take. The main goal for this expedition was to do everything they could to get a good feel of the place and learn all that they could, traveling as far as they possibly could, to gather whatever information they came across. Naturally, that was provided they were all able to remain safe. Once their lives come under threat, they would not continue to remain there. Seems like, in order to find the exact location of the Dark Emperor's tomb, we would really need to collect all 8 pieces of the map before it's possible. Xiao Chu sighed in disappointment. He had thought that with the 2 human skin maps they possessed in their hands, even if they were not able to pinpoint the exact location of the Dark Emperor's tomb, the maps would at least be of some use at the bottom of the cliff. However, the reality was nothing close to what he had expected. For now, it seems that is what we must do, Hua Yao said, nodding in agreement. Jun Wuxie suddenly stretched out her hand, and soon she was holding a pure black ring. The spirit stone in the ring was still flashing with a bright gleam, but the ring was well covered with moss. Is that a spirit ring? Fanzhua asked, immediately recognizing it for what it was. The spirit ring looked very old and badly worn, but after wiping away the moss covering it, it turned really shiny and flawless, only that not a single sliver of spirit presence could be detected from the ring. This spirit ring had been reforged before, and the material used was also black silver. But the ring's owner must have died and the ring spirit's link already severed. Fanzhua said as he took the ring and inspected it. The spirit reinforcement runes he saw on the ring was foreign to him, different from the 3 types that he knew of. Chapter 668, Deadly Land, 3. Chapter 668, Deadly Land, 3. I am sure this ring is from the Middle Realm, but I cannot be sure if it is from the 12 palaces. Fan Zhuo said. Jun Wuxie calmly replied, besides the 12 palaces, nobody else from the Middle Realm would find their way here. Initially, when the 12 palaces had secretly plotted to usurp the Dark Emperor's treasures, they had naturally realized the grave dangers involved. They did not dare shoulder such a crime themselves and wouldn't dream of revealing the fact that they knew the Dark Emperor's tomb laid below the Heaven's End cliff to anyone else in the Middle Realm. For all these people who died all the way down here, had to be people sent by the 12 palaces. At that time, every single person sent to come here into the lower realm to search for the Dark Emperor's tomb were all top exponents in the 12 palaces. Unfortunately, even those highly skilled exponents succumbed to the nefarious dangers of this place, leaving their lives behind. Fan Zhuo said, his mouth curling into a slight smile, barely showing just at the corners of his lips as his eyes studied the finely crafted spirit ring intently. At that time, his parents had managed to break through the endless obstacles and dangers, finally discovering the Dark Emperor's tomb. And the last thing they would have expected from the moment they located the Dark Emperor's tomb, was that their most amazing discovery had instead sealed their fate, doomed to end in tragedy. After managing to overcome endless dangers and obstacles this place made them face, they were finally eradicated by the very forces they had sworn loyalty to, which to Fan Zhuo just seemed like a great big joke. What Fan Zhuo was thinking, exactly reflected what Xiao Chu and the others were feeling in their hearts. Upping seeing the spirit ring that had already lost its ring spirit, all of them were painfully reminded of their father's fate at the same time. If at that time, their fathers had not been powerful enough, would they have lost their lives to this terrifying place? Would they have ended up just like the spirit ring's owner, swallowed up by the innumerable sinkholes? And died ignobly without a single trace? Let's just move on. Jun Wuxie stood up suddenly, and without saying much more, she unilaterally took up the lead once more. The fiery hatred and sorrow stoked and burned deep within the eyes of Xiao Chu and the others. Now was not the right time to sink into hatred and vengeance. If they were not careful, the slightest misstep might turn them into a needless sacrifice. Yi Mei and Yi Sha continued to take up the rear of the team. Their eyes were peeled as they surveyed everything that surrounded them. At the first instance of trouble, they would be the first to react. Have you noticed anything? Yi Mei asked in a low whisper, discreetly to Yi Sha, as they advanced together with the rest of the group. Yi Sha nodded slightly. This place could only have been created by the hands of the people in the Dark Regime. Yi Mei clenched his jaw tight. Maybe we should persuade the young miss to leave. If this place was really created by the Dark Regime to honor our Lord, this place would most definitely turn out to be beyond our young miss' capabilities to overcome. It would be impossible even for the two of us. They were born into the Dark Regime, and no one knew it clearer than them just exactly how powerful the Dark Regime was. If the people from the Dark Regime had really deemed this place to be the Dark Emperor's final resting place, they would have spared no effort and exhausted everything within their power to stop anyone from tainting a single piece of the Dark Emperor's treasures with their dirty hands. Yi Sha hesitated a moment before he nodded his head. If Jun Wuxie was to come to any harm, even if they had 100 heads, it would not be enough for their lord to cut off. Yi Sha leapt in a flash towards Jun Wuxie. But Jun Wuxie suddenly halted their advance by stopping in her tracks. Before her eyes, several large pieces of black rocks could be seen. Those pieces of black rocks looked exactly the same as what Mu Qian Fan had put up for auction back at the Chanlin auction house, and they only differed in size. Was this the same black rock that black silver could be smelted from? Jun Wuxie's brows creased up slightly. Mu Qian Fan had mentioned, the piece of black rock that he had brought back with him, had been found just along the cliff face at the bottom of Heaven's End cliff. But they had already searched along the cliff face earlier, but they had not found any sign of the black rock. And she had not expected that after a whole day's walk, she would come across so many pieces of the black rock among a sea of green moss. Chapter 669, Deadly Land, 4. Jun Wuxie slowly walked towards one of the pieces of black rocks. In a flash, Yi Sha suddenly appeared beside Jun Wuxie and pulled her away from the side of the black rock. Before Jun Wuxie could recover, the black rock that she had just been standing beside was suddenly smashed into smithereens by a humongous black shadow. The hard unyielding black rock was crushed into dust in an instant. Young miss. We must not stay here a moment longer. Yi Sha said in a hurry. He stood in front of Jun Wuxie, shielding her as he stared at the black shadow slowly approaching, his eyes filled with worry. The black shadow was shrouded by the white mist and it was unbelievably gigantic. Even with the illuminating light from their spirit fire globes, they still could not see it in its entirety. But an unbelievably strong oppressive aura, that was at a level beyond anything they have ever felt before, suddenly hit them, gripping their hearts. What is that thing? Xiao Chu was staring fixedly at the immensely massive dark shadow behind the mist. Although he could not see what the thing really looked like, but judging just from its size, it wouldn't be any smaller than Lord Meme's real form. Don't tell me it's another guardian-grade spirit beast. Hua Yao was suddenly shocked. When Mu Qianfan had encountered the monster at the bottom of the cliff, he had not even seen what the monster had looked like throughout the whole incident. And now, the companions realized this monster must be what Mu Qianfan had encountered that time. The monster was unimaginably huge. While it stood, the spirit fire globe's illuminating light was not able to reach the monster's head. All they could see was one incredibly thick paw filled with razor-sharp claws on the ground. Above the sharp claws, the paw was covered with green scales, and the claws gleamed menacingly cold, as their light hit them. As though it had felt the menacing and opposing presence, Lord Meme gave out a cautionary roar. Something that was able to cause a guardian-grade spirit beast to be wary would most definitely not be any weaker than Lord Meme itself. The gargantuan monster slowly moved forward. With each and every step it took, the ground beneath their feet trembled and shook. Clouds of the blinding white mist hung thickly around the monster. As it moved, the mist surrounding it did not dissipate but instead seemed to grow even thicker. Endless clouds of thick mist was seemingly being drawn in by the wind, and with it, a blazing heat could be felt by the companions. Unimaginably massive, and it brought great terror with its approach. Run! Quickly! Yisha turned and said hastily. He had not expected this fellow to be brought down to the lower realm to stand guard here. The heavens knew, in this entire world, there existed only one man that could control this monstrous beast. How did the people from the Dark Regime manage to place it here? An alarming realization of crisis rang in their minds, and none of them questioned Isha's decision at that moment. Almost at the same time that Isha shouted, Jun Wuxie and her companions had immediately turned around to sprint speedily back the way they came. That fella's speed isn't too fast. Just do your best to escape from here, the further the better. Yi Mei was guarding the other side and he exchanged a glance with Isha, seeing the bitter smile upon each other's faces. Even if the two of them charged at the monster together, it would still be impossible for them to defeat it. Now, the only choice they had was to escape as fast as they could, and that would be the only chance they had at remaining alive. Everyone ran madly, but they had to follow back the path they had taken to come here, or the slightest mistake might just cause them to fall into any of the innumerable bottomless sinkholes scattered across the ground. The ground was covered with traps and there was a monster that caused a guardian-grade spirit beast to feel fearful at their backs. All the companions had their hearts lodged in their throats at that moment. Suddenly, the blazing heat they felt earlier could be felt strongly on their backs. Jun Wuxie immediately turned around and saw a ball of green flame streaking straight towards her at that moment. Meh. Chapter 670, Crisis, 1. Lord Meme let out a pitiful bleat and suddenly, its tiny body leapt powerfully at Jun Wuxie, knocking her away from the spot she was in. The ball of green fire immediately hit Lord Meme's tiny body, its flames fully engulfing Lord Meme entirely in a blink, as all its snowy white wool on its body turned black and burnt in an instant. Jun Wuxie's heart skipped a beat, as she saw the all-black and burnt Lord Meme falling to the ground. She immediately pounced over to the tiny figure, clasping Lord Meme into her arms, completely ignoring the burning heat scorching her arms, as she embraced the little pitiful form tightly. A loud boom resounded loudly from within the mist. Upon seeing Jun Wuxie under attack, Xiao Chu and the others suddenly stopped in their tracks and sprinted over towards Jun Wuxie. In that instant just before they were able to reach Jun Wuxie, a gust of incredibly strong wind kicked up from within the mist. The wind was so powerful that it threw all the members of the team into the air, and they all found themselves each caught in an uncontrollable spin within the wind. Little Xie. Xiao Chu's eyes saw with his eyes wide open, within the screaming malevolent tornado, Jun Wuxie being flung out by the ferocious wind, to disappear into the far-reaching misty fog before he found himself similarly flung far and wide, just like everyone else. Right into the blinding white mist went all the team members, disappearing from sight one after another. In the darkness, Jun Wuxie stirred awake, her mind still groggy. Her head was throbbing heavily with pain and she felt as if all the bones in her body had been broken. The ground was cold below her as she struggled to stand within the darkness, but a searing pain suddenly shot through her left leg. Cold sweat ran down from her temple as June Wuxie endured the excruciating pain and her hand reached out to feel about blindly within the all-encompassing darkness. Her hands finally touched the cold chilly surface of the spirit fire globe and she immediately grasped it, and inserted a spirit stone into it. The light flickered and it drove back the darkness. The surroundings was an endless palette of gray and white. Scorch marks filled the ground seemingly burnt by great flames. A tiny black and burnt form lay weakly in a heap upon the ground, not moving in the slightest. June Wuxie propped herself up with a struggle and she tried her hardest to move. Her left leg had been broken from the impact and with her every slightest move, it made cold sweat run down her face. Nevertheless, she clenched her jaw hard and dragged herself excruciatingly slowly to come to the side of the tiny form lying in a motionless heap. The burnt and blackened form lying in June Wuxie's arms was actually Lord Meme, who had blocked off the green-flamed fireball for June Wuxie with its own body. But at that moment, none of its thick snowy white wool remained and its skin was badly burnt. Its wounds had split in some places, revealing bright splotches of red blood, flowing out down its burnt flesh. June Wuxie did not care about her own injuries and hurried to check Lord Meme's condition. The serious burns covered Lord Meme's body entirely without a spot left whole, and it was breathing in short and weak gasps. The earnest eyes were now tightly shut and its blackened face was showing signs of pain and suffering. June Wuxie's hand trembled, but only for a moment. Very quickly, she forced herself to calm down. She quickly retrieved several bottles of medicine from her cosmos sack and unhesitatingly poured them all out and mixed them all with water, before she carefully and gently started to applying it onto Lord Meme's body. The burnt and badly damaged skin was slow to react and absorb the healing salve and June Wuxie could not help it but to apply the salve onto Lord Meme's open and bleeding wounds. Every single time the salve touched the wounds, Lord Meme's tiny figure would shiver from the excruciating pain. If Lord Meme was thought to be roundishly cute and cuddly before, the tiny figure in June Wuxie's arms at that moment had been reduced to become a ghastly ball of flesh. Its bleeding wound stained June Wuxie's hands red, but she did not hesitate in the slightest to carry Lord Meme gently and securely in her arms to carefully treat its painful wounds. Chapter 671, Crisis 2. The temperature in the surroundings was chilly enough to make one shiver. Having lost the protection from the loss of all its wool and being grievously wounded, Lord Meme was extremely weak. The pain from its wounds and the freezing temperature made Lord Meme shiver uncontrollably. The weak shivering was reflected onto June Wuxie's eyes and the sight made June Wuxie's eyes tremble ever so slightly. The black beast appeared suddenly. Without needing June Wuxie to ask, it curled its body around June Wuxie and Lord Meme, trying its hardest to transfer as much heat as its furry body could give to its other two companions. June Wuxie loosened the outer layer of her robe and clasped Lord Meme close to her belly to keep the little sheep warm. Lord Meme was a guardian-grade spirit beast and almost nothing else in the lower realm would be able to stand up to it, not to mention harming it in the slightest. But that green fireball had with a single hit burnt the guardian-grade spirit beast and inflicted such severe injuries to it. And if Lord Meme had not leapt forward and knocked June Wuxie away, with June Wuxie's level of power, she would have immediately died the moment she touched the green flaming fireball. She wouldn't have stood a chance of escaping death then. "Will that monster pursue us?" the black beast asked, his voice sounding a little teary. Everything had happened too fast just now and it had not even had the chance to appear before it found that everything had ended. Seeing Lord Meme in such a pitiable state, the black beast could well imagine just how powerful that monster must have been to be able to drive fear into the heart of the mighty Lord Meme. Not to mention just Lord Meme, even if Drunk Lotus and all the other ring spirits of Chiao Chu and the others were to carry out a combined attack, they would not be a match for the monster. They would not even be able to hold back the monster's attack at all, and would fail to buy time for June Wuxie and all the other teammates to escape. At that moment, the black beast was filled with gratitude for Lord Meme's selfless sacrifice. If not for Lord Meme, June Wuxie might very well be dead at that moment. Even when it was a guardian-grade spirit beast who had taken the hit, it had still sustained such grave injuries. There was no need to guess what would have happened if that had been June Wuxie. It won't. June Wuxie's voice was a little hoarse as her head was lowered looking at the tightly curled up form of Lord Meme within her arms, and her heart could not help but wince in pain. Before we were sent flying, I heard the sound of the clanking of heavy chains. If such a powerful monster is guarding the place, needless to mention all the countless people the 12 palaces had sent out before, even if the rulers of the 12 palaces were to come here themselves, they might not be able to take down that monstrous beast. When the parents of Qiao Chu and the others discovered the location of the Dark Emperor's tomb, they must have found some ways to avoid that monster. That monster's movements must have been restricted and restrained by chains, or we would all be dead now. June Wuxie said, calmly analyzing all the aspects of the situation they had encountered earlier. They had all barely escaped from the clutches of death this time. She had broken her leg on her left calf and it needed immediate attention. Carrying Lord Meme in her arms, she did not dare move too much and she had to slow down her treatment process. She used the remaining 3 segmented nunchucks in the Cosmos sack as a splint and used bandages to wrap them around her injured leg before she lifted her eyes to scan her surroundings. The terrain here was completely different from any of the places they had passed before. The place was free of moss and sinkholes, and the entire ground was blackened, looking like great scorch marks left behind by a big fire. Although the ground was slightly wet, it was nevertheless very hard and firm. Compared to having the ground littered with countless sinkholes, it was much safer here. June Wuxie thought herself rather fortunate that she had been thrown to this area. Although she broke her leg from it, it was lucky she had not fallen directly into a bottomless bog. If they had been thrown unconscious into an endlessly hungry sinkhole, they would have died without a sound. June Wuxie used the illuminating light from the spirit fire globe and continued to look all around her. Seeing no sign of Qiao Chu and the others, she finally ascertained that she was alone in that wide and endlessly bare expanse of gray and white. Chapter 672, Crisis, 3. That powerful tornado must have scattered all of them and she had no way of knowing where Qiao Chu and all the others were at the moment. The bottom of the Heaven's End cliff was by itself filled with endless dangers. Its terrain shrouded from sight, and no one knew what would happen next. The freezing chill, pitch-black darkness and dangers that could manifest at any time made this place feel just like one had just stepped into hell. Burdened with a broken leg and it was not known whether Lord Meme would survive, June Wuxie could not move from her spot. Although she had prior experience as a vet before, but spirit beasts were however different from those pets. She could not be sure whether she would be able to heal Lord Meme back to a complete recovery. The mist that surrounded her grew thicker and June Wuxie could not let down her guard. She summoned Little Lotus and June Wuxie took out the jug of wine she had previously prepared from the Cosmos sack and handed it over to Little Lotus. Little Lotus looked at June Wuxie and shifted his gaze to look at the severely weakened Lord Meme. His lips trembled and he toddled over, before he took out a lotus seed from within and put it in June Wuxie's hand. Let it swallow that. It might help. If that doesn't work, really doesn't work, I'll let it bite me directly. Little Lotus looked at June Wuxie with earnest and serious eyes as he said that. Just like that time in the Cloudy Peaks, when he had bravely bitten off a part of himself and fed his flesh to June Wuxie, Little Lotus was firmly determined. After proclaiming his selfless offer, Little Lotus lifted the jug of wine to his mouth and tilted his head back. He was well aware of the fact that in such place so filled with dangers in every direction, the other him would be much more useful than he could be. Moments later, the slightly flushed drunk Lotus appeared before June Wuxie's eyes. The moment he saw the sorry state that June Wuxie was in, his eyes immediately flared with fiery rage as he swooped to come beside June Wuxie in an instant. Damn it! Drunk Lotus said, punching both his fists into the ground. Go survey the surroundings. If you meet any of the others, bring them here. June Wuxie said calmly. In the crisis they all faced earlier, she wondered if everyone was still fine, and whether they were all still safe. I will. Drunk Lotus glanced once more at the wound on June Wuxie's leg and answered seriously. His figure blurred a brief moment and he quickly disappeared to go around inspecting the surroundings. Ring spirits do not need their sight to search out a path. They were spirit forms and spirit forms were able to detect life forms from their auras. If they were to encounter any dangers, the ring spirits would be able to quickly morph into their formless spirit state and return to their contractual owners instantly. Having Drunk Lotus go inspect the area greatly reassured June Wuxie. After she finally managed to relax a little, she then took a little time out to check on her own unhygienic injuries. The injury to her left leg was the most obvious one, and besides that, the great jarring force from when they had been forcibly thrown far out had caused some rather severe injuries to her body as well, and she was feeling the pain in several places all over her body, with the sore ache on her back being the most obvious. What she found most fortunate was, although she was covered all over with many wounds and injuries, at least not a single one of them was fatal. June Wuxia stuffed the lotus seed little Lotus had left behind into Lord Meme's mouth and washed out down Lord Meme's throat together with water of the heavenly spring, hoping that the guardian-grade spirit beast's might would be enough to help Lord Meme pull through. Not too long after, drunk Lotus returned. He did not manage to find any of the others, but he did discover an old stone dwelling that looked like it had been abandoned for a rather long time. Stone dwelling? June Wuxia asked, with an eyebrow raised. A stone dwelling at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff. Yes, but it looked like it has been abandoned for a rather long time. Drunk Lotus added. June Wuxia narrowed her eyes in thought. The stone dwelling's existence was rather strange, but it must be said, in regards to her current situation, any form of shelter that shielded her in any way would be a most welcome place for her to go to. Chapter 673, Stone House, 1. The black beast carried June Wuxia and Lord Meme on its back, following behind drunk Lotus to go to the stone dwelling he discovered earlier. From the outside, the stone dwelling did not look big. The stone structure was extremely simple and crude, built up by simply piling up various pieces of stones of different sizes together. Several pieces of stone slabs littered the inside of the structure. There was no bed nor any table or chair, but the mere fact that such a stone dwelling existed at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff was really queer. The small little stone structure, although hopelessly inadequate, would nevertheless at least block out part of the chill. Drunk Lotus raised his hand and several large broad lotus leaves appeared in his hand. He extracted and absorbed all the water from them, turning them into dry leaves and laid them one atop another in a corner of the stone structure. As the quantity of dried lotus leaves increased, as more and more were produced, Drunk Lotus finally created a bed out of a pile of stacked up lotus leaves. Although lotus leaves were not soft and in fact was slightly prickly, but under the current vile situation, they would at least be able to prevent the chill in the ground from seeping into the body. June Wuxia took out a few pieces of clothing from the cosmos sack and she got Drunk Lotus to lay them on top of the lotus leaves before she sat down, still carrying Lord Meme in her arms. The loosely laid lotus leaves might not be all that comfortable, but they still provided a sliver of softness, and if composted to sitting upping the cold hard ground, it was many times better. Sitting upon the lotus leaves laid over the ground, June Wuxia put the spirit fire globe on one side. The white mist was very thin within the stone dwelling, and at the side of the doorway, a huge stone slab stood standing. Drunk Lotus shifted it easily, closing up the opening. The cold wind no longer blew into the stone dwelling and the temperature within gradually raised a little. The white mist slowly dissipated and the dwelling began to feel a little more cozy. I'll go outside and patrol the area. If you need anything, just get the black beast to give a roar. Drunk Lotus said as he looked at June Wuxia sitting in the corner, his eyes showing a little bit of anguish seeing her in that state. He thought if he stayed within the dwelling any longer, he would not be able to hold himself back from going to settle the score with that monster. After Drunk Lotus stepped out, he shifted the huge stone slab back into place to seal up the stone dwelling, and he was thoughtful enough to leave just a tiny gap to allow the air within the stone structure to circulate. June Wuxia's wounds were still throbbing with pain. She had consecutively swallowed several elixirs and her body was beginning to warm up. She did not dare ingest any medicine with any effect of painkillers, as with the decrease or dulling of the pain, her awareness of her body's condition would be misled, and that would hinder her from accurately assessing her body's condition in her healing process. In order to bring her mind off the pain, June Wuxia made herself look over the situation within the stone dwelling. That one look made her find something rather surprising. She noticed upon those pieces of well-weathered stones, there were several clean-cut marks. She raised her hand to brush away the dust upping a brick-like shaped some and saw that broken-off part of the stone had been cut off cleanly. Although they differed in size, but those stone blocks had obviously been and intentionally cut into rectangular blocks and stacked up atop each other. June Wuxia picked up a pebble of the stones around her and she attempted to crush it. But even when she used all her strength, she had not even managed to even chip the little piece of stone in the slightest. These stones here were not ordinary rocks. Although she was injured, but she had not used up much of her spirit power. Even after concentrating all her spirit powers, she had not even been able to crush a tiny pebble, and that was rather unusual. At the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff, a crude little stone dwelling put together with slabs of incredibly hard stone. Just whose hands were responsible for this? Jun Woo. Xie frowned, and she raised her hand once more to check the other pieces of stones close to her. On one particular piece, she suddenly felt obvious grooves on them. On that piece of stone, someone had used some tool and scratched out several marks, seemingly separated into 5 per group. Chapter 674, Stone House, 2. Are these marks left behind by the owner of this stone house? Jun Wuxie asked herself as she lowered her head in thought, and continued to check the other stone blocks she could reach from her position. She moved her hand over several other pieces of stones and they were all densely marked by cuts similar to what she had just discovered. 5 to a group, filling up the majority of stone blocks around her. Little Black. Jun Wuxie called suddenly. The black beast stood up immediately. Go see whether there are any markings on the stone blocks upon the structure. From those markings, Jun Wuxie was guessing that the owner of the stone house had used them to record time. If those marks had been etched out based on the number of days, that would mean that person had stayed here for as long as several years. It seems that the owner of the stone house must have lived here alone, or he wouldn't have scratched out so many marks. Had he been trapped here? Or did he have some other objectives? After so much time had passed, Jun Wuxie was unable to accurately guess at the reason from the scant clues she had. The black beast moved about in the room, using its furry tail to brush the dust off the stone's surface. It stared carefully at the stone blocks one by one before it quickly turned to Jun Wuxie and said, "There are some strange symbols and also some characters." Characters? Jun Wuxie asked, an eyebrow raised. The black beast nodded in agreement. Jun Wuxie then said, "Read it." She was very curious what the owner of this crude stone structure had left behind. The black beast cleared its throat and it slowly read out the characters on the stone blocks. Those characters, instead of calling them the last words of the stone structure's owner, were more like a record of his own memories of his life before he died. It has been 7 years and I still have not found a way to leave. Those terrifying monsters would always appear suddenly. I want to leave this accursed place but I don't know how. Am I really doomed to die here? I had not ever thought that the rest of my life would be spent here in such a place, not known to anyone and completely barren, at the bottom of an impossible cliff. The human heart will never learn to be satisfied. If I had not lusted for stronger powers and might at that time, and did not agree to work together with them, I might have remained in the palace and continued to indulge in wearing fine brocaded robes, feasted on rare delicacies, consorted with beautiful women and reveled with fine wines. Purple spirits, haha. So what if I know how to raise my powers to reach the purple spirit level within a short period of time? Even the mighty purple spirit has been reduced to being trapped here like a rat in this accursed hell. I was too naive. I had thought that as long as both sides stood to benefit from it, those people would not cause me any harm. But I couldn't have been more wrong. In their eyes, a ruler of a country was nobody to them. They did not give a damn about my country, my army at all. I don't think I can hold out any longer. There's no water, no food. I am now still living depending entirely on my spirit powers, green moss, and due to continue living like this, I would rather die. I had pursued single-mindedly to attain the purple spirit and that had ultimately still been unable to save me from this. I finally understand why. They did not dare come here personally even when they were so outrageously powerful. It was because this place was just a living hell. Purple spirit, it was just merely the product of burning up one's spirit power. I had actually given up all that I had for something like this. I have really been the world's greatest fool. I will use my final vestiges of power to create a great raging inferno, to destroy everything. May my ancestors forgive me for my greed, and grant my soul salvation after my death. Chapter 675, Stone House, 3. Those disjointed short passages almost seemed to fill an entire wall. They were not etched out at the same time but instead told of the owner's slow and gradual decline into pure hopelessness and utter despair. What puzzled Jun Wuxie was, the owner of the stone house was not someone from the middle realm. From the lines of words he had left behind, it was not hard to decipher that he was from the lower realm and was a man who enjoyed a high and illustrious station in life, possibly a ruler of a country or a member of an imperial family. But he had caught the eye of the people from the 12 palaces and offered an avenue to attain the purple spirit as a condition in exchange for becoming their puppet and led to come here to the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff. That man had not come to this place alone, and there had been at least several hundred men that had come with him. But after coming to the Heaven's End cliff, his followers had died one after another, and only he had fortunately escaped and managed to survive. However, he had lost his direction within the foggy mist and had been unable to find his way out. He finally gathered the stones he saw in the area and erected the simple and crude stone house as a temporary shelter. But his temporary stay had stretched out into years. Jun Wuxia could not imagine just how much in despair the men must have been in before he died to have set such a big fire, to obliterate himself together with everything else. She did not know either what method the men had employed to be able to make the fire burn in such a wet environment. But judging by the dark and gray ground outside, he must have succeeded. The land had been so badly scorched that nothing would grow on it anymore, and it had remained a bare and barren place ever since. Jun Wuxia was unable to deduce how long the men had been dead, and she had not found any skeletal remains anywhere nearby. The constant low temperature of the foggy mist had cleansed the blackened surface of the stone dwelling, and Jun Wuxia could roughly gauge that it had been a rather long time ago since the men had died. But what Jun Wuxia was most concerned about were the few lines that the men had carved into the stone just before his death. Purple spirit was just merely the product of burning up of one's spirit power. Those few words had fully caught Jun Wuxia's attention. Xiao Chu and the others had said people from the middle realm were born with the ability to induce their powers to reach the purple spirit level. And since they were equipped with the ability from birth and the fact that they had been very young when they left the middle realm, they did not understand it much. Even Yan Bugue wasn't entirely clear on how their inborn ability worked. According to the dying message from the men, the ability wasn't exclusive to people from the middle realm, as that men had obviously been a person from the lower realm, and through the guidance and instruction of the people whom that men had made an agreement with, the men had actually learned how to temporarily achieve a breakthrough to attain a purple spirit. Those words had proven it all. Purple spirit was just merely the product of burning up of one's spirit power. Jun Wuxia repeatedly pondered and mulled over those same words over and over again, trying to understand the meaning behind them. Although her spirit powers were growing and advancing at a very fast rate, but compared to the powers of her enemies, she was still quite a far way off. Attaining the purple spirit was just the first step towards her retaliation. When she had not known that people of the lower realm were also able to learn the technique to temporarily raise their spirit powers to reach the purple level, she had accepted it as fact that it was impossible for her. But now that she knew that the possibility existed, she would naturally not allow the opportunity to slip out through her fingers easily. Burning up spirit power, what did that really mean? Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes, deep in thought. She wasn't able to move anyway, she might as well grasp tightly upon this critical hint, and attempt to see whether she would be able to achieve any breakthrough. Jun Wuxia calmed her mind, and began to push and urge the spirit power within her body to circulate within her veins and arteries. When she had worked tirelessly to upgrade the spirit healing technique before, she had undergone much training on the control of the spirit power within her body. Now that the experiment called for her to carry out tests on the spirit power within her, it can be said that it was now an incredibly easy task to her. Chapter 676, Escape from Heaven's End Cliff, 1. Where could little Xia be? Within the dark foggy mist, a circle of light shone brightly, bringing forth a small area of illumination moving forward slowly. Xiao Chu was holding a long staff in his hand, as he struggled to walk over the damp and wet moss. The fluttering hell butterfly glittered as it came flying in from the gloomy darkness towards the light surrounding the companions, coming to a rest on Rongruo's fingertip. Didn't find anything. Rongruo reported with her brow frowned in a deep crease. Ever since the day that they were attacked by the monster, they were suddenly separated when a powerful whirlwind had caught them in it, flinging them all in different directions. When Rongruo awoke, she had immediately released her tiny hell butterflies to search through the blinding mist for any signs of her companions. It had been half a month since that day, and Rongruo had followed her hell butterfly's lead, to finally reunite with Xiao Chu and the others. Even Yisha and Yimei had been located under the hell butterfly's lead, but they still had not been able to locate Jun Wuxia. She had seemingly disappeared entirely into the misty fog, and no matter how many hell butterflies she sent out, they had still not found any sign of Jun Wuxia. Surrounded by the sinkholes, their progress became painfully slow, and the anxiety that gnawed at their hearts was making them all feel terribly restless. Before they had been scattered, they had clearly witnessed June Wuxia under the attack of that monster. Fortunately, Lord Meme had stepped up at the most critical moment, but none of them could be certain whether June Wuxia had lived through it. Their hearts were all heavy, trying to avoid thinking of the worst. But no matter how slim the chance was, not a single one among them was about to give up on their search for June Wuxia. They did not believe, refused to believe, that their little incredibly strong-willed devil would lose her life in this place. Our little Xia is incredibly strong. She will be able to fend for herself. Fanzhuo wasn't too sure whether he was reassuring his companions or consoling himself. June Wuxia always had the Black Beast and Lord Meme, her two mighty and powerful bodyguards beside her, and was deemed the safest individual among them all. But on that fateful day, Lord Meme had been engulfed in flames in order to save June Wuxia. Though they had not been able to clearly ascertain the extent of Lord Meme's injuries, but the sight of that blackened body had however been branded right into their minds. They knew in their hearts that Lord Meme would not be able to protect June Wuxia at that moment. The team were all unwilling to give up hope. They searched persistently for any signs of June Wuxia. They had all decided, before they find her, they would not take a single step out from the Heaven's End cliff. Moreover, Yi Mei and Yi Sha were even more anxious than any of the others. If June Wuxia were to lose her life here at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff, they dared not imagine the kind of rage their lord would surely blow up into. This cannot continue on as is. I need to make a move first. Yi Mei finally gritted his teeth to say. The traps around the tomb that the Dark Regime had designed and built was more complicated and extreme than they thought. He and Yi Sha had attempted to make a break through the foggy mist, but the result had been abysmal. At this moment, the two of them were not in their peak conditions. They had been gravely injured at that time and they had yet to fully recover from their injuries, rendering them too weak to overcome the crisis at hand. You want to go find our lord? Yi Sha stared at Yi Mei, accurately guessing at his intentions from the expression on his face. Here, only our noble lord will be able to traverse unimpeded. Yi Sha frowned as he considered it seriously, and he finally handed a little black snake over into Yi Mei's hand. When it dies, that means we have already found the young Mississippi. Yi Mei accepted the black snake and nodded. After bidding his farewells to Qiao Chu and the others, he immediately disappeared into the foggy mist. Although they were having difficulty moving forward in their exploration of the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff, leaving it though, was a relatively easy task. Surrounded by the endless dangers in all directions, they had no choice but to bring June Wuxiao into the picture. Otherwise, the unpardonable crime of losing June Wuxia was a charge no one in the world would be able to shoulder. Chapter 677, Escape from Heaven's End Cliff, 2. Qiao Chu and the others did not give too much of a reaction to Yi Mei's departure. After they had been flung out from the whirlwind, they had all sustained injuries. Fortunately for them, before they had descended down the Heaven's End cliff, June Wuxia had allocated some medicine and elixirs to each of them, and hence, that had allowed them to at least recover adequately in a short period of time, allowing them to carry out the search that quickly. Having searched relentlessly for so long, they were all feeling the toil in their legs as the chilling damp and freezing cold air continued to assault at their bodies, not helping the injuries they carried one tiny bit. Progressing slowly under the unending cloud of misty fog, they finally saw a change of terrain as they came upon a stretch of land that wasn't covered in green moss. On that scorched and blackened ground, they even saw that there was a pile of rocks, gathered and built up to resemble a simple and crude sort of house. Is that a house? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Qiao Chu rubbed at his eyes vigorously and blinked hard. Was the toil already causing him to develop hallucinations? It was impossible for a house to appear in the bottom of the unbelievably uninhabitable Heaven's End cliff. I'm not kidding. Your eyes should still be fine, because I am seeing it too. Fei Yan said, grabbing Qiao Chu on his arm. The stone house's sudden appearance had piqued all their interest, and just as they were about to approach it, Yi Sha suddenly stood in their path, blocking their way forward. Brother Yi Sha, what is it? Fanzhuo asked, noticing that Yi Sha's expression was rather wary. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes as he stared at the stone house. Someone is in that house. No light reached the bottom of the cliff and they were still a distance away from the stone house. They suddenly realized that the stone house was not within the circle of light thrown out from their spirit fire globes, but they could see the structure clearly. Slivers of light had escaped and were shining out through the cracks from inside, allowing the stone house to dimly show itself in the darkness before them. Yisha's words made the companions freeze in their tracks. Qiao Chu almost immediately exclaimed excitedly, "It's little Xie. It must be little Xie. I was thinking why we couldn't find her, so she had actually found herself a place like this." Qiao Chu was already strutting happily towards the stone house when he found himself suddenly pulled back by Yisha. "The person within the house holds a purple spirit," Yisha said with a cautious frown. When his eyes had first fallen upon the stone house, his first thought had been the same as Qiao Chu. But just as he was about to rush up, he detected the presence of a purple spirit in there. The spirit power's aura he felt was undoubtedly that of a purple spirit. What? Qiao Chu was suddenly shocked. Jun Wuxie was only a yellow spirit. If it was indeed a purple spirit in there, that person was most definitely not Jun Wuxie. Not exactly a true purple spirit, but that person must have employed certain methods to push his spirit powers to reach the purple level. Yisha's eyes were flashed with a cold gleam as he spoke. After hearing Yisha's words, the smiles on the faces of Qiao Chu and the others immediately stiffened. To be able to induce their spirit powers to reach the purple level must be someone from the middle realm. Someone from the middle realm, Hua Yao said, his eyes fixed on the house. It should be. Yisha nodded. Avoid? Fan Zhuo asked with an upraised eyebrow. Although he said that, his expression was nevertheless cold and his eyes murderous. The only people from the middle realm that would come to the Heaven's End cliff would be from the 12 palaces. All the companions harbored irreconcilable animosity against the 12 palaces, and with their hated enemy right before them, how could they hold themselves back? Such a nice quaint stone house should not be wasted on the trash from the 12 palaces. Qiao Chu said in a sneering tone. At that moment, the companions immediately came to the same conclusion and gathered their spirit powers, before they approached the stone house at the same time. Yisha had said that there was only one person in the house and he had not attained a true purple spirit. Hence, even in the bad state their bodies were in, the few of them together should still be more than a match. Chapter 678, Escape from Heaven's End Cliff, 3. Qiao Chu and the others approached the stone house slowly, a step at a time, and just as they were about to reach the stone house's door, the thick and heavy slab of door was suddenly slowly being opened. In the same moment, Qiao Chu and the others all raised their spirit powers to the purple level at the same time. Their spirit powers glowed purple, gathered in their palms, and they were all about to blast them right into the house. A tiny face with delicate features peeked out and appeared before the eyes of the companions. And her body was surrounded by a light purple glow as Jun Wuxie stared at all of them with a calm look in her eyes. Suddenly, all was silent. The spirit powers gathered in the palms of Qiao Chu and the others had raged like a strong burning fire, but were suddenly doused with a wave of cold water, fizzling out and then disappearing without a trace left. Little Xie. Qiao Chu was still rather dazed for another moment before he suddenly managed to somewhat regain his senses. He stared, still very much confused, at Jun Wuxie, whom they had all not seen for some time, his wide shocked eyes fixed on the slowly dissipating purple glow around Jun Wuxie's body. Something's really wrong with his eyes. His eyes are really seeing things. How could little Xie be a purple spirit? How long had it only been since they parted? Even if she was a god, there was no way she would be able to attain it so quickly. I must have overtired myself. Am I still asleep? Qiao Chu's face was frozen as he pinched himself very hard on his own thigh, and it was so painful he was really tearing up. This is goddamned real. He's not dreaming. Hua Yao finally recovered and he surveyed Jun Wuxie carefully, his eyes filled with puzzlement. Little Xie, how did you become a purple spirit? Although Jun Wuxie had been able to develop and advance her spirit powers really quickly all this time, but shouldn't it be impossible for her to attain the purple spirit in just a matter of days? Not to mention this was in the lower realm. Even if this was in the middle realm, they wouldn't be able to find such an unbelievable devil. Fan Zhuo's eyes showed some surprise, but he was able to recover quickly. Did you learn the middle realm's method of pushing your spirit powers level up? Fan Zhuo's words somehow managed to make Qiao Chu and the others to gain back their senses. Yisha had earlier mentioned that the person in the stone house was not a true purple spirit, and that was why they had assumed that it was someone from the 12 palaces in it, having employed the method exclusive to people from the middle realm, to elevate their spirit power level temporarily to reach the purple level. Never had they expected that it was Jun Wuxie in the stone house. That also meant that June Wuxia had been able to grasp the concept behind the ability of being able to temporarily raise one's spirit power level to the purple level, but where had she learned to do that? Filled with endless questions and with shock still reverberating in their minds, they finally discovered June Wuxia after days of searching, but such a great change had come over her. Was this lass really human or devil? June Wuxia looked at all her companions standing before the doorway, and she was silent a moment before she said, "Come in and talk." It was too cold outside and it was not conducive for conversation. Everyone entered quickly. As Yisha passed beside June Wuxia, he stopped to say, "Young miss, your subordinate had not been able to protect you properly and I have failed. I plead for my miss to mete out my overdue punishment." June Wuxia shook her head and ushered Yisha into the house. The house was a small structure, and after Qiao Chu and the others rushed in, it was getting rather cramped. Qiao Chu and the others were staring at the crude but practical mattress on the floor in a corner of the house. Lying upon the mattress, wrapped up in a bundle of clothes, was an unidentified black form, currently quietly curled up within the warm pile of clothes, sleeping soundly. Fanju's eyes widened in sudden recognition and he turned his head to ask June Wuxia, "Is that Lord Meme?" Fanjua could not help himself, but his eyes began to become slightly aggrieved. When June Wuxia had stayed at the little bamboo grove, Lord Meme had stayed there as well. Although Lord Meme had not really been bothered with Fanjua then, but when he saw such an adorable little thing like that reduced to such a pitiful state, Fanjua's heart went out to the little fella. Chapter 679, Escape from Heaven's End Cliff, 4. "You guys should see that," June Wuxia said, pointing at the wall behind all the others. Qiao Chu and everyone else turned their heads to look, but saw nothing unusual at first. But Rong Rua very quickly noticed that the stone blocks on the wall were filled with tiny characters etched into them. "I can see characters on it," Rong Rua told the others. Everyone went forward to look and they all finished reading all the tiny words carefully, sighing heavily at the end. "I had not thought that the 12 palaces would use the method of forcibly raising your spirit power to lure people to work for them." That man was rather pitiful. Based on the writings he left behind, he must have held a very high position in the lower realm and he had squandered it all with a moment's greed. Rong Rua sighed lightly, feeling a little sad for the owner of the stone house. The 12 palaces had never been easy to get along with. Accepting their favors and getting oneself indebted to them was as good as stepping onto the path towards death. Even if that man had not died here and he finally found the Dark Emperor's tomb in the end, he would still have ended up being killed just like their parents had been, under the persecution of the 12 palaces. "Little Xie, what does any of this has got anything to do with you attaining the purple spirit?" Qiao Chu asked, scratching at his head. Had they not just asked little Xie how she learnt the method of temporarily raising her spirit power level? June Wuxia walked over to the wall and pointed at a line right at the bottom corner. Everyone looked at where June Wuxia was pointing. They read it again and they all froze. That short line of words was so completely innocent-sounding and inconspicuous they had all thought nothing much of it when they had glanced through it earlier, and its meaning had not registered in their mind. But after June Wuxia pointed it out, an outrageous idea formed in their minds. "Don't tell me that you actually understood and learned how to temporarily raise your spirit power based on that one single short line." Qiao Chu's eyes were wide and his face in shock and disbelief. Those words might have been speaking the truth, but it was really much too vague. They themselves wouldn't have been able to understand the concept behind the technique of temporarily raising their spirit powers from it. In fact, they had not even linked them together at all. June Wuxia nodded and the room was suddenly filled with loud gasps. Everybody had their eyes all trained on June Wuxia, their shocked expressions looking like they were staring at a terrifying monster. When I had worked on improving the spirit healing technique earlier, I had conducted research on the transformation of spirit power for a period. Although I have not fully understood everything about it, but I have nevertheless achieved a good grasp of the basics. Hence, in the past several days, I had been contemplating what did it mean to burn up spirit power and how to transform the burnt spirit power into the higher level purple spirit. June Wuxia said expressionlessly. Throughout that period, she had not once left that stone house. Besides providing treatment for Lord Meme herself every single day, she had been incessantly trying to burn her spirit power. Finally, it was just today that she finally succeeded. Having just raised her spirit powers to attain the purple spirit, she felt completely different. The feeling of standing at the peak of spirit powers, whereby all her 5 senses were enhanced, was a feeling indescribable and words could not do it justice. And it was entirely because of that she detected people approaching the stone house. She opened the door to check outside and she saw Xiao Chu and the others. Jun Wuxie's voice was calm and unhurried. Although her soft voice was like a still lake, to the others who were listening, it was a hurricane that stirred up waves which rocked their minds. Just based on a vague and unclear line of words, and she was able to understand and gain a full grasp of the Middle Realm's most critical and profound phenomenon. Everyone knew Jun Wuxie was highly intelligent, but they had not thought that her intelligence would reach such astounding levels. Chapter 680, Escape from Heaven's End Cliff, 5. The method they employed to raise their spirit powers was not fully understood even by they themselves, as people from the Middle Realm. They had been able to use it all this time, but only as an ability that they had been born with. And if you were to ask them to dissect this unique ability and explain the entire concept to someone, that was something that would be completely beyond them. If the concept behind that ability was so easily understood, then the gap between the powers of the people between the Middle Realm and the Lower Realm would not be that huge. Not to mention mere young youths just like Xiao Chu and his companions, to even find people from the 12 palaces themselves who really understood the ability fully was difficult, as there were only a rare few, and the 12 palaces had been rather reluctant to use something like this as a lure for the Lower Realm people to risk their lives for them. With the exception of the owner of the stone house they were in, irregardless whether it was the Qingyun clan's Kutsang Ju or the Zephyr Academy's Ning Rui, they had not learned anything of the ability. That told Jun Wuxie that the 12 palaces had not been entirely willing to impart that knowledge and have it spread into the Lower Realm. As once the people in the Lower Realm start to understand the basis and concept of the ability and began to spread the knowledge, the power of the Lower Realm would surely increase and narrow the gap of the mites between the two realms. Even with something that even the mighty 12 palaces held so close to their chests and were so unwilling to part with, Jun Wuxie had actually used just a few days to fully decipher and learn it all. And that was just based on a line of words that vaguely mentioned about the ability that all the others had completely missed. If all of them had not been traveling with Jun Wuxie all this time, and knew that Jun Wuxie was undoubtedly from the Lower Realm, they would have misunderstood her to be just like themselves, where they were all from the Middle Realm. How did the Lower Realm produce such a heaven-defying prodigious little devil? Even Yisha was shocked by Jun Wuxie's unbelievable capabilities. I had thought little Xie was a genius. It seems that I couldn't have been more wrong. This girl is not human, I tell you, she is just godly. Xiao Chu was completely humbled before Jun Wuxie's capabilities. Just based on a vague-sounding line of words, to uncover the most critically held secret of the Middle Realm's widespread phenomenon, and to learn it in a matter of days under the heavens, only Jun Wuxie alone was capable of such a feat. Xiao Chu's whisper to the others made Jun Wuxie suspicious. Have I said anything wrong? Jun Wuxie thought over everything she had said earlier, and did not find anything wrong. But, why is everyone looking at her so strangely? Rongrua finally laughed out loud and shook her head. But I am still not too adept at the ability yet. That was just my first successful attempt earlier, and to be able to use it just like all of you, I will still require a period of time. Jun Wuxie gave up on deciphering her teammates' strange expressions. The only thing on her mind now was the newly acquired ability of temporarily raising the level of her spirit power. If she was able to succeed, then that ability would not be used just by her alone in the Lower Realm. Her grandfather, her uncle, the Rui Lin army after. She was well versed in it, she would be able to record it down in detail and send it to the Lin Palace. Xiao Chu and the others took quite a while to fully accept that Jun Wuxie had so quickly been able to learn how to temporarily raise her spirit power level. Just recovering from their shock, with everyone all together in the safety of the stone house, and their incessant worry for Jun Wuxie's disappearance finally resolved, the crushing weariness and agonizing pain from their injuries finally erupted and came over them hard. In moments, several of them had fallen to the floor, gasping heavily while sitting upon the ground. Jun Wuxie stared at all of her teammates who were just roaring with life moments ago, but suddenly sitting on the ground all pale-faced, she suddenly understood that the past few days that her companions had experienced should have been very much different from what she had gone through. This crude stone house that Drunk Lotus had discovered had turned out to be a good place for Jun Wuxie to rest and recover, and although rather lacking, it had still kept out quite a bit of the dangers around. Chapter 681, Escape from Heaven's End Cliff, 6. Xiao Chu and all the others had not been that lucky. They had gathered to come together one after another, and they could only use elixirs to stabilize their injuries temporarily, dragging their completely wearied bodies to carry on with the search, and their bodies should have collapsed, but they had bravely soldiered on, sustained purely only by the deep worry they held for their missing teammate. June Wuxie inspected her teammate's condition without a word and was relieved to find that they had not sustained injuries that were too severe and would recover fully with proper rest. "We cannot continue to stay here at the Heaven's End cliff. We will need to go back," Fanjua said, staring at his arm that June Wuxie had just bandaged up for him. They were now fully aware of the treacherous dangers that filled the Heaven's End cliff through this expedition, and they knew that without a full map, finding the exact location of the Dark Emperor's tomb under the blinding misty fog was next to impossible. Back when their parents had found the Dark Emperor's tomb, they had no come to the Heaven's End cliff alone, but with other companions. There had been 8 of them, and they had been from 7 different palaces, making a total of 7 teams altogether. But the number of people who had managed to locate the tomb in the end had only been 8. To have been chosen by the 12 palaces for the search, they were all without exception the topmost ranked fighters they had. Even when the 12 palaces had sent their best of the best, the majority of the people they sent had not survived. Besides the 8 from 7 different palaces who managed to make their way to the tomb, 5 whole teams from the test of the palaces had all been completely wiped out. Xiao Chu and the others were now considered to be very powerful in the lower realm, but when faced with the traps put together by the Dark Regime, they were suddenly so insignificant. June Wuxie nodded. They had achieved what they came here for, to find out more about the Heaven's End cliff. They knew for sure it was impossible for them to locate the end destination at this point, and they had not intentions of dragging it out. Fanjua and the others calmed their hearts and allowed their bodies to rest, as they prepared to leave the Heaven's End cliff. The teammates rested for 3 full days in the stone house, and they finished up the last of their rations and supply of water, having decided to depart from this living hell. June Wuxie was carrying Lord Meme in her arms, the last one to step out from the stone house when she turned back and looked at the crude stone structure. She quietly handed Lord Meme over to Yisha before she once again faced the stone house from which she had gained a lot from. Xiao Chu and the others stared at June Wuxie in puzzlement when they saw that a silver ring had suddenly appeared in her hand. June Wuxie's head was lowered as she looked at the old and unused ring she held. That ring had been found in a corner asking the wall and was assumed to have belonged to the previous owner of the stone house. When he had died, the ring's spirit had also departed, and the ring was now just an ordinary ring without any spirit power. June Wuxie rubbed at the shiny surface of the ring and kept silent for a while before she suddenly put the ring onto her finger. The next moment, she was suddenly kneeling upon the ground. And facing the stone house, she solemnly bowed and hit her head 3 times loudly upon the ground. "I know not of your name, but you had still imparted knowledge to me and is now acknowledged as a revered master of June Wuxie. Although you are no longer living in this world, I would still like to bring you out of the Heaven's End cliff as was your wish." June Wuxie's voice was solemn and steady, her clear eyes steely and determined. Although it had been just a short line, it had allowed her to acquire an important skill. No matter from how long ago the man had died, he would forever be her master. Cloaked in the enveloping silence within the misty fog, Xiao Chu and the others waited patiently as they looked at June Wuxie. After hearing her words, their faces all broke into a smile. As June Wuxie's voice faded into the mist, the stone house which had stood erect for God knows how long, suddenly gave a shudder, and the stone house that had sheltered June Wuxie in the past days suddenly collapsed in a moment. The blocks of stone fell and shattered upon the scorched and blackened ground, kicking up a big billowing cloud of dust. Within the cloud, June Wuxie thought she could faintly discern the stalwart figure of a man, illusionary and surreal, seemingly with a smile on his face. However, the dust quickly fell and settled, the figure disappearing quickly into nothing. Chapter 682, Escape from Heaven's End Cliff, 7. The one who had been trapped for years at the bottom of the cliff, living in an environment unfit for humans, and finally dying filled with regrets in that place, never to be able to leave the hell that claimed him. All that he wished for, yearned endlessly for, was only to escape from this nightmarish prison. June Wuxie had always believed that when a man died, his spirit remains. That momentary illusory figure might have been a figment of her imagination, or it could be that man's greatest wish had finally been granted and his spirit liberated. But regardless of what that was, manifestation or not, she would bring the silver ring out of that place, which would also mean bringing far away the last trace that man had left behind in the world away from his accursed hell, granting the long-awaited release from the binding chains that had the man's spirit trapped, to finally rest in peace. June Wuxie got up slowly and turned around, her face completely calm, as she walked towards Qiao Chu and the others. The blocks of stones that lay in a scatter over the scorched and blackened ground was gradually being covered by the foggy mist. Maybe after a few centuries or even a millennium, they would also disappear completely from the world, where no one would ever find a single trace that the stone house had once existed. The journey back would be much easier than when they had made their way here, traversing paths unfamiliar and foreign to them. Even with the all-encompassing misty fog surrounding them, Fei Yan was still able to accurately point out the direction they had come in. Even knowing which areas were safe for them to step on, through the sinkhole-filled boggy marsh. The companions traveled through the heavy fog, slowly returning to the point they had first stepped on, when they came to the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff. At the sight of the rope still hanging down the cliff's face, all of them could not help themselves but break into smiles. Finally. We are leaving this accursed place. Qiao Chu turned to look back at the thick swirling mist and said. This particular adventure would forever leave an indelible mark in all their memories. They were leaving, but there would come a day that they will return to this place once more. Tearing through the layers of mystifying fog, and finding the Dark Emperor's treasures. Before climbing up onto the ropes, June Wuxie and everyone else used the spirit powers to check the condition of their ropes. After making sure they were still secure enough and able to hold their weight, they quickly jumped up onto the ropes and planted their feet firmly on the cliff's surface and began to climb up. The hell that has brought them endless unease and caused them countless setbacks in the past days was being gradually swallowed up by the heavy white mist, slowly disappearing completely from their sight. But they all knew deep in their hearts that everything below the mist were still all there, and no matter whether it was the present or in the future, it would contribute to exist. This living hell would never ever disappear. Having had the experience from the descent, everyone was a lot more reliable, and they knew by now, the closer they were to the bottom, the more treacherous it was for them. They quickened their pace, trying their best to shorten the process. They soon passed through the great gusts of winds, leapt through the freezing mist, and above their heads, they could see faint traces of light beginning to show through the swirling fog. That was no longer the light that depended on the combustion of spirit stones, but a natural warm glow that came from the sun itself. When they finally set foot atop the Heaven's End cliff, facing into the blinding and welcoming sunlight, everything that had happened before at the bottom of that cliff suddenly felt just like a dream. We have finally made it to the top, Fan Zhuo said, his face towards the sun he had not seen for too long, baking in its comforting warmth, and his heart that had been filled with dread for too long finally settled into some semblance of peace. Young Master June. You all are finally back. Mu Qianfan, who had been waiting on top of the Heaven's End cliff all this time, came running over excitedly the moment he caught sight of June Wuxie and the others. His injuries were all healed, and he had even removed all the bandages from his face. His face, that was filled with countless scars, had however broken into a genuine and contagious wide smile. June Wuxie did not reply. Her head was raised up, facing into the mid-afternoon sun, thinking that the sun was really blindingly bright. Chapter 683, Return Journey, 1. At that moment, June Wuxie wasn't feeling the least bit discouraged even with all that had happened, and she just wanted to see the clear skies above and feel the warm sunrays shining upon her. It wasn't until the glare from the sun was hurting her eyes that June Wuxie finally turned away and lowered her head to look at the silver ring she wore on her finger. Under the strong sun, the silver ring reflected the light brightly. Riding once again on the horse carriage, it felt as if it was a lifetime ago since they rode it last. The first day on the horse carriage, everyone leaned heavily against the side of the carriage and fell into deep sleep. With the absence of the nagging feelings of dangers and insecurity, the companions could finally find peaceful sleep. The incessant rocking and even the jolts of the horse carriage as it went over the bumps did not interrupt the companions' rest. All of them remained in their blissful dreams. In the days that followed, June Wuxie did not stop with her attempts at raising her spirit power to the purple spirit level, and with Qiao Chu and the others guiding her from the side, she progressed swimmingly and quickly grasped all the most critical point of her new ability. But there was one thing: although June Wuxie was able to temporarily raise her spirit power to gain the might of a purple spirit, the period she was able to maintain in that state was extremely short. To raise her level to reach the purple spirit, she would need to burn all the spirit power within her at her fastest rate, pushing the raging spirit power to immediately break through the different level constraints. The resulting drain from the all-out effort, however, did not allow her to sustain it for too long. The length of time where one could temporarily raise their spirit powers to achieve the purple spirit level was based entirely on the person's original amount of spirit power. If he was merely a red spirit, even if he managed to raise it up, he would last 1 minute at most. If an indigo spirit user were to raise his spirit power to the purple level, it would be much easier and he would be able to remain in that state for a much longer period of time. Like in the instance of Xiao Chu and the others, they were currently in the region of a blue spirit level and they were able to remain in their purple spirit state for about 40 over minutes. Jun Wuxia was now only at the yellow spirit level and she was only able to maintain it for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes would sound to be an incredibly short period of time. But properly employed at the most critical times, it could very well turn the tables completely. It was as good as saying that as long as Jun Wuxia did not meet anyone from the middle realm to be her opponent, she stood a good chance of winning even if the opponent was an indigo spirit user. All along the return journey, everyone was conspicuously more subdued as compared to when they had come. Fei Yan was always plotting and drawing out a map of the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff. Although he did not have a full picture of the entire place, he was however still able to draw and mark out the places they had passed based on memory. Rong Ruo was always engaged with Jun Wuxia, clearing up any doubts that Jun Wuxia might have towards the ability of raising spirit powers, while Fan Zhuo had not once let go of Lord Meme who was still drifting in and out of consciousness. After sustaining such severe injuries, Lord Meme was in a drastically bad shape. If Jun Wuxia had not unselfishly piled all types of elixirs she had in her possession to save it, Lord Meme might not have made it through till today. But even when that was the case, its current condition was still not entirely encouraging to see. Extreme weakness had caused Lord Meme to be unable to even utter a sound and it had till today, still been unable to even stand upright. Its burnt flesh had turned a little hard and any careless or slightly bigger movements would cause the skin to split. Jun Wuxia had patiently applied the salve she had prepared specifically for Lord Meme every time, but to properly cure the condition, she needed to wait till they got back to the little bamboo grove and use the stock of herbs there to produce other kinds of medicine. As Lord Meme was still unable to stand, Jun Wuxia carried it out from the carriage every day, to let Lord Meme graze on the grass upon the ground. The always greedy Lord Meme couldn't even lift its spirits while it grazed on the fresh green grass. As its entire body was badly burnt, even opening its mouth to chew on the grass was a big torture for it. Just opening its mouth slightly wider would cause its mouth to tear and the pain made eating a simply agonizing task. Jun Wuxia noticed all of it and her heart wrenched to see Lord Meme in that state. Finally, Drunk Lotus produced some fresh lotus leaves and he tore them up into little bits, before feeding them slowly into Lord Meme's mouth. Chapter 684, Return Journey, 2. In that way, that would allow Lord Meme to avoid having to open its mouth wide and cause Lord Meme's skin to split on one hand, and on the other, the lotus leaves that Drunk Lotus gave were from the rare snow lotus that had very good healing properties, and they tasted much better than green grass. Without having to suffer pain while eating, Lord Meme seemed to feel a little better. Though it was still unable to stand on its own feet and its forehooves remained curled up under its belly as it lay in Jun Wuxia's arms. After every meal, it would always struggle to raise its bare and wooless head, still dark and blackened, and snuggle close against Jun Wuxia's body, just like it had done all along. But the soft and cuddly, immensely furry little adorable creature was now a frightful and ghastly sight to see, looking nothing like its originally coy, bumbling and adorably foolish self. Every time Jun Wuxia saw the tiny figure cringe due to pain and fright, where Lord Meme would then lean more tightly against her, Jun Wuxia's heart would always cringe from the hurt she was feeling from the sight. Initially, when the sheep was still in its peak condition when she had first met it, the pain from the little pinpricks the companions had inflicted on its gigantic beast form had sent Lord Meme running away in retreat. But at the most critical moment in the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff, Lord Meme had selflessly knocked Jun Wuxia away and put itself in the path of the terrifying green ball of flame. And the resulting pain and agony it was still under, could not be compared in any way from what they had first given it. Lord Meme struggled to continue with its coquettish ways every day, as was its habit all this while, seemingly thinking that would continue to win its feed-stress favor. While seeing Lord Meme's eyes squinting in pain while looking at Jun Wuxia longingly, Jun Wuxia could feel her eyes beginning to burn up. She gathered her spirit power to gradually wrap around Lord Meme, to prevent her touch from causing it any unnecessary and excruciating pain. There is no need, you do not need to do this. Just rest yourself well and you will recover very soon. Jun Wuxia did not dare cuddle Lord Meme closer to her, afraid that it would cause it harm and agonizing pain. She could only look into those eyes, half closed in pain and whisper softly to it. Lord Meme did not seem to understand why June Wuxia no longer wanted its affections anymore. In the past, didn't its feed stress enjoy it very much? It might have been too tired, or it might have been too painful. After Lord Meme gave out that single bleat weekly, it fell once again into a deep sleep. Its tiny body had wanted to curl up tightly to find some security, but its badly burnt skin had no elasticity at the moment, and any stretching of the skin would tear and split, causing much pain. Hence, Lord Meme could only lie in June Wuxia's arms, its body stiff and rigid. "I will never call you a dumb sheep anymore, you must get well quickly." The black cat went to lie on June Wuxia's lap, slowly drawing closer to the sleeping Lord Meme, but was careful not to touch, putting as small a distance as possible between them, to affectionately hover close to the sheep. From the moment that Lord Meme had sacrificed its own body to shield June Wuxia, the little black cat had fully accepted the little fella as its ally and partner. The days passed one after another, and after an arduous journey, June Wuxia finally saw the silhouette of Chanlin Town appearing over the horizon. Upon reaching Chanlin Town, June Wuxia immediately rushed to the inn and booked a room. She then laid Lord Meme upon the soft bed and left instructions for the little black cat to take good care of Lord Meme. She left straight after towards the Chanlin auction house, as it was known throughout the whole Chanlin town. That place held the most stock of rare and precious herbs. Before they returned to the Zephyr Academy, she needed to first stabilize Lord Meme's condition. Xiao Chu and the others were exhausted, but there were few days left before the selections for disciples from the branch division to be promoted into the main division began. They had initially intended to snatch the map from Ning Rui immediately upon coming back, but the time they spent at the Heaven's End Cliff had taken longer than they thought, and the selections would start once they got back to the academy. Moreover, June Wuxia needed to first treat Lord Meme's injuries, and they did not see the need to rush things at that moment. After a rushed goodbye to June Wuxia and Fan Zhua, Xiao Chu and the others immediately started on their way back to the branch division, to prepare themselves for the upcoming selections. Chapter 685, Startling Change at Zephyr, 1. June Wuxia, Fan Zhua, and Yisha remained behind in Chanlin Town. The toil from the long journey back might not have affected the companions much, but to the frail and weakened Lord Meme, it had been pure torture. If she had continued to push ahead on their journey to return back to the Zephyr Academy, even June Wuxia was not too sure that she would be able to successfully treat Lord Meme to make a complete recovery. "I have gone to the pharmacy and got the herbs you requested. I'll just leave them here." Fan Zhua lifted a huge bag of herbs to put on the table in June Wuxia's room. Besides the Chanlin auction house's rare and expensive herbs, June Wuxia needed some common herbs as well. June Wuxia nodded as she prepared a medical bath for Lord Meme. As Lord Meme had suffered burns over its entire body, the healing effects from common salves and creams would not be adequate, and June Wuxia had simply just purchased a little wooden tub and concocted a mix of a variety of herbs to create a thick, soothing medicinal bath for Lord Meme to soak its entire body in. "Will Lord Meme recover fully?" Fan Zhua asked worriedly as he looked at June Wuxia putting the weakly Lord Meme into the medicinal bath. "It will," June Wuxia replied, with strong determination. Fan Zhua did not want to get in June Wuxia's way and was about to leave when Yisha came in through the door. When his eyes saw Fan Zhua, his eyes flashed briefly with a strange expression. "I'll go ask the innkeeper to prepare us some food and send it over later," Fan Zhua said, smiling at Yisha, leaving the room quickly after saying that. Yisha frowned slightly, seemingly thinking hard about something. He hesitated a moment at the door before he entered and turned to shut the door tight. "Young Mississippi," Yisha greeted, kneeling with one knee on the ground. June Wuxia was intently observing Lord Meme's condition, and she just acknowledged softly. "Under young Miss orders, I have already managed to gain some understanding on the recent and current situation back at the Zephyr Academy," Yisha reported with his head lowered. Their time of return had coincidentally coincided with the Zephyr Academy's month-end holidays, and Chanlin Town was currently filled with many youths dressed in the Zephyr Academy's uniform. Although June Wuxia was still unable to go back, she had ordered Yisha to go around the town and snoop out the latest news about the Zephyr Academy. "What happened?" June Wuxia asked, noticing the abnormal tone in Yisha's voice. Yisha remained silent a moment before he solemnly said, "The headmaster of the Zephyr Academy died 2 weeks ago." June Wuxia's hand froze in mid-air and she turned her head to look at Yisha, her cold gaze tinged with inquiry. "Fan Chi is dead?" Yisha nodded. Who did it? Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed as she asked. She had not met Fan Qi that many times and did not consider herself to be close to him. But Fan Qi was Fan Jin's father and Fan Zhuo's foster parent. Fan Zhuo was indebted to Fan Qi for saving his life and for bringing him up. If not for Fan Qi, Fan Zhuo would not be alive today. Jun Wuxie did not know Fan Qi too well and only knew that he was just as forthright and as righteous as Fan Jin. He was amicable and impartial, and although not really considered a hero, but he was nevertheless a great man and a good headmaster. How did such a man die so suddenly? Furthermore, in regards to the matter, all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy knew nothing else about it, but just that the headmaster had died. Yisha reported everything he had heard faithfully. It's Ning Rue. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed to a slit. Yisha said, Ning Rue's power is still a notch below Fan Qi's. If based on skills alone, he does not have what it takes to kill Fan Qi. Jun Wuxie replied with her brow furrowed up, a prerequisite condition must first be fulfilled for your assumption to be valid. I implore my young miss to enlighten me. Jun Wuxie's eyes lowered and she said chillingly, only if Fan Qi has his guard up against Ning Rue, would your assumption be possible. Chapter 686, Startling Change at Zephyr, 2. Fan Qi and Ning Rue had shared many meals at the same table for years and years. Ning Xin had just passed on, and although it was exposed that Ning Xin had plotted to kill Fan Jin just before her death, Ning Rue had at that moment cleverly chosen to sacrifice her daughter as a pawn to protect himself. Under those circumstances, Fan Qi would only feel endless guilt and not put up his guard against Ning Rue. And Jun Wuxie had not expected that so soon after they left the Zephyr Academy, Fan Qi would die so suddenly. The matter would most definitely not be a fact the Fan brothers would be able to accept easily. Jun Wuxie lowered her head to consider the situation a moment before she said, don't tell Fan Zhuo about this for the time being. Yes, young Mississippi. Yisha said. By the time Fan Zhuo returned, Yisha had already left. The waiter served a table full of dishes and Fan Zhuo smilingly invited Jun Wuxie to sit down to eat. Nothing could be seen from Jun Wuxie's calm demeanor, and after just taking 2 mouthfuls, she suddenly put down her chopsticks. I will be making a trip back to the Zephyr Academy. Fan Zhuo cast a glance at Lord Meme on the bed and asked with uncertainty, will Lord Meme's condition be strong enough to make the trip? Jun Wuxie shook her head. I have something back at the bamboo grove that can help Lord Meme with its condition. Lord Meme cannot be moved at the moment, and so, I will need you to remain behind to help me look after it. Me. Fan Zhuo was shocked. Why don't you tell me what it is and I'll go back and get it for you? If you are gone and anything happens to Lord Meme, I'm afraid that I will not be able to handle it. I will need to concoct some medicine back there and you wouldn't be able to do it for me anyway. Rest assured, I have stabilized Lord Meme's condition and I will also leave behind some medicine. You will only need to let Lord Meme soak in the bath 3 times a day and that will be all you need to do. Jun Wuxie paused a moment before she continued, but remember one thing. I will need you to keep an eye on Lord Meme throughout the day during this period, and if anything unexpected crops up, immediately send someone to inform me back at the Zephyr Academy. You can just get the waiter to send the food up here into the room every day. Fan Zhuo nodded, and did not put up any further protest. All right, we'll do it as what you say. Jun Wuxie continued with the meal, restraining her eyes from showing any expression. She did not intend to let Fan Zhuo know of Fan Qi's death at the moment. Fan Zhuo might be highly intelligent, but Fan Qi was someone that Fan Zhuo held close to his heart and meant a lot to him. Fan Zhuo had even selflessly put his own life at risk in order to protect the Fan family's father and son before, and it was a given now he would undoubtedly rush back to the Zephyr Academy if he were to know of Fan Qi's demise. The actual situation in the Zephyr Academy was currently still unclear, and with Fan Qi's death, Ning Rue as the vice headmaster of the Zephyr Academy would hold the immediate next highest position. If Fan Zhuo were to return at this moment, Ning Rue would undoubtedly plot to harm him. Fan Zhuo, in a situation where he would be expected to be enraged and rash in his actions, Jun Wuxie wasn't sure if he would be able to react accordingly. Instead of that, she decided to first go back to the Zephyr Academy to find out more about the situation. Jun Wuxie had not told Fan Zhuo the entire truth about Lord Meme's condition as well. Actually, Lord Meme would only need to rest another 2 days and it would be able to safely travel on the road. But June Wuxia had needed an excuse that she could use to make Fanzhuo remain in Chanlin town, and Lord Meme's injuries had been the most convenient and believable excuse. Not allowing him to leave the room and to watch over Lord Meme throughout the day had been to prevent Fanzhuo from hearing about Fan Qi's death from other people. Sitting opposite June Wuxia, Fanzhuo continued to eat. Never at that moment would he come to think, at that very moment, his foster father was no longer living in this world. 3 days later, June Wuxia bid farewell to Fanzhuo and Lord Meme, as she climbed into the horse carriage that would take her back to the Zephyr Academy. Ning Rue, I would really like to see just what kind of furor you have wrought upon the Zephyr Academy. June Wuxia said as her eyes narrowed to a dangerous slit. Chapter 687, Startling Change at Zephyr, 3. The Zephyr Academy was as quiet as usual, and everything looked like nothing had ever happened. Within the compounds, idle disciples could be seen all over the place. They were gathered in groups of 3s and 5s and were laughing and giggling among themselves as they passed. When June Wuxia walked into the academy, she did not attract the attention of others. She passed through the main thoroughfare and went towards the bamboo grove at the side. Just as she was about to enter, a loud exclamation suddenly sounded, coming from a youth behind. June Xie. Are you June Xie? June Wuxia turned her head and saw that it was a youth wearing the jade emblem on his chest that showed he was from the spirit healer faculty. As June Wuxia started expressionlessly at him, the youth suddenly seemed to become conscious of his own overly excited self, and he then smiled sheepishly. I'm sorry, I must have startled you. I am a disciple in the spirit healer faculty, and having not seen you for such a long while, I was just too surprised to suddenly see you appear here. What is it? June Wuxia asked softly. The youth scratched at his head awkwardly and said, Nothing really, but are you intending to go to the dwelling in the bamboo grove? About that. The dwelling had not been occupied for a while, and nobody has come to clean up the place for many days. Wouldn't you rather stay in the dormitories instead? The youth said stiffly. He wanted to get a little more familiar with June Wuxia but could not find anything much to say, and could only say the first thing that came to his mind. When June Wuxia and Fanzhuo had left the Zephyr Academy, nobody else besides Fan Jin and Fan Qi had any knowledge of it. All the other people had thought June Wuxia had left due to tasks assigned to her by Gu Lisheng, and Fan Qi had used the reason that Fanzhuo had been sent outside for treatment of his condition. Nobody. What about Fan Jin? June Wuxia asked, an eyebrow raised suddenly. Before she came back, she had been thinking whether Ning Rue's hand would extend out to reach Fan Jin after cold-bloodedly murdering Fan Qi. If Fan Jin was still around, even if she and Fanzhuo were not in the Zephyr Academy, he would not allow the dwelling in the little bamboo grove to be left unattended. The youth was dumbfounded, and a strange look came upon his face. He immediately turned to look around him, and after making sure there was nobody else around, he walked a few steps into the bamboo grove and turned to beckon at June Wuxia. Seeing that the other party obviously had something he wanted to tell her away from prying ears, June Wuxia followed after him. As you were not in the academy all this time, you might not know that the headmaster he was killed about 2 weeks ago. June Wuxia looked at the youth without a flicker of expression on her face. The youth then continued to say, Do you who was the one who killed the headmaster? Who else could it be but Ning Rue? June Wuxia sneered in her heart, but her face was as expressive as a rock. It was Fan Jin. June Wuxia's eyes widened ever so slightly. The youth then lowered his voice and whispered conspiratorially, When the headmaster died, there were only him and Fan Jin alone in the office. Just before it happened, the academy guards had heard the two of them quarreling, and when the guards went to investigate, they found the headmaster already dead. Fan Qi had been killed on the spot with a sharp sword stuck through his chest, and when the locked door to the office was opened, Fan Jin was the only person alive in there still holding the blood-smeared sword in his hand. At that moment, everyone knew that it was Fan Jin who murdered the headmaster. Fan Jin was Fan Qi's son, and there was no believable reason for Fan Jin to kill his father. But Fan Qi had always claimed Fan Jin to be his adopted son to everyone else all those years and presented Fanzhuo as his biological son instead. That was done with the intention to protect Fanzhuo, but Fan Qi would never have thought that it would now turn out to be the reason Fan Jin was being pushed into the eye of the wrecking storm kicking up within the Zephyr Academy. Everyone in the Zephyr Academy knew, throughout the generations, the esteemed position of the headmaster had always been passed down to their children, and Fan Qi had 2 sons. One was the Zephyr Academy's highly popular and well-regarded Fan Jin, and the other was Fanzhuo, who had been all weak and sickly from young. Chapter 688, Startling Change at Zephyr, 4. Fanjua's health had always been frail and Fan Jin as the adopted son had nevertheless always still been treated no different by Fan Qi, just like he did with his biological son. If things had continued on as per status quo, Fanjua's ill health would most probably not allow his body to take much more of the toil and expire, which made everyone expect the esteemed position of headmaster to irrefutably fall right into Fan Jin's lap next. But an unexpected problem came into the picture with Fanjua's health. Under Jun Wuxie's treatment, Fanjua's health gradually began to improve. Fanjua, who had not even been fit enough to step out of the academy, had in the recent period gone out of the Zephyr Academy 2 times. Judging from Fanjua's actions, the people in the Zephyr Academy could clearly see that the youth who had been frail and sickly since young was slowly recovering from his ailments. With the biological son, Fanjua's recovery, it would suddenly make the adopted son, Fan Jin's position suddenly precarious and awkward. Hence, everyone was quick to surmise that Fan Jin had been quarreling with Fan Qi over the succession issue when things had gotten out of hand and he had killed Fan Qi. With that conjecture, and having the guards finding Fan Jin with the blood-smeared sword in his hands within the sealed office, everything seemed crystal clear. The crime of murdering Fan Qi had been heaped upon Fan Jin's head, and while he should have been dealt with immediately, an honorary dean had unexpectedly suddenly returned. Honorary deans in big-name academies were not uncommon, and those positions were usually held by highly skilled and exceptionally powerful exponents. They were not required to do anything and were not even expected to show up at the academy. They were only needed to extend their assistance when things at the academy get difficult, and the honorary deans would get to enjoy tempting special privileges and benefits from the respective academies. The Zephyr Academy had 3 honorary deans, and although they held the title of dean, the authority they commanded was still below that of a headmaster. But within the walls of the academy, their words would however not be easily disregarded. That honorary dean was an old friend of Fan Qi, and he had known the Fan brothers when they were very young kids. After he got wind of news that Fan Jin had murdered Fan Qi, he had immediately come in to resist against all those who wished to harm or take Fan Jin's life. But the matter was linked to the murder of the headmaster, and to everyone in the Zephyr Academy, the incident was extremely severe. Even with an honorary dean resisting the prosecution, that would only be able to delay the inevitable. If no evidence could be produced to overturn the charges leveled at Fan Jin, he could be put to death at any time. At that moment, Fan Jin was a prisoner in his own room, and there were guards outside it at all times of the day. When the headmaster died, according to tradition, all the responsibilities and affairs of the Zephyr Academy should have been immediately handed over to his 2 sons. But as Fan Jin was the main suspect accused of murdering Fan Qi, he had been quickly imprisoned, and on the other hand, Fanjua was coincidentally not in the academy, hence the control of the entire academy had fallen into the hands of the next highest authority, who was the vice-headmaster, Ning Rui. "So would you want to go stay in the dormitories first?" The youth repeated himself once more as he looked at Jun Xie's now icy expression, unable to find any topic to continue with the conversation. Everyone knew that Jun Xie had Fan Jin shared a rather strong relationship, and when Jun Xie had initially been wrongly accused by the masses, only Fan Jin had stood by Jun Xie and got her back, choosing to believe in Jun Xie. And it was also Fan Jin who had introduced Jun Xie to Fanjua. Now that Fan Jin was in trouble, the youth wondered what kind of thoughts Jun Wuxie had about it. "There is no need." Jun Wuxie replied tonelessly and turned on her heel to walk towards the dwelling within the little bamboo grove. After having gotten rid of Fan Qi, Jun Wuxie knew that Ning Rui would not let Fan Jin off. But she had not guessed that Ning Rui's mind was capable of such a meticulous plot to have used Fan Qi's death to drag Fan Jin together into the muck. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, an admirable plot indeed. Chapter 689, Meeting Again, 1. In just a short 2 weeks, the dwelling in the little bamboo grove was already covered in a layer of dust. The once peaceful and tranquil little yard was already showing the very first signs of neglect. Jun Wuxie pushed open the doors leading into the tiny yard, walking slowly into the once familiar place. Suddenly, she halted her steps in the middle of the yard, as her eyes swept towards the tightly locked doors to the kitchen. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed slightly and her figure blurred before the locked doors were blasted open with a great kick the very next moment. The quick and agile figure moved like a mini hurricane within the interior, and Jun Wuxie's hand closed upon another figure hidden within the pile of straw in the corner and picked him up. Ah! 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 A dirty and ragged figure was dragged out roughly by Jun Wuxie. The person's arms were flailing vigorously in the air and unintelligible wails were emitting from his mouth. Ah Jing. Jun Wuxia looked through the dirt on the person's face and finally recognized the person for who he was. She slowly released her grip and stared at the almost unrecognizably wretched-looking Ah Jing. Ah Jing's once fairly fine-featured face was now covered in dirt and dust, pieces of broken straw caught in his matted hair, and his clothes terribly messed up, looking completely different from his previous clean and neat self. Ever since Ah Jing was driven out of the little bamboo grove by Fenzhua, Jun Wuxia had not seen Ah Jing again. She only knew that Ah Jing had gone back to the Zephyr Academy and studied there as a disciple. So, how did he come to appear here? After regaining back his freedom of movement, Ah Jing scrambled like a frightened animal, shivering as he crawled and clawed his way, to hide himself back under the dirty pile of straw to cover himself, showing only a pair of eyes filled with terror and fright, as they looked at Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia's eyes narrowed in thought. Ah Jing's reaction was rather strange. Those eyes filled with undisguised horror was seemingly telling her they did not recognize her in the least, but just displayed plain terror and their wish to escape. Jun Wuxia attempted to approach him a little and that only made Ah Jing wail loudly. Ah! Ah! His wide-open mouth revealed his half-severed tongue and in terror, he clutched at bunches of straw around him and threw them onto Jun Wuxia. Someone had cut off Ah Jing's tongue. Jun Wuxia stared at the crazed and insane Ah Jing and her face creased up into a frown. Her eyes scanned over Ah Jing and she discovered that it wasn't only his tongue, but the little finger on his left hand had been broken off, presumably some time ago, as its neat cut had already scabbed over, but the filthy environment had caused the wound to become inflamed, where white pus and dark dirt were mixed together, smeared over his hands. There were even other wounds, big and small, around his neck area, similarly covered in dust and dirt, which were not obvious at first glance. What had Ah Jing been put through? His current demeanor was showing he had completely lost his mind. Jun Wuxia's eyes continued to be fixed upon Ah Jing. In order to not agitate him into continuing to wail, Jun Wuxia took a slight step backwards. Although she did not appreciate Ah Jing's slow wits and naivety, she did not deny Ah Jing's unwavering loyalty to Fenzhua. You are Jun Xie. A voice filled with mirth suddenly sounded behind Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia swirled quickly. A sinisterly handsome-looking youth had suddenly appeared about 7 steps behind her. And that was a face that Jun Wuxia had seen before. So you are Jun Xie. What a coincidence. The moment the youth had seen Jun Wuxia, he had begun to smile uncontrollably. His already incredibly attractive face became even more dazzling because of that smile. But, Jun Wuxia was not exactly in the mood to appreciate anyone's good looks. Because, standing before her eyes, was the same youth she had seen at the Chanlin auction house that day, who had stirred up a bloody storm when he slaughtered those men. Chapter 690, Meeting Again, 2. Gu Ying tilted his head sideways and his eyes surveyed Jun Wuxia from head to toe, as a sinister smile played across his lips. Why? You don't remember me. Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes and she discreetly put up her guard. This person was more powerful than even Qiao Chu and the others, who was obviously from the Middle Realm. Although it was not certain whether the other party was from the 12 Palaces, this person had however previously at the auction house murdered a whole bunch of people without even blinking, which revealed just how dangerous he could be. What was someone from the Middle Realm doing appearing here? Jun Wuxia quickly noticed on Gu Ying's body that he was dressed in the Zephyr Academy's uniform for disciples, and on his chest, he was even wearing the jade emblem of the Spirit Healer faculty. There's no need to get so nervous, although I have said it before that your eyes are incredibly beautiful, but since you are Jun Xie, I will leave those eyes in your head for a while longer. Gu Ying said with a smile, but his words however, sent chills up one's spine. Jun Wuxia started icily as Gu Ying carried on with his monologue. Although she did not seem to detect any murderous intent from the other party, she still did not dare drop her guard against him. When Gu Ying saw that Jun Wuxia was not going to answer him, he proceeded to take a few steps forward. Ah! 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 Cowering within the straw pile, Ah Jing started to wail in horror, shivering violently when he saw Gu Ying slowly walking towards the kitchen doors. Ah Jing was trying to scramble deeper into the straw pile, and in his hapless struggle, pieces of straw flew into the air. TSK. So you are still hiding here? When Gu Ying saw Ah Jing's wretched look, the wicked smile on his face widened even further. He turned his head to look at Jun Wuxia while pointing at Ah Jing and said, you recognize him. June Wuxie did not say a single word and her expression remained cold. She had not overlooked those heart-rending wails that had erupted from Jing, who had already been driven crazy when he saw Gu Ying, that voice completely filled with terror. You can't remember. Gu Ying was smiling as he continued to advance in his approach. The smile on his face was one of glee as he pulled Jing out from under the straw. He dragged the vainly struggling Jing over the icy cold floor by the hair to come right before June Wuxie. Jing's face was completely drained of color and his mouth that was no longer capable of speech continued to let out a continuous string of pitiful wails. You seem to look rather different from before. Gu Ying rubbed at his chin as he stared at the mess that Jing was, and his eyes suddenly flashed with a sinister glint. He dragged Jing behind him as he took big strides to go towards the huge water urn at the side, and grabbing Jing by the hair on the back of his head, he pushed Jing into the urn. Jing struggled madly, but under Gu Ying's overpowering force, Jing's feeble strength was reduced to become nothing. Gu Ying's eyes reveled in the sight of the struggling Jing, as a glint of cruelty lit up within. Just a split second before Jing was about to drown in the water, Gu Ying finally reversed his merciless grip and pulled Jing out. Maybe like this, you will be able to recognize him. Gu Ying was grinning as he held up the dripping wet and pale-faced Jing before June Wuxie. The water from the urn had washed the dirt off Jing's face. That fairly fine-featured looking face was pushed right before June Wuxie's eyes, and the face was filled with terror, completely ashen. What do you want? June Wuxie asked, glaring coldly at Gu Ying. Gu Ying replied with a laugh, I heard that this kid had spoken badly of you quite a bit before. So I cut off his tongue. Gu Ying placed his other hand under Jing's jaw and forced his mouth open, to reveal the short stump left of his severed tongue. Chapter 691, Meeting Again, 3. Happy. Gu Ying was looking at June Wuxie as his dark black eyes danced with cruelty. June Wuxie finally knew under whose hands Jing's injuries had come from. She remained staring icily at Gu Ying and completely disregarded his words of provocation. Gu Ying paused a moment. Seem like you aren't too satisfied. But well, people like these are just disgusting. Why don't I help you kill him? Gu Ying's hand shifted to clasp his hand around Jing's neck and he tightened his grip. Jing's face immediately turned purple. No need. June Wuxie finally spoke. Let him go. She did not think Gu Ying was truly trying to help her to vent out her frustrations. Moreover, although there had been many rumors spread about her in the Zephyr Academy at that time, not a single one had originated from Jing's mouth. He had merely believed those malicious rumors and developed a sense of enmity against her. If Gu Ying expected her to believe that he was tormenting Jing for his defamation of her name just like this, that would be such a joke. What he really sought was not to satisfy June Wuxie, but to sow if he can elicit fear to show in her eyes. Gu Ying gave in to the request and released his hand, and dress air rushed immediately into Jing's lungs. Jing sat up quickly and clutched at his chest, once again attempting to scramble in complete terror to go hide in the furthest corner at the back of the kitchen. Gu Ying gave Jing one glance and he raised up his foot to stomp down hard on Jing's belly. Did I say you can go? Gu Ying asked Jing, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Jing, who had already lost his mind, was however still driven by that incredibly cruel pair of eyes into an uncontrollable shivering mass, as his face turned unbelievably pale, and he did not dare move any more. Gu Ying turned to face June Wuxie once more and said with a big smile on his face, Never mind, I shouldn't be dirtying my hands with such trash. If you feel that it is better to leave him alive, I'll spare him. I just received news that you were back and I had immediately rushed over to come see you. I have not introduced myself yet. My name is Gu Ying, and I have just been admitted into the Spirit Healer faculty recently. From today onwards, I will be your junior and I am looking forward for my senior to guide me in future. Junior. June Wuxie's lips curled up into a very slight sneer. This was under Gu Lixing's advice and I would implore senior to not reject me. Gu Ying had noticed June Wuxie's unwelcoming demeanor against him, but he completely disregarded it. That sparkling pair of eyes with its chilly gaze, they were just as moving as when he has last seen them back at the Chanlin auction house. But what a shame, she needs to remain alive for a while more. Those eyes, he will not be able to dig them out yet. You want to learn the spirit healing technique? June Wuxie caught the meaning behind Gu Ying's words. That's right. Gu Ying replied, smiling easily. Release him first. Jun Wuxie said, looking at Jing who was under Gu Ying's foot. Gu Ying instead replied, I know my senior doesn't like to stay in the dormitory and my senior likes this little yard in the bamboo grove. If my senior really wants to, you can just stay here. And in order to allow me to remain close to my senior, I will naturally stay here as well. This piece of trash seemed to have served as a servant here at this place before, I'll just let him continue to remain here to serve me and senior then. It was rather obvious Gu Ying had before Jun Wuxie's return, dug out everything there was to know about Jun Wuxie in the Zephyr Academy. He even knew very well of Jing's misdeeds. Jun Wuxie stared at Gu Ying. Although she had learned how to temporarily raise her power to the purple spirit, she knew she was still not a match for Gu Ying. If she made any rash moves there and then, she's afraid that the one defeated would most definitely be her. Do as you wish. Jun Wuxie said indifferently and immediately turned to leave, unwilling to look at Gu Ying for a moment longer. With Gu Ying's appearance, it made Jun Wuxie realize that he could very possibly be from the palace that was cooperating with Ning Rui, just like those two men in the Cloudy Peaks previously. Chapter 692, Meeting Again, 4. Having people from the 12 palaces appear in the Zephyr Academy, and it happened at a time that coincided with Fan Qi's sudden death. From these points, it was reasonable to think that Fan Qi's death might not be as simple as it being just the result from Ning Rui's plot alone. The 12 palaces themselves must have been involved as well. Little wonder that Ning Rui would make his move so suddenly. Jun Wuxie walked out without a word, but in her heart, she was constantly analyzing all that was happening before her eyes. Gu Ying's appearance here had been unexpected. And from the clues he had unwittingly divulged, Jun Wuxie guessed that the reason he had come here and revealed himself, with such a laughable and ludicrous line of reasoning saying she was his senior, told her that his intention was to coax her into imparting the spirit healing technique to him. The spirit healing technique was originally created by Gu Lisheng, and even in the Middle Realm, no one knew anything about it. The technique's power would greatly entice any of the powers of the Middle Realm, and after Jun Wuxie successfully improved the spirit healing technique, she suddenly found herself becoming Gu Ying's target. The Zephyr Academy had currently been turned into a huge melting pot of chaos. Jun Wuxie laughed to herself in her mind. It is a gamble on the Zephyr Academy's fate, and the winner is still yet to be decided. Gu Ying watched Jun Wuxie leave, and he lifted his foot and kicked Jing to the side. The smile filled with mirth gradually faded from his face, and it was slowly replaced by an unsuppressible murderous aura. That really left a bad taste in my mouth. Gu Ying said softly to himself. He glanced at Jing briefly and then turned to depart from the little bamboo grove. Young Master Gu, waiting by the doors leading into the dwelling within the little bamboo grove, was a youth dressed in the Zephyr Academy's uniform. He was jittery and trembling with fear when he saw Gu Ying coming out through the doors, and his eyes were filled with undisguised terror. Gu Ying looked at him and suddenly flashed him a brilliant smile. Before the youth could even react, Gu Ying suddenly raised up his hand and clutched at the youth's throat. A sharp snap resounded in the air, and the youth did not even have time to struggle before his jugular was crushed. The white of the bones stuck out through the flesh around the crushed neck, and a great flow of bright red blood erupted from the wounds, completely covering over Gu Ying's hand. Gu Ying drew in a deep breath, breathing in the thick pungent stench of blood, and the smile on his face grew more brilliant. Now, I'm feeling better. Only such senseless slaughter could give him such euphoric feelings. The satisfied Gu Ying dumped the dead youth carelessly onto the ground and strode off quickly with wide steps. Lying in his own pool of blood, the youth had even till the point of his death not known how he had brought about his own death. Gu Ying went directly to Ning Rui's office, and when Gong Qinglei, who had been standing guard outside, saw Gu Ying, he hurriedly lowered his head and stepped to one side. Gu Ying did not even look at him and just pushed the door to enter the office directly. This office had originally belonged to Fan Qi, and after his death, the ownership had quickly changed, becoming Ning Rui's. Ning Rui was currently sitting behind the table and was staring blankly at a box filled with bone ash placed upon the table's surface. When he heard footsteps, Ning Rui looked up. He saw Gu Ying strutting in through the door, with no visible expression on his face. Bringing Gu Ying into the Zephyr Academy had been his ultimate last resort. But Gu Ying's actions in the recently past days had even terrified him. It had not even been a month into Gu Ying's arrival at the Zephyr Academy when more than 50 disciples of the Zephyr Academy had already died at his hands. Those disciples had never crossed Guing, but Guing had been feeling rather bored and those disciples had suddenly turned into wandering ghosts. Ning Rui had met his fair share of cruel people, including himself. But none of them made him feel so creeped out like Guing did. In Gu Ying's eyes, with the exception of himself, no one else was human, but just distractions to relieve him of his boredom. The most scary people in the world were people who did not see a life as a life, like him. Ning Rui did not know anymore whether his decision to bring Guing into the Zephyr Academy was right or wrong. Chapter 693, Meeting Again, 5. You saw Jun Xie? Ning Rui asked, spotting Gu Ying's blood-stained hand out of the corner of his eye. The blood was still wet and several drops of it had dripped onto the floor. Gu Ying sat down on a chair on the side and he propped both his legs up onto the desk. He then looked at Ning Rui lazily and said, I did. Turned out he's an old acquaintance. Ning Rui's heart jumped and he looked at Gu Ying, his face quizzical. Gu Ying laughed, such a shame, I had not thought he would turn out to be Jun Xie. Ning Rui did not dare say anything. I will be staying at the bamboo grove for a while. You go look into Fanjua's whereabouts on your own, and if to need me to act, I will most definitely not refuse. Gu Ying told Ning Rui. All right. Ning Rui nodded warily. Only Gu Lisheng and Jun Xie need to remain behind in the Zephyr Academy and the rest can be sent to the Heaven's End Cliff. When do you intend to carry that out? Gu Ying asked Ning Rui, suddenly turning his gaze, as he rested his chin in his hand. Fan Qi has been dead for quite some time and the Zephyr Academy is now under your sole control. How long more do you intend to drag this? Gu Ying was beginning to get a little impatient. Ning Rui gulped and hastened to reply, I am not dragging my feet. But when Xin Han is currently still here in the Zephyr Academy. I had originally planned to frame and put the blame for the murder of Fan Qi onto Fan Jin's head, which would have allowed me to get rid of Fan Jin at the same time before I spread the news of Fan Zhuo's death after. I would have been able to legitimately become the Zephyr Academy's headmaster and have deployed all the disciples here to go to the Heaven's End Cliff. But when Xin Han had returned right at that moment and taken Fan Jin under his protection. With him present, if I am to do anything too extreme, with his position as the honorary dean, he has the authority to stop me. The reason Ning Rui had still not made his move was not because he found his conscience, but it was due to the fact that under the honorary dean's watchful eyes, his actions had been curtailed. Gu Ying's brow creased up. He had seen when Xin Han. Although he was already an old man past 60, he was actually a purple spirit. Although Gu Ying was able to temporarily raise his spirit power to the purple level, there would nevertheless still remain a certain gap of disparity between his power and that of a true purple spirit. Even as brazenly arrogant as he was, he still did not dare to confront when Xin Han in a fight. Didn't you tell me when Xin Han possessed an indigo spirit? Gu Ying retorted impatiently. The lower realm had not seen a purple spirit in the past century. Where had this when Xin Han popped out from? That I do not really know. He really was an indigo spirit. I do not know how he had suddenly broken through to the purple spirit. Ning Rui said helplessly. When Xin Han's unexpected arrival had completely messed up their plans and only Gu Ying alone from his group had come to the Zephyr Academy. The other few companions who had been together with Gu Ying were not around and with just Gu Ying's power, it wouldn't be quite enough to take on a true purple spirit. And this was the only reason that had allowed Fan Jin to live till then. Just one true purple spirit had forced Ning Rui and Gu Ying to have to reassess the whole situation. Think of a way to make him leave. Gu Ying said impatiently. Ning Rui then said in reply, I have already arranged for people to look into it. When Xin Han has a grandchild, who is currently inflicted with a life-threatening disease. He used to work together with the Qingyun clan in order to save his grandchild, and now that the Qingyun clan has completely disappeared, and only the cloud-treading peaks Mu Chen is left. I have gotten people to go seek out Mu Chen. Once we find him, we'll share that news with Wen Xin Han and he will surely let his own grandchild's life take priority and leave the Zephyr Academy to go find Mu Chen. Gu Ying nodded and simply said, just settle it quickly. Yes. Ning Rui answered. Gu Ying got up to leave, and when he reached the door, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look at Ning Rui and asked smilingly, that chair that someone died in, aren't you finding it a little too comfortable to sit in? Ning Rui froze and Gu Ying left laughing loudly. Chapter 694, Ominous Clouds Loom, 1. The tiny dwelling in the little bamboo grove was occupied once again, but this time, the one living with Jun Wuxie was not Fan Zhuo, but Gu Ying. It was not known what method Gu Ying used that he was able to make the loony Ah Jing really begin to serve him. Their daily 3 meals were prepared by Ah Jing, and every time Jun Wuxie saw Ah Jing would always glance just once fearfully at her and immediately lower his head. And whenever Gu Ying appeared, Ah Jing would just start to tremble violently. It has already been 2 days since Senior returned. Aren't you intending to make a trip back to the spirit healer faculty to take a look? Gu Ying had just pushed the door and entered Jun Wuxie's room without leave as he asked with a big smile on his face. Jun Wuxie ignored him and walked out the door on her own, going towards the spirit healer faculty. Gu Ying followed behind unperturbed, and they met quite a number of the Zephyr Academy's disciples along the way. When those disciples saw Gu Ying, they all bolted in different directions, terror-stricken, not unlike frightened birds seeing a cat, which only drew out laughter from Gu Ying. When they came to the spirit healer faculty, all the disciples inside all just lowered their heads, not daring to lift their eyes when they saw Gu Ying. Judging from the way the other disciples were reacting, Gu Ying must have caused quite a stir in the Zephyr Academy, or why would all the disciples in the entire academy be so fearful of him? Jun Wuxie remained silent throughout all of it, and when she reached Gu Lixing's door, she turned and said to Gu Ying, "I have things I need to say to him." Gu Ying raised an eyebrow. "Senior should just go ahead and finish up with his business. I'll just wait here outside." Gu Ying did not mind it in the least for Jun Wuxie to meet with Gu Lixing alone. Throughout the entire Zephyr Academy, the only person that caused Gu Ying any concern was when Xin Han, and when Xin Han only cared about Fan Jin's life, and he did not seem to be interested in meddling into any other affairs in the academy. Both Jun Wuxie and Gu Lixing were people they wanted to have remain behind, and there was nothing for him to worry about. Jun Wuxie did not find Gu Ying's cooperative demeanor strange. Through her observations, she had managed to get a good grasp of Gu Ying's mind. In Gu Ying's mind, she and Gu Lixing might already be perceived as birds trapped in their cages. Jun Wuxie rapped her knuckles on the door to Gu Lixing's office. It was silent for a moment behind the door before Gu Lixing's voice rang out. Jun Wuxie pushed the door open and she shut the door tight after she entered, isolating Gu Ying's smiley eyes from them. Jun Xie. Gu Lixing's face had been filled with worry and anxiety in the office, but even his eyes saw Jun Wuxie, they lit up immediately. He quickly got up from behind his desk and strode over to Jun Wuxie with wide long steps. "Why are you back?" Gu Lixing's voice wasn't too loud, like he was purposely lowering his voice. "My business was finished and so I came back," Jun Wuxie replied. Gu Lixing smiled bitterly and said, "You might as well not come back. The Zephyr Academy has completely changed and is no longer a place anyone should stay for long." Sigh. Gu Lixing sighed as his eyes drifted towards the tightly shut door. His eyes speaking much of what his mouth did not when he looked at Jun Wuxie. Gu Lixing's face was deathly pale. "It is as I thought. I heard yesterday that that person had suddenly moved into the little bamboo grove and was thinking it was rather strange. Now that you are here, I know the reason for his actions now." "Do you know who did it?" Jun Wuxie asked softly. Gu Lixing shook his head with a bitter smile. "He came to the Zephyr Academy more than half a month ago, and initially it was claimed he was Ning Rui's cousin. The headmaster then had felt extremely guilty for Ning Xin's death at the time Ning Rui, and after Ning Rui came to plead with him for a long time, the headmaster had finally agreed to allow that person to enter the spirit healer faculty. This was told to me by the headmaster himself. At that time, I had not thought too much about it. Although I had felt it was a little strange, I did not want to make things difficult for the headmaster and finally allowed him to be admitted into the spirit healer faculty as a disciple in name." Chapter 695, Ominous Clouds Loom, 2. When Gu Ying first came to the spirit healer faculty, he had not displayed any abnormalities in his behavior, and he would even frequently approach Gu Lixing smilingly to ask many things about the spirit healing technique. Although Gu Lixing did not really like Ning Rui, but he believed in never rejecting a smiling person's plea for help. Gu Ying had been modest and polite, and hence, Gu Lixing had given him some simple instructions and did not pay him much heed after that. It was a few days after Gu Ying was accepted into the spirit healer faculty that the headmaster Fan Qi had suddenly died, and Fan Jin had been apprehended as the killer. If when Xin Han had not arrived in time, Fan Jin would have been executed by now. And it was after that happened that Gu Ying's behavior changed to become impudent and recalcitrant, not even holding back on his deplorable actions even in the spirit healer faculty, having already killed 2 spirit healer faculty disciples. And within the entire Zephyr Academy disciple body, the number of people who had died tragically under his hands had grown innumerable. That was when Gu Lixing noticed that the always smiling youth was in fact a terrifying devil under that facade. Who did you say saved Fan Jin? After Jun Wuxie finished hearing Gu Lixing out, her eyes lit up. When Xin Han, a honorary dean of the Zephyr Academy. He was personally invited here by the headmaster Fan Qi himself, and I don't know why he would come here all of a sudden at such a time. But it is fortunate that he is here, or I don't know just how much worse the situation in the Zephyr Academy would have gotten. It is rather strange though, when Xin Han was originally an indigo spirit before and he actually came back here this time having attained the purple spirit. That really astounded everyone. Gu Lixing elaborated. When Xin Han, Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed in thought. That name was not strange to her. Among the entourage of Qin Yuyan's highly skilled exponents, wasn't there one person who went by that name? And at that time, with a word from Jun Xian, Jun Wuxie had gifted Xin Han with an elixir to ask him to leave the battle. Never had she thought, after so long, she would meet Xin Han here once more. Jun Wuxie could not help but ask a little bit more about Xin Han. Gu Lixing wasn't about to hide anything from Jun Wuxie and he told her everything he knew. Although Xin Han was here, he did not want to interfere with the other affairs of the Zephyr Academy, but on account of his friendship with Fan Qi, he was only fighting to keep Fan Jin alive and he did not want to involve himself in anything else. If it is said that Fan Qi was really killed by Fan Jin, I will never ever believe a single word of it. That boy Fan Jin has a heart just too honest and righteous, and he just isn't capable of a deed so utterly devoid of conscience. Gu Lixing sighed helplessly. If this was the same Zephyr Academy as before, he might still have been able to step forward to say a thing or two. But now, with Gu Ying frequently appearing in the spirit healer faculty nowadays, Gu Lixing was worried if he were to step out from the faculty grounds leaving the place unwatched, Gu Ying would not hesitate to massacre every single disciple in the spirit healer faculty. Having witnessed Gu Ying's crazed and merciless cruelty, Gu Lixing did not doubt it in the slightest that he was capable of it. Gu Lixing was caged in, his movements carefully scrutinized by Gu Ying. Jun Wuxie was silent for a moment, her mind considering all the clues she had gathered so far. She had initially had her own doubts about the whole matter. Based on Ning Rui's personality, after killing Fan Qi, he would not have allowed Fan Jin to survive till now. Gu Ying was cruel and merciless, and killing one more person would be easy as pie for him. In the entire Zephyr Academy, no one was a match for Gu Ying and it shouldn't be a difficult task for him to execute Fan Jin. So why had Ning Rui left Fan Jin alive? Now, Jun Wuxie finally understood it. It was because of Xin Han. For the past near 100 years, the appearance of the one and only honorary dean to have broken through to the purple spirit had wrecked Ning Rui's and Gu Ying's plot, and Xin Han's extraordinary power did not allow them to make any reckless moves. Chapter 696, Ominous Clouds Loom, 3. Despite the ability to raise your spirit power level to attain the purple spirit employed by people in the middle realm, there would still be a huge disparity when compared to the power a true purple spirit commanded, and hence, that was why Gu Ying was reluctant to directly oppose Xin Han. Is there a way to meet with Xin Han? Jun Wuxie said slowly. Only when Gu Ying is not around, can I leave here. I went out of the spirit healer faculty once before, and in the time that I was not here, he killed 2 of my disciples. Those boys had been with me for such a long time and had addressed me as their master for just as long. I was really heartbroken that they died so senselessly in Gu Ying's hands. Gu Lixing replied. I will draw him away, and you can then go seek Xin Han out. Go tell him that someone from the Lin Palace wants to see him, and ask him to come to your office at noon tomorrow. Jun Wuxie said, looking at Gu Lixing. At this moment, she needs to ensure that Fan Jin remains safe before she can make her next move. You'll draw him away. But wouldn't that be too dangerous? Gu Lixing asked, looking at Jun Wuxie worriedly. Jun Wuxie shook her head. She might not be a match for Gu Ying, but she had not forgotten that she still had Yisha. Yisha had affirmed that he would be able to take down Gu Ying, and Jun Wuxie did not need to consider anything else. Outright. Gu Lixing finally nodded solemnly. Although he did not know what Jun Wuxie intended to do, but a voice inside him was telling him that he would not go wrong listening to Jun Xie. Jun Wuxie did not say anything else to Gu Lisheng to prevent spooking the enemy. She came out of the office quickly and she found Guing staring at her with a big wide smile on his face. Finished already? Guing asked, an eyebrow raised. Jun Wuxie looked at him calmly and asked, you want to learn spirit healing? Guing smiled and replied, of course, or why would I be here? All right, I'll teach it to you. Jun Wuxie said and immediately walked down the stairs. Guing stared at Jun Wuxie's back and a strange smile played over his lips before he took a step to catch up. Gu Lisheng stood by the window, seeing Jun Wuxie leading Guing out of the spirit healer faculty. Seeing Guing leave, Gu Lisheng finally realized that he had had his fists tightly clenched for a long while and his palms were soaking wet with sweat. After making sure that Guing was gone and he would not be back for some time, Gu Lisheng quickly walked out of the spirit healer faculty. Before he left, he did not forget to leave instructions for all the disciples in the spirit healer faculty, to not mention a single word to anyone that he had stepped out. He ordered all of them to go back into the faculty building and not to move around too much. The disciples were all mortally terrified of Gu Ying and Gu Lisheng was their only pillar of support. Gu Lisheng's orders would definitely be obeyed. Fan Jin had been imprisoned in his own room, and when Xian Han's room was right next to it. As Fan Jin was suspected of the grievous crime of having murdered the headmaster, the entire floor had been cleared out and all the other disciples had moved away from there. When Gu Lisheng went there wasn't a single soul present and all the disciples were in their respective classes at that time. Based on his own memory, Gu Lisheng came to a door in the center of the third floor. He drew in a deep breath before he knocked on the door. The door was quickly opened and an old man with a head of fully white hair appeared before Gu Lisheng. Although his hair had already turned all white, the old man did not display a single sign of frailty and his eyes were even shockingly sharp and penetrating. You are. When Xian Han stared at the slightly familiar young man before his eyes and tried to recall his identity. Gu Lisheng quickly replied, I am Gu Lisheng from the Spirit Healer faculty. I have been entrusted with the task to come pay my respects to Senior One. I implore Senior One to allow me to step in to talk. When Xian Han's brow creased up slightly and he said unaffectedly, no matter who entrusted you with it, I have no interest in the affairs of the Zephyr Academy. Immediately after saying that, when Xian Han quickly wanted to close the door. Chapter 697, Ominous Clouds Loom, 4. Gu Lisheng panicked and hastily blocked the door, his face breaking out with a layer of cold sweat. It's someone from the Lin Palace. Someone from the Lin Palace asked me to come see you. When Xian Han's expression changed slightly, and a strange look showed in his eyes. He was silent for a moment before he took a step back and finally said, come in and talk. Gu Lisheng's heart leapt. He had not been sure Jun Wuxie's words would actually work, but when he noticed when Xian Han's reaction when he heard the words Lin Palace, hope immediately blossomed in his heart. Gu Lisheng went into the room and when Xian Han invited him to sit down on a chair. Is it really someone from the Lin Palace that asked you to come look for me? When Xian Han asked, staring suspiciously at Gu Lisheng, his sharp gaze on Gu Lisheng almost making him feel like daggers were flying towards him. Gu Lisheng could feel an invisible force suddenly enveloping his body, and he found himself sweating profusely from fear. Is that what the oppressive aura from a purple spirit feels like? It's just terrifying. I can't be sure, but that is what he told me to tell you. Gu Lisheng did not dare tell any lies before when Xian Han. The consequences of deceiving a purple spirit was not something he was prepared to receive. When Xian Han's brow lifted. Who's he? Jun Xie, his name is Jun Xie and he is a disciple of the Zephyr Academy. Gu Lisheng hastily replied. When Xian Han heard the words Jun Xie, his eyes flashed. Strangely once again. Jun Xie Jun Wuxie. Could it be that the person Gu Lisheng was talking about is really the young miss from the Lin Palace? When Xian Han would never be able to forget that little lass cold and determined eyes. How old is that person? When Xian Han asked cautiously. Around 14 to 15. Looks and features. Delicate and attractive. Delicate. Attractive. When Xian Han's eyes narrowed to a slit. The young lady he remembered had been mesmerizingly beautiful, although the tiny face had still not fully grown, but her unbelievably captivating and enchanting features could already imprison entire cities, capturing the people's heart with rapture. Looks aside, the age was however exactly right, and the name differed only by one word. When Xin Han did not say a single word and he remained quiet as his mind whirled. Senior One, his only request is for you to meet up at the Spirit Healer faculty at noon tomorrow. Seeing that when Xin Han had fallen deep in thought, Gu Lixing discarded all of his various misgivings and just blurted Jun Wuxie's words straight out. Just for a meetup. All right, I'll agree to it. When Xin Han finally nodded. Throughout the entire land, the people who knew that he had any link with the Lin Palace had all been buried 6 feet underground and turned into wandering ghosts. If that person dared to make such a straightforward claim, he must somehow be linked to the Lin Palace itself. Irregardless whether that person was Jun Wuxie, when Xin Han decided he would meet up with him. I am so thankful to hear that. Gu Lixing said, standing up excitedly. Few people in the world were able to make when Xin Han budge in the slightest, and as a highly respected purple spirit user, he was not just anybody. When Xin Han did not need to submit himself to anyone's instructions and he could very well just do what he liked. Having gotten when Xin Han to agree, allowed Gu Lixing to see a sliver of hope. Before he left, Gu Lixing looked hesitatingly at when Xin Han and struggled with himself for a moment before he managed to say, if your junior might just make an impetus request, I would like to ask senior to agree to it. What is it? When Xin Han had, due to his gratitude to the Lin Palace, softened his stance towards Gu Lixing. Fan Jin would never commit such an insidious crime. Your junior realizes that the fact he is able to survive till this day is all due to Senior Wen's protection. I would implore that Senior Wen continue to take some effort to ensure his safety. He is really a good child. Gu Lixing pleaded through gritted teeth, as he bowed sincerely to Wen Xin Han. Chapter 698, Fan Chi's Death, 1. When Xin Han replied, that is the son of my old friend, I would naturally watch over him. Gu Lixing smiled, and he was feeling much more relieved, as he took his leave respectfully. In the tiny yard within the bamboo grove, Jun Wuxie was explaining the basics of spirit healing to Gu Ying. Gu Ying sat upon a stool, listening attentively. With the murderous and cruel glint absent from his eyes, his looks finally matched Gu Lixing's prior description of him as an affable and modest disciple. However, Jun Wuxie was well aware of the fact that all of that was just a false facade. Gu Ying followed under Jun Wuxie's guidance to experiment on the technique, while Jun Wuxie discreetly observed Gu Ying's every single action. If there was just Gu Ying alone within the Zephyr Academy, Jun Wuxie wouldn't be too worried about it. But if there were others from the 12 palaces present, she was afraid that Yisha would not be able to take them all on alone. Before she was able to ascertain the number of enemies, Jun Wuxie chose to just continue observing. Jing was wiping the tables and chairs on the side when he was distracted by the movements Gu Ying was making. Jing turned to look over their way, a naive and ignorant expression on his face. He saw Gu Ying staring intently at his own hands, observing his spirit power on them. His gaze then drifted over to fall upon Jun Wuxie. The muddled glaze in his eyes seemed to clear up very briefly, but he quickly lowered his head once more, busying himself with the chores without a word. Gu Ying tried it a few times but was unable to transform his spirit power into soul power. The smile on his face was very gradually overtaken by a mask of viciousness. After failing at another attempt to transform his spirit power, Gu Ying raised up his hand and smashed it down upon the table before him, and the table splintered and broke under the force. This is truly something that only someone as intelligent as Senior will be able to grasp. By the way, Senior had a rather long chat with Gu Lixing earlier. What were you talking about? Gu Ying's eyes were starting to teem with a strange emotion. Asking him who you are. Jun Wuxie replied without emotion. Gu Ying was surprised. He had thought Jun Wuxie would find some other reason to attempt to pull wool over his eyes and did not expect Jun Xie to be so frank about it. Although he did not hear what they spoke about, he was still able to guess that Jun Xie's purpose of seeing Gu Lixing must have something to do with him. I am Gu Ying, a junior of yours in the Spirit Healer faculty. If Senior wants to know anything, Senior can just ask me directly. Why would you go ask him? Gu Ying said, beginning to laugh, as the strange emotion in his eyes grew in insuppressible intensity. This thing that Senior is trying to teach me is really hard to understand. I think I should bring it to show Gu Lixing to see if he can help clear up my confusion. As Gu Ying said those words, his gaze swept over Jun Wuxie's face. Seeing that her expression had not changed in the slightest, he smiled and stood up to leave. As expected, he would become suspicious. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed as she stared at Gu Ying's departing back, a chill creeping into her heart. When Jun Wuxie led Gu Ying out of the spirit healer faculty, Gu Ying's suspicions had been raised. But he has wanted to wait, for their plans to begin, before he would go back, to catch them red-handed. Yisha. Jun Wuxie summoned in a low voice. Yisha's figure suddenly appeared within the yard. Jing, who was still cleaning up, froze in place when he saw Yisha. Yisha did not even spare Jing a glance as he stoically knelt on one knee before Jun Wuxie and said, "Your subordinate awaits the young miss orders." Has Gu Lisheng returned? Yes. Your subordinate saw him walk into the spirit healer faculty with my own eyes. Jun Wuxie nodded. The timing was just right. Even if Gu Ying rushed all the way back, he wouldn't notice anything amiss. The chess game had barely just started. Yisha surreptitiously retreated out of the house, just like he had when he came in, quickly disappearing among the shadows. Jun Wuxie got up, about to return to her room. But a figure had at the same moment when she was standing up, suddenly rushed to come before her. Jing's knees hit the floor with a loud thunk, as he knelt before Jun Wuxie's feet, as he frantically made anxious noises, sounding like pleading wails. Chapter 699, Fan Qi's Death, 2. Jing knelt nervously before Jun Wuxie, trying very hard to say something by gesturing anxiously with both his hands, and making increasingly desperate sounds with his mouth. Jing was trying to say something, but with his tongue cut off, his mouth was no longer capable of speech and only unintelligible sounds came out of it. Jing pointed outside the door, and just hit his head repeatedly on the floor, kowtowing. The dull thuds sounded from the ground, one after another till the skin on his forehead split. Blood flowed out from the wound, but Jing did not stop and carried on persistently, using whatever strength he had left. You are not mad, Jun Wuxie said, looking at Jing calmly. Jing raised his head and the blood flowed down over the bridge of his nose. His face lit up with joy as he nodded his head vigorously. You have something you want to say to me? Jun Wuxie continued to ask. Jing nodded once again. Get up. Jun Wuxie went to sit down at the side and took out a brush and parchment to put on the table. If you can't speak, write. Jing did not get up, but knelt beside the table. He held the brush in his hand and quickly wrote down lines and lines, filling the pieces of parchment with closely written characters. The hand holding the brush was trembling slightly, but it was not known whether it was from agitation or from any other reason. In a very short time, Jing had filled up a good 3 pages and he placed them before Jun Wuxie's eyes. He then immediately went back to kowtowing by hitting his head on the ground once again, begging as if Jun Wuxie was his last and only hope. Jun Wuxie picked the pieces of parchment and swept her eyes over them. With just one look, her pupils dilated slightly. The reason that Jing had fallen into such a state was not due to Gu Ying's torment out of boredom. It was because Jing knew of a secret. The secret behind Fan Qi's death. That day, in Fan Qi's office, besides Fan Qi and Fan Jing, there was one more person in there, and that was Jing. Ever since Jing was driven out from the little bamboo grove, he had been out of sorts and dispirited. He had always wanted to make Jun Xie leave the bamboo grove to protect Fan Zhuo, and had always harbored great animosity against Jun Xie. It continued on until the day Gu Lisheng gathered everyone in the Zephyr Academy and revealed Jun Xie's real identity before everyone, and at that moment, all the rumors that blemished and tarnished Jun Xie were completely dispelled and Jun Xie was cleared of all the fraudulent claims made against her. Jing had been present as well on that day, and when he heard everything that was being said, his heart was completely filled with undeniable guilt and self-loathing. There had been countless times that he felt like running to the little bamboo grove to apologize to Jun Xie, but he felt that he did not even deserve to be able to apologize. Jun Xie had never been a despicable person like those rumors claimed. He had never committed any of those immoral deeds. He had genuinely put in all his effort to treat Fan Zhuo's condition. But Jing now realized he had been blinded by those malicious rumors and believed them easily, resulting in him wrongly accusing a good person. Shame and self-loathing had tormented and eaten at him endlessly. Jing wanted to salvage everything but felt he did not deserve to be forgiven and he could not face Jun Xie anymore. The guilt that gnawed at him had grown as the days passed. His thoughts were noticed by Fan Qi, and Fan Qi had always thought of Jing as an honest and dependable child. Although he had committed some wrongs in a moment of blunder, but he had no malicious intentions at heart. Seeing Jing so depressed and dispirited, Fan Qi intended to give him a hand in resolving the matter. Coincidentally, that was at the time that Jun Xie and Fan Zhuo was not at the Zephyr Academy, and hence Fan Qi made Jing hide within his office and summoned Fan Jin to come to his office. He wanted to hear his son's views on the matter and wanted to see if it was possible to convey Jing's regret and apology to Jun Wuxie. That day, Jing had been hiding in a hidden compartment in the office. He had peeked through a little hole in the compartment to see everything that happened within the office. Chapter 700, Fan Qi's Death, 3. Fan Qi had carried out his actions just as planned. He first chatted with Fan Jin casually on leisurely everyday topics before he steered the conversation onto the topic of Jing. Jing was at that time concealed within the hidden compartment, so anxious that his palms were all wet from his nervousness. However, just as Fan Jin was about to say something, the door of the office was suddenly opened wide. Two other figures stood outside the door. One of them was Ning Rui, and the other one was Gu Ying. Jing had initially not thought that anything was amiss, but the things that happened next made him thought he had just fallen into the deep abyss. Gu Ying entered the office and without a word, he suddenly disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, Gu Ying had appeared right next to Fan Qi, and the sword he held in his hand was plunged right through Fan Qi's chest, pinning him right onto the back of the chair he was sitting in. Even till the point he died, Fan Qi had not even had time to react to or realize what was happening. He could only slump forward and grasp in a death grip Gu Ying's hand that was wrapped around the sword's hilt, blood flowing out from the mortal wound in his mouth, his eyes staring in disbelief at Ning Rui, who had brought Gu Ying into the office. When Fan Qi was killed, Fan Jin blew his top and leapt into a furious attack on Gu Ying. But it was surprising that Fan Jin, in the top few ranks as a fighter in the Zephyr Academy, had been completely subdued by Gu Ying with just one lone stroke. Gu Ying did not kill Fan Jin, but just violently struck Fan Jin on the head with both his hands. Jing stood frozen in the hidden compartment, painfully witnessing Fan Jin's tall frame fall limply to the ground. Then, he heard Ning Rui's voice. Ning Rui said, "Finally, ha ha ha, you're finally dead, ha 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 ha, Fan Qi. You are finally dead. Ha 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 ha." At that moment, Jing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Never would he have dreamed that the usually gentle-mannered Ning Rui had wanted Fan Qi dead all this time. In the hidden compartment, he was completely devastated. He clamped both hands over his mouth before his cries could escape out from his mouth. He could clearly see Gu Ying pull out the sword lodged in Fan Qi's chest and pressing the hilt into the hand of the unconscious Fan Jin. After that, he left the office together with Ning Rui, and locking the door behind them. Jing had fallen into utter despair, and the agonizing pain that wrecked at his mind made him feel like his head was about to explode. But very soon, the unconscious Fan Jin suddenly sat up. Jing was ecstatic and had wanted to burst out from the hidden compartment until he noticed Fan Jin's strange demeanor, and he froze once more in there. Fan Jin looked like his soul had been taken from him, staring blankly in front of himself, his hand still holding the sword that killed Fan Qi. Blood dripped off the point of the lowered sword, but Fan Jin seemed oblivious to everything around him, but just stood there motionless. Jing wanted to step out, to go check on Fan Jin's condition, but the door to the office opened at that moment. It was the servant who was in charge of all the deliveries to Fan Zhuo in his little bamboo grove, Gongqing Lei, who opened the door. He stared silently a moment at Fan Jin as he stood unmoving in the office and staring blankly ahead. He called out with a low holler to Fan Jin, but there was absolutely no response. The next moment, Gongqing Lei suddenly let out a heart-rending wail. "Headmaster! What happened here?" The loud wail soon attracted a lot of people to the scene. Fan Qi was dead, and in the room, Fan Jin stood staring blankly and unresponsive, holding the blood-stained sword in his hand, not moving an inch. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Ning Rui was slow to arrive at the scene, and he made arrangements for Fan Qi's funeral with feigned sorrow, and grieved and lamented while he ordered the guards to imprison the longer responsive Fan Jin. But Jing had witnessed the whole thing. Before Gongqing Lei had wailed loudly, his lips had curled up in a smile just for a brief moment. That was clearly seen by Ah Jing. The murder of Fan Qi, and then framing it onto Fan Jin, Gongqing Lei was accomplice to the crime. Chapter 701, Fan Qi's Death, 4. Fan Jin was brought away and the blood-covered office was cleaned up. Peace and tranquility fell back into the empty office. Ah Jing hid in the hidden compartment for 3 whole days, too scared to come out. It was not till late at night on the 3rd day that he finally came out of his hiding place and escaped. After he came out into the open, he found that the Zephyr Academy had completely changed. Ning Rui had assumed the position of the acting headmaster and Fan Jin was imprisoned, where he might be executed anytime. The youth, Gu Ying, who had murdered Fan Qi had also stirred up a fit of terror to spread throughout the Zephyr Academy. Ah Jing wanted to run away, and he did not know who else he could turn to save them. He thought of hiding away, and waiting for an opportunity to find Fan Zhuo, and to tell Fan Zhuo the entire truth behind the matter. But, Ah Jing was soon captured by Gu Ying. Gu Ying did not know where Ah Jing was the day Fan Qi was killed, but Gu Ying was searching for Jun Xie and he had heard about Ah Jing's misdeeds from Ning Rui before. For no more reason than just wanting some respite from his boredom, Gu Ying had cut off Ah Jing's tongue and broken his fingers. The reason Ah Jing had been able to live till now had been because Ah Jing had completely lost his mind. Killing an incoherent loony would not be able to give Gu Ying the satisfaction he sought in slaughter and he deemed it to be dull. Moreover, when Xin Han had suddenly returned and had restricted him from carrying out the senseless slaughter whenever he felt like it, so he had spared Ah Jing his life, to use him to vent his frustrations by giving him a beating when he felt his lust for slaughter overwhelm him. Ah Jing had just run out from hiding a few days ago. After his escape, he had hid within the little bamboo grove and not dared to roam. He hid there not because he feared to die, but he was hoping he would remain alive long enough to see his young master, and to tell Fan Zhuo the truth behind Fan Qi's death. Ah Jing had not expected that his waiting would lead him to see Jun Xie instead of Fan Zhuo. When Ah Jing saw Jun Xie, he had wanted to tell Jun Xie everything. But when he thought of Gu Ying's overwhelming power, where even the headmaster and Fan Jin were not his match, he thought Jun Xie would not survive either if he faced up to Gu Ying. Hence, he chose to hide the truth. Till just now, when Yi Sha had suddenly appeared, it had shown Ah Jing a faint ray of hope. He was such a powerful man, and he might just be able to oppose Gu Ying. That was when he finally summoned up the courage to reveal everything to Jun Xie. Jun Wuxie read all that Ah Jing had written and her face creased up in a frown as she stared at the still kowtowing Ah Jing. He was begging for her to save Fan Jin. He had spoken about his gnawing guilt and deep shame. Ah Jing had also said that if she were to save Fan Jin, he would reciprocate the favor by killing himself. Jun Wuxie rubbed at her temples. What Ah Jing had told her had cleared up her previous doubts. Why had Fan Jin not resisted when he was arrested? When Xin Han was in the academy, so why did Fan Jin not tell him everything? With when Xin Han present, as long as Fan Jin was able to prove his innocence in the matter, when Xin Han would surely ensure his safety, and even get rid of Gu Ying and Ning Rui. The fact was, it wasn't that Fan Jin did not reveal the truth, but that he could not do it and wasn't capable of telling. Based on Ah Jing's description of the events, Jun Wuxie could very well guess that the 2 strikes that Gu Ying inflicted upon Fan Jin's head must have jolted Fan Jin's nerves in his head, heavily resulting in a head injury. Ah Jing had feigned lunacy to protect himself, but Fan Jin must have really lost his mind and had turned into an idiot. The once radiant and candid youth was now gone. The Fan Jin currently imprisoned in his room had become a walking empty shell without any consciousness. Get up, Jun Wuxie said to Ah Jing after she drew in a deep breath. Ah Jing however continued to hit his head upon the ground in plea. The flesh on his forehead had already split and was bleeding profusely, and a small pool of blood had formed before him. He deserved to die, he was too naive, and his death was overdue. Even if Jun Wuxie asked for his life, he more than deserved it. But, the elder young master must be saved. Who can save the elder young master? Please save him. Chapter 702, Prepping for the Counter, 1. Ah Jing would not stop hitting his head on the floor. He knew, the only person that could save Fan Jin now was only Jun Xie, and Ah Jing had pinning all his hopes on Jun Xie as he begged and pleaded, deeply ashamed of his own impotence, as the dull thuds made by his head striking the floor reverberated in Jun Wuxie's ears. I will save Fan Jin, Jun Wuxie finally said. Ah Jing raised his head, and the blood flowed down his face. But a wide smile split Jing's face. He looked at Jun Wuxie for a moment, his heart filled with gratitude, and was about to continue to kowtow when Jun Wuxie grabbed him by the shoulder. "If you continue kneeling there, I will not save him anymore," Jun Wuxie said threateningly to Jing. Jing was greatly shocked. He was silent a long while before he finally decided to stand up, and he still gave Jun Wuxie a deep bow. His fully bent and apologetic back fully exemplified Jing's unreserved shame at that moment. Jun Xie did not want his life, and neither did he expect an apology. That made Jing's heart almost explode at the regret and remorse that filled him. If only he had not believed what he heard that easily and vilified Jun Xie's character in the first place, would things have turned out different now? With Jun Xie's capabilities and his skills, if he had remained within the Zephyr Academy and not left, would those things not have happened to Fan Qi and Fan Jin? When all those thoughts went through his head, Jing's tears flowed endless down his face. He did not know what he could do to bring everything back to the way it was. "Yisha," Jun Wuxie said suddenly. Yisha, who had left just moments ago, reappeared once again. Jun Wuxie pointed at Jing and said to Yisha, "Bring him down to Chanlin Town and don't let Fan Zhuo see him." Yisha nodded, and Jing stared at Jun Wuxie in shock. He had just heard his little young master's name mentioned. Fan Zhuo does not know of the things that happened here. If you wish to redeem yourself for your past misdeeds, then live on, and use the rest of your life to make up for it. Not to me but to Fan Jin. Jun Wuxie threw a few bottles of medicine to Jing. Jing's injuries were not grave, and there was no way of making his tongue grow back. Saving Jing was not because she was that benign or forgiving. But it was because Jun Wuxie felt that, no matter whether it was Fan Zhuo or Fan Jin, both of them would be glad that she made such a choice. Jing cradled the bottles of medicine Jun Wuxie had thrown to him, his tears still flowing. He understood what Jun Xie was telling him. He must have been delirious when he had doubted Fan Jin at that time, causing a rumor that Fan Jin wished for Fan Zhuo to come to harm to sweep through the Zephyr Academy's hallowed halls for a time. Although Jing had not intended for it to happen, but that had caused Fan Jin's stellar reputation to take a big hit. And this time, the fact that Ning Rui was able to heap the crime of murdering Fan Qi onto Fan Jin so easily could very well have been influenced by the previous rumor. People always like to believe that things always had a hidden dark side to them, below the sunny side presented to everyone. When those unfounded speculations were spoken often enough, it would be perceived to be fact, and no one would bother to consider the real truth behind it. Jing was looking at Jun Wuxie, his hoarse voice breaking into unintelligible sounds coming out from his throat. He wanted to say he's sorry, he wanted to say thank you. But he was even too ashamed to say it properly. Now that he had lost his speech, it might be his punishment from the heavens. For his ignorance, and for his naivety, that had brought harm to so many people. Jing cast another long silent gaze at Jun Xie, before he left with Yisha. In his heart he prayed fervently, that everything would turn out fine. For Fan Jin, for Fan Zhuo, and for Jun Xie. When Guing got back to the little dwelling in the bamboo grove, Jing had already left a long while ago. He did not seem to have noticed Jing's disappearance, but Jun Wuxie could detect a strong pungent stench of blood emanating off Guing. Chapter 703, Prepping for the Counter, 2. The scent of fresh blood seemed to be blatantly telling Jun Wuxie that in the time that Guing had been gone while he went to the spirit healer faculty, he had once more stirred up a storm of blood in the Zephyr Academy. The things that Senior taught to me, even Gu Lisheng wasn't entirely clear about it. Guing said with a laugh, looking straight at Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie did not say a single word, but just went on to demonstrate transforming spirit power once more. Just like Li Zimu had been in the past, even with Gu Lisheng's personal instruction in the art, if one did not possess the gift, they would not be able to pick up the skill even if they knew everything there was to know about the spirit healing technique. It was the same for Guing. Jun Wuxie had naturally not been too concerned about it. It wasn't till dinner time that Guing finally took notice of Jing's absence. But he just laughed it off, grumbled a little, and did not harp any more on the matter. With no Jing, there was no one in the little bamboo grove that knew how to cook. Guing invited Jun Wuxie to go with him to go share a meal. And when they got to the place, Jun Wuxie's eyes turned chilly. Guing had brought Jun Wuxie to come to the headmaster's courtyard. It had previously been Fan Chi's residence, but everything there had now become Ning Rui's. Seeing Ning Rui once again, Jun Wuxie's face was completely expressionless, while Ning Rui still his graceful and scholarly self, affable and approachable. However, that was all just the pretense that Ning Rui put forth. Ning Rui looked at Jun Wuxie, his face smiling brightly, but in his heart, he could not bring himself to feel any joy. Jun Wuxie was friendly with the Fan brothers, and Jun Wuxie had also played a part in causing Ning Xi and her death. But in order to arouse the interest of Gu Ying and the others, Ning Rui had no choice but to lure them with the fact that Jun Xie knew the spirit healing technique, but he knew that would also mean he wouldn't be able to harm a hair on Jun Xie from then on. When he thought back to the pitiable and wretched state Ning Xin had been in when she died, the amicable smile he had struggled so hard to maintain cracked a little. Just when dinner was about to start, Ning Rui suddenly put down his chopsticks and said to Jun Wuxie, "It has been quite a while since you have been away from the Zephyr Academy. Even when you were studying here in the beginning you often did not even turn up and I had not managed to see you much. And when you are here at this moment, you are still not saying a word. Are you uncomfortable or ill at ease in any way? You aren't on too familiar terms with me and Gu Ying, and I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy the meal. Why don't we do this?" Ning Rui's eyes flashed with an evil glint. He turned around and said to Gongqing Lei at the side, "Go, invite Fan Jin over for dinner." Jun Wuxie's eyes were calm and not a ripple of emotion showed. She did not even bother to glance in Ning Rui's direction. Gongqing Lei was dumbfounded, and it was only moments later that he acknowledged and left. Gu Ying turned the chopsticks in his hand and he looked at Jun Wuxie smilingly. "I heard that you are on rather good terms with Fan Jin." He could roughly guess at Ning Rui's intentions, but Gu Ying did not intend to stop him. Gu Ying was rather interested to see for himself how such a cold and expressionless little brat would react when he sees the state Fan Jin had been reduced to. Will a crack finally show upon that expressionless mask? Jun Wuxie pecked at the dishes slowly, not showing the slightest sign of striking up a conversation with Gu Ying. However, Ning Rui, on the other hand, was relating with a big smile on his face. When Jun Xie had just been admitted into the Zephyr Academy, Fan Jin had been his mentor. In the beginning, there were many rumors about Jun Xie in the Zephyr Academy, and those rumors were extremely vicious. But Fan Jin had still continued to protect him and even brought him to stay at the quaint little dwelling in the bamboo grove. Staying there finally gave Jun Xie some peaceful days. As Ning Rui spoke, the malicious glint in his eyes shone brightly. From what Gu Ying had said earlier, Ning Rui already gathered that Gu Ying did not mind him antagonizing Jun Xie. And if that was the case, there was nothing else holding him back anymore. Chapter 704, Prepping for the Counter, 3. After a while, Jun Wuxie had just finished eating her bowl of rice. She had just put down her chopsticks and was sitting there quietly when a familiar figure was seen being dragged in by. Gongqing lay through the door. When Jun Wuxie's gaze fell upon that person, her heart trembled a little. But that unusual reaction did not show on the outside and her eyes still remained chilly. Fan Jin had been forcibly dragged all the way to this place by Gongqing Lei. The once handsome and suave youth, in the prime of his life, was now a wreck, his face sallow and sunken, his body reduced to skin and bones. His blood-stained clothes were so completely covered in sordid filth that its original color was no longer distinguishable. The face that had always been overflowing with joyous laughter now held no expression. That pair of eyes that once sparkled brightly were now unfocused and dull, staring blankly straight ahead before himself. Fan Jin's dry cracked lips were slightly open. Severe dehydration had caused his lips to become so dry they were filled with wounds that had split in many places. A fine thin line of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth down his jaw and dripped from his chin, his filthy clothes covering from his tall and now skinny frame. His body no longer has the flesh and muscle to fill up the loose clothes, as the oversized clothes hung loosely from his body. The present Fan Jin was even skinnier than Fan Zhuo when he was still gravely ill. His hair was in a tangled mess like dry grass, and dirt and filth covered his face. Both his hands and feet were shackled, and Gongqing Lei was holding the chain between his hands and dragging the dull and unresponsive Fan Jin forcefully behind him with every step to come before Jun Wuxie. Every step that he took, the thick chain around his ankles struck the ground, and the sharp and crisp clanks rang in their ears. Who would ever link this lunatic who looked every inch a filthy beggar with the Fan family's eldest young master who once took the entire Zephyr Academy by storm? If it wasn't for the fact that Fan Jin's prominent features on his face had not changed, June Wuxia really would not be able to recognize him. She had already known that Fan Jin would be in very bad shape judging from what he had gone through, but she still had not expected that it would be as bad as what she was seeing now. And this was with Wen Xin Han shielding him. If Wen Xin Han had not come, Fan Jin would undoubtedly have died, an incomplete corpse. Ning Rui had, because of Ning Xin's death, developed an intense hatred towards Fan Jin and the Jun family. He did not have the means to move against the Lin Palace at the moment, and Fan Chi had been killed. Hence, he had directed all his hatred and viciousness onto Fan Jin alone. Fan Jin was still alive, no doubt. But living like this was more torturing than death. In this instance, it was good that Fan Jin had lost his mind. Or he might not have lasted till now. June Wuxia burned the image of the way Fan Jin looked at that moment into her mind, her eyes as calm as before, her mind already analyzing the various conditions that his body had been and could be afflicted with. Dehydration, inflammation, high fever. The fact that Fan Jin had lived till this day was already a miracle. Fan Jin, you're here. Come sit down. Ning Rui's face was a mask of gentleness as he smiled, acting just like a close and gentle, neighborly elder. But Fan Jin no longer possessed consciousness. He was unable to register what Ning Rui was saying. In contrast to Ning Rui's gentle tone and demeanor, Gongqing Lei's face was dark as he continued to drag the hobbling Fan Jin towards the table. His harsh and abrasive actions even made Fan Jin trip over his own feet and fall right into the ground. Being forced to witness the once straight-backed and tall youth falling so helplessly like a tottering child, and not even crying out once, June Wuxia suddenly felt her heart sink a notch. Fan Jin shouldn't be in this state. He did not deserve this one bit. How did you come to fall? Somebody help him up quick. Ning Rui said, with a malicious laugh. Gongqing Lei grabbed Fan Jin on both his shoulders, and just threw him onto a chair. Fan Jin was covered in the dust and dirt from the ground, and the expression on his face was vacant as his unseeing eyes stared blankly forward. Chapter 705, Prepping for the Counter, 4. Looks like he isn't capable of eating on his own. Come, Gongqing Lei, you feed him. Ning Rui said, his eyes almost dripping with malice. Gongqing Lei immediately lifted a bowl and used the soup spoon to scoop up the still slightly scalding hot soup and pushed it into Fan Jin's mouth one after another. However, Fan Jin did not react in the slightest. He sat there staring blankly ahead, while Gongqing Lei continued to stuff big mouthfuls of rice and other dishes into his mouth. His mouth remained open and he did not move. The forcibly fed food filled his mouth and was overflowing, and much of it just dropped over his chin and onto his clothes, making them even more filthy than they had been before. Soup and water was soaked up into his clothes, and Fan Jin now looked every inch worse than the beggars on the streets, just a marionette that anyone could manipulate. Gongqing Lei's rough and brutal actions showed not an ounce of mercy. Fan Jin's mouth was obviously completely filled with food, but he continued to push the sturdy porcelain spoon to stuff more in. The wounds on his cracked lips split open and blood flowed down mixed together with the food falling out of his mouth. June Wuxia stared unblinkingly at Fan Jin being put under such torture. She did not waver in the slightest, seemingly wanting to remember every single thing that was happening, and remember it all in her heart. She would remember the humiliation these people served today. Ning Rui was laughing, and Guing was laughing. They seemed to find it great joy and think it was very amusing to toy with a completely defenseless Fan Jin in this manner. June Wuxia watched it all without a word. She came to notice that it wasn't that Fan Jin did not feel pain, and it wasn't that he did not retaliate. She saw that Fan Jin's lower jaw had been forcibly dislocated and he was just unable to close his mouth. A frosty chilling light rose in June Wuxia's placid eyes. She quickly hid it and remained quiet just as she had done and sat there continuing to watch. Watching the once proud son of the heavens, watching the once friendly and amicable youth, toyed and tortured like a lowly beast by the very enemies who murdered his father in cold blood. June Wuxia sat through it all, not giving them the slightest reaction. Guing observed June Wuxia secretly, but he could not detect the slightest trace of any crack on June Wuxia's mask of placid calm he had so eagerly anticipated to see. The smile on his face faded as the corners of his mouth straightened out, and impatience began to show within his eyes. Ning Rui was beside himself with joy when he saw Fan Jin being tormented like a dog, which helped soothe the burning hatred that gripped at his heart. His laughter grated jarringly on the ears as he watched the inhumane scene play out before him. Fan Jin suddenly retched violently from the harsh torment that blocked up Fan Jin's airway. He fell to the ground with a loud thump as his gut turned and his body threw up everything reflexively, and all the food stuffed in his mouth came tumbling out together. His spent body started trembling violently, completely wrecked, an intolerable sight. What's wrong? You ate so little and you are full already. Don't you know how difficult it was to prepare all these food? Our high and mighty young master Fen really doesn't know the sufferings of the common people. How can you be so wasteful? A smirk appeared on Ning Rue's mouth and he gave Gongqing Lei a meaningful glance. Gongqing Lei immediately stepped forth and squatted down beside Fan Jin. He then grabbed Fan Jin by the hair and pushed his face into his vomit, like he expected Fan Jin eat up the disgusting vomit he had just spewed out. Are you done eating? Jun Wuxie suddenly asked Guing sitting beside her. Guing was surprised, and the mirth reappeared in his eyes once more. He finally can't take it anymore. Still not completely full. Why? Senior, you've had your fill. Why don't you give me a little while longer? Guing said. However, Jun Wuxie stood up quickly. It smells. If you enjoy this smell, you just go ahead. With those words, Jun Wuxie gave a deep frown and walked away covering her nose. Guing was at a loss for words for a moment. He had not thought that Jun Wuxie would say that. Even Ning Rue was dumbfounded. He clearly remembered that Jun Xie and Fan Jin had been rather close. So, when seeing Fan Jin treated so harshly, how could he remain so unaffected? Not only that, he had even displayed an expression of utter disgust before he left, throwing out his sleeves in abhorrence. Isn't he going to say anything to try to save Fan Jin? Chapter 706, Prepping for the Counter, 5. Gu Ying and Ning Rue had not expected Jun Xie to give them such a response. The scene they imagined in their minds that their hearts longed to see did not materialize. Gu Ying stood up, feeling slightly disappointed as he looked at Ning Rue and said, "Your malicious sense of humor amounted to nothing in the end." Immediately turning after saying that, Gu Ying left to catch up to Jun Wuxie. Ning Rue's face twisted up grotesquely with rage, as a persistent twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. He sprang up from his seat all of a sudden and flipped the table, causing a whole table full of soup and dishes to spill onto Fan Jin. Fan Jin lay in a heap on the ground, his body still trembling violently. Bring him back there. Don't forget to wash him clean and change his clothes. Make sure when Xin Han does not notice anything. Ning Rue snarled through gritted teeth. Gongqing Lei flinched, but hurriedly nodded his head, before he proceeded to drag the pungent-smelling Fan Jin away. When Jun Wuxie got back to the little bamboo grove, she shut her room door behind her. Gu Ying came and wanted to talk a little but Jun Wuxie adamantly refused. Hearing Gu Ying's departing footsteps outside the door, Jun Wuxie was seated at the table. She felt slightly short of breath as the scorching rage burned in her chest, almost made her lose control. Her tightly clenched fists were on the table, and she realized that her nails had dug so hard into her palms that blood was dripping out from the bottom of her fists. Meow. The little black cat appeared. It could sense the intense rage in Jun Wuxie's heart and it padded over to rub its body against Jun Wuxie's hands and licked at Jun Wuxie's wounds to comfort her. I was wrong. Jun Wuxie suddenly said. The little black cat sat down on the table and looked at her chilly eyes. I should have arranged to meet with Xin Han tonight. Jun Wuxie could not understand why she was so burned up in rage. She felt as if a big rock was pressing down on her chest, and she had a huge urge to immediately run to Ning Rue right at that very moment to tear him to pieces. It will be over tomorrow. It will all end tomorrow. Once tomorrow comes, and you get a clear answer whether there are any other Middle Realm people within the Zephyr Academy, you will then be able to make your move. The little black cat continued to rub itself against Jun Wuxie's arm. Besides feeling Jun Wuxie's rage, the little black cat was also sensing from its mistress a chilling urge to kill that its mistress was trying very hard to suppress. Jun Wuxie took in an enormously deep breath, attempting to cool the burning urge to kill in her heart. Tomorrow, just wait till tomorrow. Early the next morning, Gu Ying came knocking on Jun Wuxie's room door. Jun Wuxie had already managed to regain her composure, and when she saw Gu Ying, her face was as calm and as expressionless as before. The two of them then left for the spirit healer faculty. Jun Wuxie again requested to speak to Gu Lisheng alone, and Guing just shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly without disagreeing. When he had left from the little bamboo grove yesterday and gone to the spirit healer faculty, he had not discovered anything strange. He did not think that Jun Xie was talking to Gu Lisheng about just mundane things, but Jun Xie had been able to hide it too well. He still had not managed to discover what Jun Xie was really after, and he was currently indulging to his whims to encourage him to make his move. But Guing had not known that Jun Wuxie was always careful and meticulous in her plans, and she would never allow Guing much time to discover or detect anything from her. Jun Wuxie went into Gu Lisheng's office alone. Guing glanced around the room before he closed the door, and when he saw that only Gu Lisheng was in there, he smiled and mumbled a few lines before he retreated from the room. Once the door was shut, the stiff smile on Gu Lisheng's face quickly disappeared. He strode quickly to the door and stuck his ear onto it, and listened intently for a while. After he was certain that Guing was not at the door trying to eavesdrop on them, he finally sighed in relief and was finally able to show Jun Wuxie a genuine smile. "You are Jun Xie." A strange voice suddenly spoke within her mind. Jun Wuxie raised her head and she suddenly saw Wen Xian Han dressed in a blue flowing robe walking out from behind a tightly shut bookcase. Chapter 707, Prepping for the Counter, 5. Wen Xian Han had not opened his mouth, but that voice had reached Jun Wuxie's ears. Voice transmission through the spirit. That was a skill only the purple spirit can use. Jun Wuxie looked at Wen Xian Han, whom she had not seen for some time. She noticed that Wen Xian Han's looks had not changed in the slightest, but the commanding and imposing air he exuded into the space around him now, it was vastly different from before. Just by standing there, Wen Xian Han's mere presence was already making them feel an invisible oppressive force pressing down on them. From an indigo spirit to the purple spirit, it was only one step away. But the span of that one single step was an impossible leap for an innumerable and countless number of people. Jun Wuxie did not immediately answer Wen Xian Han's query. Her gaze turned slightly towards the door, and Wen Xian Han said in understanding, "I have already used my spirit power to isolate us. He will not be able to hear a word of our conversation." When Wen Xian Han spoke, his eyes were discreetly measuring the petite-sized youth before him. The youth was perceived to be a little on the small side compared to others his age, and a tad too skinny. And that face with his delicate features was different from the one in his memory that was able to bring down cities and lay countries into ruin. But somehow, when Wen Xian Han looked into that pair of chilling eyes cold as autumn waters, he could not help but find them extremely familiar. Exactly like those he saw that day, the very same set of eyes on that young lady. "Has your granddaughter recovering well?" Jun Wuxie asked as she looked at Wen Xian Han. Her first question already causing Wen Xian Han to be taken aback. She knows. She is really from the Lin Palace after all. Wen Xian Han wiped away the surprise in his eyes and nodded slightly. "Very much better, and she will only need a little more nursing to make a complete recovery." Gu Lisheng stared at Wen Xian Han in great surprise before he turned to stare at Jun Xie in confusion. He had known about Wen Xian Han's granddaughter's affliction, and for that, Wen Xian Han had even served the Qin Yun clan for a time. But after the Qin Yun clan disappeared, there had been no news about Wen Xian Han ever since. And hearing the conversation between the two people, it seems that Wen Xian Han's granddaughter has recovered. "You pledged on that day that if the elixir is able to save your granddaughter's life, you would henceforth owe me your life. Do you still stand by your own words?" Jun Wuxie asked. Even the highly revered Wen Xian Han could not help but show an expression of utter shock on his wizened face. Those words, he would naturally still remember them. And what he remembered even more distinctly was to whom he had said those very words to. "You are Jun Wuxie, the young miss of the Lin Palace." Wen Xian Han's eyes suddenly flashed in joyous surprise. With Jun Wuxie's nod in agreement, Gu Lisheng suddenly found himself turned to stone. He could only stare in wide-eyed astonishment at Jun Wuxie, his mind a complete and utter blank. Lin Palace. Jun Wuxie. Just what is going on here? Wen Xian Han immediately bowed in greeting before Jun Wuxie. "I would like to proffer my utmost gratitude to the Jun family's young miss for lending a hand to have saved my granddaughter's life. I had intended to go present my humble self before the doors of the Lin Palace to express my immeasurable gratitude to you, but I gathered from the Duke that the young miss would not be in the palace for a period, and I had been filled with regret. And I had not expected to be able to meet the young miss here. Please allow Wen Xin Han to pay my obeisance here. Immediately, Wen Xin Han quickly dispersed his oppressive spirit aura and bowed deeply before Jun Wuxie. Gu Lisheng was about to lose his mind. Wen Xin Han was the most highly revered and most highly skilled exponent, as being the first person in the last century to have been able to achieve a breakthrough to the exalted purple spirit. Such an esteemed and worshipped individual was actually bowing in unhesitant deferment, lowering his eminent self before Jun Wuxie, a kid younger than his own granddaughter. Gu Lisheng's mind was spinning out of control. He seriously suspected whether his eyes were playing tricks on himself. An exalted purple spirit, before a little lass in her teens, was not only dispensing with all the protocols of formalities, he was even bowing and humbling himself here. Has the world really gone mad? There's no need. I only need to ask you whether your words still stand. Jun Wuxie was not concerned whether Wen Xin Han was grateful to her. What she cared about was whether he was a man who stood by his word. Chapter 708, Prepping for the Counter, 7. Wen Xin Han said with a warm smile, the words of Wen Xin Han would always count. Jun Wuxie nodded, satisfied with the answer she got. I do not need you to give me your life, I will need to make use of your life to win me another person's life. Jun Wuxie said with her eyes narrowed. Please tell me what I must do. Wen Xin Han asked without a moment's hesitation. He did not even bother to probe further, and he agreed to it immediately. It could be seen from here how the Wen family's reputation of unwavering loyalty had come about. With Wen Xin Han's status and his power, he could very well choose not to honor the promise he made to Jun Wuxie. The strength and power of a true purple spirit was immeasurable, and even the Lin Palace itself might not be able to demand that from the current Wen Xin Han, but Wen Xin Han had nevertheless chosen to honor his promise. That was a trait that Jun Wuxie deeply respected. Jun Wuxie was glad her grandfather had not misjudged Wen Xin Han then, and the Wen family were indeed people of integrity. There's no rush. There are a few things I need to ask you. With Wen Xin Han's assuring reply, Jun Wuxie was no longer anxious. Now that she was sure that Wen Xin Han was on her side, all that was left to do was to gather more information about the enemy and wait for an opportunity to strike. Please ask. Wen Xin Han replied patiently. Gu Lisheng was watching without being able to say a word from the side. Jun Wuxie was without a doubt the calmest and most collected little one he had ever seen. Facing a purple spirit, Jun Wuxie had unreservedly accepted Wen Xin Han's offer of obeisance, and her words had even made Wen Xin Han submit to her requests. Looking at the way Wen Xin Han was acting, he seemed to have absolutely no qualms or doubts with what Jun Wuxie was asking of him. Gu Lisheng found himself in complete awe of Jun Wuxie's dominating capabilities, that was able to even make a character like Wen Xin Han submit to her. Why don't we all sit down first? Gu Lisheng asked cautiously after clearing his throat. Without knowing the reason, Gu Lisheng suddenly felt rather small before the Jun Wuxie and Wen Xin Han. With Wen Xin Han, it might still be easy to explain, he was a purple spirit after all. Throughout the expansive vast lands, few if any were able to negotiate on equal terms with Wen Xin Han. But Jun Wuxie was only just a young youth, and Gu Lisheng found that he was not able, and he had never been, to put up an air of being an elder before her. Jun Wuxie and Wen Xin Han nodded to each other to take a seat, and Jun Wuxie did not waste time by immediately saying, in the period that Senior Wen has been in the Zephyr Academy, you must have gained a clear understanding of everything that goes on within the grounds. I am sure Senior Wen must have noticed that the person outside that door possesses extremely strong power and isn't just an ordinary youth. I would like to ask, in the time that you were here, have you noticed any person holding a similar or higher level of power than him here? Wen Xin Han was surprised, never having expected that Jun Wuxie would ask something like this. He thought about it a moment before shaking his head. That youth Guing has a rather strange kind of spirit power, and in the Zephyr Academy, I have only seen his spirit power like that and have not seen any others. Wen Xin Han's words matched what Yisha had observed in the recent days within the Zephyr Academy. Besides Guing, there were no other people from the Middle Realm, and Jun Wuxie had wanted Wen Xin Han to further affirm it to be sure. After all, Wen Xin Han had been in the Zephyr Academy for more than 2 weeks, and what he knew would be more than the information Yisha had gathered in the past few days. With Wen Xin Han's confirmation, the murderous glint seething in Jun Wuxie's eyes no longer needed to be hidden. Young Miss June, don't tell me you intend to make a move on Guing. When Xin Han's expression was a little heavy-hearted as he looked at June Wuxie. June Wuxie was about to say something, but when she noticed Xin Han's strange expression, she swallowed it back down and instead asked, "Is there something bothering Senior One?" When Xin Han's brow creased up, looking a little concerned as he stared at June Wuxie. He hesitated for a long while but finally still opened his mouth. "Does young Miss June know about the three realms?" June Wuxie's heart jumped. Chapter 709, Prepping for the Counter, 8. We are not supposed to know of the existence of the three realms. But it wasn't too long ago that my granddaughter's illness was cured by our young Miss June, and the worry that had plagued my heart for the longest of time was finally dispelled, which unexpectedly allowed me to achieve an astounding breakthrough to the purple spirit. When Xin Han said unhurriedly, letting out a long sigh. Even when Xin Han himself had not expected that he would be able to break through to the exalted purple spirit. June Wuxie had not only saved his granddaughter's life, but she had also dissolved the knot in his heart which allowed him to be able to reach such unimaginable heights. And about a month after, when Xin Han attained the purple spirit, a mysterious person had suddenly appeared at the place he resided at. When Xin Han had lived in seclusion deep within the mountains for a long time, and the location he resided in was concealed, and he had never mentioned it to anyone before, but that men had still managed to find him. Before, when Xin Han was able to ask him anything, that men had immediately attacked him. When Xin Han had just broken through to the purple spirit level at that time, and his spirit power had just increased greatly. He had thought he would be able to take his opponent down easily, but unexpectedly, even after battling for an entire period of 3 days and 3 nights, they were still unable to determine a winner. It was only when both of them were no longer able to continue fighting and they both stopped that the battle was able to end. The men had thereafter issued Xin Han an invitation and told him about the three realms. It was only at that time that when Xin Han got to know that the land they were all in her was called the lower realm, and above them, there was a place they called the middle realm. That mysterious man then claimed he came from the middle realm, from a place called the Temple of the Dragon. According to that man, only those who broke through and attained the purple spirit would be qualified to enter the middle realm, and all individuals who had managed that in the lower realm in times past would have received an invitation from the middle realm, which explained why the purple spirits that had appeared in the lower realm in the past would somehow disappear after a time, and the invitation's validity would stand for a year. Within a year, if when Xin Han agreed to it, he would inform them by writing, and they would then make arrangements to receive Xin Han into the middle realm. If when Xin Han wanted to reject them, he didn't need to do anything, and the offer would lapse once the 1 year's time ran out. In the long history of the lower realm, there had been quite a number of purple spirits. But after gaining unsurpassing fame, those purple spirits had always disappeared without a trace. Only a rare 1 or 2 purple spirits would continue to appear in people's rumors, and in the end, the number of purple spirits further diminished in the lower realm till when Xin Han became the first person in the past century to receive an invitation from the middle realm. The men who issued Xin Han the invitation had promised that as long as Xin Han accepted it, he would be able to pursue unparalleled power, power that was stronger even than the purple spirit. To have attained the purple spirit, one must have pursued power to outdo themselves relentlessly their whole lives, and the promise of letting them achieve more power that overshadowed what they held was indeed greatest temptation to them. That man looked to have turned 40 just not too long ago, and he was already fighting on equal footing with me. That had made me curious how such a young man had been able to hold such strong power, but he instead told me it wasn't just him, but even their teenage kids in the middle realm were able to do it. As for Gu Ying, although I had not seen how strong or weak his spirit power is normally, I had once observed the purple spirit power he released and thought that anyone who was able to hold such power in age so young must have come from the middle realm. When Xin Han sighed upon saying he had not wanted himself to be drawn into the conflict within the Zephyr Academy because there were people from the middle realm involved and he did not want to poke his nose into their affairs. Young Miss June, unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to provoke people from the middle realm. When Xin Han was genuinely looking out for June Wuxie. Having seen the might of the middle realm, when Xin Han, though already a purple spirit, did not dare be too confident anymore. Chapter 710, Prepping for the Counter, 9. What if I must go against them? June Wuxie looked at Xin Han, her face deadly serious. When Xin Han was taken aback a moment before he replied with steely determination, I will not go back on my word to you. Jun Wuxia nodded slightly as Wen Xin Han expressed his determination. I will not need you to confront Gu Ying, but for you to look after Fan Jin during this period, to ensure he stays alive, and you will have fulfilled your promise to me. When Jun Wuxia had said to use Wen Xin Han's life, she had meant to hold him to his word to protect Fan Jin with his life. An expression of surprise showed on Wen Xin Han's face as he said, My young Miss Jun need not put it this way. Fan Jin is the son of an old friend of mine, and even my young Miss Jun did not say it, I would still have protected Fan Jin. I want you to break him out of imprisonment. Immediately. With Fan Jin locked up there, even if his life could be protected, he would still be put under indescribable torment. Now that she had returned, she could not sit back and do nothing. Wen Xin Han was silent a moment. Are you certain? Jun Wuxia nodded affirmatively. Wen Xin Han considered a moment before he said, All right. I will bring him out of here today. But you must know that even if he escapes this day, Fan Jin will be saddled with the crime of having murdered his own father henceforth. It wasn't that Wen Xin Han was reluctant to break Fan Jin out of his imprisonment. But if he were to run away, then all that he would never be cleared of everything he had been accused of. Fan Jin would be forced to live in hiding, burying his own name in shame, as his name would only invite ridicule and curses. He was such a jovial and righteous boy, and if he was forced to shoulder the crime that he did not commit, and lived a life humiliated and in hiding, it would be an unjustified insult and disgrace to the Fan family's name and reputation. Hence, Wen Xin Han had wanted to find and produce evidence, to prove Fan Jin's innocence. Jun Wuxia looked at Wen Xin Han in his eyes and said, I will clear his name. If she was going to do it, she would see it through all the way to the end, and not leave any room for regrets. All right. Giving Jun Wuxia his complete trust, Wen Xin Han did not ask her another word on it. Jun Wuxia then told Wen Xin Han to bring Fan Jin to Chanlin town after the deed was done. Finishing all that she came to say, Jun Wuxia immediately left. The time their conversation had taken had been short, but they had been open with their intentions. When Jun Wuxia came out of the office, Gu Ying was still waiting outside the door staring at her with a wide smile on his face. Jun Wuxia walked away without giving him any reaction, and Gu Ying followed after behind her. After Gu Ying and Jun Wuxia had left, Gu Lixing thanked Wen Xin Han another time. Although he wanted to save Fan Jin, he did not possess enough power. But since Jun Wuxia had been able to make Wen Xin Han lend a hand, that was no longer an issue. In the days to come, we will need to trouble Senior Wen with looking after Fan Jin for a period. Gu Lixing asked sincerely. Wen Xin Han nodded and disappeared without a trace. Gu Lixing found himself standing in the suddenly empty office, his body still all tensed up. Jun Wuxia had not shared much more other than to ask Wen Xin Han to bring Fan Jin away from here. But Gu Lixing knew that Jun Wuxia must have an incredible counter-move planned up her sleeve, and that realization made his blood rush and incredibly excited. His fists were tightly clenched as he anticipated for the day to come as soon as possible. That evening, when Gu Ying and Jun Wuxia were having dinner, Gongqing Lei suddenly came running in, his face pale as a ghost. Young Master Gu. There's trouble. Gongqing Lei shot a glance at Jun Wuxia sitting at the side, and he then turned his eyes to look at Gu Ying anxiously. Oh. What happened? Gu Ying asked slowly as he looked at Gongqing Lei. Ever since the meal yesterday, Jun Xia had refused to go over to eat together with Ning Rui. Gu Ying did not mind it, as after finding out that Jun Xia did not give the slightest reaction to seeing Fan Jin in his wretched state, he had quickly lost interest in using such methods to taunt Jun Xia anymore. Chapter 711, Dominance of a Purple Spirit, 1. Gongqing Lei paused a moment to glance at Jun Wuxia again and turned his eyes back to Gu Ying, looking very hesitant to speak. Just spit it out. Gu Ying said impatiently. Gongqing Lei gulped before he said, Wen Xin Han is bringing Fan Jin away from here. Gu Ying's eyebrow raised in alarm and he said, What did you say? Gongqing Lei said, He is now where Fan Jin is imprisoned and the headmaster has already gone to stop him. But when Xin Han's power I was afraid the headmaster will not be able to stop him, and so I came to tell you. Gu Ying's eyes narrowed and he stood up quickly. He was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Would Senior want to go see as well? Gu Ying asked as his gaze turned to fall upon Jun Wuxia, his mouth curled up in a smile. June Wuxia put down her bowl and chopsticks unhurriedly and she looked at Gu Ying's brilliantly smiling face. She got up slowly and replied, "Sure." Gongqing Lei immediately led Gu Ying and June Wuxia over in a rush. And after the three of them left, the little black cat that had been hidden in a dark corner suddenly leapt out into the open, and ran quickly towards the outside of the Zephyr Academy. The front of the building that Fan Jin was locked up in was filled with the Zephyr Academy's disciples. All of them were craning their necks and their ears were pricked up curious to find out what was happening. When Xin Han had brought the fully muddled Fan Jin and come downstairs, Ning Rui, Nang Gongsu, and a few other teachers of the Zephyr Academy were blocking Wen Xin Han's way out. Wen Xin Han's dominatingly oppressive presence caused many of the disciples' hearts to be overawed. They realized they were looking at the only person to have attained the purple spirit in the past 100 years. A large majority of the youths had already had their hearts set on seeing Wen Xin Han, but to no avail, as after Wen Xin Han came to the Zephyr Academy, he seldom showed himself. The expectant youths did not dare to intrude into Wen Xin Han's rest, and they could only hope in anticipation for an opportunity. The chance came at last after waiting for so long that Wen Xin Han had made an appearance, and once the news spread, every single youth in the Zephyr Academy was attracted here. And the trip they made here was rewarded with a good show. Wen Xin Han was holding the completely muddled Fan Jin under his left arm. Throughout the entire Zephyr Academy, everyone knew clearly Fan Jin for what kind of a guy he was, and there wasn't one who didn't know him. Although his reputation had taken quite a beating when he chose to protect June Wuxia before her name was cleared, after Gu Lixing stepped forth to explain it, Fan Jin had quickly regained his position as the popular and respected senior once again. At that time, Fan Qi was murdered all of a sudden, and Fan Jin was accused of being the one who murdered Fan Qi. The rapid twists and turns of the events confused and shocked many disciples. There were those who cursed at Fan Jin for being unscrupulous in order to get his hands on the position of headmaster, and there were others who doubted the truth behind the matter. When Xin Han had now brought Fan Jin out to appear before everyone, and the sight of Fan Jin made all of them gasp in shock. The once tall and jovial youth was seen to be completely aware of his surroundings, and his once bulky body was emaciated and thin as sticks. He was so weak he couldn't even walk without Wen Xin Han's assistance, with his cheeks sunken and his eyes vacant and unseeing. Fan Jin seemed oblivious to all the ruckus around him. Both the believers and unbelievers had, after witnessing the wretched state that Fan Jin was in, recoiled in shock. Is that really Fan Jin? How did he become like this? If Fan Jin of the past was worshipped and envied, the opposite was true now, where he was pitied and sympathized with. When Xin Han was insistent on taking Fan Jin away, and Ning Rui could do nothing more than to try his best to persuade him otherwise. Get your early access on more chapters on Misty Cloud's Patreon now. Current schedule, 6 regular chapters a week. Keep smilin'. Chapter 712, Dominance of a Purple Spirit, 2. Senior 1, since you believe that Fan Jin is innocent, why are you in such a hurry to bring him away from here? Do you know once he leaves, he would never be able to clear his name of having killed his own father for life? Ning Rui said anxiously. Although Fan Jin had lost his mind, but as vast as the lands were, who knew whether one person existed who would one day cure Fan Jin? What's more, the person taking Fan Jin away was the highly revered Wen Xin Han. As a purple spirit, Wen Xin Han would only need to say the word and all the doctors and medical practitioners would flock to him like bees to honey. One thing baffled Ning Rui. Why did Wen Xin Han suddenly want to bring Fan Jin away from here? He knew the reason that Wen Xin Han had not made any moves for so long was because he wanted to preserve Fan Jin's reputation and name. Exactly what was it that had made Wen Xin Han change his mind? Wen Xin Han stared piercingly at Ning Rui. Although Ning Rui was trying desperately to curtail the anxiety in his heart, and he was putting on a good show of being deeply concerned for Fan Jin, Wen Xin Han had, however, still been able to detect a very slight trace of panic in his voice. Wen Xin Han did not know who killed Fan Qi, but Ning Rui's actions were making him feel highly suspicious of his intentions. If Vice Headmaster Ning is willing to continue investigating into it and clear Fan Jin's name, it will be the best anyone can ask for. But if you are not willing, that is not something that Fan Jin in his current state cannot live without anyway. Wen Xin Han countered. Fan Jin was in a worse state than he had thought. He was glad that June Wuxia had asked him to bring Fan Jin away from here quickly. Ning Rui was starting to panic and his eyes kept looking outside. For Senior Wen to be taking the headmaster, Fan Chi's murderer away just like this, do you really think it is appropriate? Guing walked out from within the crowd. Gongqing Lei immediately went to stand beside Ning Rui and the two of them exchanged a glance as Ning Rui's heart finally settled a little. When Xin Han's brow creased up when he saw that Guing had rushed over here. Whether Fan Chi was killed by Fan Jin remains to be proven. Calling him the murderer here like that should be what's inappropriate. When Xin Han disliked Guing. With the first words that Guing had just uttered upon coming here, he had already slapped onto Fan Jin the accusation of being a murderer. When Xin Han noticed Jun Wuxia standing among the crowd soon after. Jun Wuxia shot him a gaze and when Xin Han turned his eyes back to the front. Jun Wuxia had told him to get Fan Jin out of this place no matter what. Yet to be proven. Senior One, what you are saying is rather funny. Only Fan Jin and Fan Chi were alone in the room at that time. When Gongqing Lei went in there, Fan Chi was already dead, and the sword that killed Fan Chi was gripped in Fan Jin's hand. If that still does not prove that Fan Jin murdered Fan Chi, then I really do not know what kind of proof Senior One expects to have before you will believe Fan Jin is the murderer. Guing was laughing as he walked to come before when Xin Han, standing directly in when Xin Han's path. His eyes swept over Fan Jin's motionless form and Guing continued to say. Could it be that Senior One is covering up for Fan Jin? Even knowing that he has killed the headmaster, you are still insisting on taking him with you. Guing was trying to corner when Xin Han. He wanted to drag when Xin Han into the mud together with Fan Jin. When Xin Han was nevertheless still calm and composed. Having received Jun Wuxia's signal, he did not have to be concerned with anything else except for the task he was given. What is the truth and which are the lies, only time will tell. Fan Jin has fallen into such a state now and as his elder, I cannot allow myself to sit back and do nothing about it. No matter what, I will take Fan Jin away from this place today. When Xin Han felt that he has said enough, and Guing has a wicked forked tongue. If Guing was allowed to continue, he will only cast Fan Jin into a worse light. And the pitiable Fan Jin had lost his mind, being completely incapable of even defending himself. So Senior One is insisting on shielding this murderer. Guing narrowed his eyes and asked, his eyes glinting dangerously. If I want to take him with me, who dares stand in my way? When Xin Han laughed, and his body was suddenly covered with a flare of bright purple spirit energy. Chapter 713, Dominance of a Purple Spirit, 3. An overwhelming and oppressive wave of power swept over everyone the next moment. All the disciples of the Zephyr Academy found themselves soaked in cold sweat. The suffocating oppression drew their breaths out of them and their faces all turned pale, while their chests constricted as if gripped by within the invisible hand of a giant, as they struggled to breathe. That was the oppressive aura of power from a true purple spirit. With the exception of Ning Rui and a few others, all the other people were seen to be swaying unsteadily in their spots under the suffocating aura of power released by Xin Han. Ning Rui had never dreamt that Xin Han would employ such domineering methods to bring Fan Jin away from here. Although Xin Han had been protective of Fan Jin, but he had always been mild-mannered and gentle all this while. The Xin Han before his eyes today seemed to have completely changed. He did not even want to explain much and had immediately released his terrifying power of his purple spirit. Guing stared at Xin Han, and his eyes raged. He narrowed his eyes a moment and he finally took one step back. Since Senior One is insisting on rescuing Fan Jin with complete disregard of the truth shown in this matter, there is no way any one of us will be able to stop you. Upon finishing his words, Guing bent his back slightly and stretched out a hand with his palm opened, in a gesture to invite Xin Han to proceed. Xin Han stared at Guing as he propped Fan Jin up to leave. All the disciples quickly opened up a wide path in terror and not a single one among them dared to utter a single word. They all watched Xin Han depart and they were finally released from that invisible oppressive force on their bodies. The sweat-drenched Ning Rui hurried over to come stand next to Guing and he asked anxiously, "Are we letting him take Fan Jin just like that?" Guing sneered at Ning Rui saying, "If you think you have what it takes to stop a purple spirit, you can go do it yourself." Ning Rui was properly stumped and he did not say a word more, but only stared at Guing with his still pale face. Go stop a purple spirit. Ridiculous. The only one here who would be a match for Wen Xin Han was only Guing alone, and that was why he had ordered Gongqing Lei to go bring Guing here. Guing arrived, but he had not expected Guing to allow Wen Xin Han to leave with Fan Jin that easily. With Wen Xin Han having rescued Fan Jin from us, if Fan Jin were to regain his consciousness one day and spill the beans, that would be disastrous for us. Ning Rui was extremely worried and very nervous. But as many of the Zephyr Academy's disciples were around them, he could only say it in a hushed whisper. Guing smiled. You think Fan Jin is able to recover from that? Ning Rui was stunned. The reason I spared him his life was not for him to give me any trouble. No one in the lower realm is capable of letting him regain his consciousness. Moreover, even if he does wake up one day, so what? Even if he told everyone the truth of the matter, would anyone believe him? Guing retorted. After hearing Gu Ying's words, Ning Rui was finally placated. That's right. Fan Jin has been branded as the murderer who killed Fan Qi. Even if he stood forth to speak up in his own defense, people will only think he is lying to protect himself and not believe a single word he said. We do not need to fear Fan Jin. But as for Fan Zhua, when are you going to find him? Guing asked with a note of impatience in his voice. As long as Fan Zhua was still alive, Ning Rui would never be secure in the Zephyr Academy's headmaster's seat, and he would remain unable to deploy the entire student body in the academy to go down the Heaven's End cliff. That was something that Guing did not wish to see. I have gotten more people to look into it, but besides Fan Qi and Fan Jin, no one seems to know where Fan Zhua has gone, but maybe Jun Xie knows. Some time ago, Jun Xie had left the Zephyr Academy together with Fan Zhua, and this time, they had left the academy one after the other. Maybe, he might very well know something about it. Ning Rui exclaimed excitedly when he suddenly recalled that Jun Xie and Fan Zhua had gone out of the Zephyr Academy that first time. Chapter 714, My Move, 1. After hearing what Ning Rui said, Guing turned to look for Jun Xie within the crowd. But he was stunned that even after all the Zephyr Academy's disciples had dispersed, he still did not see Jun Xie anywhere. A shock jolted Gu Ying's heart at that moment, and his body turned into a flash of light as he went to every corner of the Zephyr Academy grounds at his top speed, but was still unable to discover any sign of Jun Xie. How was that possible? An ominous feeling of dread crept into Gu Ying's heart. He immediately went to the Spirit Healer faculty. But when he got there, he found that the entire faculty grounds were completely empty. Gu Lisheng and all his disciples had disappeared without a trace, and the Spirit Healer faculty grounds looked just like a ghost town. Boom. Gu Ying's mind exploded in a whirl as he thought back to all of Jun Xie's actions the past 2 days. He did not find anything out of the ordinary, but among Jun Xie's common and day-to-day actions, there had only been 2 incidents that had cause for suspicion. And that was the private meetings between Jun Xie and Gu Lisheng. Jun Xie had met with Gu Lisheng twice within the 2 days, and adding them up together, their meetings had not even come up to a single hour. The rest of the times, Guing had had his eye fixed on Jun Xie, watching him like a hawk, and he had not expected that anything untoward would happen. But today, when Xin Han had acted completely out of character, and Guing had not noticed it earlier, but it now dawned upon him as he pieced together all the actions of Jun Xie after he came back, and he came to an astounding realization. When Xin Han's strange and abnormal behavior had happened only after Jun Xie's return. A terrifying thought rose into Gu Ying's mind suddenly. Jing's disappearance, when Xin Han's abnormal behavior, and the sudden departure of everyone in the Spirit Healer faculty, all these incidents must have something to do with Jun Xie. Jun Xie. I have really underestimated you. Gu Ying's face was twisted up in malicious rage, and his jaw was tightly clenched as he stared at the wide and empty Spirit Healer faculty building. He would never have dreamed that a moment's slip in his judgment of Jun Xie would bring about such a disaster. In a rage, Gu Ying came to Ning Rui's office and kicked the door open with a crash. He grabbed at the collar of the confused Ning Rui and said menacingly, "Gather all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy immediately and bring them to the Heaven's End cliff." Ning Rui was suddenly terrified under Gu Ying's murderous glare, his eyes red, completely bloodshot. What happened? We have been played out by Jun Xie. Fan Jin's rescue by Wen Xin Han must be linked to him in some way. Gu Ying said through narrowed eyes, as his rage rose to scorching levels. How is that possible? Jun Xie doesn't know Wen Xin Han, and moreover, weren't you with Jun Xie all this time? How could he have the opportunity to get in touch with Wen Xin Han? Ning Rui gulped when Guing turned his murderous glare back on him. He might not have had the chance to get in touch with Wen Xin Han, but Gu Lixing did. Guing thought back to the time after Jun Xie had just met with Gu Lixing, when Jun Xie had led him away from the spirit healer faculty, using the excuse of teaching him spirit healing, to lure him far away, which prevented him from knowing Gu Lixing's movements. Jun Wuxie had made her ploy completely watertight, and it had been carried out noiselessly without anyone knowing. Before the whole matter exploded in the enemy's faces, no one could possibly guess what she was really planning. Gu Ying had been defeated this time. He had lost to his own recklessness of youth and had been overconfident and too sure of himself. Jun Xie and Gu Lixing's disappearance had completely eliminated Gu Ying's plan coming to the Zephyr Academy. Now, Gu Ying had no other choice but to push for the disciples of the Zephyr Academy to go explore the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff as soon as possible to prevent any more accidents from happening. Wen Xin Han is gone, and now you call the shots in the Zephyr Academy. In 3 days, I want the entire student body of the Zephyr Academy to move out from here. Gu Ying was filled with rage with the disaster his single oversight had caused him. Chapter 7:15, My Move, 2. 3 days. Wouldn't that be too big a rush? Ning Rui was sweating profusely. He had drawn Gu Ying into the Zephyr Academy to avenge Ning Xin. But now, though Fan Qi was dead, and Fan Jin had lost his mind, but Fan Zhuo and the Rui Lin army were not dealt with yet, and Gu Ying was already forcing them to move. Without Gu Lixing and Jun Xie as his bargaining chips, Ning Rui did not dare to imagine what the future would be like. If it is not done when the 3 days' time is up, I wouldn't mind killing you and sending all those brats on their way myself. Gu Ying threatened, his eyes narrowed to a slit, as they flashed with a murderous glint that showed the unbridled rage boiling within him. Ning Rui's eyes widened, as he stared in disbelief at Gu Ying. Looking into that pair of bloodshot eyes, Ning Rui knew that Gu Ying meant every single word he said. Gu Ying threw Ning Rui onto the ground and immediately turned and left. He was afraid if he stayed another second in there, he would not be able to hold himself back from killing that useless piece of trash. Ning Rui remained sitting on the ground, his face filled with despair, and he suddenly looked like he aged a lot. Once the disciples of the Zephyr Academy were brought to the Heaven's End cliff, that would mean that he would have outlived his usefulness to Gu Ying. And when he remembered those blood-red eyes of Gu Ying's earlier, Ning Rui could not help it but to curl up and wrap his arms tightly around himself, sudden fear completely overwhelming him, as an icy chill ran through his entire body. A great storm was about to hit the Zephyr Academy, and not too far away, another scene was playing out in Chanlin town. Gu Lixing was sitting in a room within the inn, his hands clasped together on the table. When he heard approaching footsteps, he quickly stood up and every nerve in his body was suddenly taut. The little black cat lazed languidly upon the table, its tail swaying at the air. A series of knocks sounded upon the door and Gu Lixing hurried over to it. However, he paused to take a deep breath right before the door before he opened it. Outside the door, stood the figure of Jun Wuxie. Jun Xie! Gu Lixing exclaimed happily. The moment his eyes saw Jun Wuxie, the tensed expression on his face immediately relaxed and his heart was finally able to settle down. What happened? Jun Wuxie looked at Gu Lixing's deathly pallor and she swept her eyes around the room inside. Besides the little black cat, she did not see anyone else. And Gu Lixing looked to be fine. Why was he looking so terrified? Nothing at all. Did Senior Wen manage to rescue Fan Jin from there? Gu Lixing asked, casting his gaze behind Jun Wuxie, but he did not see any sign of Wen Xin Han and Fan Jin. I have arranged accommodations for them. Did you manage to bring all your disciples out? Jun Wuxie asked as she stepped into the room. Gu Lixing shut the door tightly and immediately replied, I did. I have arranged other rooms for them to stay in as well. Today's events had really taken me by surprise. I really wouldn't have thought that your ring spirit would come and inform me to evacuate all the disciples. As Gu Lixing said that, his gaze fell upon the lazy form of the little black cat lying on the table. Just at the time when Xin Han was bringing Fan Jin out of the academy, this little black cat had stealthily made its way to the spirit healer faculty just as Gu Lixing had just received the news that Wen Xin Han was forcefully bringing Fan Jin away and was still filled with glee when he suddenly saw a familiar-looking black cat jump in through his window. He had seen Jun Wuxie carrying that little black cat before and he knew that it was her ring spirit. He was still wondering curiously why the black cat had appeared when it suddenly opened its mouth and spoke. My mistress says that you are to immediately bring all of the disciples of the Spirit Healer faculty out of the Zephyr Academy. The horse carriages are all waiting outside and you have 5 minutes to pack your belongings. We move out in 5 minutes. Chapter 7:16, My Move, 3. Gulisheng did not know what kind of expression he was making on his face at the time, but the little black cat's words had made him realize that when June Wuxia asked when Xian Han to so blatantly break Fan Jin out of his imprisonment, her intentions behind it went beyond just merely rescuing Fan Jin. She had wanted to use the moment when everyone's, including Gu Ying's and Ning Rui's attention, were all drawn towards when Xian Han's actions, to draw their eyes off the Spirit Healer faculty. That would give the Spirit Healer faculty their only window of opportunity to escape. Gulisheng had not given it another thought and immediately informed all his disciples to gather as quickly as possible behind the little black cat. In a short while, they were all out of the Spirit Healer faculty and seated inside the prepared horse carriages before their gates, on their way to Chanlin Town. Upon reaching Chanlin Town, Gulisheng settled his disciples in and had remained in that room without taking a single step out. He felt like he had just narrowly escaped from the clutches of death and his entire being was fully tensed up. If I didn't ask you to leave at that moment, when do you want to wait until? June Wuxia asked Gulisheng, her tone questioning. Gulisheng's mouth gaped open. June Wuxia was making it all sound so natural and logical, but did she not realize that she had just returned to the Zephyr Academy for barely 2 days, and without anyone's knowledge, she had already dreamed up such a devious plot and it was executed just beautifully. Should this be something a 14-year-old lass be capable of? Gulisheng really wished he could delve in June Wuxia's mind at that moment and see what her mind was filled up inside. You are right, that was the best moment. When did you dream up such a devious plot? Having when Xian Han create a commotion to draw everyone's attention to allow us opportunity to escape from their clutches. And those horse carriages, and the inn. Gulisheng had to take his hat off to June Wuxia. In 2 days' time, she had been able to devise such a perfectly flawless ploy and made all the necessary arrangements every single step of the way. From the horse carriages outside the faculty grounds to their accommodations when they came to Chanlin Town, not a single detail was missed out. If he had not been aware that June Wuxia had left the Zephyr Academy for a long period before this and had just returned 2 days ago, Gulisheng would have thought that June Wuxia had planned all this from the day Fan Chi was killed. Ever since I heard when Xian Han was there. June Wuxia did not hide anything and answered Gulisheng candidly. Gulisheng's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at June Wuxia. How long had that only been, after she returned to the Zephyr Academy? Half a day. Fan Zhuo is staying in this inn. About Fan Chi and Fan Jin you tell it to him. June Wuxia said with her eyes lowered. When she got here, she had not first gone to see Fan Zhuo at the first instance because she did not know how to break the news to Fan Zhuo. Tell him his foster parent is dead. His adoptive brother has lost his mind. The ever calm and collected June Wuxia suddenly did not know why, but felt those words would not come out of her mouth. Hence, she came to ask Gulisheng to do it. Tell it to him now. Upon hearing Fan Zhuo's name, the smile on Gulisheng's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a look of grief. Those very words, to Fan Zhuo, will undoubtedly strike a devastating blow onto him. In just a short month, his family was broken up and a member has died. June Wuxia nodded slowly. He needs to know, or the steps after this cannot be carried out. As Gulisheng heard June Wuxia's reply, he knew she must have something more planned and he did not question her further on it. He only asked where Fan Zhuo was, and immediately stood up to go. June Wuxia sat at the table unmoving, except biting on her lip in consternation. So what if she was deemed a divine and genius doctor? She was still unable to save Fan Zhuo's father. Chapter 7:17, Parting Pains, 1. June Wuxia sat at the table for a long while. The suffocating quiet surrounding her caused her to feel a little flustered. The little black cat drew near to her and hopped into her arms to give her its familiar warmth. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded from a distance away. June Wuxia's head jerked up, the struggle within her showing in her eyes. Do you want to go take a look? The little black cat asked, as it raised a paw to paw at June Wuxia's sleeve. June Wuxia stood up solemnly and walked towards the source of the crash. When June Wuxia came before Fan Zhuo's room, she stood before it silently a moment. All was quiet in the room, and as she pushed the door open, a very faint stench of blood wafted past her. Standing in the room was Gu Lisheng, who had turned his head to look at her, but then averted his gaze when he could not find the right words to say. Jun Wuxie walked into the room and gazed upon the sight of the familiar back facing her. Fan Zhuo was sitting on one side of the room, his back to Jun Wuxie, and he was giving Lord Meme its medicinal bath. Lord Meme's condition had made some improvements and it was already able to open its eyes. Its clear gaze was looking at Jun Wuxie a moment before it turned its tiny head to look at Fan Zhuo, who had his back turned to face Jun Wuxie, and it struggled valiantly to give out a weak bleat. "Leave us for a while," Jun Wuxie said when she saw the broken pieces of porcelain scattered upon the ground by Fan Zhuo's feet, realizing that must have been what had caused that loud crash. Gu Lisheng nodded and went out of the room, carefully closing the door behind him. In the room, only Jun Wuxie and Fan Zhuo were left. "My big brother, is he all right?" Fan Zhuo's voice did not sound any different from usual, but as Jun Wuxie could not see his front, she did not know what kind of expression was on his face. "Not good," Jun Wuxie replied. Fan Zhuo's back stiffened upon hearing that. "Can you cure him? You were even capable of curing me, right?" "I have not had time to take a good look at him yet," Jun Wuxie answered honestly, but her throat seemed to hurt as the words came out, as if she should not have phrased them in that manner, and not have the words come out so cold and unfeeling. "Little Xie, I beg you. You must cure him." Fan Zhuo's voice was becoming heavily suppressed. Fan Zhuo did not move. He continued to use his back to face Jun Wuxie, his hands holding Lord Meme's tiny body, as Lord Meme continued to soak in its medicinal bath. "You asked me to stay behind here to care for Lord Meme because you received the news before you left. You did not want me to find out, and hence you went back on your own to find out what was happening first." A long bout of laughter spilled forth from Fan Zhuo's mouth, but there was not a single ounce of mirth felt from it, only bitterness and despondency, a laughter that made people's heart wince. "Then why would you tell it to me now?" Jun Wuxie was silent a moment before she said slowly, "Only you can prove Fan Jin of his innocence." "Where is Ah Jing?" "Third level, room 2. Jun Wuxie had put Ah Jing and Gu Lisheng in the same inn with Fan Zhuo. "Aren't you going to ask where Fan Jin is?" "I do not dare face him." Fan Zhuo's voice had become very raspy and almost inaudible, like it had been forcibly squeezed out of his throat, causing it to feel suffocating for the one hearing it. Jun Wuxie did not reply. She walked to go in front of Fan Zhuo without a word, finally seeing the expression on Fan Zhuo's face. That was a look that Jun Wuxie would not forget in her life. Enclosed in darkness, seemingly the opposite of light, that made one feel fearful to go near to. Leaving the little black cat in Fan Zhuo's arms, Jun Wuxie lowered herself and gave Fan Zhuo an awkward hug, pressing Fan Zhuo's head onto her thin shoulder. "Cry it out." Fan Zhuo did not say a single word. He tried to suppress his feelings, hide his emotions. But Jun Wuxie could feel that her clothes upon her shoulder had already been soaked. Chapter 718, Parting Pains, 2. Jun Wuxie brought Fan Zhuo to see Ah Jing. She stood outside the door and did not go in. As she heard Ah Jing's sobbing cries coming out from inside the room, she turned and walked towards another room. When Xin Han opened the door and when he saw Jun Wuxie standing outside, his face broke into a smile. He had only just managed to find out that Jun Wuxie's plan had involved not just his rescue of Fan Jin. When he saw Gu Lisheng in the inn, he had realized that the young miss of the Lin Palace had devised a more elaborate plan than he had thought. In the room, Fan Jin sat staring blankly by the bed. He did not speak and refused to sleep, he only sat there unmoving. The filth had been washed off from him and his clothes had been changed. Someone had combed his hair and his appearance now looked a little closer to what he had been like before. But just that pair of eyes, they were devoid of the excited exuberance from before. Jun Wuxie came to stand beside Fan Jin and held up his hand, before putting the tips of her fingers on his wrist. The physical injuries on Fan Jin were not too severe, and they would only require a little careful nursing before recovering from them. But the most difficult affliction to cure was his brain. The 2 palm strikes from Guing had inflicted serious damage to his brain that caused him to turn into a mindless empty shell. Jun Wuxie gave Fan Jin a meticulous and thorough checkup before she finally let go of Fan Jin's hand. "How is it?" When Xin Han asked, watching from the side. Ever since Jun Wuxie's elixir had miraculously saved his granddaughter's life, he had developed a deep and profound respect for the young Miss Jun. And not long after he had stepped out from his seclusion, he had heard of the obliteration of the Qin Yun clan. He saw Mu Qin when he reached the Lin Palace, and he realized then that the words that Jun Wuxie had said to the disciples of the Qin Yun clan outside the gates of the Lin Palace had not just been a threat. She had carried out her word completely. The most established clan throughout the lands, and they were annihilated by her just like that. He can be treated, but not right away. Jun Wuxie said. Fan Jin's injury to his mind was rather serious, and it would require quite a long period of time to treat. And assessing the time she had at her disposal now, she did not have enough. Things back at the Zephyr Academy was not finished yet, and if she gave up now, only Ning Rui would stand to gain from it. Jun Wuxie stared at Fan Jin and not bothered whether he understood her at that moment. She went on to say to Fan Jin, "When I was admitted into the Zephyr Academy, I was fortunate to have been protected by you. The overdue vengeance for you and your father, I will seek due redress on your behalf." When Xin Han was deeply moved as he watched from the side. "What do you intend to do?" When Xin Han had thought that Jun Wuxie only intended to have Fan Jin rescued, but after hearing her words now, he knew the matter was still not over. "I will need to trouble Senior One to watch over Fan Jin for a period longer. I have some elixirs here, and I would like to further request that you feed one to him 3 times a day." As she spoke, Jun Wuxie put some bottles of elixirs on the table and carefully explained the elixir's effects and dosage before she left the room. Outside the door, Jun Wuxie saw Fan Zhuo standing there. His face was pale and without color, and his mouth curled up ever so slightly in an attempt of a self-mocking and bitter smile. He did not know how long he had stood outside that door, but Fan Zhuo could not find the courage to push open that door. He did not know how he could face Fan Jin. If not for Fan Qi's intention to protect him, Fan Qi wouldn't have declared to everyone that he was the biological son, and Ning Rui wouldn't have been able to pin the crime on his brother with the excuse that Fan Jin had plotted to usurp the position of headmaster, and murdered Fan Qi. With all that had happened, Fan Zhuo felt that he owed the Fan family just too much. "I can cure him," Jun Wuxie said, staring at Fan Zhuo. Fan Zhuo managed a bitter smile. "I will trouble you to do that, please." Jun Wuxie remained silent. She didn't know how to comfort Fan Zhuo, and she didn't what kind of words would be suitable at that moment. Just as the two of them were about to walk away, Yisha suddenly appeared. Reporting to young Miss, Ning Rui is planning to deploy the entire student body of the Zephyr Academy to go to the Heaven's End Cliff. In 3 days' time. Chapter 719, Parting Pains, 3. After Jun Wuxie and the others had left, Yisha had stayed behind in the Zephyr Academy to keep watch. When he heard Gu Ying's and Ning Rui's conversation, he had immediately rushed towards Chanlin town to tell Jun Wuxie the news. Jun Wuxie's eyes turned chilly. She had not thought that Ning Rui would carry things to such a far extent. Sending all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy to the bottom of the Heaven's End Cliff. After Jun Wuxie and her companions had just experienced the terrifying horrors of the Heaven's End Cliff, she could almost be sure that even if there were 1,000 of the Zephyr Academy's disciples, going down to the bottom of the Heaven's End Cliff would only result in a complete wipeout of all of them. Was Ning Rui really intending to use the entire Zephyr Academy to win the favor of the 12 palaces? It's Ning Rui, isn't it? Jun Wuxie had not even said a word when Fan Zhuo asked, his eyes suddenly narrowed dangerously. Although Fan Qi was not his biological father, but Fan Zhuo was indebted to him for raising him. It did not matter whether it was Ning Rui or Gu Ying, both of them were now his arch-enemies with forever irrecoverable differences. "We have only 3 days. Seems like the plans have to be moved forward." Jun Wuxie rubbed at her chin as her mind whirled. "Little Xie, what have you got planned?" Fan Zhuo realized that now was not the time to sink into despair and pain. The enemy was still walking free. How could he allow himself to wallow in his grief and not take any action? His heart was grieving for the loss of Fan Qi, and bleeding from knowing Fan Jin had lost his mind. Before vengeance was exacted, he did not have the right to go see Fan Jin. "I've said it before. Only you can prove Fan Jin his innocence," Jun Wuxie said, looking at Fan Zhuo. Fan Zhuo smiled, immediately understanding what Jun Wuxie was saying. "That's right, only the impostor of the headmaster's real biological son can convince everyone. If the fact that Ning Rui had been able to pin the crime of murdering Fan Qi onto Fan Jin was because Fan Jin was not the biological son, then when Fan Zhuo comes forward to reveal the real truth, that would completely negate Ning Rui's line of reasoning in establishing the motive for killing. As the biological son of Fan Qi, it would be impossible that Fan Jin would kill his own father over a position that would rightfully and legitimately be handed down to him. Jun Wuxia had figured all of that out all this time, and that was why she had told Fan Zhuo about everything that had happened in the Zephyr Academy. Because, only when Fan Zhuo showed himself before everyone, would this ridiculous slander be completely crushed. Ning Rui had thought he would be able to use Fan Jin's identity as the adopted son to remove him from the line of ascension, but he would never ever expect that what he knew as fact for almost 2 decades had actually been a lie right from the start. Fan Qi had only one biological son, and that had been Fan Jin right from the start. But, I will need one more person. Jun Wuxia turned to look at Yisha. Have you sent someone to inform Brother Hua? Just having Fan Zhuo show up alone was not enough. She needed one more person before she could boot Ning Rui over into the deep abyss. All her pieces were in place, and she needed just one more rook. Yisha replied, I've sent out a little snake. I believe Brother Hua will arrive here very soon. Although Yisha's snake was not capable of speech, but it was able to swallow handwritten notes. Once Hua Yao and the others saw the note, they would immediately understand what was going on. Jun Wuxia's plans involved far much more than her earlier actions at the Zephyr Academy. She had rescued Fan Jin, saved Gu Lisheng, but there were still things that she wanted repayment for, and she would not accept a single cent less for that. Ready the horse carriage immediately. Once Brother Hua reaches here, we will move out immediately for the Zephyr Academy. Jun Wuxia said in a cold voice. The curtains are just about to raise. Ning Rui, Gu Ying, prepare yourselves for what's about to come. It was some hours later, by the time after Hua Yao and the others received the message that Yisha sent to them, and they rushed straight away to come to Chanlin town. And in the next moment after they met with Jun Wuxia, they were already on the horse carriage speeding directly towards the Zephyr Academy. Chapter 720, 8th Slap, 1. The Zephyr Academy on this day was one big mess of chaos. As it was at the end of the year, they were supposed to await the new entrants from selections in the branch division, before holding another round of the annual Spirit Battle Tournament, and everybody would all be able to happily return to their respective homes thereafter, to congregate back together again the next year. But Ning Rui had suddenly announced that all disciples of the Zephyr Academy were to participate in a brand new trial for their training, and as the location was extremely far away from the Zephyr Academy, it would require months of journeying for the back and forth trip. Therefore, the entire Zephyr Academy would need to ready themselves to move out in 3 days. Ning Rui had also reminded the disciples to prepare themselves well, saying that the training would not be at the Battle Spirits Forest this time, but at the bottom of a great cliff. Once that piece of news spread, the already bubbling pot that was the Zephyr Academy immediately exploded into chaos. The ripples from the shock stirred up from the headmaster's murder had not even calmed, and the academy was already throwing them another bombshell. The disciples who had all been prepared to start packing to go home started to moan and wail in protest. However, the current figure of authority in the Zephyr Academy was no longer the kind and benevolent Fan Qi, but Ning Rui. When Ning Rui was still holding the position of vice headmaster, his demeanor had been just as benevolent. But immediately upon Fan Qi's death, and Ning Rui took on the mantle of the acting headmaster, his administration of the academy had grown suddenly harsh and gotten more strict. And the one thing in addition to all these was the addition of the cold-blooded Gu Ying, who killed people with remorse or any form of restraint. Recently, the Zephyr Academy was plagued with many cases of suddenly missing disciples, and many of them knew deep down in their hearts that all those who had gone missing had in actuality been killed by Gu Ying. In the beginning, some had gone to Ning Rui to plead for him to seek redress for the injustice, but when all of them found the complainant's body thrown before the Zephyr Academy's front gates the next day, none of them ever dared say a thing about the matter after that. They had all clearly realized that Ning Rui was in cahoots with Gu Ying, and no matter how much they cried and bemoaned, Ning Rui would never stand up for them. It was at those moments that they all missed the kind and benevolent Fan Qi who would always protect them terribly. Terrified and jittery, there wasn't a single one among them who did not yearn for the end of the school year to arrive quickly, so as they would be allowed to return home, and avoid that maniacal killer. But just as that time was coming around the corner, Ning Rui had suddenly come up with an expedition for a trial for their training. Many of them wanted to protest vehemently, but when they saw Gu Ying standing right beside Ning Rui, they had no choice. but to swallow their grouses back down into their belly. They all went their own ways in dejection, their heads hung low, to pack up their things, for the long journey that they would be embarking on in 3 days. In regards to Ning Rue's sudden and unilateral request for the trial training, Nangong Su found that he could not under the rationale behind it. He had gone to his office wanting to see Ning Rue a few times to ask about it, but he had been stopped by Gongqing Lei, who stood guard outside the door. Seeing that there was only one more day before they were to leave, Nangong Su could not hold himself back anymore, and he struck out Gongqing Lei to send him flying before he kicked open Ning Rue's office door with a resounding crash. In the office, Ning Rue was sitting behind the table, and placed upon it was Ning Xian's box of human ashes. Seeing Nangong Su bursting into the office, Ning Rue lifted his head, his eyes ringed with dark circles, looking extremely worn and tired. Nangong Su had actually been filled with rage, but when he saw the dispirited state Ning Rue was in, he was suddenly stunned a moment. "Vice Headmaster, what happened to you?" Nangong Su saw Ning Rue so completely sapped of energy that the angry words he had at the tip of his tongue were suddenly stuck in his throat. Ning Rue's brow creased up slightly as he looked at Nangong Su and said, "Senior Nangong seems to have forgotten that you should now be addressing me as the headmaster." As he spoke, Ning Rue slowly kept Ning Xian's ashes away. Nangong Su replied, "All right, headmaster it is then." "Then, can the headmaster please explain this to me? What is the deal with this map?" Nangong Su asked, slapping a brand new piece of map onto Ning Rue's table. That was a map he had just received, and the destination marked out on the map was the place that the training trial would be conducted for the Zephyr Academy's disciples. Ning Rue glanced at him and retorted, "That map shows the location that the trial training would be held, as it should. So what is Senior Nangong getting so upset about?" Chapter 721, 8th Slap, 2. Nangong Su then asked, filled with rage, "Does the headmaster then know what that place is?" Ning Rue threw Nangong Su a glance, but his eyes were looking past Nangong Su, at the space behind him, and his lips curled up in a chilling laugh before he asked, "So, what is that place?" "It is called Heaven's End Cliff. A place filled with unbelievable dangers. Needless to even talk about our entire horde of half-grown-ups just in their teens, even a powerful indigo spirit exponent would not stand a chance of surviving in there. I do not know for what reason the headmaster would choose such a place for a training trial, but that is a place that we must not go to." The map had just been delivered into Nangong Su's hands some hours ago, and he was informed that that would be the path their convoy would be taking tomorrow. He had not really wanted to bother about it, but when he took a closer look, he realized the dangers that would be involved, and he had come running over to Ning Rue. "Heaven's End Cliff? Senior Nangong has got to be kidding. How can that place be Heaven's End Cliff?" Ning Rue said nonchalantly, his eyes still looking past Nangong Su. Seemingly not having noticed, Nangong Su continued to say huffily, "To tell you the truth, I have gone there once when I was younger. It was with a bunch of extraordinarily powerful group of seniors. They went down to the bottom of the cliff while I remained on the clifftop with a few companions to await the seniors' return. But they did not come back. We waited for an entire month and we still saw no sign of them. Even after so many years have passed, there has been no news that a single one of them had survived. The Heaven's End Cliff's notorious fame, as a place of insurmountable dangers, is now widely known, far and wide. The headmaster must not allow our academy's disciples to go there, or the results will be disastrous." The Heaven's End Cliff had subsequently become a place of nightmares, and he had been just a teen then. His father and uncles had been some of the highly regarded exponents in their time, and they had heard many things said about the Heaven's End Cliff for a long time. They had once chanced upon the Heaven's End Cliff's location, and they invited some other equally powerful exponents to go together. Nangong Su had tagged along then to join in the fun, but not a single person among the group of highly skilled exponents had come back alive. And after such a long period had passed, Nangong Su was convinced that all those people who had gone down to the bottom of the cliff had all lost their lives down there. He did not know how Ning Rue had suddenly come to have conceived such a preposterous idea of sending the Zephyr Academy's disciples to the Heaven's End Cliff for a training trial, but he knew he must most definitely stop it from happening. Ning Rue pretended to be perplexed as he looked at Nangong Su, and he stood up and said, "That place is truly the Heaven's End Cliff." Nangong Su saw that he was finally getting a reaction out of Ning Rue, and he heaved a sigh of relief and quickly nodded. "I am most certain that I am correct." Ning Rue continued to ask, Has Senior Nangong mentioned anything about this matter regarding the Heaven's End cliff to anyone? Although Ning Rui's line of questioning was going slightly askew, the straightforward and candid Nangong Su had however not noticed anything strange. He only assumed that Ning Rui had realized the severity of the situation and was going to call off the training expedition. With that thought, Nangong Su went on to say, "The moment I realized the map's destination, I rushed here immediately. I did not have time to tell anyone else about it." The moment Nangong Su finished his statement, Ning Rui suddenly broke out in a bout of sinister laughter. "Since you did not bring it up to anyone, then everything's fine." Nangong Su was just beginning to find it strange why Ning Rui was saying such things when he suddenly detected a strong and intense wave of murderous aura from behind him. Nangong Su immediately wanted to turn around to face the threat, but before he had even moved, he saw that a long slender arm had pierced through his chest from his back. A bright red flower seemed to have bloomed out from Nangong Su's chest as he stared through his eyes, wide open with shock, looking at the still laughing Ning Rui. "Nangong Su, why must you be so meddlesome?" The smile on Ning Rui's face twisted up grotesquely as he lifted his head to look at the person who had stealthily attacked Nangong Su from behind. The corners of Gu Ying's mouth were curled up, his face filled with glee. He retrieved the hand that had pierced through Nangong Su's body and the warm blood droplets flowed down his arm, dripping into a small scarlet pool that formed on the floor. Chapter 722, 8th Slap, 3. Nangong Su fell suddenly to the floor and blood was gushing out from his mouth as his eyes stared at Gu Ying, who was smiling brilliantly at him. People who know too much would always not get to live long. Don't you agree? Senior Nangong? Gu Ying asked, smiling at Nangong Su, watching him breathe his last. Gu Ying then lifted his head and looked at his blood-covered arm, the corners of his mouth curling up higher. He turned to face Ning Rui. "I had not thought that anyone in the Zephyr Academy would be able to recognize the way to the Heaven's End cliff. Looks like the matter cannot be delayed any longer." Ning Rui nodded his head. The fact that Nangong Su had known of the Heaven's End cliff greatly surprised Ning Rui, and to prevent anyone else from discovering it, Ning Rui had no other choice but to reply, "I will make an announcement immediately. That all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy are to move out right away." Gu Ying nodded his head, satisfied with the answer. "They should be arriving soon. They should be able to make it here before we move out." Using the disciples of the Zephyr Academy was just one of the avenues they were taking to explore the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff. Gu Ying knew it clearly, with just a bunch of young immature kids, it would be sorely inadequate to fully grasp the terrain down there, and he had arranged for more people from his side to go with him, but the task of scouting the way out first would be wholly taken up by the Zephyr Academy's disciples. Gu Ying's intention for this expedition was to use the lives of the many disciples in the Zephyr Academy at his disposal, to slowly find his way through the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff. Ning Rui nodded and immediately summoned Gongqing Lei, who was standing guard outside, to relay the message. Nangong Su's eyes were still wide open, probably shocked even till his moment of death, not expecting that he would be killed under the hands of a youth just in his teens. The set-off time had suddenly been brought forward, and many of the Zephyr Academy's disciples started complaining in hushed tones. In the face of Ning Rui's current authoritarian ways, not a single one among them dared to voice out their displeasure. In about 4 hours' time, all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy were all packed and gathered in the square before the Zephyr Academy's gates. As they stared at the row upon row of horse carriages, the youth saw that their journey towards a grueling training expedition was about to begin. Ning Rui had already arranged his men to wait by the main gates, and they were just waiting for the teachers from the respective faculties to complete their roll call, and they would move out immediately after that. However, just as the teachers were reporting their numbers to Ning Rui, the sound of clattering hooves could be heard, reaching everyone's ears, sounding from a distance away. It was already dusk, and the disciples shielded their eyes as they looked into the glare, the warm orange-rosy glow spilling over the land. A lone horse carriage clattered in approach under the pink dusk sky, and under everyone's watchful eyes, it rolled to a stop right before the Zephyr Academy's majestic gates. The horse carriage was a very common type, and the tall-built driver was unfamiliar to all of them. The disciples gathered before the Zephyr Academy's gates could not help themselves but stretch their necks out to peer and peek, deeply curious why a horse carriage would suddenly appear at their gates at a time like this. The horse carriage did not look like it belonged to the Zephyr Academy. Its bulky carriage was one size bigger than those from the Zephyr Academy, and it did not carry their academy's emblem upon its doors. Ning Rui turned his head to look. They were just about to move out for the Heaven's End cliff, and he did not want any other unexpected incidents to crop up. With all eyes upon that one single carriage, a tall and graceful figure swept out slowly, stepping out from the carriage. When that figure's face was seen by all the people present there, the entire student body of the Zephyr Academy all suddenly gasped in shock at the same time. Stepping off from the horse carriage wasn't anyone else but the one who had gone missing for a period, Fan Zhuo. Chapter 723, 8th Slap, 4. The sudden appearance of Fan Zhuo caused a furor to spread through the crowd. Everyone's eyes turned wide as they stared, mouths all agape at the elegance of Fan Zhuo, as he arrived stepping forth from within the setting sun. A crack appeared on the mask that was Ning Rui's face. He had sent a large number of people to seek out Fan Zhuo for a long time, but it was to no avail, and the last thing he would have expected was for Fan Zhuo to suddenly appear at this most critical moment. If he had only shown up just a few moments later, the disciples of the Zephyr Academy would have all gotten into the carriages and left the academy altogether. With Fan Zhuo standing right before the eyes of the disciples of the Zephyr Academy now, many voices among the crowd suddenly broke into debate and dissent. Everyone knew that the rules in the Zephyr Academy stated that if the headmaster dies, the position of the academy's highest authority would be succeeded by his children. Fan Jin is just an adopted child, and by his crime of being the murderer who killed Fan Qi, would naturally no longer be eligible. And at that very same time, Fan Qi's biological son Fan Zhuo had also coincidentally gone missing and could not be located, which allowed Ning Rui to snatch up the position as the acting headmaster of the Zephyr Academy, taking charge and gaining control over all affairs, big and small, in the Zephyr Academy. But now Fan Zhuo had returned. Countless pairs of eyes turned, and they all looked in askance at Ning Rui, before swinging back to Fan Zhuo, their gazes switching between the two people before them. Ning Rui's expression had turned dark. If only he had managed to locate Fan Zhuo before this, he would have sent assassins to get rid of him before anything like this could happen. And if he had returned at any other time, he would still have had time to discreetly get rid of him through other undetectable means. But Fan Zhuo had chosen this very moment to make such a blatant show of his return right before all the disciples, making it impossible for him to kill him there and then. Little Zhuo. You finally came back. When I didn't see you for such a long period, I began to get very anxious. Realizing that he would not be able to make any moves against Fan Zhuo at that moment, Ning Rui immediately put on an expression of deep concern and tried to portray himself as a worried elder as he spoke to Fan Zhuo. Fan Zhuo's face was one of gentleness and smiles, just like the look of obedience and respect he had always shown to Ning Rui all this time. Uncle Ning, we haven't met for quite a time, I trust that you are fine. Ning Rui saw that Fan Zhuo's smiling face was still just like before, and he had just addressed him as Uncle Ning, just as cordially. That made him assume that Fan Zhuo did not know the real truth behind Fan Qi's death, and his heart was secretly relieved. Fan Zhuo was unlike Fan Jin, being softer and weaker in character. Having stayed in isolation within the tiny bamboo grove, he was perceived that he would surely be more naive than Fan Jin was. Ning Rui had been able to even manipulate Fan Jin, and looking at Fan Zhuo, he was feeling completely confident. Good, good. Everything's fine. Only that your father and elder brother, Ning Rui said hesitatingly to Fan Zhuo, his face greatly aggrieved. Fan Zhuo looked to be taken aback, his face creased up in worry. What happened to my father and brother? Ning Rui laughed inwardly, but outwardly he did not display any change in emotion as he said, Sai, your father was killed about half a month ago, and the person who killed your father is your brother. Who would have thought? I've watched Fan Jin grow up from when he was just a little boy, and I would never have thought that he would grow to be so ambitious. He saw that your health was gradually improving and was afraid that the position of headmaster would be denied him, so he devised a scheme while you were not here to force your father to pass the position of headmaster to him. But your father refused to submit himself to such devilry. Nobody had thought that Fan Jin's humiliation would turn into rage, and he had had the audacity to actually kill your father. Ning Rui narrated it all with a tearful voice to Fan Zhuo, his face filled with sadness. But hidden deep within his eyes was a vicious glint of mockery and ridicule. With Fan Zhuo's weak health and frail constitution, upon hearing such mortifying news, the shock would surely deal him a devastating blow, or at least cause him to fall unconscious. And once Fan Zhuo succumbed, he would then be able to send him away for treatment, and cook up a most convenient excuse that Fan Zhuo had suffered from a relapse of his condition, and send him on his way to reunite with Fan Qi. Chapter 724, 8th Slap, 5. Ning Rui was secretly elated. Fan Zhuo had sent himself in for slaughter, and you can't blame him for taking up the offer. After hearing Ning Rui's words, Fan Zhuo's body swayed in his spot. Ning Rui was waiting gleefully for his body to collapse from the utter shock when Fan Zhuo suddenly steadied himself and the same respectful smile appeared once more on his face. What is Uncle Ning saying? How is it possible that my brother will kill my father? Ning Rui frowned slightly as he looked at Fan Zhuo curiously, not expecting him to be able to remain standing. Little Zhuo, I know that you have always been close to your brother, but you can never be certain how a man's heart can change any time. You are after all not real brothers tied by blood, and Fan Jin is not your father's biological son. You have been bedridden for so many years, which made Fan Jin assume that you did not have long to live, and the position of headmaster will eventually be his. But unexpectedly, your ill health took a turn for the better, and that had made him show his true malicious nature. Ning Rui even sighed sadly as he continued to say, Sigh, a pity that your father doted on him so much and even treated him like he would his own son, not knowing that he was keeping a viper so close to his side. Ning Rui portrayed his image as an amiable uncle very well, and to those that didn't know the truth, they would immediately be taken in by him. The smile on Fan Zhuo's face gradually faded and his attractive brow creased up slightly. Uncle Ning is right about one thing. Fan Jin and me are not real biological brothers related by blood. Ning Rui's heart fluttered with delight. But what Fan Zhuo said next struck him like a massive lightning bolt. But Uncle Ning got the other parts wrong though. The one who is not my father's biological son isn't my elder brother, but me. I am the adopted son that my father picked up, and my elder brother is my father's biological and legitimate son. Fan Zhuo said it with a face filled with confusion, his clear eyes looking earnestly at Ning Rui. A great shock tore into Ning Rui's heart, as he stared in flabbergasted disbelief at Fan Zhuo, unable to accept what he was hearing from Fan Zhuo's mouth. Fan Zhuo's words made even all the disciples and teachers of the Zephyr Academy widen their eyes in astonishment. What is going on here? Did Fan Zhuo just say he isn't Fan Qi's biological son? And Fan Jin is in actual fact the real deal? Fan Zhuo's words dropped like a bombshell and exploded among everyone present. The somber and quiet scene before the gates of the Academy's gates broke out into another wave of heated debate. What is happening here right now? How did Fan Jin turn out to be the biological son of the headmaster? That isn't true. I have always been told Fan Zhuo was the headmaster's biological son. Why is he saying such things now? In a moment, everyone had jumped onto Fan Zhuo's shocking revelation and fiery debates quickly ensued. Fan Zhuo listened to the clamor around him as he looked at the hypocritical pity that had congealed on Ning Rui's face, and a tinge of satisfaction flashed across Fan Zhuo's eyes. Little Zhuo WH, what are you saying? How could you not be your father's biological son? I can still remember it very clearly when your father brought both of you back here. He had distinctly said you are his biological son, and Fan Jin was a child he picked up along the way. A visible twitch was tugging at the corner of Ning Rui's mouth as he fought to retain his composure. If what Fan Zhuo was saying was really the truth, then the reason he had claimed that made Fan Jin murder Fan Qi would turn out to be one big joke. As that would mean that Fan Jin would irrefutably be next in line to succeed the position of the Zephyr Academy's headmaster, and even if Fan Zhuo was in the pink of health, the succession of the headmaster's position would not be linked to Fan Zhuo at all. And Fan Jin would have absolutely no reason to kill Fan Qi at all. A feeling of dread grew in Ning Rui's heart. He did not want to believe Fan Zhuo's words, but he did not dare doubt them even more. If he believed them to be true, then the reason he had claimed that had made Fan Jin kill Fan Qi would not stand. Fan Qi's death would suddenly be cast in a suspicious light. Fan Zhuo sighed lightly and looked at Ning Rui and said, Uncle Ning, didn't you notice that there are no common traits between my father and me? Whereas for my brother, no matter whether in terms of looks or temperament, they are almost exactly alike. Chapter 725, 8th Slap, 6. What Fan Zhuo said made Ning Rui gasp loudly. It was true. The Fan father and son had looks that were considered attractive, but though Fan Qi's and Fan Zhuo's looks leaned towards being handsome, Fan Zhuo was nevertheless noticeably one notch higher above them, but his features differed from them. It was Fan Jin who looked very much like Fan Qi when he was younger. In regards to that, although Ning Rui had once been curious about it, Fan Qi had just made a joke about it and brushed it off carelessly. Ning Rui understood Fan Qi very well and knew that he was not a man prone to lying. Added to the fact was that he believed no one would be so ridiculously stupid as to take someone else's son to call his own while declaring his own biological son to be adopted instead. Ning Rui had felt that no sane person would do something like that, and hence, he had never once doubted Fan Chi's words. But he had forgotten one thing. His senior, in a certain sense of the word, was someone who could be overly righteous. In certain exceptional circumstances, he might not be incapable of something so extreme. Fan Zhuo's reminder had enlightened all the people of the Zephyr Academy. They had suddenly realized the Fan gene did actually closely resemble Fan Chi, while Fan Zhuo did not share any similarities in their features with Fan Chi. Fan Zhuo continued to say, "At that time, my family was mired in trouble where they were killed, and I was extremely fortunate to have met my adoptive father who picked me up and raised me. I was frail and always in ill health. Father had pitied me for I was younger and very weak. If I was to be branded to be an adopted child on top of that, father feared that I would be bullied. Father then compromised his own biological son and declared Fan Jin to be the adopted one, while the boy who shared no blood ties whatsoever with him was the dove in the magpie's nest, and I became his biological son. All these years, father really treated me like his own, and my elder brother knew all this time that I had taken his rightful position. But he did not utter a single word of complaint and even looked out for me at every turn. So, that is why I really cannot understand why Big Brother would want to kill my father for a position that belonged to him in the first place. Uncle Ning, can you tell me the reason?" Fan Zhuo's explanation caused Ning Rui to be completely stumped for words. Ning Rui wanted so much to rebut, to reaffirm every one of his words. But when Fan Zhuo revealed his and Fan Jin's identity right before everyone here, Ning Rui found that the crime he had forcibly pinned on Fan Jin's head suddenly became one big joke. If Fan Jin knew that he was Fan Chi's biological son, then Fan Zhuo's health, no matter ill and sickly or fit as a fiddle, would have no absolutely effect on whether he would be able to take up the reins as the headmaster of the Zephyr Academy. That would also mean Fan Jin had no reason to take such a big risk to kill Fan Chi. Ning Rui stood frozen in his spot. All the disciples and teachers started gathering together to whisper in groups. Their hushed whispers were accompanied by questioning eyes, all gazing upon Ning Rui. It was the first time that Ning Rui was feeling so uncomfortable to be watched by so many pairs of eyes with their piercing gazes. It felt as if those gazes were boring burning fiery holes into his body, bringing him agonizing pain. Do you need a reason to kill? Even for a pair of father and son, a single angry word, in a moment's rage, killing someone unintentionally would not be something totally impossible, or would it? Gu Ying, who had remained at the side in silence, suddenly spoke. His arms were crossed upon his chest as he slightly lifted up his chin, seemingly completely unruffled as he looked at Fan Zhuo, not affected in the least by Fan Zhuo's words. Fan Zhuo turned to look calmly at Gu Ying. Under the calm and unperturbed expression on his face, a torrential murderous wave of rage lay hidden. This was the man who killed his father. Whether it was unintentional or whether he was framed, I do not think you are in a position to decide, or are you? Fan Zhuo countered derisively. We do have a witness here who saw with his own eyes, your brother still holding the murder weapon that killed your father. There were only your brother and Fan Chi in the office at that time. If it is not him, who else could it be? Gu Ying replied smilingly. Ning Rui suddenly snapped back to his senses and immediately pulled Gongqing Lei, who had been standing at the side, to come right before Fan Zhuo. And all of that was witnessed by your own uncle Gongqing. Chapter 726, 8th Slap, 7. Fan Zhuo looked calmly at Gongqing Lei. When Jun Wuxia had initially discovered that someone was slipping medicine into his food, his brother and him had both felt that there was something strange going on, but no one had ever suspected Gongqing Lei. Gongqing Lei was indebted to Fan Chi for having saved his life. From a young age, Gongqing Lei had followed by his father's side, and for many years, he had been always loyal. As nimble-minded as Fan Zhuo was, he had never once suspected Gongqing Lei as the culprit. If they had not met Jing once again, if Jing had not seen Gongqing Lei's expression, then Fan Zhuo would have continued to look upon him as a respected and loving uncle. But now, Fan Zhuo's lips curled up into a smile. That gentle smile was soft as the moonlight, one that made people unable to develop a dislike for. So, what did Uncle Gongqing see? Gongqing Lei's body was completely tensed up as he looked at Fan Zhuo. He had thought that the matter was over and he would have nothing more to do with it. He had not expected that Ning Rui would push him to the forefront and put him into such a tight spot. He had no choice but to force himself to repeat his story. That day, I was standing guard outside the door when I heard the headmaster and the elder young master quarreling. I had initially just thought that they had some differences to sort out and did not pay much attention to it. It was not until I detected a scent of blood that I realized something was amiss. By the time I rushed into the office, the headmaster had already stopped breathing and I saw the elder young master still holding the blood-smeared sword standing in the office. The smile was still on Fan Zhuo's face. "Uncle Gongqing, how many years have you been with my father?" Gongqing lay stiffened and hesitated a moment before he said, "For more than 10 years already. More than 10 years. I remember that way before my elder brother and I came along, and before my father was married, you were already by my father's side." Fan Zhuo seemed to be reminiscing on the past. Gongqing Lei did not answer and only felt his hand and feet turn cold. "I had always thought that Uncle Gongqing had always been unwaveringly loyal to father, and now it seems that I am really a poor judge of people," Fan Zhuo said, suddenly giving out a heavy sigh. Gongqing Lei was shocked and in his panic, he turned to look at Ning Rui. Ning Rui frowned deeply. He was suddenly feeling that Fan Zhuo's return would deal a devastating blow to his plans here. "Little Zhuo, what are you saying? Don't you know your Uncle Gongqing's character? He has been with your father for such a long time, and when has he ever shown any sign of disloyalty? You might still be unable to accept your brother's inhumane actions, but that is now already a fact." Ning Rui quickly interjected. When Fan Zhuo had earlier revealed Fan Jin's real identity, that had already greatly shaken the credibility of the crime he had pinned onto Fan Jin, and if this was allowed to continue, anyone with an ounce of intelligence would soon be able to detect something fishy about it all. With all the teams ready and all prepared to move out, Ning Rui only wanted this matter to quickly come to a close. Fan Zhuo's face was all smiles as he looked at the pale-faced Ning Rui, and he noticed the twitch that tugged at Ning Rui's mouth in his nervousness before he said slowly, "Is Uncle Ning saying that I am distorting the truth of the matter? That is rather interesting. Uncle Gongqing had said that there were only my elder brother and father in the office at that time, and that he had been standing guard outside the entire time, with Northwest One having come close to the place at all. It was not until after my father was killed that he noticed something is wrong. That was what occurred on that day, is that right?" Unable to determine which direction Fan Zhuo was intending to bring his argument towards, Ning Rui could only nod in agreement. Fan Zhuo gave out a light laugh, and his tall and lithe figure turned slightly. Fan Zhuo was facing into the setting sun as his eyes narrowed from the blinding glare to look at the horse carriage stopped directly before the Zephyr Academy's main gates, when his soothing voice called out clearly, "Big brother, what do you have to say about that?" Fan Zhuo's two simple words of "Big brother" had sent a shocking bolt of lightning straight into Ning Rui's and Gongqing Lei's hearts. They both turned their heads and their eyes stared fixedly at the horse carriage before them. Under the heavens, the only one person that Fan Zhuo would address as "Big brother" could most definitely be none other than that guy. Chapter 727, 8th Slap, 8. But didn't that person already lose his mind? From within the carriage, a tall figure stepped out, outlined by the big glowing orange ball that was the gorgeous setting sun as all eyes swiveled to gaze on the mesmerizing sight. The light of dusk shone like molten gold upon the figure as he slowly stepped out from the carriage. His tall figure was slightly bent over from passing under the carriage's low door, and a long dark shadow was cast, stretching out before him, while his facial features were partly shrouded against the blinding glare behind him, every bit like a beautiful surreal painting. It had been just mere seconds, but to Ning Rui, it had stretched out like it had taken a few slow days. His eyes widened, and unable to take his eyes off the figure stepping forth, he peered intently, trying to see the person's face clearly. Could it really be him? Impossible. Gu Ying had said it several times. His strikes to that person's head had turned him into an idiot, and there was no way he could be cured. Even if in the event that the slightest sliver of an opportunity existed that he could be treated, it would still be impossible that it could happen in just a matter of a few short days. Ning Rui's heart was lodged in his throat, as he tried his very best to open his eyes wide, wanting to catch a clear glimpse of the figure's face as soon as possible. It wasn't just Ning Rui, but all the other people in the Zephyr Academy were fighting to keep their eyes open under the blinding glare. Fan Zhuo's earlier tumultuous words had kicked up a storm in their hearts, and as long as one wasn't an idiot, they all would never believe that Fan Jin would really kill his own biological birth father for such a flimsy reason. But Gongqing Lei's testimony had nevertheless made it clear that only Fan Jin would have been able to kill Fan Qi in those circumstances. So, what was the truth behind all of this? Under the anxious gazes filled with anticipation, that figure finally started to approach them slowly. And while the steps that brought the figure silhouetted against the bright seeing sun closer, the face that everyone had been so familiar with suddenly appeared before their very eyes. Fan Jin. It is really Fan Jin. Uncle Ning, you still look the same. Fan Jin's face was filled with the same jovial and uninhibited smile upon it to everyone looking at him, and that voice was the same one they all remembered fondly. That tall figure, those facial features, were all the same as Fan Jin in the past, and only that body hidden under the clean robe was seen to be slightly thinner, but looking exactly just like he had the day that Fan Jin had been taken away by Wen Xian Han. Only that the hagged wretchedness was now absent, returned to the image of the well-respected senior Fan in their memories. Ning Rui was thunderstruck when his eyes fell upon that figure. He stood dumbfounded and speechless, and he could not move. Seeing Fan Jin smiling as he always had in the past, his eyes sparkling clear, Ning Rui felt his heart began to thump violently, and he began to hear a buzzing in his mind. How could Fan Jin appear here like this? How could this be him? Ning Rui could still clearly remember that it was just barely 2 days ago that when Xian Han had taken the wretched and demented form that was Fan Jin away from the academy, the one whom he had deliberately tormented repeatedly after having completely lost his mind. It was impossible that he would be able to recover in such a short period of time. It was just 2 days ago. Not 2 months. And definitely not 2 years. He had seen it clearly when Guing had struck him. The force from the 2 palm strikes that Fan Jin had been struck with was enough to almost take a person's life. Ning Rui glanced subconsciously at Guing, his eyes filled with fear. They had been able to push the entire blame for the crime onto Fan Jin was due to the fact that Fan Jin was no longer able to speak and would not be able to defend himself at all. But it was clearly obvious now that Fan Jin had already recovered, and he feared the fact that Fan Jin had clearly witnessed Guing killing Fan Chi at that very moment then. If Fan Jin was no longer crazed, he would definitely reveal everything that he saw happened on that fateful day, and with Fan Zhuo's earlier expose of Fan Jin's real identity. Ning Rui did not dare complete that thought in his mind, and he was feeling a cold chill start to creep up from the soles of his feet. When Guing saw Fan Jin appear, his brow creased up deeply as well. It was obvious that even he had not expected that Fan Jin would be able to make such a speedy recovery. Don't tell me that Jun Xie had, before rescuing Fan Jin from his imprisonment, already found the remedy to cure Fan Jin's affliction. Chapter 728, 8th Slap, 9. When that thought came into his mind, a blazing fire flared up in Guiying's chest. Having fallen victim to Jun Xie's schemes repeatedly, Guiying had developed a teeth-grinding hatred for the pint-sized brat, and his eyes roved unconsciously towards the horse carriage stopped before the main gates. By then, Guiying no longer had the inclination to care about what Ning Rui thought. His mind was focused only on the horse carriage his eyes were currently fixed on. When Ning Rui did not get a response from Guiying, his heart grew even more frantic. He turned his head back to look at Fan Jin, who had come to stand next to Fan Zhuo. He surveyed the person before him from head to toe, and after he was certain that was irrefutably really Fan Jin in the flesh, he became even more anxious. Fan Jin. How dare you to still have the cheek to come back here? In his frantic anxiety, Ning Rui suddenly shouted out loudly in rage. He must not allow Fan Jin to open his mouth to reveal all the things that really happened on that day, or everything will be over for him. Guards! Apprehend this unfilial son who cold-bloodedly murdered the headmaster at once. Ning Rui shouted, trembling in seemingly barely controlled rage, but was in actuality from deep fear. However, nobody in the Zephyr Academy moved a muscle. Everyone just had their eyes shifting between Ning Rui and the Fan brothers. If it had been before Fan Zhuo's return, Ning Rui's shouted orders would have the guards all rushing forward immediately. But with Fan Zhuo's reappearance today, the situation had changed somewhat. Although Fan Chi was dead, but according to the Academy's rules, the position of headmaster would be succeeded by Fan Chi's son. If they were to base it on their previous understanding, the position would be handed down to Fan Zhuo. But Fan Zhuo had suddenly clearly announced before everyone today that Fan Jin was actually Fan Chi's biological son. This had caused everyone to suddenly be at a loss as to how they were to react to the situation. For the position of headmaster, would Fan Jin kill his own biological father? What was he after? Without getting a response from anyone, Ning Rui grew even more anxious. He did not know how Fan Zhuo and Fan Jin had come to meet each other, but seeing the two brothers standing together on the same side without any animosity, he was getting endlessly more frantic. Before Fan Zhuo reappeared, Ning Rui had intended to use his position as the acting headmaster to deal with Fan Jin. But now that Fan Zhuo had come back, his word was no longer the absolute law in the Zephyr Academy. Why would Uncle Ning be so anxious to silence me? Are you very shocked to see me perfectly fine now? What are you afraid of? Afraid that I will tell the truth behind my father's death to everyone within the Zephyr Academy? Or are you afraid that I will tell them that you and Guing are actually the real murderers who murdered my father? Fan Jin's bright eyes narrowed slightly as he did those words, his smile on his face disappearing without a trace, and the expression on his face turned into one of intense hatred. Fan Jin's accusations caused a tumultuous uproar to spread through the square, their eyes questioning and accusing as they looked at Ning Rui. The vice headmaster and Guing are the real killers. What is going on here? The gazes directed at them from all directions that made Ning Rui bathe in cold sweat, his face awash in white, and his breaths coming in short, sharp gasps. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Fan Qi was as close as a brother to me, why would I ever dream of harming him? It was obviously you. You coveted the headmaster's seat and committed such a heinous deed. Ning Rui hollered in rage. I coveted after the headmaster's seat. Haha, what a joke. Don't tell me Uncle Ning is getting old and his ears are not working too well anymore. Didn't you hear what little Zhuo said earlier clearly? Fan Jin said, his eyes looking frostily at Ning Rui, his mouth twisted in a sneer. I am my father's biological son and the position of headmaster would have been mine sooner or later. So, why would I need to do something so drastic as that? That would not only raise endless suspicions and it would also brand me as a traitorous murderer. Moreover, even if I really had such intentions, would I choose to do it when Gongqing Lei was standing guard outside? And wait obediently inside to await arrest? Ning Rui, do you really think everybody under the heavens are all idiots? Chapter 729, 8th Slap, 10. Ning Rui could not find the words to refute Fan Jin's words. It was true, Ning Rui had only been able to pin the crime of being the murderer onto Fan Jin based on two prerequisites. One was Fan Jin's position as the adopted son and the second was that Fan Jin had lost his mind and would not be able to dispute any of his claims. But now, the 2 points that Ning Rui had based his accusation on had now disappeared into the wind. If Ning Rui were to persist in using these excuses to wrongly accuse Fan Jin, he would only make others find it laughable. Fan Jin's voice resounded like a bell and all the disciples and the other teachers of the Zephyr Academy all heard him clearly. That voice was filled with rage and tinged with a little bit of ridicule, sounding like Fan Jin had just heard a good joke. But the message the words brought to them, however, struck them like a bolt, and all of them were suddenly awakened to the truth. Yes, if Fan Jin was truly Fan Qi's biological son, there would have no good reason for Fan Jin to kill Fan Qi to covet the position of the headmaster. Moreover, on the day that Fan Jin had supposedly killed Fan Qi, he had immediately been caught by Gongqing Lei at the scene and Fan Jin had not said a single word to dispute what he was accused of. The sight of the bloody crime scene with Ning Rui's and his men's statements had convinced the disciples and teachers who had been overwhelmed with shock at that time, and they had believed too easily that Fan Jin was the murderer. But here today, Fan Jin's words had exposed all the suspicious points in Ning Rui's verdict before everyone's eyes. For a position that had him standing readily next in line to succeed, he was accused of killing his own father for it, and he had not made any plans for his escape, causing him to be caught on the spot. Right after being caught, he had conveniently lost his mind after that and did not offer a single word in his own defense. All of this put together did not sound the least bit like the folly an ambitious and covetous son who harbored malicious intent in his heart would commit in his devious scheme. With the string of illogical occurrences put together, the crime Fan Jin was being accused of was becoming more and more doubtful. Ning Rui, all the efforts you have put into this was obviously just to get rid of all three members of the Fan family. You got Guing to kill my father, and asked him to strike me hard enough to make me lose my mind and rendering me unable to speak up in my own defense, easily branding me the cold-blooded murderer of my father on me. You have instructed Gongqing Lei to hide drugs in little Zhuo's food over the years, causing him to needlessly suffer the agonizing torment of his illness triggered by your actions. The one that is really seeking to usurp the position of headmaster was never me, Fan Jin. But it had always been you, Ning Rui. You instructed Ning Xin to scheme to harm me in the Battle Spirits Forest, but that failed, and she instead audaciously plotted against the people from the Rui Lin army and the Cloud-Treading Peak. In order to protect Ning Xin, I pleaded for my father to hide the truth of the matter and expelled Lu Weixie and the others in an attempt to appease the Rui Lin armies and Cloud-Treading Peak's rage. My father had relented based on his long relationship with you as fellow disciples and chose to suffer the admonishment to his name in order to cover for Ning Xin. But in the end, you as her father, had chosen to save yourself and allowed your own daughter to be slowly killed before your own eyes, dying a slow, tormenting and lingering death. After that, you had instead shifted the blame and developed an intense hatred for the three of us of the Fan family. Ning Rui. Has your conscience been eaten up by the dogs? Fan Jin was becoming more and more furious as he spoke, and his face had turned bright red, his eyes bloodshot. He stared like an angry demon at Ning Rui, looking like he would pounce on Ning Rui any moment and eat him up alive. When has my father ever done anything against you? He had never once doubted you and had never been wary of whatever you did. He ate and drank with you sharing the same table, but he had never once thought that his own junior fellow disciple would be the one responsible for sending him into the afterlife, the same beast that seeked to exterminate his bloodline. Fan Jin's words was like a huge rock that smashed onto Ning Rui. Ning Rui's face turned from white to green, and his mind suddenly went blank. When he first saw Fan Jin made his appearance and looking completely recovered, he knew deep down inside that the game was up. And now that Fan Jin was unhesitatingly revealing everything that had happened before all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy, Ning Rui saw that everything was over for him. The murder of Fan Qi and the framing of the crime onto Fan Jin was not completely thought out in the first place. With Fan Jin having miraculously recovered suddenly, it would only require a little explanation and the real truth would be revealed. Chapter 730, 8th Slap, 11. With Fan Jin cornering him with every statement he made, Ning Rui had nowhere else to run. He saw that the gazes the disciples and teachers of the Zephyr Academy were giving him were all filled with disbelief and contempt. It was obvious that they had all begun to believe Fan Jin's words. After all, from the moment that Fan Zhuo had revealed Fan Jin's real identity, the reasoning he had used to accuse Fan Jin of murdering Fan Qi as he coveted the headmaster's position had already been overturned. Added to that, Fan Jin's sharp and precise explanation of the events had made all the others see that even if Fan Jin wanted to kill Fan Qi, he would not have planned it so poorly to allow himself to be so easily caught at it. They had been father and son, and Fan Jin had always had a close relationship with Fan Qi, which further proved that Fan Jin did not have a good reason to kill Fan Qi. Ning Rui, on the other hand. Ning Xion's prior fate was common knowledge, and everyone had even greatly praised Ning Rui having righteously punished even his own daughter in the name of justice. But now it only seems that Ning Rui had had no other choice at that moment. The dagger stares that everyone was throwing upon him made Ning Rui sweat profusely. Gong Qinglei, who was standing beside him, had turned deathly pale as he looked anxiously at Fan Jin, thinking how much Fan Jin still remembered of that day's events, and whether Fan Jin remembered that he had colluded with Ning Rui. Ning Rui realized that with the way things stood at that moment, no matter how much he twisted the facts, he would not be able to dispute his involvement in the matter anymore. At Fan Jin's side was Fan Zhuo. As long as Fan Zhuo was there and continued to bear witness and affirm Fan Jin's identity, any argument that he put up further would only make him be seen as a clown. Ning Rui's fists were clenched tightly, unable to accept the fact that his life would soon be finished here. He had been just a step away from concluding the whole issue, and he had only needed to bring the disciples of the Zephyr Academy to the Heaven's End cliff. Guing would not have bothered him after that, and he would have been able to continue his position as the headmaster of the Zephyr Academy. Even if all the Zephyr Academy's disciples and teachers were lost in the expedition, he could have easily promoted the disciples from the branch division up, and in a few years, he would have been able to make the Zephyr Academy regain its status as one of the top academies throughout the land. He could have been the much-envied headmaster of a prestigious Zephyr Academy. The status and position he had longed for his entire life had been right before his eyes and was almost within his grasp. But all that had been dashed by two young kids in their teens and upset all his plans, crushing his dreams. How could Ning Rui not hate them? But now, there was no way he could turn things around anymore, but only. Ning Rui's turned and fixed his venomous eyes onto the thoughtful Guing at the side. A vicious malice came into his eyes and they suddenly flashed brightly. So what if Fan Jin has been cleared of his crime? So what if his own evil intentions had been exposed before everybody? All these people in the Zephyr Academy had not long more to live anyway. When they reach the Heaven's End cliff, they will all die there anyway. And nobody will know a thing about the events that occurred here today. Gu-ing, do you still want these people to go down the Heaven's End cliff? Ning Rui asked in a low voice, whispering to Gu-ing beside him. Gu-ing had been trying to ascertain if Jun Xie was in the horse carriage when he suddenly heard Ning Rui's words. He frowned slightly and asked, "What? Are you going to back out?" Ning Rui laughed instead and said, "I'm not going back on my word, but there are people here trying to disrupt our plans, and since you had intended to get rid of all 3 members of the Fan family all along, and the 2 we had initially missed out have now presented themselves before us. Aren't they being very thoughtful to save us a lot of time looking for them?" Gu-ing raised an eyebrow and simply replied, "If you wish for them to be dead, I can just kill them anyway." He had no interest in Fan Zhuo and Fan Jin at that moment. The only thing he wanted to know was where the one who had repeatedly outsmarted him, Jun Xie, was. Having gotten Gu-ing to agree, Ning Rui was finally able to feel a little more relieved. His expression no longer showed fear. As long as all these people were dead, then nobody would ever find out about all his insidious deeds, and he would be able to still be the headmaster he had always dreamed of. Chapter 731, 8th Slap, 12. Ning Rui's expression had suddenly changed. But Fan Jin and Fan Zhuo did not give him much of a reaction and only continued to stare at the venomous-looking men. "You're right. All that you have said are true. So what if I made Gu-ing kill Fan Qi? I've been feeling aggrieved all this years. Based on what had that old dolt decided to hand the Zephyr Academy to that moron Fan Qi. Besides having been accepted as his disciple earlier than I did, in what way am I incomparable to him?" Ning Rui had suddenly decided to give up on defending his own actions and was generously admitting that he was the one who plotted to have Fan Qi killed. He had initially wanted to hide that fact to firstly retain the teachers in the main division of the Zephyr Academy to allow the academy to have adequate teachers when they attract more new students here. But now, Fan Jin's words had pushed him into an irrecoverable situation and the teachers had lost all confidence in him. With the exception of Gongqing Lei, who had been in cahoots with him, not a single one of the others must remain. Secondly, he had needed to use his appointment as the acting headmaster of the Zephyr Academy to lead all the disciples to the Heaven's End cliff. However, all his planned avenues were not impossible, but for one. Even if all the disciples were to resist him now and refuse to go to the Heaven's End cliff, they would still have to see if Gu-ing would agree to that decision. Gu-ying's power was something that Ning Rui had tasted himself and knew it only too well. The companions who were to travel together with Gu-ing on this trip would be arriving shortly, and once they get here, he wasn't afraid that all the disciples would not submit to them. With that in mind, Ning Rui did not need to keep up with his pretense. Ning Rui's sudden admission of guilt had astounded those teachers who had still been on the fence. They would never even dream that the amiable and gentle-mannered vice-headmaster in their hearts was in reality such a venomous-minded person. Who in the Zephyr Academy didn't know that the headmaster and the vice-headmaster were close as brothers? But even with the decades of being fellow disciples and decades of camaraderie, Ning Rui had still not held back when killing Fan Qi, and he had even wanted to get rid of Fan Qi's 2 sons as well. His cruel viciousness caused all of them there to shiver involuntarily. So what if I was the one who killed him? With just the 2 of you, what can you do to me? Ning Rui said with jeering look. Fan Jin's mouth curled up slightly in a cold smile while Fan Zhuo's face had already lost all traces of his smile. His eyes were now slightly narrowed, as a bright glint of murderous rage stewed and brewed. Does that mean that you had intentionally meant to lead all the teachers and disciples of the academy to the Heaven's End cliff? Fan Jin asked suddenly. Everyone was still feeling shocked from the fact that Ning Rui had really killed Fan Qi, and upon hearing Fan Jin's words, they all suddenly turned to stare at Ning Rui and gasped in wide-eyed shock. That was a place that had sent countless heroes to the grave. The exuberant youths all thrived on tales of valor and strange occurrences, and they had all heard something about the Heaven's End cliff, and they knew of the kinds of dangers that filled that place. This expedition had been suddenly announced by Ning Rui, to bring the disciples to a place to conduct a training trial. That had surprised all of them, as that had been contrary to the rules of the academy. But as Ning Rui called the shots in the Zephyr Academy at that time, the disciples had not dared to voice out their complaints and only complied to the sudden extra training, thinking it shouldn't be too dangerous. Many of them had assumed that a trial training would definitely be easier than the Spirit Beast's forest. Never did they expect that it would be the dangerous and terrifying Heaven's End cliff. Needless to think that the inexperienced youths would survive. Even famous powerful exponents, when they went to the Heaven's End cliff, had succumbed to that place. Ning Rui must have gone mad. He was really going to send them to the Heaven's End cliff. Ning Rui was stunned for a moment. He had not expected Fan Jin to have regained his consciousness, but he had even managed to discover that they were going to go to the Heaven's End cliff, and Ning Rui sneered. So what if I did? Chapter 732, 8th Slap, 13. What Ning Rui said made the entire Zephyr Academy suddenly fall completely silent. Every single person there had their eyes turned and focused on Ning Rui. Asking this horde of youths to go to the Heaven's End cliff would be as good as sending them to their deaths. Did Ning Rui lose his mind? You have truly lost your conscience. It was not enough that you killed the headmaster, now you are sending all the disciples and teachers in the Zephyr Academy into the lion's den. Are you intending to kill every single person in the academy before you will be satisfied? Fan Jin fumed vehemently. Ning Rui was unaffected and he replied, you don't have to make it sound so bad. It is said that the fittest survive. I am sending them to the Heaven's End cliff to train them up. If they come back from that place alive, they will definitely rise to great heights in the future. As for those that are unable to hold up under the test, Ning Rui swept his eyes over the horrified eyes of the youths, giving them all a venomous stare. If today's events has not occurred, if his plot of having murdered Fan Chi would not have been discovered, he might still have felt a certain sense of guilt. But now, he couldn't wait to see all the people here to be completely exterminated immediately. If they succumb to it, they will only have themselves to blame for their lack of skills. Ning Rui said and laughed inhumanly. At that moment, not just Fan Jin and Fan Zhuo were filled with rage, even the disciples of the Zephyr Academy could not stand to watch idly by. Ning Rui did not even view them as human. By sending all of them to the Heaven's End cliff, not just the disciples, but even the teachers would die in that place. Ning Rui. Do not take things too far. You murdered the headmaster, tried to kill the headmaster's son, and even wanted to send the entire Zephyr Academy to its death. You are really too vicious. A person like you is not fit to remain within the Zephyr Academy, and no one will continue to listen to you. Making us go to the Heaven's End cliff. You should just give up on it now. Several teachers of the Zephyr Academy's teachers could no longer contain themselves and they jumped out in defense of the Zephyr Academy. They had their own misgivings about the training trial before this, and upon hearing Ning Rui's unremorseful reply, they all wished they could leap over and skin Ning Rui alive at that very moment. Ning Rui laughed at all of them. To go or not, will not be up to you. He then turned to Guing standing beside him and said, Young Master Gu, this bunch of people are being insufferably pig-headed and are creating an obstruction to the grand plan. Can I request that young Master Gu lend a hand to teach them a thing or two for them to learn their place? Gu Ying raised an eyebrow and a sinister mirth came into his eyes as he swept his gaze over the teachers who spoke up earlier. A sudden chill shot through the teachers. The youth Gu Ying's identity was shrouded in mystery. He had just been admitted into the Zephyr Academy not too long ago and had already caused quite a big stir. A number of disciples in the Zephyr Academy had died under his hands, and according to what Fan Jin said earlier, even the headmaster Fan Chi seemed to have been one of the victims as well. Fan Chi was no weakling, but he had been killed with a single move. If it had really been Gu Ying's doing, Gu Ying must be holding rather terrifying power. I am sorry to say that all of you must go to the Heaven's End cliff. Gu Ying said to the teachers, flashing them a brilliant smile. And before the few of them were able to react, his body had turned into a flash of purple light, streaking through the mass of people. The several teachers' hearts constricted and they were just about to put up their defenses when in the next second, they suddenly felt a searing pain on their necks and a bright red spray of warm blood surged and shot out from their necks. 3 of the teachers were taken down by Gu Ying in a flash. Gu Ying's speed had been so fast that the disciples had not even been able to catch a glimpse of his shadow when he moved. Blood sprayed into the air, and droplets fell like rain covering a large area, staining the uniforms of the youths in a gruesome scarlet shade. Eek. Ear-piercing screeches suddenly erupted from with the mass of people. Chapter 733, 8th Slap, 14. The devilish red shade burned into the eyes of the youths and the pungent stench of blood stung their noses. The bodies of the 3 teachers fell before their eyes while Gu Ying, who had just killed them, just stood nonchalantly at the side, a devilish smile playing across his lips. As the spray of blood fell, Gu Ying stood close, letting the warm scarlet rain fall onto him. He stood there smiling, his smile filled with a sense of euphoria. His eyes did not show a single tinge of pity or sympathy, but was filled with the rush he relished that the senseless slaughter gave him. If anyone refuses to go, you will end up just like them. Gu Ying said with his head tilted to the side and flashing a brilliant smile to all the astounded youths standing before him. Gu Ying had a handsome and blindingly brilliant smile. But under the falling scarlet rain that smattered across his face, his smile took on a look that sent chills up their spines. Ning Rui stood there laughing loudly, an unrestrained laugh, as he stared at the dumbfounded disciples, and he turned to the Fan brothers standing near the main gates. So what if you know the entire truth? Are you intending to avenge your father's death? Ha, pity. With just the two of you, it is impossible. Not just impossible, but both of you will have to leave your lives behind here as well. Ning Rui suddenly felt that his earlier worries and misgivings had been all uncalled for. With Gu Ying here, it doesn't matter whether they knew the truth or not. They are doomed to die here. And people who are dead will never be able to reveal this secret of his to anyone at all. With Gu Ying's horrifying display of cruelty and power, those youths who had wanted to resist were suddenly frightened. They stared with their eyes wide open in shock, and the more timid ones had already broken into tears. Over this period, Gu Ying had slaughtered quite a number of people in the Zephyr Academy, and they all knew that. But they had not expected Gu Ying to be so impudent that he would even strike at the teachers. What shocked them more was that Gu Ying actually possessed such dominant power. Those three teachers were at least at the green spirit level, and although they were not considered to be the finest fighters, but the fact that they had been taken down in a flash that took barely a second was not something the average person could achieve. Gu Ying was obviously of a similar age as the other youths, but how could he possess such a terrifying personality and carried out killings in such a savage manner? Gu Ying stared depreciatingly at the terrified youths before him, and his eyes were tinged with a sliver of disappointment. Just like this and you are all terrified. How much more boring can this get? But soon, Gu Ying quickly shifted his attention onto Fan Zhuo and Fan Jin. Those two must die, but before they do, he had a few things he wanted to ask them. Fan Jin, if you can tell me where Jun Xie is right now, I will allow you a quick and painless death. Gu Ying suddenly said, his feet stepping through the blood-soaked ground, slowly walking towards Fan Jin and Fan Zhuo in approach. Fan Jin was taken away by when Xian Han and all of that had been part of Jun Xie's plan. Now that Fan Jin had appeared in the Zephyr Academy, then he must have been Jun Xie before this, and so he must know where that wily little fox was hiding at that moment. That is a rather arrogant stance you are taking. Fan Jin laughed coldly. Gu Ying's eyes narrowed. You would rather do this the hard way? Or are you just wishing that I consent to reunite with your father quickly? If you do not tell me what I want to know, I will break all your limbs and before your own eyes, slowly break every single bone in your little brother's body. If that's what you want, you can just maintain your silence. Gu Ying's tone was getting to become more cruel. But his cruelty to Ning Rui was something most joyous to hear. Ning Rui wished fervently that Gu Ying would slowly torment the Fan brothers to their deaths, for them to fully savor the agonizing and excruciating pain before they meet with their father. And once the Fan brothers are dead, and the disciples of the Zephyr Academy here all lying at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff, then no one will ever find out about all his insidious deeds here. Chapter 734, 8th Slap, 15. Oh. If you think you have what it takes, you are welcome to give it a try. Fan Jin replied, not showing a sliver of fear but laughed out loud instead. Gu Ying's eyes narrowed. Fan Jin's response irked him. I will then give it a try then. Before Gu Ying's words had even reached the ground, his body had turned into a flash of light, and trailing behind his movements, there was a purple trail of light. It's the purple spirit. The terrified youths were all stunned when they noticed the trail of purple light behind Gu Ying's blur of movements. It was incomprehensible to them that the similarly aged Gu Ying could actually possess a purple spirit. In stark contrast to the youth's abject horror, Ning Rui was instead staring wide-eyed, excitedly watching it all happen. He knew that Gu Ying and his companions were all immensely powerful, but he had never seen them battle with all the power they possessed. This was the first time Gu Ying was displaying the power of his purple spirit before his eyes, and that greatly excited him. It's done. He has succeeded. Ning Rui was getting so agitated that he was trembling all over. He could not wait to see the scene where Fan Zhuo's and Fan Jin's heads were separated from their bodies. Just as Gu Ying was closing into Fan Zhuo and Fan Jin, a black shadow streaked in at an even more tremendous speed to stand before the two brothers. A stupendous crash exploded at that moment. Gu Ying could feel a powerful force pushing him back. He quickly raised his head to look at the tall man who was suddenly standing before the two Fen brothers. Yisha stared icily at Gu Ying, his body wrapped in a swirling mass of black spiritual energy. Gu Ying was startled as he stared in astonishment at the men who had suddenly appeared. The glee on Ning Rue's face suddenly froze. He had never for a moment thought that it was possible that anyone would be able to ward off Gu Ying's attack. Seeking to silence your enemies. First you have to see if you have got what it takes. A chilly voice suddenly rang out, as a petite little figure stepped gracefully off the horse carriage. Gu Ying turned to look at the person stepping out and his eyes almost burned in flames. Jun Xie. Gu Ying spat out the two words through gritted teeth, his jaw tightly clenched up, as his eyes stared fixedly upon the figure of Jun Xie who had appeared before him. He has finally appeared. Jun Wuxie stepped slowly to walk into the Zephyr Academy, as she looked at Gu Ying, and then at Ning Rue, not a ripple of emotion showing in her eyes. You were the one responsible for making Wen Xian Han take Fan Jin away from here, right? Gu Ying asked, his eyes not moving away from Jun Xie. He really wanted to know who he had been outsmarted by the wily Jun Xie. Yes. Jun Wuxie answered honestly, reaffirming his assumption quickly. It was you as well who asked Gu Lixing to evacuate all the people in the spirit healer faculty. Am I right? Yes. Today's events are all you're doing. Gu Ying's questions were being quickly answered by Jun Xie. On the surface, it looked like they were just having a conversation, but soon everyone could almost feel the tension building up in the air that was threatening to explode at any moment. The terrified disciples looked at Jun Xie with a strange look in their eyes. From within the simple of exchange of words between the two of them, they suddenly realized something. The petite-sized youth whom they had all gravely misunderstood previously had suddenly changed the entire situation without anyone knowing. If Jun Xie had not saved Fan Jin, the truth behind Fan Chi's death would have remained covered up, and they would all have naively been hustled into going to the Heaven's End cliff by Ning Rue, and ended up dying an ignoble death without anyone knowing. Good. You've got some guts. Don't worry. I will not kill you. Gu Ying suddenly laughed aloud. His eyes took on a sinister cold glint as he gazed at Jun Xie. Jun Xie's knowledge of spirit healing was extremely important, and that would naturally mean he would not be killed. But, he knew of many ways that would make one suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 735, 8th Slap, 16. Jun Wuxie looked calmly at Gu Ying and said in a soft voice, even if you wish to, you will first have to see if you possess the capabilities. Gu Ying's eyes hardened and he suddenly rushed at Jun Wuxie in a sudden attack. At almost the same moment, Yisha leapt in the same direction as Gu Ying, and in less than a blink, two figures were tangled up in a clash as the air reverberated with the waves of power that rippled outwards from the clash of two extraordinarily powerful forces. Jun Wuxie watched on quietly as the battle ensued. Her face was expressionless, as if completely confident that victory would be theirs. On the other hand, Ning Rue wasn't that composed. Seeing that Gu Ying was unable to shake off Yisha, and even more impossible for him to kill the Fan brothers, Ning Rue's heart was suddenly stuck in his throat. Headmaster what do we do now? Gongqing Lei was so scared he was feeling weak in his legs. Although he was afraid of Gu Ying as well, but at least if Gu Ying won, he would still be able to at least remain alive. But if Gu Ying was to be defeated, Gongqing Lei did not dare to carry on that thought. When Ning Rue had said all those taunting words earlier, it was with the confidence that Gu Ying would be able to maintain control with his power, and that was why Ning Rue had dared to reveal everything. But if things were to spin out of control now, what would then happen to them? Shut up. Gu Ying will never lose. Besides, Wen Xian Han, no one can be his match. Ning Rue said in low shout, seemingly like he was warning Gongqing Lei, but in fact, it was to assuage the insecurity he was feeling in his heart. The facts that even Gongqing Lei had been able to realize had not been missed by him. If Gu Ying won, everything would go great for him, but if Gu Ying lost, then that will be the moment disaster strikes. Having been shouted at by Ning Rue, Gongqing Lei clamped up and shivered in fear. He was nevertheless still filled with unease. Gu Ying might have been very powerful, so powerful that besides Wen Xian Han, no one else had been able to resist against his attacks. But the mysterious man that had appeared with Jun Xie and his companions had not only stopped Gu Ying's attack, but they had been entangled up for a long while and Gu Ying had still not been able to get away from that man. Moreover, that man possessed a strange power that belonged to none of the colors that the people of the world were familiar with, but was in a shocking shade of black. He saw the battle between Yisha and Gu Ying becoming more and more intense, and the fear in Gongqing Lei's heart grew stronger and stronger involuntarily. Ning Rui's and Gongqing Lei's worst fears were inversely the sliver of hope that everyone in the Zephyr Academy were holding in their hearts, that would save them from the once hopeless predicament. Everyone else were watching with the fists tightly clenched and their hearts pounding, and only Jun Wuxie seemed to be the only unconcerned one, as if the victory or defeat did not matter at all. Or rather, she already knew how it would turn out. Soon, a loud crash sounded. The two opponents locked in combat were suddenly thrown apart and a wave of residual power washed over the rapt audience, a repercussion from the titanic clash. The figure of Yisha landed steadily beside Jun Wuxie, a slight trail of blood hanging off the corner of his mouth, and a myriad number of wounds could be seen all over his body. On the other side, Gu Ying had also landed and his condition looked better than Yisha was in. Not many wounds were seen on his body, no blood could be seen. When Ning Rui saw the condition of the two combatants, his face lit up with joy. Gu Ying won. Gu Ying has won. He knew it. Nobody here is Gu Ying's match. Just as Ning Rui was about to step up to compliment Gu Ying, the stone-faced Gu Ying's stomach suddenly seemed to heave, and a full mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. At the moment the blood sprayed out, Gu Ying's body swayed unsteadily as he clutched tightly at his chest, his face creased up as he stared at Jun Xie standing behind Yisha. His eyes lit up in flames, wishing fervently to cast a raging inferno upon Jun Xie at that moment. Who are you? His entire body was feeling pain he had never felt before. Gu Ying knew, on the surface, Yisha's wound seemed more severe than his. But that was only if they compared external wounds and not counting the critical internal injury that he had received in the battle. Chapter 736, 8th Slap, 17. Yisha did not answer Gu Ying's query. He was already prepared to launch another attack. When Ning Rui saw Gu Ying vomit out blood, his heart became flurried. Things had taken an unexpected turn and he had failed to predict that Gu Ying wouldn't be a match for that mysterious man. Yisha launched another assault. Gu Ying could only resist with all his might to hold the opponent back. But this time round, he could no longer raise his spirit power level and could only be beaten back onto the defensive. Finally, Gu Ying fell to the ground. His body was all covered in wounds. He clenched his jaw tight to suppress the groan threatening to escape out his mouth from the pain, and his eyes stared unwaveringly at Jun Wuxie on the other side. He was feeling very indignant. Looks to me, you do not possess the capability. Jun Wuxie stared into Gu Ying's indignant eyes, but her own eyes showed not a single trace of emotion. Never in his dreams had Gu Ying thought that he would one day die in the lower realm. Yisha's powerful strength had shocked him greatly, but what really filled him with endless regret was Jun Xie. Just as Yisha was about to deliver the killing blow onto Gu Ying, several figures appeared suddenly in the Zephyr Academy. A purple spirit light streaked towards Yisha. Yisha immediately retreated, his eyes fixed on the approaching opponent. Four attractive-looking males had suddenly appeared on the grounds. When Jun Wuxie's eyes saw the faces of the few intruders, her eyes narrowed slightly. They were the same four men who had been at the Chanlin auction house together with Gu Ying at that time. People from the Middle Realm. Jun Wuxie's heart sank. She had repeatedly checked to affirm that only Gu Ying alone was in the Zephyr Academy, and her worry had been for exactly these few people here. Yisha could confidently take on Gu Ying, but if the number of opponents increased, it would then become extremely dangerous for them. The leader among the men frowned and looked at Gu Ying on the floor to ask coldly, "How did you come to fall into this state?" Seeing Gu Ying lying in a pool of blood, the man's eyes were filled with surprise. They had dared to leave Gu Ying alone to remain in the Zephyr Academy because they knew no one here would be able to harm a hair on him. But what they were seeing now caused them a significant amount of shock. Gu Ying had not only been hurt, but his injuries were extremely severe. One of the men immediately came over to help Gu Ying up and he quickly took out an elixir and gave it to Gu Ying to swallow. Upon the moment of seeing his companions, the despair in Gu Ying's heart evaporated. He ignored the pain wrecking at his body and lifted his eyes to look at Jun Xie, and a cruel smile formed on his lips. He had to admit that the mysterious man was very powerful. But his companions had arrived, and if the four of them attacked together, the mysterious would not be able to hold them back. Junxie, looks like I won't be dying yet, are you disappointed? Guing was not looking at anyone else, he only had eyes for Junxie as he stared piercingly at that face, showing nothing but placid calm, waiting to see whether even the slightest crack would show. Was he the one who injured you? The leader followed Gu Ying's gaze, and when he saw Jun Wuxie, he was slightly astounded. The youth looked to be very young, younger than Gu Ying by quite a bit. But those eyes, they were extraordinarily cold, chillier than any he had ever seen. He knows the spirit healing technique. Keep him alive and bring him back with us. Gu Ying clenched his teeth to push back the excruciating pain and squeezed a smile onto his lips. He wouldn't kill Junxie. He wanted Junxie to know that there are times when being alive is much more agonizing than being dead. However, Gu Ying's injuries were taking a toll on him. He had just finished his statement when he suddenly vomited out another mouthful of blood. Gu Ying was unable to remain conscious, and after casting his gaze upon Junxie once more, he completely blacked out. Bring him back first, the leader of the group said to a man beside him as he looked at the unconscious Gu Ying with a deep frown on his face. The man immediately nodded, and he put Gu Ying on his back. His body flashed a moment and he suddenly disappeared from the spot entirely. Chapter 737, 8th Slap, 18. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed, and her gaze fell on the remaining three men. The three of them must be just like Gu Ying, people from the Middle Realm. And she could instinctively feel that although the three men were not as powerful as the gray-robed men back in the Cloudy Peaks who had forced Yisha to self-detonate, they were still quite a fair bit stronger than Gu Ying. Yisha had been able to confidently overpower Gu Ying, but if matched against these three men, our esteemed envoys have finally made it here in time. When Ning Rui had seen the few men appear, his heart that had been lodged in his throat finally settled down. He almost couldn't wait to run over towards the leader, still not fully recovered from his shock. The leader cast a glance at Ning Rui and asked in a cold tone, "What happened here?" Ning Rui hurried to say, "Young Master Gu Ying and me were all prepared to bring all of the disciples to the Heaven's End cliff, but Junxie suddenly arrived with people to interfere and even injured young Master Gu." The leader frowned slightly and his gaze shifted over to look at Jun Wuxie with her chilly expression. Gu Ying had previously informed them with a letter about the spirit healing technique, and the two most crucial people involved in that were Gu Lisheng and Junxie. And before Gu Ying had fainted, he had explicitly stated that they were to bring Junxie back with them. But besides Junxie, everyone here can be killed. The fact that you have been able to injure Gu Ying shows that you possess a little capability. But that will be all there is. The leader turned to face Yisha, and the purple glow of his spirit power suddenly flared. The two men standing behind their leader were quickly covered in a purple glow the next moment. 3 purple spirits. The moment the 3 blinding purple lights flared, all the disciples in the Zephyr Academy suddenly stared wide-eyed with their mouths agape, overcome in pure disbelief with the scene before their eyes. The never-been-seen purple spirits for the past 100 long years. And all of a sudden, so many have appeared before them this very day. In a moment, everyone was suddenly feeling a little overwhelmed. Such powerful figures that existed only in legends had suddenly before their eyes, and there were even a few of them. That was just too unbelievable. Yisha had at that first instance immediately come to stand in front of Jun Wuxie. His eyes were narrowed to a slit as he eyed the 3 men warily. "Comparing yourself to them, what's your take?" Jun Wuxie's voice rose behind Yisha's back. Yisha's face was expressionless as he answered, "If it's one-on-one, none of them will be my match." Before Yisha had finished his sentence, Jun Wuxie knew that if all 3 of the men joined forces and attacked at the same time, Yisha would not be able to hold them off. Jun Wuxie's meticulous plans had not accounted for this unexpected change. 3 of them from the Middle Realm, and with each one possessing powers higher than Gu Ying, Yisha would be hard-pressed to be able to deal with all of them. "If we hold down 2 among the 3, would you be able to take down the other one?" Jun Wuxie asked suddenly. Yisha was surprised a brief moment and he quickly said, "Yes." Jun Wuxie did not say another word. She only cast a meaningful glance at Fan Jin and Fan Zhua and she remained silent. There were 3 purple spirit opponents before them and they were charging straight at them at that moment. But at the very moment just before they were about to reach Yisha, 3 bright purple flashes flared up brilliantly just behind Yisha. At that moment, the entire Zephyr Academy erupted into a roar. All eyes were locked onto the three youths standing behind Yisha. On Jun Xie, Fan Jin and Fan Zhua, their bodies were suddenly enveloped in a brilliant flash of purple light from their released spirit powers. That was an inconceivable sight. How is that possible? Ning Rui uttered slack-jawed, the moment his eyes witnessed the horrendous purple spirit flare emanating from the bodies of Jun Xie and the Fan brothers. Sweat soaked his clothes. He had watched Fan Jin and Fan Zhua grow up all these years. Fan Zhua had been weak from a young age and had not cultivated his spirit powers. And although Fan Jin was rather well gifted, he was still a long way off from attaining a purple spirit. Chapter 738, 8th Slap, 19. How could they possibly be purple spirits? Ning Rui could not believe his own eyes, but the brilliant purple spirit glow flaring out from Fan Jin's and Fan Zhua's bodies were burning his eyes at that very moment. When the leader of the men saw the flare of purple spirit power exploding from the bodies of Jun Xie and his companions, his eyes were filled with incredulity. These youths were obviously from the lower realm. How did they learn how to temporarily raise their spirit power levels? However, Jun Wuxie was not about to give the men time to consider the situation. She had joined up with Fan Zhua and were charging right at one of the men closing in on them while Fan Jin had picked out the other men and rushed right at him. The leader of the men suddenly found himself alone when Yisha came at him head-on with a counter-move, as they met in a colossal clash. In a blink of an eye, 6 brilliant streaks of purple light and one of jet black from the combatants' spirit powers interweaved and clashed. The spiritual energy waves rushing out as a result from the ongoing clashes were much stronger than those from Yisha's earlier battle with Gu Ying. This was the first time Jun Wuxie had entered into a battle with purple spirit powers. She had not managed to fully grasp and control the newfound power perfectly yet, while Fan Zhua had only recently recovered and was not at his peak condition. Hence, they had joined forces and went 2 against 1 to hold down one of their opponents, which shouldn't be much of an issue if it was not for too long a period. And a grand battle burst forth before the main gates of the Zephyr Academy. Yisha put every ounce of his concentration into his battle with the leader of the men. He did not hold back this time. He was well aware of the condition of his young Miss spiritual power, and the period of time she could sustain herself at the purple spirit level was very short. If he did not defeat his opponent before him in the shortest time possible, Jun Wuxie would soon deplete her spirit power and be soundly defeated. At that moment, Yisha did not dare to be careless. Every stroke he executed was aimed at the vitals of his opponent. The leader knew that it was Yisha who gave Gu Ying his injuries, and he was wary as well. But the moment they exchanged blows, he suddenly discovered that his opponent was stronger than he imagined, and what astounded him further was the black light from the spirit power covering Yisha's body. Throughout the entire lower realm and the middle realm, he had not seen anyone with such spirit powers. The leader was pushed back by Yisha step by step, and his heart flinched suddenly as he widened his eyes, as he stared into the chilling gaze of Yisha. "You are from the Dark Regime." Who else but people from the Dark Regime would possess such a strange form of power? The Dark Regime had, after the passing of the Dark Emperor, gone into self-exile for a long time. At present, it was very rare to see any members of the Dark Regime in the Middle Realm, but despite that, no one dared to offend the force that once united the Middle Realm into one and dominated over them all. Even after the Dark Emperor had passed, the strange powers the Dark Regime cultivated still deeply terrified the people of the Middle Realm. Yisha's eyes flashed darkly after the leader spoke, and without stopping even the briefest of moments, his strikes quickened and fell like rain, once again trying to bring the men down. The men gritted his teeth together, as his heart was shocked by his own guess. Why would someone from the Dark Regime appear all the way down here in the lower realm? Did they maybe discover the actions of the 12 palaces? On the other side, Jun Wuxie was just discovering the amazing power of her purple spirit. But as time flowed, she could distinctly feel her spirit power draining at a very fast rate. The speed that her spirit power was draining at was several times faster than when she had been practicing before. She had thought that she would be able to maintain her purple spirit state for at least 10 minutes, but in such a vigorous battle, after just 5 minutes, she suddenly felt that the spirit power within her body was almost emptied. In a state of battle, spirit power would be used when executing attacks, and that would greatly drain at a person's spirit power. With Jun Wuxie's current yellow spirit level, she would not be able to sustain her spirit powers at the purple level for long. Chapter 739, 8th Slap, 20. Jun Wuxie's spirit power was completely drained the very next moment. She had initially joined forces with Fan Zhua, and they had managed to suppress the opponent completely. But as her spirit power began to wane as the battle wore on, their opponent had quickly detected it and grasped at the opportunity before Fanjua could react in time to shoot out a bright burst of spirit energy directly at Junxie. Fanjua's heart skipped a beat and he wanted so much to block it, but it was too late. He saw that the burst of spirit energy was about to smash into Jun Wuxie, but before he could even blink, Jun Wuxie suddenly disappeared for her spot. Jun Wuxie had braced herself to receive the attack and suffer the pain that was to come, but unexpectedly, the pain did not manifest upon her body in the slightest. In fact, what she felt was the exact opposite. She found herself suddenly wrapped tightly in a familiar and comforting warm embrace. Little Xie has really grown. You can already use the power of the purple spirit. But if you have just learned it, let's not rush into it too much, all right? A voice filled with pride and mirth suddenly sounded above her head. Jun Wuxie suddenly looked up in surprise and a flawlessly handsome face reflected clearly in her eyes. Big brother Jun Wuxie's eyes widened slightly, surprise showing in them as she wondered when had Jun Wuxiao managed to wrap her into his arms in that situation. What is it? You are not happy to see me. Jun Wuxiao's lips were deeply filled with mirth as he teased the slightly stunned little figure in his arms. How long has it only been that he was away and she has already stirred up such a ruckus? If He Mei had not seeked him out, he really wouldn't have known that his little darling was capable of such shocking deeds. Not true. Jun Wuxie disagreed subconsciously. Jun Wuxiao laughed aloud and raised his hand to rub her little head affectionately. Glad that it's not. You just wait patiently for a while your brother goes stand up for you. Jun Wuxiao held Jun Wuxie with just one arm and he turned to cast his gaze at the men who were currently fighting Yisha and the others. His gaze shifted over them before finally fixing onto the men who had earlier tried to harm Jun Wuxie. At that moment, the gentle mirth in his eyes disappeared completely, suddenly replaced by a dark malicious glint. You dare try to harm her? You must have lived for much too long. I shall have that corrected immediately. Jun Wuxiao's handsome voice slowly rang out. The audience had still not fully recovered from the shock from his sudden appearance when they saw a small shadow shoot out from Jun Wuxiao's fingers, flying straight at the men who had been battling with Jun Wuxie earlier. Fanjua was closest to that man then, and before he even realized what was happening, he suddenly saw that the black shadow fly through his opponent's neck. The time it took was even less than a blink and the man's head had suddenly been completely lopped off. The even and smooth cut on the man's neck suddenly spurted with a big gush of blood that shot high into the air. The blood rained down. The loud clamor that had gripped the disciples of the Zephyr Academy suddenly turned quiet, and not a single sound escaped their lips. It had happened in just a split second. The two men fighting Yisha and Fan Jin suddenly found themselves assaulted by a thick pungent scent of blood. They swung their heads around to see and saw that their companion had already been decapitated, and a large spray of blood was gushing out of the wound, raining down in a bright demonic shade of red. That was when the two men spotted that a flawlessly handsome and ageless man was suddenly standing next to Jun Xie. That man was holding the small-sized figure, his lips forming in somehow enchanting and alluring smile. But that slightly narrowed pair of eyes were instead like a bottomless icily freezing autumn's lake, causing an irrational chilling fear to suddenly grip at their hearts. Who is this man? In a blink, he had killed one of their companions. The leader of the men stared in utter shock at Jun Wuxiao, disbelief showing clearly in his eyes. Little Xie, you want to keep these two? Jun Wuxiao's eyes did not see anything else. His eyes were only focused upon Jun Wuxie, and he did not care in the slightest about the men he had killed with utmost ease, and continued to ask for Jun Wuxie's opinion in a soft and gentle tone. Chapter 740, 8th Slap, 21. Jun Wuxie's eyes took on a malicious glint. Kill. Jun Wuxiao laughed, and without a moment's hesitation, he raised his head slowly, to look at the two men standing there dumbfounded. Then you will have to die. An alluring smile came back upon his lips, but the words that came out through his mouth sounded just like death's knell. Jun Wuxiao raised his hand and two dark shadows sped towards the two men. One of them could not even react, and he ended up with the same fate as his dead companion, while the leader summoned every last ounce of his spirit power and he barely managed to block the strike that would have killed him immediately. But although he managed to escape having his head separated from his body, the deflected black shadow had nevertheless opened up a gaping hole in his chest, and large amounts of blood was flowing out from the wound. His hands clutched at the wound desperately as he stared in pure shock at the unbelievably powerful man who had just killed the three of them, all highly skilled fighters, by just nonchalantly raising one hand. Although his powers were not considered to be among the top elites, but he was nevertheless never seen as weak. But in front of this man, he felt so small that he was an ant before him. He dared not even dream of resisting this man. He wouldn't even be able to put up a struggle. Such tremendous power, like he had never seen before. Even their elders did not hold powers and dominating as this. With his life force quickly flowing out of his body, the men could do nothing but stare futilely at Jun Weiyao, stare at that ridiculously handsome-looking face, trying to determine his identity. Why will you go against? The leader was suddenly resentful. A man who possessed such power, why would he choose to protect a bunch of weaklings like that? He was sure there were no grudges between them. Jun Weiyao's attractive lips formed into a mesmerizing arc. He seemed to be looking at something interesting as he stared at the men filled with resentment, and he said carelessly, "Go against you." "Haha, don't get me wrong. Killing you men was just because little Xie wanted you dead. Trash like this were beneath his notice. They didn't know what was good for them and they provoked his little Xie, so they can't blame anybody that they were kicked to go before the gates of hell." "Who are you?" the leader struggled to ask. Jun Weiyao had however already turned away, and he had his head lowered to look at the stone-faced Jun Wuxie, completely ignoring the man's pleas. The man's legs suddenly gave way and he fell heavily to sit on the ground. Feeling that the cold claws of death were able to claim him, he struggled to lift his head, looking at Isha, who had come to stand ramrod straight beside Jun Weiyao, and then shifting his gaze to the unbelievably powerful Jun Weiyao. Suddenly, he remembered that black spirit power he had seen earlier, and a chilling realization dawned upon him. His eyes bulged and from his throat, a broken and shattered hoarse whisper escaped out. "You dark." The words had just come out when at that moment, Jun Weiyao, who was still looking at Jun Wuxie, raised up his hand suddenly and a black shadow shot through the man's neck, cutting off the words that the man had been able to say. "You are being too loud." Jun Weiyao's smile was tinged with slight impatience at that moment. The man had been filled with terror and shock when he fell over, lying silently in his own pool of blood, as his last breath left his mouth. In moments, 3 exponents from the middle realm had, under the hands of Jun Weiyao, been cleanly killed. It had seemed so simple for him that it boggled the mind. He had only raised his hand 3 times, and he had killed 3 immensely powerful purple spirit exponents. The Zephyr Academy was a sea of silence. Every single one of them was so enthralled by the perfectly handsome man's overwhelming and unbelievable powers that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. "He's too powerful. Just too unbelievably powerful." The purple spirit that was so highly revered by the people of the world was just a lamb sent to slaughter before this man. Where is that man from? Chapter 741, 8th Slap, 22. With everyone still stunned and in shock at Jun Weiyao's overwhelming power, someone there was fully experiencing what was termed complete and absolute despair. Ning Rui stood completely frozen in his spot, his face turned completely white, every inch of his entire body feeling a bone-biting chill. It's over, it's really all over. Hope had ignited many times, but in the end, there was only despair. His eyes seeing the few men collapsed in their own blood, Ning Rui seemed to be looking at the fate that would soon befall him. Terror gripped him. Headmaster, what do we do? What do we do now?" Gongqing Lei's legs had turned to jelly. When those few men had appeared, he had thought that the tables had turned. But things have progressed to a point that went beyond all their expectations. That man who held so much power that he struck terror in their hearts had completely crushed any last slivers of hope they had held. Guing had been rescued, and the few envoys who had remained behind were all dead, and they suddenly found that only the 2 of them were still here in the Zephyr Academy. The dark shadows of death loomed heavily over their heads. Being asked by Gongqing Lei with a question like this, Ning Rui felt a shiver run through his body. He looked around at the dumbfounded disciples around him, and he saw that all their attention was focused upon the terrifyingly powerful man. "Run, hurry, run!" Ning Rui had only that thought in his mind. He could not care about anything else. He hunched his back, drawing his shoulders together, trying to appear as small as possible, think to slink away silently and escape. However, the heavens had decreed that he would not be granted that opportunity. "Uncle Ning, where are you headed off to?" Fanju's tall slender form was suddenly standing in Ning Rui's path, his face glowing with his usual gentle smile, except that his eyes were burning with insuppressible murder. Ning Rui's heart jumped, and he fell back 3 steps in fright. Gongqing Lei, who was just behind him, realized that the game was up and he quickly fell to his knees with a loud thud by Fenjuo's feet, his face covered in tears. Second young master, all of this had been entirely Ning Rui's doing. I had been bewitched by his promises and only helped him to cover up the facts. The headmaster was murdered by him and Gu Ying, and I do not know about anything else. Fenjuo did not even give Gongqing Lei a single glance and just raised his foot and kicked out to send him sprawling into the ground. His father had been too kind and trusting, and he did not realize that he had been keeping such a heartless and cowardly mutt by his side all those years. Although Ning Rui's face was pale, the moment his eyes saw Fenjuo, the fear in his heart suddenly evaporated. He knew his fate was sealed and he would not live through this. That had somehow made him lose his fear. He looked down at the pitiful heap that was Gongqing Lei on the ground, bawling his eyes out, and Ning Rui's mouth curled up with scorn. Moron, you think by pleading, he will let you off? Your previous crime of secretly adding drugs to his food wouldn't be that easily forgotten, you know. Ning Rui maliciously pointed out with his voice dripping with contempt, causing Gongqing Lei on the ground to shiver more violently. Fenjuo beamed at Ning Rui and said, Uncle Ning is absolutely right. I have no intentions of sparing him. And naturally, you as well. The fire in Fenjuo's eyes intensified. Ning Rui replied, winner takes all. I admit defeat. He had calculated every single move, and planned everything meticulously. But a little brat named Jun Xie had fouled everything up. If not for that pipsqueak, Ning Xin might very well have successfully killed Fen Jin, and the control of the Zephyr Academy might have fallen into his hands without him needing to enlist outside help that resulted in this hopeless situation now. From the beginning, when Ning Xin had first planned to use Jun Xie to bring discredit to Fan Jin's name, that had been the worst mistake made, and it was already too late to change anything. With the first step taken with the wrong foot, everything else went wrong henceforth. Ning Rui had asked himself countless times. If there was no Jun Xie, would he have succeeded? That little inconspicuous youth had suddenly appeared in the Zephyr Academy, and completely crushed the scheme he had been brewing and stewing for so many years here. And now, he had even damned him to suffer eternal doom. Chapter 742, Squeezing Her Small Hand, 1. From all directions, all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy were staring at Ning Rui with eyes burning with hatred. The taunting words Ning Rui had thrown out when he believed that victory was at hand earlier were now suddenly turned against him, like a heavy sharp blade hanging over his head. This man who had attempted to use the lives of everyone in the Zephyr Academy in exchange for power and authority would finally face judgment. Fenjuo did not immediately take their lives but just imprisoned Ning Rui and Gongqing Lei. Although his intense hatred for them was pushing him to subject the two men to 1,000 cuts at that very moment, he held himself back as the one who really needed to see them being punished was not him, but Fan Jin. Ning Rui was dragged away together with Gongqing Lei by the guards, and Fenjuo subconsciously turned to look at Fan Jin. The all-too-familiar face stung at his eyes, as he knew in his heart that was not really his beloved elder brother. The crisis in the Zephyr Academy had been resolved, and everyone in the academy finally heaved a big sigh of relief. They all felt like they had gained a new life after having just been pulled out from the pits of despair. They were deeply grateful to Jun Xie, who has saved them all, and they had developed a deep respect and awe towards the unbelievably powerful man. Gu Ying had sustained heavy injuries, Ning Rui and his people had been imprisoned. The calamity that had struck the Zephyr Academy was finally arrested. The Zephyr Academy had recently experienced too many setbacks. There was a dire need for them to realign themselves. According to the rules, the position of headmaster should be taken up by Fan Jin, and Fan Jin readily agreed to it with an easy smile. His first instructions as headmaster of the Zephyr Academy was for all the disciples and teachers to first go back and rest up, and he informed them that the Zephyr Academy would be taking a break for the next few days to allow everyone a chance to catch their breaths. Things have more or less settled down, but Jun Wuxie was still not able to go back. Jun Wuyao held Jun Wuxie's small hand in his and proceeded straight towards the little bamboo grove. You are really a gutsy little lass. You have just barely learned how to raise your powers to attain the purple spirit, and you already dare to take on those men in a fight. If I had not arrived in time, are you going to get yourself all covered in injuries again? Jun Wuyao led Jun Wuxie to sit down by the table, and Yi Mei and Yi Sha, who had come in following behind them, were completely silent as they lowered their heads and slowly retreated outside to stand beside the doors, trying their best to hide their presence as much as they could. Why are you here? Jun Wuxie did not answer Jun Wuyao's question but was more interested by his sudden appearance. Jun Wuyao had left suddenly and returned just as suddenly. Jun Wuxie had no idea where he had disappeared to during this period. Jun Wuyao replied, "Ye Mei came to look for me. He said you went missing at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff." Jun Wuxie paused a moment and thought back to the scene when she had been reunited with the others, and she remembered that she had not seen Ye Mei with them. So, Ye Mei had left at the time to go seek out Jun Wuyao. Then how come you came here instead? Jun Wuxie remembered that the Heaven's End cliff was a far way off from the Zephyr Academy. "I will naturally go where you go," Jun Wuyao said with a laugh. Ye Mei had been midway through his search for his lord when he received the information that Yi Sha had sent him, telling him that Jun Wuxie had been located. But as Ye Mei had things he needed to report to his lord, he had continued with his search. That was when Jun Wuyao finally knew that the place people called the Heaven's End cliff was in actuality the Dark Emperor's tomb, and it seemed that his little Xie was highly interested in the artifacts buried in the Dark Emperor's tomb. It was just a coincidence. The moment I arrived, I saw you caught in that predicament. Were you going to risk your life again fighting against that man? Jun Wuyao chided gently, holding Jun Wuxie's hand in his. Her fingers were long and slender, the tips rounded and tender, the pink nails were like fallen petals, and beautiful to look at. He squeezed and toyed with her hand, but she seemed not to feel a thing, her face calm and expressionless, while Jun Wuyao could not resist it but started to toy and squeeze at Jun Wuxie's fingertips. They were small and petite, soft to the touch. "No," Jun Wuxie said as she stared at the person who had usurped possession of her hand, and was just squeezing it incessantly, before she continued, "I am not hurt." Chapter 743, Squeezing Her Small Hand, 2. Huh. Jun Wuyao raised his eyes. He knew that she was not hurt, or else, those 3 insects wouldn't have had such an easy death. Jun Wuxie's head was lowered, looking at the pair of paws squeezing her fingertips, before raising her head to look at him. Was he checking her hands for wounds? The smile on Jun Wuyao's face froze a little and he suddenly laughed aloud again. Those men were not weak and they would not be above using despicable tricks, so there is a chance you might have suffered some hidden injuries unknowingly. If they are not carefully examined, injuries like these could be easily missed out. Little Xie can just talk and I'll just listen while helping you check for any hidden injuries. Isn't that better? Jun Wuyao said, the smile on his face not looking all that genuine. Jun Wuxie blinked blankly at Jun Wuyao's words and did not react further. She sat there quietly, afraid she would distract Jun Wuyao, and stretched out her hands to allow him to continue inspecting her hands. The corners of Jun Wuyao's mouth curled up higher as he kneaded her fingertips and turned her small hands over. He scratched gently at her palm, and that light fleeting touch tickled a little, causing Jun Wuxie's tiny body to quiver. Jun Wuyao had found a hobby he would never tire of. Standing at the door, Yi Sha and Ye Mei fought with every ounce of strength they possessed to maintain the stern looks on their faces, as their hearts almost exploded from their impossible suppression. Did their Lord Ju just dupe the young miss with such a blatant lie? That is just one big con. With the young miss being so highly intelligent, why has she not realized the real reason behind their Lord Ju's careful examination? Yi Sha and Ye Mei exchanged a glance and they both saw the helplessness and suppressed mirth in each other's eyes. Grasping the soft hands in his, Jun Wuyao pretended to be calm and serious as he asked, "The bottom of the Heaven's End cliff, was it fun?" "Not fun," Jun Wuxie replied. "Knowing that place is dangerous and you still went?" Jun Wuyao asked, an eyebrow raised. Ye Mei had already related all their encounters in the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff to him. It must not be denied that the people from the Dark Regime had really put in a lot of effort into it. But with the punitive power that little Xie and her companions possessed, they had gone down the Heaven's End cliff and still managed to return back alive. That was no mean feat. "I want to locate the Dark Emperor's tomb." Jun Wuxie's eyes were determined. When faced against people from the Middle Realm, she had been repeatedly reminded of her own weakness and frailty. She refused to depend on the power of others to protect herself. She knew she needed to become stronger. Jun Wuyao's lips curled up at the sides, and he drew his face closer to Jun Wuxie's, his eyes filled with mirth and narrowed conspiringly. "Oh. Why is little Xie so determined to find the Dark Emperor's tomb?" "For power," Jun Wuxie said frankly and bluntly. Dum Chiao and the others told me that the Dark Emperor's tomb holds all the treasured artifacts of the Middle Realm that will allow one to become incredibly powerful in a short period of time. I want to gain the power to resist the 12 palaces. The feeling of having a home that she could not return to was something that she didn't want to endure for long. Jun Wuyao's smile grew wider. Do you know who the Dark Emperor is? And you dare to covet after his treasures? He is already dead. Jun Wuxia countered. Standing by the door, Yi Sha and Yi Mei nearly wanted to rush in and kneel before Jun Wuxia. Young miss. Is saying to a person's face that that person is already dead really an acceptable thing to do? Two pairs of nervous eyes turned subconsciously onto the figure of Jun Wuyao, deeply afraid that he would suddenly fly into a rage. However, Jun Wuyao laughed aloud instead. He sat there holding Jun Wuxia's tiny hands, laughing heartily till his shoulders shook. That's right, the Dark Emperor is dead. To a dead person, however powerful he might have been in life, did not matter any longer. The Dark Emperor is dead. Or else, how would those scums from the 12 palaces dare to even set their eyes on that place? Jun Wuyao's eyes narrowed at the thought of that. Having so many people lusting after his things, he must remember to reward them in future. Jun Wuyao's eyes turned to look at Jun Wuxia and the sharp glint in his eyes immediately disappeared. As long as little Xia wants it, no matter what it is, she can have it. Chapter 744, Squeezing Her Small Hand, 3. Towards a certain someone's extreme disparity in the way he treated people who were eyeing his treasures, Yi Sha and Yi Mei were quick to come to a tacit understanding to overlook the matter. To their Lord Ju, whatever the young miss wanted, he was only too glad to provide. After this, what is little Xia intending to do? Jun Wuyao asked Jun Wuxia, looking at her seriously. The Heaven's End cliff had come about only after his disappearance, and according to what Yi Mei had told him, that place contained a collection of the most dangerous things the Dark Regime were able to put together. If they went there without a map, even he was not entirely confident that he would be able to find it. Find the maps. Jun Wuxia replied. She did not need to hide anything from Jun Wuyao. Ning Rui was already imprisoned, and the map he held would soon be in their hands. Adding that to the other 2 pieces they already had with them, they would hold a total of 3 out of the 8 map in existence. On our way to the Heaven's End cliff, we encountered people from the Yen country. If the information we gathered is accurate, the Crown Prince of the Yen country should be holding another piece of the map. If they manage to get their hands on that map, they would have 4 pieces, which would make up half, and the rest would just be a matter of time. Oh. Do you need my help then? Jun Wuyao asked with a laugh. Jun Wuxia, however, shook her head. She had not forgotten that Jun Wuyao would occasionally go missing, his departure sudden, and that would mean that he had his own matters that he needed to attend to. Jun Wuyao was extremely powerful, more powerful than anyone she had ever met. But she did not want to be reliant on Jun Wuyao for everything that happened. Only if she gained power herself, would it yield her the best results. If Jun Wuxia seek to oppose the 12 palaces, then she must not rely on the powers of others in everything. Jun Wuyao did not force the issue and left it up to Jun Wuxia to decide. Does that mean little Xia will be going to the Yen country next? Jun Wuyao asked with an eyebrow raised, with his eyes still lowered and focused on the fair little fingers of Jun Wuxia's, seemingly not be able to get enough of it. Not for the time being. Fei Yan needs to snoop around for more information on the Yen country first, and Lord Memez and Fan Jin's injuries, I want to cure them first. Jun Wuxia said, her brow furrowing suddenly. Lord Memez's injuries had been cured and it would only need a period of nursing before making a full recovery. But Fan Jin's condition was a little more complicated and would require a little more effort. Fan Qi was dead and the Zephyr Academy sorely needed a new headmaster to come forth to shoulder the heavy responsibilities. Fan Zhuo was destined to leave with them and the Zephyr Academy must only be left for Fan Jin, as was the right thing to do. Then, should I remain here to keep you company? Jun Wuyao asked. Jun Wuxia raised her eyes to look at Jun Wuyao. In those eyes sparkling with a smile, she saw herself reflected within. You are done with your own matters. Jun Wuyao shook his head, and declared nonchalantly, it won't make a difference if I delay it a little. Instead, I am more concerned with is whether little Xia dislikes my company. The pair of enchanting eyes were suddenly looking forlorn, but there was the slightest tinge of teasing hidden in them. The pitiful look in those eyes suddenly made Jun Wuxia feel rather flustered and she did not know what to do. She lowered her head instead and chose to ignore Jun Wuyao's query. Seeing that the little one was clamping up and refusing to answer him once again, Jun Wuyao was nevertheless calm. He ordered Yisha and Yi Mei to clean up the place before he resumed with his teasing of Jun Wuxie. Faced with a certain someone's continued teasing, Jun Wuxie was feeling rather distressed and helpless. Her uncle and grandfather had never teased her in such a manner, and although they always spoke to her in a very gentle tone as well, she could not help but feel that there was a vast difference when Jun Wuyao was doing it. If this had happened in the past, Jun Wuxie would have immediately chased him out. But Jun Wuyao had been tagged with the position of big brother, and Jun Wuxie did not know how to deal with it now. Coincidentally, at that same moment, while she was feeling endlessly flustered, Fan Jin came in with Xiao Chu and the others who had rushed over. Chapter 745, The Aftermath, 1. I'm really amazed at how Brother Hua looks now. He looks exactly just like Fan Jin. Xiao Chu said, pulling Hua Yao to come before Jun Wuxie, completely failing to notice that the smile on Jun Wuyao's face had somewhat changed, and even failing to see that Yisha and Yi Mei at the side were looking at him with a look showing they were silently mourning for him. The Fan Jin that had appeared in the Zephyr Academy earlier today had been Hua Yao who impersonated him. The real Fan Jin was still lying in bed back at the inn, being watched over by Wen Xi and Han. To fully squash Ning Rue, Fan Jin and Fan Zhua needed to appear at the same time, and that was the reason Jun Wuxie asked for Hua Yao to go meet them at Chanlin Town. Hua Yao was highly skilled at his bone-shifting ability, and with Jun Wuxie's help, they were able to perfectly impersonate anyone they wanted, without being found out. Not even in his dreams would Ning Rue ever expect that the Fan Jin who had appeared right before him was in fact an imposter. You got the map? Jun Wuxie asked, her eyes on Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu smirked, looking mighty pleased, as he pulled out a brocade box, and opened it to show a map made out of human skin. Jun Wuxie very naturally pulled her hands out from Jun Wuyao's paws to receive the map, scrutinizing it carefully. An eyebrow on Jun Wuyao's face raised up as he looked at the fully focused Jun Wuxie before his gaze slowly shifted onto Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu had been smiling happily all this while, but when he saw Jun Wuyao's eyes on him, for some unknown reason, he was suddenly feeling a strange chill on the back of his neck. He instinctively hunched his neck into his shoulders as he blinked blankly at the widely smiling face of Jun Wuyao. Big brother Jun. Xiao Chu called out to Jun Wuyao, in oblivious ignorance. Jun Wuyao nodded slightly in response. Where is Fan Zhua? Jun Wuxie had finished studying the map, and she handed it back to Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu said in answer, Fan Zhua is still there. He seemed to have more things he wanted to ask Ning Rue, so we came over first. Just saying, little Xie, are you really confident you can cure Fan Jin's condition? When Xiao Chu and the others had arrived at Chanlin Town and saw Fan Jin, their hearts had wrenched in pain when they saw the always jovial and exuberant youth they knew reduced to such a sorry state. Although they did not share the same fate, but Fan Jin was nevertheless a righteous friend. Even without his relationship with Fan Zhua, they would still not wish to see Fan Jin fall into such a wretched state. Jun Wuxie nodded. I am, but I need a little time. Before Fan Jin recovers, we will need Brother Hua to continue to appear as Fan Jin. The Zephyr Academy had just undergone great turmoil, and it urgently needs someone to lead them back to normality. If it is revealed that Fan Jin has not recovered, it will surely throw its ability to maintain its reputation as a top academy into great doubt. Although Jun Wuxie never liked to get involved in the affairs of others, the Zephyr Academy was nevertheless deeply linked to Fan Jin and Fan Zhua, and she would not allow the Zephyr Academy to be destroyed without doing anything. Xiao Chu was taken aback a moment. He stared at Hua Yao, who was disguised as Fan Jin, and said, doesn't that mean Brother Hua would have to remain looking like this for quite a while? Xiao Chu had always been closest to Hua Yao, as they usually moved together in their missions. Suddenly asking him to pull his usual antics looking at Fan Jin's face every day. He really wasn't really used to it. Hua Yao didn't really mind it much, taking it as repayment for a favor owed. Early the next morning, Jun Wuxie got Yisha to fetch Wen Xi and Han and the others back to the academy. To prevent people from finding out, Fan Jin was placed straight into the little bamboo grove, while Hua Yao assumed Fan Jin's identity to run the Zephyr Academy's daily affairs with Wen Xi and Han's and Fan Zhua's assistance. Luckily, the real Fan Jin himself had not been entirely familiar with these matters himself, hence, when Hua Yao started asking the teachers many questions, it had not raised any unwanted suspicions. Chapter 746, The Aftermath, 2. Gu Lisheng had also brought the disciples of the spirit healer faculty back. Having suffered through the recent spate of tumultuous events, all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy had become more docile. No one dared bring up the day's events, and all of them lived their days in obedience, and that saved Hua Yao a lot of headaches. Jun Wuxie brought Lord Mei into the bamboo grove to oversee its care, and she spent her days mainly treating Fan Jin and Lord Mei. Jun Wuxiao did not go anywhere this time and just sat on one side every day, watching Jun Wuxie bustling to and fro, with a smile on his face. But it was a difficult time for Yi Sha and Yi Mei. Besides Fan Jin, who had lost his consciousness, they did not dare allow anyone else that was of the male species to set foot into the little bamboo grove. Hence, the responsibilities for everything from cleaning to cooking fell upon their shoulders. When they looked back to the stellar record of their past accomplishments, and then finding themselves faced with the various pots and pans, with the many dirty dishes and crockery before their eyes, Yi Sha and Yi Mei could only silently swallow back their tears, and scrub at the pots vigorously. Jing was brought back to the Zephyr Academy by Fan Zhuo. The wounds on his body has mostly healed, and it might have been the traumatic experiences he had gone through, but Jing had turned into a person that was unusually solemn and quiet. Fei Yan had left the Zephyr Academy for a period, gathering and collecting information about the Yan country. They were all making preparations to immediately set forth for the Yan country, once Fan Jin regains his consciousness, so they can locate all the maps, and complete the collection as soon as possible. Time passed, a day at a time. Fan Jin's body was gradually recovering under Jun Wuxie's careful nursing. But his mind continued to be somewhat clouded, occasionally showing alertness for a short while, but would quickly sink back into senility, his condition still highly unstable. Fan Zhuo would come accompany Fan Jin every day. He didn't speak at all, but just sat with Fan Jin in silence, feeding him, washing him, as if taking care of the needs of an ignorant child who knew nothing at all. In those spasmodic moments that Fan Jin was conscious, he was able to recognize Fan Zhuo. But after just saying a few words, he would quickly fall back into his lifeless and unresponsive state. And with every time that happened, it felt like a sword was slicing slowly through his heart. He remained silent through it all, hiding the agonizing pain within. He was thinking the same thought every day: when would Fan Jin fully regain his senses? But at the same time, he was worried about him awakening. When Fan Jin recovers, will he be able to face up to everything that has happened? Fan Zhuo wasn't sure. It was nearing the end of the year, and the branch division's promotion selections had been admitted to the academy. It wasn't a great number, just tens of them. They were not really aware of what had happened in the main division and came to the academy muddled-headed, wondering why the current headmaster was a youth similar in age with them. Nobody would tell them the bitter experience the Zephyr Academy had just suffered through. Those memories were all like a horrendous nightmare that nobody wanted to revisit. Not long after the new disciples were admitted, the disciples of the Zephyr Academy were set to go home, and they would only return back here a month later. After most of the Zephyr Academy's disciples had left, the teachers made up their own excuses and applied for leave to go home as well. The vast Zephyr Academy was cleared out, empty and quiet, the usual racket and noisy clamor suddenly missing. Hua Yao did not need to impersonate Fan Jin any longer, and he was able to appear as himself. He sat together with Qiao Chu and the others in the yard within the little bamboo grove and watched as Fan Zhuo helped Fan Jin out to get some sun. Next year, I'm thinking that quite a number of them will not be coming back here anymore. Fan Jin, who had been gradually recovering, raised his head to look at the fallen leaves swirling in the air, a bitter smile on his lips. He had regained his consciousness 3 days ago, and he had been forced to live through the nightmare that confronted him when he found out everything that had happened. From the initial utter shock and raging hatred, to the calm acceptance now, they all saw that the once jovial youth had changed completely, having lost a little of his bluntness and gained a little more maturity. Chapter 747, Unexpected Surprise, 1. The Zephyr Academy had met with a big calamity, and although the disaster was averted in the end, the long series of twists and turns had caused the disciples and teachers of the academy to become nervous and afraid. It was clear to Fan Jin, although those people had not said much when they had gone home for the year-end break, but after the month was up, he was expecting less than half of them to return. It was rather understandable if the disciples had not returned out of fear, but if even the teachers were to leave as well, what was going to happen to the Zephyr Academy going forward? His father is dead, and the other 2 longest-serving faculty members who had almost been as close as being his related uncles had betrayed them. The Zephyr Academy was facing an imminent crisis, and Fan Jin felt like he had just woken up from a dream, and the reality presented to him an endless stream of obstacles and tribulations as numerous as the stars. Take it slow, things are bound to improve. At the very least, we are still alive now. Fan Zhuo said reassuringly, patting his own brother on the shoulder. Fan Jin gave him a bittersweet smile and said, "That is true. As long as I am able to bring the Zephyr Academy back to glory, I believe more people will come. I will not let the Zephyr Academy decline further." Unwilling to dwell any longer in pain and suffering, Fan Jin tried to sound strong despite the situation by saying, "I cannot afford to waste away any further. I need to nurse my body back to health, and I should be able to make it in time for the next year's spirit battle tournament among the different academies." Seeing that Fan Jin had picked himself up, everyone was feeling relieved, and Xiao Chu asked with a smile, "There are even spirit battle tournaments among the academies?" Fan Jin nodded. Normally, every academy would hold their own spirit battles tournaments. And every year, the top 10 ranked from the individual academies will all make their way to the Yen country and compete in an inter-academy competition. Last year, the Zephyr Academy had achieved a rather good rank in the placings. Fan Jin had said it easily. But upon hearing his words, Xiao Chu, who had been grinning mischievously, suddenly stared at Fan Jin in wide-eyed surprise. "Where did you say it was?" Fan Jin repeated it, "Yen country." The Yen country is currently the biggest power, and this inter-academy spirit battle tournament is also organized by them, where they invited all the individual academies in previous years. In one more month, the new year will begin, and I believe it should be around that time. The Zephyr Academy's own spirit battle tournament had been cancelled this year due to the tumult that had struck them, and the previous year's top 10 rank has less than half of them remaining. Fan Jin was planning to quickly nurse himself back to health so that he would be able to represent the Zephyr Academy in the competition. Xiao Chu and his companions exchanged glances with each other. Fan Jin's words had immediately drawn their attention, as the next map they had their eye on was coincidentally in the Yen country. "Where in the Yen country will it be held?" Jun Wuxie asked suddenly. She had caught it as well. Fan Jin did not realize that his words had drawn the attention of everyone there, and he told them with a smile, "In the Yen country's imperial capital. The spirit battle tournament is always crowded and bustling with people, and it is usually hosted by the Yen country. But to put out in another way, the Yen country is willing to do that so that they can widen their net to recruit talents. It is rumored that the Yen country's imperial household would be observing the battles in secret, and if they spot any disciples who possessed good gifts, they will approach them privately and attempt to poach them. My ranking last year was not that high, and hence, I was denied that kind of treatment. But I heard that there were a few among the top 10 ranked in last year's spirit battle tournament who had remained in the Yen country after the spirit battle tournament." Fan Jin was telling it to the companions, just intending it as an interesting piece of news to share. But upon hearing it, it had made Jun Wuxie and the others incredibly excited. Jun Wuxie's eyes were thoughtful. They had originally planned to immediately set off towards the Yen country once Fan Jin awakened, to go search out the fourth map's location. They had not for one moment thought that the Inter-Academy Spirit Battle Tournament would actually be held in the Yen country. They were now in the Zephyr Academy, and they could legitimately appear there as disciples of the Zephyr Academy, and in this way, they would instead not draw any unwanted attention upon themselves. Chapter 748, Unexpected Surprise, 2. "You have suitable candidates in mind?" Jun Wuxie asked. Fan Jin gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "Among the people who participated last year, quite a big number of them are gone, and I don't know how many of those left will return. Previously, Lu Weijie and Ning Xin had represented the Zephyr Academy in the Spirit Battle Tournament. Lu Weijie had been driven out of the Zephyr Academy, and Ning Xin was dead, her body torn apart. As for the remaining participants, Fan Jin was guessing they would not be returning, as they were highly gifted and they didn't need to be in the Zephyr Academy to succeed. Now that the Zephyr Academy had fallen into such a state, those disciples would undoubtedly be mulling how they would be able to switch to other academies. The only one I can think of now is only myself," Fan Jin said with a shrug. His father's passing, the academy's turmoil, all the difficulties were now heaped upon his shoulders. The suffocating pressure threatened to overwhelm him, but he needed to stand up despite all of it, or his father's decades of blood and sweat would all come to naught. Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow and swept her gaze over the faces of Xiao Chu and all the others. As she had expected, she saw in her companion's eyes the answer she sought. If you do not have anyone in mind, include the few of us herein. Jun Wuxie said calmly. Fan Jin stared, in pure disbelief at Jun Wuxie. What did you say? Har. What is it? You don't think we are up to it? Come on, be a sport. If you put us in, I guarantee you a spot in the top few ranks. Xiao Chu said with an easy laugh, putting his arm around Fan Jin's shoulder, in an easy show of camaraderie. You guys are willing to help me? Fan Jin asked, unable to be sure he heard them right. Not long after he regained his consciousness, Fan Zhuo had told him about it. In a few days' time, he would be leaving with Jun Wuxie and the others. Fan Zhuo had not told him about the specifics and Fan Jin did not want to probe. Although they were not biological brothers linked by blood, Fan Jin had already accepted Fan Zhuo to be one, and towards Fan Zhuo's decision, he did not object in the slightest. Upon hearing that Jun Wuxie and the others were asking to join the Spirit Battle Tournament as representatives of the Zephyr Academy, Fan Jin's heart suddenly soared. He knew the incredible fighting prowess of Hua Yao and his companions. No need to mention about the Inter-Academy Spirit Battle Tournament. Even if they were put out into the vast world, how many people would be able to match up to them? If they were really to take part, then the Zephyr Academy would surely be able to achieve a result of unprecedented levels. And as long as they gained one of the top spots, then the Zephyr Academy would be immediately dredged out of its doldrums and teachers and disciples would be clamoring to join the Academy. With those thoughts in his head, how could Fan Jin not get excited? Helping you would also be helping ourselves at the same time. Jun Wuxie said, looking at Fan Jin. In this way, they both stood to gain in this situation. It would help the Zephyr Academy to pick themselves up and at the same time, give the companions a legitimate reason to infiltrate into the Yen country. This is just fantastic. I'll go make preparations for it now. I will make the necessary arrangements. As the Zephyr Academy did not hold their annual Spirit Battle Tournament this year, we will not have any problems with the rankings. Fan Jin was showing his first genuine smile straight from the heart after regaining his mind. From his struggles in the muck, he finally saw the light of hope. Seeing Fan Jin's face flushed from his unbridledly joyous smile, Jun Wuxie lowered her eyes. It might have been unintentional or it might have been his conscious effort. After Fan Jin reawoke, he had never once mentioned Ning Rui or Gongqing Lei. Fan Zhuo had already told him that those two had been imprisoned, but Fan Jin had acted like he knew nothing about it, having never mentioned one word about them and never gone to see them a single time. As long as he did not bring it up, the others kept silent about it as well. Chapter 749, Unexpected Surprise, 3. Till the Yen country's Grand Spirit Battle Tournament, there was still about slightly more than a month. In that period, Xiao Chu and the others decided to make a trip back to the Phoenix Academy to report back to Yen Bugui on their upcoming plans. Upon knowing that they will be making a trip back to the Phoenix Academy, Jun Wuxie especially wrote a letter for them to bring back to Yen Bugui. As she needed to continue the treatment for Fan Jin and Lord Meme's injuries, she was not be able to leave at that time, while Jun Wuyao and Fan Zhuo remained behind in the Zephyr Academy with her. Lord Meme had in this period of time been nursing well and making good progress in its recovery. Its burnt and blackened skin scabbed and peeled several layers and new skin was growing, looking pinkish and tender. From having been burnt into a little black ball previously, till gradually turning into a little pink sphere. At a quick glance, it currently resembled somewhat like a little pink piglet. It was not known whether it was due to it having suffered overly severe burns, but Lord Meme's body had not grown any wool yet. Having been used to being bundled up in thick dense wool, it had suddenly lost all its protection from the cold, especially now that the year was ending. With the temperature dropping fast, Lord Meme just could not find the energy to perk itself up. At all times throughout the day, it was either shivering miserably under the blankets or snuggled deep into Jun Wuxie's embrace. And towards all of the bald little sheep's actions, someone was watching it all closely with a glint in his eyes. Go find something that it can wear. Jun Wuyao said slowly to Yisha and Yimei as his eyes swung over to look at Lord Meme burrowing deeper and deeper into Jun Wuxie's arms seeking warmth. Yimei and Yisha both stood in their spots suddenly flummoxed. Where are they going to find clothes that a bald sheep was able to wear? Jun Wuxie raised her eyes and looked at Jun Wuyao. Jun Wuyao's lips curled up at the corners as he said, since little Xie is going to represent the Zephyr Academy in the Grand Battle Spirit Tournament, you will of course need some time to cultivate your spirit powers. And if you are carrying that the entire time, I was afraid you might not have enough time. That tone, the way he put it, sounded especially justifiable. June Wuxie blinked. The way she cultivated was different from others, and carrying Lord Meme did not affect her in the slightest. For her to cultivate her spirit powers, she would only need to bring out the snow lotus and place it before her, and she could carry on with whatever she was doing. I thinking little Xia's spirit powers must be on the verge of attaining another breakthrough already. Jun Weiyao asked, his eyes staring at the water basin holding the snow lotus on the table. Have you selected the ring spirit you are going to use for the advancement? She shook her head. She did not have the time to find one. Immediately, Jun Weiyao threw another task for Yi Sha and Yi Mei to complete. Just like that, after the brothers in misery were made to take up the menial chores of cooking and cleaning, and they were still hard-pressed to decide on who would be picking up the needle to sew some winter clothes for Lord Meme, they found another new task thrown before their feet to find a ring spirit for Jun Wuxie's spirit power breakthrough. Very soon, Yi Mei and Yi Sha would be able to excel in duties, presenting themselves well in front in the hall, while shining brilliantly cooking and cleaning back in the kitchen, killing enemies mercilessly in battle on the side, and becoming outstanding in makeup with cosmetics. The two of them secretly wiped aggrieved tears from their eyes. My Lord Ju, for someone of your esteemed stature to be competing for affections with a spirit beast, is that really appropriate? After having dumped all the menial tasks to his underlings, Jun Weiyao took the excuse of guiding Jun Wuxie with her spirit powers advancement to pick Lord Meme up from within Jun Wuxie's arms and throwing it onto the soft bed among the warm sheets and covers as Lord Meme bleated softly in futile protest. Immediately after that, before Jun Wuxie could say anything, Jun Weiyao stretched out an arm to encircle Jun Wuxie's tiny waist, and with a single leap, flew out of the little bamboo grove. Do you know how to sew? Yi Sha asked Yi Mei, as a persistent twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth, his eyes staring at the little bald sheep well bundled within the thick blankets. Yi Mei shrugged, and replied mournfully, Can we buy them? Yi Sha almost teared as he said, Where, throughout all the realms, do you think we can buy clothes that would fit it? I'll sew. Chapter 750, Yen Country, 1. The Yen country's imperial capital was always at its busiest in the beginning of the year, as the grand spirit battle tournament among the many academies would be held there at that time. The most elite disciples from more than 100 academies would congregate at that place to compete for a high ranking in the spirit battle tournament. Every year, the top 10 ranks in the spirit battle tournament would find themselves seeing a new pinnacle in their lives. The young youths who had as yet found fame would only need to give a good show of their abilities, and shine more brilliantly than others, to gain themselves status and fame beyond their wildest dreams. To become famous in their youth, that posed to be an irresistible draw to all young and exuberant youths. As the host providing the battle stages, the Yen country always strove to provide all the academies with the best environments, to allow the disciples to put forth their best, in the grand spirit battle tournament. As the mightiest and most prosperous country, and by being the host of the tournament, the Yen country had throughout the years enjoyed first-pick priority in the access to the winners of the spirit battle tournament. Almost every year, the top 10 ranked of the spirit battle tournament would almost always have about half of them poached by the Yen country. The youths would have exhibited exemplary skills, although their powers would not have fully matured, but their extraordinary gifts would make them stand out from the rest. Irregardless whether they were other countries or individual powers, all of them were keen to pick out youths who showed potential in the spirit battle tournament. They did not limit themselves only to the top 10 ranked, but would also keep an eye out for exceptional talents and poach them without a moment's hesitation. It can be said that the spirit battle tournament was a revered and distinguished event for both the academies and powers from all over the world. The various powers were able to recruit more talented people into their fold, while the academies were able to gain fame and reputation when their disciples did well in the rankings. So, no matter whether it was the academies themselves, or the youths taking part in the spirit battle tournament, they all placed great importance on how they fared in the tournament. There were only 10 slots for every academy in the spirit battle tournament, and the 10 selected would most definitely be elites that had undergone a contest under the most stringent selection process and finally emerged victorious, as they represented not only themselves, but also the academy's reputation on their shoulders. The top 3 elite academies throughout the lands were the Zephyr Academy, the War Banner Academy, and the Dragon Slayers Academy. These 3 powerful academies attracted the most attention every single year, and the top 10 ranks of the spirit battle tournament would always be dominated by the representatives from these 3 academies, and the Yen country and the many various mightiest powers throughout the lands had already recruited many youths from them in the past years. All of those youths who had outshone their peers in the past spirit battle tournaments and joined their respective powers had already left their academies, had already grown more powerful, bringing much gains to the powers they served. Although there were over 100 academies that participated in the spirit battle tournaments, but the ones that possessed the power to contest for top 10 positions were only the top 3 academies. Although the disciples from the other academies would never dare dream of being among the top 10, that still did not stop them from coming forward to show off their potential, as the number of people the various countries and the different powers needed was large, and the 10 people from the top ranks would not be enough to serve their needs. The entire duration of the spirit battle tournament lasted a whole month, and within that time, all the people from the academies would have their food and lodging taken care of by the Yen country. A week before the spirit battle tournament was to commence, the convoys from the various academies would begin to stream into the Yen country's imperial capital, gradually driving the bustle of the imperial capital into an endless frenzy. Decorated with banners that depicted the emblem of the Zephyr Academy, their horse-drawn carriages slowly rolled towards the city gates. Immediately upon seeing those horse carriages, the soldiers at the city gates parted to let them pass. The convoy consisted only of 5 carriages, and compared to most of the other convoys from the other academies here to participate in the spirit battle tournament, their carriages number conspicuously less than half of others. Chapter 751, Yen Country, 2. There were already quite a number of disciples from other academies who were already in the Yen country's imperial capital. As the spirit battle tournament had not begun, many of them were roaming around the imperial capital to see with their own eyes the prosperity of the mightiest country. 5 horse carriages rumbled on passing through the main thoroughfare. Many of the disciples of the other academies had immediately recognized the banners of the Zephyr Academy, and they all came to a halt immediately, fully extending their necks to peer at the convoy of one of the 3 top academies. At that moment, their eyes showed not one of envy but were instead filled with a tinge of mockery. "Why have the Zephyr Academy sent so little people this year?" a youth asked, his face greatly puzzled as he stared at the carriages moving further away from them. He was from an academy that was just average, but even then, for their trip to this spirit battle tournament, the academy had still sent out 10 carriages. Besides the 10 participants taking part in the spirit battle tournament, there were several teachers, and an offhand guess at the total would easily come up to already over 30 people. "That's strange. What is the Zephyr Academy up to this year?" The Dragon Slayer Academy and the War Banner Academy had even deployed at least 20 horse carriages each. How many people can the Zephyr Academy fit in those few carriages? The youth asked, scratching at his head, his mind filled with questions. The spirit battle tournament was expected to run for up to a month, and besides the disciples taking part in the contest, the teachers who guided them and personnel who took care of logistics were also an integral component of their entourage and something they could not do without. Hence, even if there were only 10 people participating, the number of people each academy sent here were at least a few times that. The more reputed the academy, the more complete their preparations were, which meant they would have more personnel. Like for the War Banner Academy, their convoy had not only included people from within the academy, the participants had even brought along their own personal attendants to serve them in that month so as to allow them to receive the best care while they prepared for the battles ahead. Moreover, the level of hospitality the Yen country extended to the various academies varied according to their might. For an academy like the Zephyr Academy, who held one of the vaulted top 3 academy positions, the Yen country would be most welcoming even if they had brought 70 or 80 personnel. But the Zephyr Academy this year had only a total of 5 horse carriages, and 1 carriage would fit 4 people at most. Total that up and that would only make up 20 people, falling far below the number expected of their status and position. The other youth next to him then exclaimed, "You don't know what happened in the Zephyr Academy." "What happened?" the youth asked, his face one of bewilderment. His companion then said proudly, "It seems you really do not know. It was such a tumultuous storm that tore through the Zephyr Academy at the end of last year, and you have not heard a single thing about such a earth-shaking event." The youth shook his head and his face was filled with curiosity as he leapt onto his companion to ask, "What happened to them?" "It was a really shocking event that shook the Zephyr Academy late last year. The vice-headmaster murdered the headmaster Fan Chi, and the position of headmaster is now helmed by Fan Chi's son, Fan Jin." "What? Fan Jin? I remember that he took part in the spirit battle tournament last year as well. Although he did not make it into the top 10, but he still achieved a rather good rank. But how old is he only? For him to be the headmaster of the Zephyr Academy, aren't they taking it a little too lightly?" the youth asked, his eyes wide with incredulity, unable to believe what he just heard. Although Fan Jin was rather gifted and an outstanding youth, His age nevertheless did not differ by much from most disciples. All the headmasters from the other academies were matured men who were well respected and held in great esteem, so needless to mention just a youth. In his teens, even if you doubled Fan Jin's age, that still would not make him a suitable candidate as the headmaster. If not him, then who else is there? The vice-headmaster killed the headmaster and both headmasters were lost. The Zephyr Academy today is no longer the same powerful Zephyr Academy of the past. After the disciples and teachers of the Zephyr Academy left for the year-end break last year, when the school year started at the beginning of this year, only a very small number of people returned. Chapter 752, Yen Country, 3. The Zephyr Academy had more than 1,000 disciples in their main division originally, but the number that returned this time was but a small fraction from that. Even most of their teachers had left, and the present Zephyr Academy do not have many teachers on hand to instruct them. The disciples are not that dumb to go back there anymore. I also heard that many of their people who represented the Zephyr Academy in the Spirit Battle Tournament last year have now transferred to the War Banner Academy and the Dragon Slayer Academy. Can that be true? Doesn't the Zephyr Academy still have the Spirit Healer faculty? That is unique only to them. Why would so many of them want to leave? The youth asked, his face in shock. Having come from an academy that was not well known, he would never have dared thought that a prestigious academy like the Zephyr Academy would collapse and fall from grace in such a short period of time. The other youth smirked and snorted. If not for the Spirit Healer faculty holding them up, I am guessing that not a single disciple would have returned. I heard that the incident had not just involved the two headmasters of the Zephyr Academy, but many of their disciples had even been dragged into the turmoil, with many of them needlessly paying with their lives. Who would still dare to continue staying in such a horrifying place? No matter how powerful you can get there, your life is ultimately still more important. Isn't that right? Then, wouldn't the Zephyr Academy this year be in deep trouble? All their elite disciples having run away, and Fan Jin is already the headmaster. Don't tell me he still qualifies to participate in the Spirit Battle Tournament as a disciple. As the headmaster of an academy, but needing to rough it out together with his disciples in a competition. If word of this got around, they would be seen as the biggest joke. Who knows? The Zephyr Academy do not have much to show this year, and just maybe, in an attempt to salvage their pitiable reputation, Fan Jin might really take part in the tournament. But if I were to have a say, I would tell them that since the Zephyr Academy has already fallen to such a sad state, there is no need for them to even come take part in this year's Spirit Battle Tournament. By showing up here, they will only end up disgracing themselves. The two youths continued chatting as they strolled around the imperial capital. And in every corner that they went, conversations and debates containing very similar content to what they discussed could be heard. The once prestigious and largely envied Zephyr Academy had completely crumbled in barely slightly more than a month. Their once strong financial capital had now turned rather measly. With the outflow of their elites and teachers from the main division, the Zephyr Academy could only depend on disciples they promoted up from the branch division to portray a hopeless and pitiful scenario. Many academies were now waiting to see the Zephyr Academy make a joke out of themselves, while at the same time, those academies that had been just notches lower in might in comparison to the Zephyr Academy began to get excited and frenzied, longing to immediately become its replacement. The carriages of the Zephyr Academy finally rolled to a stop before an inn. It was one of the more prosperous districts of the imperial capital here, and a large area had been allocated to the various academies for them to rest and recuperate. All the buildings in the entire district were now filled with disciples from different academies, and compared to many other places in the city, it was much quieter here. Guards in light armor were standing at attention outside the inn, and the Zephyr Academy's horse carriages had barely just stopped when two guards strode up to them. In the loft opposite them, several youths were staring intently at the carriages of the Zephyr Academy, their eyes tinged with ridicule. Although the incident at the Zephyr Academy was strongly suppressed, the disciples who had left them would not remain tight-lipped. And now, the twisted chaos that had swept through the Zephyr Academy was news that everyone throughout the lands knew well. The youths were keen to see for themselves just what kind of useless good-for-nothings would the Zephyr Academy be using to make up their numbers. However, when the first person from within stepped out from the carriage, those youths who were watching intently, prepared for a good laugh, suddenly turned wide-eyed and went completely speechless. Chapter 753, Yen Country, 4. Their eyes were glued on the flawlessly and unbelievably handsome face of the man who stepped out gracefully from the carriage. His tall and slender frame, his graceful form and even the slightly devilish smile on that incredibly handsome face made the hearts of every single person looking skip a beat. His slightly narrowed eyes were like intoxicating wine that mesmerized them as he looked unwaveringly into the carriage. After him, a youth with delicate features followed behind. The youth looked to be only around 14 or 15, and although his looks were clean-cut and presentable, it was in no way comparable to the one who came out before her. The guy who came out first smiled and extended his hand out to the youth to help him off the carriage. Every raise of his hand and every step that he took just looked too breathtakingly magnificent. As beautiful as a painting. A few more youths came out from the carriages one after another, looking just slightly older, but every single one of them seemed to be extremely handsome and attractive. Although still paling in comparison to the first guy that stepped out, they still possessed strikingly attractive pictures, and there was even a beautiful young girl among them. The Zephyr Academy had achieved quite a good result in the Spirit Battle tournament last year, and because of that, they had attracted quite an amount of attention from the other academies. But all the disciples saw that all the Zephyr Academy's participants were all unfamiliar faces. These people are from the Zephyr Academy. The spying youths all gulped as their eyes fell onto the pretty girl among the small group. The Zephyr Academy had a girl among their contestants as well last year, and they remembered that she had been a beautiful girl as well. But when compared to the sweet and pretty thing before them now, the beauty of the girl from their memories seemed to suddenly fade. See the banners on their carriages, they must be from the Zephyr Academy. The disciples who had gathered around to see the Zephyr Academy ridiculed were now at a loss for words. Irregardless of anything else, their attractive looks alone had already quashed the whole lot of them without the slightest doubt. They can understand people being attractive, but when the attractiveness reaches such an astounding and heart-crushing level, it was somehow beyond their comprehension. A total of 10 people came out from the Zephyr Academy's 5 carriages. After the crowd eyes saw the last 2 gravely cold and stern men appear, the horse carriages rumbled off and they did not see other figures appear, once again causing the peering eyes a whole lot of confusion. Why are there only 10 people from the Zephyr Academy? The youths were puzzled and they could not figure it out. Every academy who took part in the Spirit Battle tournament were given 10 slots, but they saw only a total of 10 people here from the Zephyr Academy, with 3 of them looking to be already beyond their teens who did not seem to be here to participate in the Spirit Battle tournament. And in the remaining 7 people, they found Fanjin to be one among them. After the dust from the huge unrest that rocked the Zephyr Academy had settled, Fanjin was no longer a disciple of the Zephyr Academy. He had taken up the position of headmaster and they had reason to doubt that he was still eligible to take part in the Spirit Battle tournament. If what they were seeing was correct, the number of people from the Zephyr Academy taking part in the Spirit Battle tournament would only be 6. And there was one petite figure among them that looked very young, and looking really skinny and weak. Can a little guy like that really represent the Zephyr Academy in the Spirit Battle tournament? At that moment, an unspoken consensus came into the minds of all the people watching. The Zephyr Academy had fallen into desolation. They couldn't even find 10 people to take part in the Spirit Battle tournament and have just managed to scrape together these 6. Although they all possessed extraordinary looks, the Spirit Battle tournament called for might and not looks. Almost everyone there quickly assumed that the Zephyr Academy had given up on the Spirit Battle tournament before the fight had even begun. Seeing that the people of the Zephyr Academy had already gone into the inn, the watching youths all started to turn away from them. And quick as wildfire in dry grass, the news of what they saw spread. Chapter 754, Yen Country, 5. The Yen Country's arrangements made for the various academies were very well done, and there were already people who stood ready to welcome the guests from the Zephyr Academy. The Zephyr Academy had in the previous year brought an entourage of about 30 people, and the Yen Country had prepared for them a place that could accommodate up to 50 people. Hence, when the innkeeper saw the loose straggle of about only 10 people coming in, the smile on his face suddenly froze briefly, but he quickly recovered and went forward to welcome them smilingly. Welcome, our esteemed guests. The rooms have all been prepared and I would like to invite our distinguished guests to have a momentary rest in the meantime. The food will soon be ready, and after our respected guests have rested, we will serve you your meals in the hall on the 2nd level. The innkeeper was quick to adapt as he announced with a smile. June Wuxia nodded slightly and she left with all the others to their respective rooms to unpack. Upon reaching her room, June Wuxia just left the luggage she carried on her on the table and carried the little black cat in her arms. It had been slightly more than a month since they had decided to take part in the Spirit Battle tournament. The situation in the Zephyr Academy had been like what Fanjin had predicted, and they were in an extremely bad state. Any disciple with the slightest gift had chosen to leave them, coming up with some easy excuse by writing them on a flimsy letter. They had hastily arranged for those letters to be delivered to the Zephyr Academy, and from there cut off all ties with the Zephyr Academy just like that. Those disciples that had returned in the beginning of the year were mainly those of average potential, and their numbers had fallen to only about 300. Even adding the number of those promoted from the branch division to it, the total number of disciples had just barely broken the 400 mark. The number, when compared to the original headcount that they had, was utterly dismal. But the disciples' departure was not the most critical issue. The thing that was really killing them was the leaving of the teachers. The Zephyr Academy had more than 100 teachers before, and the number of them that had remained was now less than 10. So it was imperative that the Zephyr Academy must achieve a good result in the Spirit Battle Tournament this year, which would allow them to regain their glorious reputation. June Wuxia carried the little black cat in her arms, her fingers slowly stroking its fur, her mind furiously planning the next steps they were to take. Fan Jin had initially intended to fill up the 10 spots they had been allocated for the Spirit Battle Tournament, but they had not been able to find any disciples decent enough to be put up on stage, and hence, they decided to forego the unutilized spots instead of having mediocre disciples shame the Zephyr Academy's name at this most critical period. So, June Wuxia had rejected Fan Jin's suggestions before they moved out from the academy. The Spirit Battle Tournament would have her taking part in it with Xiao Chu and his gang, with Fan Jin excluded. In the month's time for them to prepare, June Wuxia had not only fully cured Fan Jin and Lord Meme, with Jun Wuyao's help, her spirit powers had reached new heights, at the peak of the green spirit. She was just a few days away from breaking blue, and Yisha and Yimei had the ring spirit for her breakthrough to blue already prepared. The only thing she needed to do was just to wait till her spirit power accumulated to the sufficient level, and she would be able to proceed with her breakthrough. Wool had started grow again on its body, and Lord Meme was lying on the ground just beside June Wuxia's feet as it bleated softly. Although the wool on Lord Meme's body was yet to become as fluffy as before, it had nevertheless been enough to cover its tender pink skin. At a glance, Lord Meme would look just like before, and only upon closer observation would one find that it had become slightly slimmer. Moments later, a knock sounded on June Wuxia's door. Without waiting for her to get up to open the door was already being pushed open. Jun Wuyao was leaning against the door frame, a devilish smile playing across his mouth. His eyes were narrowed as he came to sit at the table beside Jun Wuxia. "It has been a long journey, it should already be time to go eat," Jun Wuyao said with a smile. Jun Wuxia nodded, and leaving the little black cat and Lord Meme behind, she got up and walked out. Chapter 755, Yen Country, 6. Jun Wuxia had just stood up to walk and was nearing him when Jun Wuyao very smoothly and naturally held her tiny hand in his as they made their way towards the hall on the second level. Jun Wuxia seemed to have gotten used to Jun Wuyao's natural affectionate actions. She had initially been a little uncomfortable, but when she remembered a scene she had once encountered in her previous life where she saw a young pair of siblings, the elder brother had also been holding his young sister's hand as well. But Jun Wuxia had not noticed one other thing in her memory. When the elder brother held his younger sister's hand, that had been when they were crossing the road, and that pair of siblings had only been almost 8 years of age. Xiao Chu and the others were already seated in the second-level hall, and when they saw Jun Wuxia and Jun Wuyao approaching, Xiao Chu thoughtlessly waved his hand at them to urge them to hurry over. "Where are Yisha and Yimei?" Xiao Chu looked behind the pair but did not see any sign of Yisha and Yimei, and he asked, feeling a little curious. Jun Wuyao replied, "They are out on some matters." Xiao Chu nodded and did not dare probe any further. Although they did not fear Jun Wuyao much anymore, but they were still jittery in the face of Jun Wuyao's overwhelming power and the mystery around him, including his two subordinates, who always appeared and disappeared unpredictably. The inn's waiter soon served them a table full of food and drinks and quickly retreated after that, leaving the entire floor to the 8 of them. Xiao Chu picked a couple of mouthfuls of food into his mouth with his chopsticks, and his face quickly creased up into a frown. "The food only looks good, but it's not as good as Yimei's cooking." Back at the little bamboo grove, although only Jun Wuxia and Jun Wuyao stayed in there, the cooking of meals there were undertaken by Yisha and Yimei. Although Xiao Chu and the others did not dare intrude too often initially, they would occasionally still able to pop over and bum off a meal or two from there. And just eating there once was enough for Xiao Chu to fall head over heels in love with Yimei's skills with the wok. He began to shamelessly plead and drag Hua Yao to go with him to the little bamboo grove every other day, with the lousy excuse of discussing with Jun Wuxia on their plans to acquire the fourth map, but in actual fact, all he wanted was to have another taste of the heavenly cuisine there. Hua Yao took a taste as well, and nodded his head slightly, sort of an affirmation of Qiao Chu appraisal. Well hidden in the shadows, Yi Mei, just about to leave with Yisha to snoop around the Yan country's imperial capital, coincidentally heard Qiao Chu's candid and forthright assessment, and his face immediately twisted up in mourning. Although that had been an undeniable compliment on his cooking, why was he not feeling the least bit happy upon hearing that? He is not a chef, for goodness sake. Heavens! Your comments are not needed here. Yisha patted Yi Mei comfortingly on the shoulder silently, in a great display of sympathy. As brothers in common misery, he of all people could fully empathize with how Yi Mei was feeling right at that moment. Those hands on them were both born to hold sharply honed blades to wreak havoc as they kicked up a bloody storm, striking endless fears in the hearts of their enemies. But their very own lord they served had forced them to become skilled in cooking, sewing, and the many various menial tasks of housekeeping, almost driving to the edge of madness. Using an executioner's blade to slaughter a chicken, they had even picked up embroidery needles for their lord, and that was something they would never mention to anyone. Ever. When we do leave the lower realm, I swear to never set one foot into a kitchen ever again. Yi Mei said through tightly clenched teeth, his eyes aflame with strong conviction. Humiliation. Pure and utter humiliation. Cooking for their Lord Ju and the young miss was already a little bit of a stretch, and now that he was branded a good cook, he really could not make himself feel any pride. Yisha continued to nod in understanding. And no more sewing. When he thought back to the first time he had touched a sewing needle to sew a piece of clothing, and it was for a dumb sheep to wear, he really wanted to ram his head into the wall to kill himself. As highly skilled and cold-blooded killers, they were forced to take up girly and prissy tasks like this. If news of this was leaked, they would both kill themselves on the spot. Yisha sighed heavily, and left the inn together with Yi Mei with heavy hearts. Chapter 756, Yan Country, 7. The belly full from food and drinks, Qiao Chu flopped back in satisfaction on his chair and gave a loud burp. Fei Yan at the side gave him a disapproving glance before turning his head to face Jun Wuxia and say, "The information that I managed to dig up on the Yan country previously, have you seen them yet?" In the slightly more than a month past, Jun Wuxia and Fan Zhuo had remained in the Zephyr Academy and had not gone anywhere else, while Qiao Chu, Hua Yao, and Rong Rua had gone back to the Phoenix Academy to update Yan Bugui on their itinerary on their upcoming trip. Only Fei Yan had been the busiest. He had needed to get a good grasp about the general situation in the Yan country before the companions moved out, before they could plan out their mission in more detail. Fei Yan had not been idle in that period and had only returned on the day that Jun Wuxia and the others were due to move out. Throughout the bumpy journey, he had relayed the information he had managed to gather to the others, and they had all managed to gain a general understanding of the situation in the Yan country in that time. The Yan country had 4 sons, with the eldest among them being the Yan country's crown prince, who was the target of Jun Wuxia and her companions on this mission. What does little Xie intend to do? Do we wait till we achieve our ranks before we get close to the crown prince, or do we begin right now? I heard that the crown prince would occasionally come into contact with some of the disciples from the various academies taking part in the spirit battle tournament before the games begin. Fei Yan asked, looking at Jun Wuxia, subconsciously already relying on Jun Wuxia's opinion on their next move. From the moment he met Jun Wuxia till that moment, her assessment of the situation and decision-making had always been accurate, and he had not yet seen her lapse in her judgment as yet. There's no rush as for now, and we'll just watch. Although the information Fei Yan had provided them was useful, she needed to reaffirm it with her own eyes before she would be able to make an accurate judgment. Till now, the 2 times that Jun Wuxia had become involved with people who were working in cahoots with people from the 12 palaces, they had not been saintly to say the least. One loved to use handsome-looking youths as lab rats for his research in poisons, while the other had plotted to murder the entire student body of an academy. The Yan country's crown prince was thought to be a rather modest and humble crown prince from the information she received. He was named the crown prince from the age of 10, and he had shown himself to be dependable, without having stirred up anything too excessive. After him, the emperor had another 3 sons, and the crown prince had also been very caring and loving towards them. From the surface, he seemed to be not too bad a guy. To have been involved with people from the 12 palaces, Jun Wuxia did not dare to be so certain with her assessment of the crown prince. Just like Mo Xian Fei in the beginning. From the memories of her body's previous owner, Jun Wuxie knew that before she was reborn into the body, Mo Xianfei's reputation on the surface had not been any much worse than what she had gathered about the Yan country's crown prince. They were both reputed to be cultured and refined gentlemen, both just as humble and deferent. But in the case of Mo Xianfei, he was in truth actually just a well-dressed, dignified hypocrite. That will work. I am guessing he won't be long in coming here to meet us anyway. Didn't Fei Yan say the crown prince has a penchant for mixing with peasants like us? Qiao Chu said with a laugh. Every year before the spirit battle tournament began, the Yan country's crown prince would always move around among the various academies. And he did not discriminate between them, and he visited academies both big and small. Although the top 3 academies would be included, he did not however overlook those tiny academies that people had never heard of. That puzzled quite a number of people. Establishing contact with the top 3 academies was obviously to enable one to be able to recruit strong talents more easily. But for a crown prince to take the time to visit the common academies was something people could not comprehend. Jun Wuxie sipped at her water, and did not give a reaction to Qiao Chu's statement. Fan Jin was just listening quietly from the side and towards what the others were discussing. He did not really understand it. As in his mind, the only reason they had come to the Yan country was only to participate in the spirit battle tournament. Chapter 757, Yan Country, 8. But Fan Jin did not ask them anything about it, nor did he want to look deeper into it. He knew that regardless whether it was Jun Wuxie or her companions around her, they were all people from extraordinary backgrounds. And if they did not tell him about what they were going to do, he assumed they must have their own reasons for doing so. Fan Jin's eyes slowly turned to look at Fan Zhuo. Seeing the genuine smile on his face that shone from deep inside his heart, he was feeling glad and heartened by what he saw. You guys carry on chatting. I need to go see the Grand Advisor. Fan Jin stood up and announced. He was afraid that Jun Wuxie and the others might find it inconvenient to speak their mind if he remained there, and he found himself an excuse to leave. Grand Advisor. Big brother, what are you looking for him for? Fan Zhuo asked. The Yan country's Grand Advisor held a position of pivotal importance, and he was highly revered by the people, his reputation and status second only to the emperor himself, but still higher than even the crown prince, the heir apparent to the throne. But the Grand Advisor seldom interfered with the affairs concerning the running of the Yan country, and he would only make an appearance when needed. If the emperor of the Yan country was the authoritative figure as its ruler, then the Grand Advisor would be the Yan country's spiritual leader, who was deeply loved and respected by its people. Fan Jin replied easily with a laugh, Senior, when Xian Han had entrusted me with a letter before we left, for me to hand over to the Grand Advisor. Fan Zhuo nodded and did not probe further. They had all come out from the Zephyr Academy, and the academy was now being run by Wen Xian Han and Gu Lisheng. As the Zephyr Academy had just weathered through so much turmoil, Fan Jin had sincerely invited Wen Xian Han to temporarily remain at the Zephyr Academy, and Wen Xian Han had not refused. After seeing Fan Jin leave, Fei Yan rubbed at his chin. If my memory serves me correctly, the Yan country's Grand Advisor seems to be surnamed Wen. His eyes turning to look meaningfully at Jun Wuxie. Although the surname Wen was not considered to be very rare, but the fact that when Xian Han had asked Fan Jin to deliver a letter to the Yan country's Grand Advisor and that they both shared the same surname of Wen would unavoidably make people link them together. The Yan country's Grand Advisor goes by the name of Wen Yu. Jun Wuxie asked. Fei Yan nodded. It is after all Senior Wen's personal matter, and it will not be nice for us to probe into it. But it at least provides us with some reaffirmation that Wen Yu is not our enemy. Fan Zhuo said with a smile. Although he did not know what was written in Wen Xian Han's letter, but if he had tasked Fan Jin to personally deliver the letter, he strongly believed Wen Xian Han's actions was led by some personal motive, like requesting for him to watch over them a little or something along those lines. I also heard that the Yan country's Grand Advisor looks enchantingly beautiful. Qiao Chu said suddenly, a faint pink tinge even starting to show on his face. Fei Yan shot Qiao Chu a glance filled with disdain, in helpless silence. Whenever this moron lays his eyes on beautiful people, no matter male or female, he always puts on this sick puppy face. It is said he looks very beautiful, and that he possesses the most beautiful face in the Yan country. But do not repeat this unofficial title outside. The Grand Advisor does not seem to like people commenting on his looks. Fei Yan reminded. I'm not going to do that. Where would you find a man that likes people telling him that he is pretty? Xiao Chu grumbled. Jun Wuxia listened to them quietly. Without thinking about it, after she heard about Wen Yu's revered beauty, she subconsciously turned to look at Jun Wuyao beside her. Her slightly cold gaze swept over Jun Wuyao's flawless and perfect features, carefully scrutinizing his face. It might be that Jun Wuxia's stare had been too obvious, where even Xiao Chu on the other side noticed it. Little Xia, there's no need to stare so hard. I dare guarantee it. That Wen Yu fella could never be as good-looking as our big brother Jun. He had never seen anyone looking more attractive than Jun Wuyao in his life. If someone told him that a person existed that looked better than Jun Wuyao, he really wouldn't be able to imagine what kind of monster that person could possibly be. Jun Wuxia was startled and she quickly averted her eyes, lowering her head to sip at her tea. But her conspicuous attempt to hide made it all the more obvious to Jun Wuyao's eyes, and that elicited a light laugh out of him. Chapter 758, Flame Spirit Auction House, 1. After lunch, the companions parted ways. Having come to the Yan country's imperial capital, Fei Yan gathered more sources of information, and in this period before the spirit battle tournament commenced, he continued to gather more intelligence. Besides information on the Yan country's crown prince, he researched a little on the academies taking part in this year's spirit battle tournament. In the short amount of time they took to have a meal, the news that the Zephyr Academy had sent only a meager 10 people quickly spread throughout the various academies' teams. Many of them were already thinking that the Zephyr Academy had fallen from grace this year, and when they heard the news, they were even more certain that they had been right. After finishing her lunch, Jun Wuxia did not remain in the inn. With the Yan country being the mightiest power throughout the lands, the resources they possessed was something other countries could not compare to. And in the Yan country's most prosperous imperial capital city, there were places that no other cities could compare to as well. According to Fei Yan's sources, Jun Wuxia got to know that the Yan country's imperial capital city housed the world's biggest flame spirit auction house. It was opened by the Yan country's wealthiest merchant, and they can be found in all the cities throughout the Yan country, with the flagship and biggest branch situated right here in the capital city. They had all kinds of rare treasures and extraordinary things here, more than one could count, and it was the place the tiny Chan Lin auction house could not dream to compare to. Although they had been well caught up with so many tumultuous events all this time, Jun Wuxia had nevertheless not forgotten the elixir that Yan Bugui needed. In order to succeed in its cultivation, she needed to first gather the herbs that she needed. Hence, she had her eyes set on the Flame Spirit Auction House at that moment, wanting to go take a look and see if they have anything suitable herbs that she needed. As the capital city had an abundant flow of customers, the entire city was dotted throughout with many auction houses big and small. The most successful and prosperous Flame Spirit Auction House among them even opened up for business every day, allowing everyone to go pick out treasures anytime they wanted. It was high noon and the Yan country's imperial capital city was filled with the hustle and bustle of people. Everywhere you looked, the place was teeming with crowds of people. As the spirit battle tournament was nearing, the Yan country's imperial capital was filled with people from the various entourages from the numerous academies, and also people who came from other mighty powers and factions who were seeking to pick out potential candidates to recruit. They had all flocked to the capital city, gathered here together to wait for the tournament to commence, filling up the city to the brim. In regards to the intentions of the various powers in their city, the Yan country had always been silent. It was not that they freely allowed others to come try to snatch any potential gifted disciples that they had their eye on, but it was because the Yan country had complete confidence that anyone they approached would never reject their invitation. That was the confidence of the mightiest power throughout the lands. Jun Wuxia followed the map that Fei Yan gave her and passed through the main streets and small alleys, making her way towards the Flame Spirit Auction House. And right beside her, a tall slender figure followed closely. Does little Xia have anything she wants to buy? Jun Wuyao asked with a smile, looking at Jun Wuxia. He seemed to have nothing to do in the recent period and he attached himself to Jun Wuxia. There were only a few occasions that he would disappear only for just a few hours before he would quickly reappear. Jun Wuxia had never asked him about his disappearance even when she detected the faint stench of blood on him every time, and just frowned slightly but remaining silent. I need some herbs. Jun Wuxia replied. Are you going to cultivate elixirs again? Jun Wuyao asked, his eyes narrowed as he looked at Jun Wuxia. All this time, he had from the beginning till now always been able to smell the light fragrant scent of herbs emanating from her, totally unlike the overpowering smell of scented powder that was commonly found on girls, and different from the sickening sweet smell of a variety of flowers. June Wuxia had a scent about her that was faintly bitter, and it might be slightly discomforting initially, but after getting used to it, it kinds of grows on you and feels extremely comforting. Chapter 759, Flame Spirit Auction House, 2. That was a scent that was uniquely June Wuxia's. For no other reason, but just because it belonged to her, so June Wuxiao liked it. June Wuxia shook her head, and then nodded. The elixir was not what she needed, but what she had to do. Acknowledging Yan Bugui as her master was her own decision. Although she had not stayed at the Phoenix Academy for long, and she had not interacted all that much with Yan Bugui, June Wuxia had however taken in that slovenly dressed man as her master in her heart. As a disciple, it was a given that she should shoulder her master's worries. Without having to mention anything else, just the gifting of the Heavens Flask and the Cosmos Sack had been incredibly helpful to her. When people showed her kindness, she might not always verbally thank them, but her gratitude was always hidden beneath her actions taken towards it. Watching his little darling's conflicting response, June Wuxiao only found it endlessly endearing. Remembering when he had first met June Wuxia, she had been just like a little kitten on edge, her guard up against everyone around her, her icy glare always looking at him warily. And at any moment that he took the slightest step closer to her, her claws would immediately come flying at him in response. And unconsciously, they were somehow able to get along in harmony now. His little darling's attitude towards him had gradually softened in recent times, and June Wuxiao was in a very good mood. It did not matter that he had to resolve his own matters in an extremely short period of time daily, he was only too willing to do that. If the day came that his little darling's attitude towards him improved even further, he would not mind it in the least, even if it made things more troublesome for him. The squeezy crowd threatened to swallow up June Wuxia's tiny frame. Averse to the touching others, June Wuxia subconsciously closed the gap between her and June Wuxiao. Due to the difference in size of their bodies, when her tiny frame drew closer, it looked completely as if June Wuxia was slipping into June Wuxiao's arms. The smile on June Wuxiao's face grew wide, and he naturally raised an arm and pulled the tiny figure into an embrace, carefully shielding her. He had initially wanted to release a bit of his spirit power, to drive the crowd back away from him, but he immediately threw that idea out of his head as his heart gladdened in glee. His arm clasped around June Wuxia as they traversed their way through the crowd, towards the direction of the Flame Spirit Auction House. The Flame Spirit Auction House sat on a massive and sprawling space. As June Wuxia had only been to the Chanlin Auction House before, and when she compared the two auction houses together, the huge disparity in scale was immediately clear to see. Judging just based on the size of the land, the space the Flame Spirit Auction House in the Yen country's imperial capital city sat upon was more than 10 times that of the Chanlin Auction House. At the entrance, an endless stream of people were going into the premises, and many of them were youths dressed in the uniforms of many other academies, drawn to come here due to the place's famous reputation. The youths who came to take part in the Spirit Battle tournament mostly held thoughts of pride and glory in their hearts, and they moved around wearing their uniforms because they knew that many talent scouts from the various powers were hidden everywhere in the capital city waiting to poach for new gifted talents. As they knew that they had no chance of achieving the top 10 ranks before the disciples from the top 3 elite academies, these other disciples had no other choice but to blatantly exhibit their identities in such a fashion at all times possible, carrying themselves in a manner to present their best front, quietly hoping that a talent scout would discover their potential. June Wuxia was not wearing the Zephyr Academy's uniform and was just dressed in common clothes. Although her looks could be considered delicately attractive, she did not stand out. Added to that, she was petite in size and would be easily overlooked, lost in the massive crowds of people there. However, this time, June Wuxia would not be overlooked that easily. All the way from the moment she left the inn till she reached the Flame Spirit Auction House, countless pairs of eyes had gauged and scrutinized her from head to toe, but they had not been drawn because of her, but it was all due to. Chapter 760, Flame Spirit Auction House, 3. The men standing next to June Wuxia, June Wuxiao. June Wuxiao was dressed in very ordinary clothes, in full black, plain and simple in design, without a single ornamental or decorative aspect on it. But just that one flawlessly handsome face had been more than enough to draw all eyes to turn towards him. Throughout their entire journey, his tall graceful figure had mesmerizingly fleeted past, having captured and imprisoned an uncountable number of ladies' hearts. The bolder ones among them had even tailed the two people and come to the Flame Spirit Auction House. When they saw June Wuxiao going into the premises, all of them had rushed to follow after, even though they had absolutely no interest in any of the auctions. With such a blindingly bright and prominent entity at her side, it was arduously difficult for June Wuxie to remain unnoticed. As a girl, she had cross-dressed as a boy for convenience, but as she was very petite in size, and with someone having happily cradling her tightly within his arm. The entire way, one really couldn't be sure of her gender. If they didn't look closely at the clothes she was wearing to ascertain that she was actually male, she would have been insufferably cursed so badly by the train of ladies trailing closely behind them. After confirming June Wuxie's gender, some of them who were a little concerned with his gender orientation quickly justified it themselves in a great show of magnanimity. They not only convinced themselves that there was absolutely nothing inappropriate in June Wuxiao holding a young male youth so tightly, but told themselves that he was just being extraordinarily gentle and considerate, protecting his weak and frail little companion in the crowded sea of people. Outrageously good-looking, gentle and considerate. With that intoxicating smile playing across his lips, June Wuxiao immediately sent the gaggle of ladies swooning in rapture, unable to take their eyes off him. It was only after June Wuxie went into the auction house with June Wuxiao that she realized just how vast the place really was. On the ground level, the several hundred seats seemed to be all filled. And while the private rooms on the second level looked slightly similar to the ones back at Chanlin auction house, the number and sheer size of them surprised her. Looking up from the ground floor, it was clear that all the private rooms on the second level was fully taken up as well. June Wuxie and June Wuxiao managed to find seats for themselves right at the furthest corner of the hall. As June Wuxiao settled into his seat, many sets of eyes from the ladies locked onto him at the same time. Their gazes were pretentiously coy as they secretly peeked over in the direction of the unparalleled and fabulously handsome man, and if it was not for the societal norm that proper ladies should practice necessary self-restraint, they would have all swarmed over him and tried to chat him up. However, despite having become the focal point of the mass of ladies, June Wuxiao seemed to be completely oblivious. The only reaction his deep pair of eyes showed was only the slightest narrowing of the eyes as he accompanied June Wuxie for the auction. If June Wuxie had wanted any other treasure, he could very well have ordered someone to get it for her, but when it came to herbs, he really hadn't much of an idea about them, or he wouldn't have allowed her to even need to patronize such a noisy and boisterous place like this. Just seeing the darkened expression on that tiny face, June Wuxiao knew that she did not like the crowded and squeezy environment, and he subconsciously used his tall frame to block out as much of the noisy clamor around them as possible from her. At that moment, the auctioneer on stage was carrying out an auction for a precious and beautiful piece of jade. That was always a well-loved item of the ladies, but all the eyes of the ladies in the hall were instead focused onto another certain spot, which suddenly caused the item that should have people fighting to bid for to lose its expected attention. When June Wuxie saw that the item on stage was not what she sought, she immediately lowered her eyes and went through the list of herbs that she needed for the elixir in her mind. In one of the private rooms on the second level, a young girl sitting by the window had initially been bidding for the beautiful piece of jade on stage when she had suddenly spotted that astounding figure fleeting past out of the corner of her eyes. She was stunned a moment before she turned her head to look down onto the first level. Chapter 761, Flame Spirit Auction House, 4. What a unbelievably handsome man! The pretty girl exclaimed with a sigh at the sight of the incredible attractiveness. The youth sitting beside her frowned suddenly as he followed the girl's gaze and saw the handsome man sitting in a corner. Ling. You, just a person like that can catch your eye. The youth's voice sounded like he was a little jealous, but his expression was a mask of disdain. Qi Ling glanced at the youth and she raised an eyebrow as she challenged by asking, "There's nothing wrong with my eyes. Can't you see that all the eyes of the females are all staring at that man?" The youth sulked and turned his head to look towards another girl. The girl was sitting straight-backed on her chair, her chin slightly raised. Her beauteous looks when compared to Chu Lingyu's pretty face, was an additional acute sharp chill, that made people not dare to get near her. Our senior Fu did not even look at him. Who said he was good-looking? The youth retorted. Chu Lingyu glared at the youth and she got up to cross over to Fu Xian, who had been sitting silently on one side. Senior Fu, can you take a look at the man and tell me whether he looks very attractive? Fu Xian's eyes lifted and turned to look out in the direction where Chu Lingyu's finger was pointing. That one glance caused a ripple within her calm eyes, like something had caused her heart to jump in shock. Isn't he just too good-looking? Chu Lingyu could not help but ask when she did not get a reply. Fu Xian only recovered half a beat later and she nodded slightly. Chu Lingyu immediately turned to look triumphantly at the youth who was sitting at the side in indignant anger. I didn't think that such attractive-looking men existed in this world. Senior Fu, tell me, who do you think looks better when you compare that man with the Grand Advisor, when you, who is widely acclaimed most beautiful man in the Yan country. Chu Lingyu ignored the youth and turned to audaciously ask Fu Xian, who had approved of her standards in the appreciation of aesthetics. Fu Xian was just about to open her mouth in reply when the door to the private room on the second level was suddenly opened. They saw a lavishly dressed and good-looking young man, the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile, standing at the door. Even his eyes were tinged with that same smile, and though it wasn't too obvious, that made him seem rather approachable. The Grand Advisor doesn't like people discussing about his looks, you know. Chu Lingyu, if your words fall into the ears of the Grand Advisor, he isn't going to be too happy about it. The good-looking young man walked into the room with a smile, his twinkling eyes slowly falling on the figure of Fu Xian a fleeting moment, before they turned away. Your Highness. When the youth in the room saw the young man, he immediately came forward to offer his greeting with a knee on the ground. The man who had just appeared in the room was the Crown Prince of the Yan country, Lei Chen. Chu Lingyu's face showed sudden surprise, but there wasn't a tinge of panic as she glared at Lei Chen to say, I'm sure your Highness will not repeat a single word I said earlier to the Grand Advisor, right? Lei Chen grinned and nodded. Naturally. I wouldn't want the Grand Advisor to know that my little junior fellow disciple was using his looks to compare with another man, or he would surely blame me for not having taught my juniors well. Chu Lingyu grinned mischievously at him. Everyone in the Yan country knew that the Crown Prince Lei Chen had previously been schooling at the War Banner Academy for a time, and the three youths in the private room were actually members from the team representing the War Banner Academy for this year's Spirit Battle Tournament. The Crown Prince had completed his studies and returned a few years ago, and although he was no longer a part of the War Banner Academy, he would still make a trip to the academy to pay respects to his previous masters. Every year, and that was how he got so well acquainted with Chu Lingyu and the others from the War Banner Academy. As Lei Chen had never put on any princely airs when he went back to the academy, he was immensely popular among his junior fellow disciples. And Lei Chen's actions reflected good manners and his respect for his teachers, which won him the support of a large part of the public in the Yan country. Chapter 762, Flame Spirit Auction House, 5. But since Lingyu is curious whether the Grand Advisor or that man is more outstanding, maybe it might be good if little Xian can help clear her doubts, and I'll pretend I did not hear anything and not speak to the Grand Advisor about it. Lei Chen said with mirth in his eyes as he looked at Fu Xian sitting at the side, his tone of familiarity shone with his extra endearing form of address. Fu Xian immediately blushed as her eyes flashed with joy a very brief moment before she replied, I can't really tell who is more good-looking, as outward appearances are finally just empty shells. What's more important is what's inside, and if we are to judge just based on a face, we might very well just end up with a beautiful but useless idiot anyway. Fu Xian might have put it across nonchalantly, but she might very well just have branded both Jun Wuyao and the Grand Advisor as idiots from her insinuation in her statement. Chu Lingyu's pure and uncomplicated mind did not capture the veiled innuendos, but Lei Chen fully caught the entire picture. He just smiled and did not comment further on it. Fu Xian noticed Lei Chen's reaction and the corners of her mouth lifted in a smile. That man looks to be a perfect gentleman as well. When they came in, he was very protective and he was shielding his companion all that time. It makes me wonder if his small companion is his little brother or something, he was being so sweet. Chu Lingyu completely missed the point Fu Xian was making, and she just plopped by the window to stare at the handsome man, her eyes filled with adoration. Lei Chen laughed and said, Oh. What kind of a man could make Lingyu's heart flutter so? Have you fallen in love with him? Chu Lingyu's face flushed red and she shook her head in a hurry, saying, I just find him good-looking, and that's all. And she didn't even dare look into Lei Chen's eyes when she said that. Lei Chen's eyes narrowed, but they quickly recovered to normal. He made a show of nonchalance and said, I think I will need to see for myself just how good-looking he is that he has got you so mesmerized and starry-eyed. Chu Lingyu flushed a deeper shade of red. Lei Chen followed Chu Lingyu's line of sight and turned his gaze in the same direction. As expected, in an inconspicuous corner, he saw the man with his unparalleled good looks. But the mirth very quickly faded out from his eyes and he turned to Chu Lingyu and said, Do you know who that man is? Chu Lingyu shook her head. Lei Chen replied, He is from the Zephyr Academy. What? Chu Lingyu was stunned. She was from the War Banner Academy, and only two others, the Dragon Slayers Academy and the Zephyr Academy, were able to stand on equal footing with them. Since a long time ago, these three academies had always been fiercely competing to suppress their opponents a notch, and this inclination had directly rubbed off onto the disciples of the individual academies. When the disciples of these three academies encounter each other, a sliver of their competitive nature would involuntarily surface. He is from the Zephyr Academy. How does your highness know? Chu Lingyu asked quickly. Lei Chen told her, they had just entered the city a little while ago. When they came in, their portraits were drawn up and handed to me. You already know that the Emperor, my father, has allowed me to be fully in charge of this year's Spirit Battle Tournament, and so I am rather familiar with the key members of the respective academies. Although I have yet to be able to get in touch with the people of the Zephyr Academy, but I am still able to remember their faces. Chu Lingyu's face creased up in a frown, as she looked at Lei Chen and then turned to look at the men on the first floor. But judging his age, he doesn't look like he is here to take part in the Spirit Battle Tournament. Even if he is not a disciple, he could be here as a teacher or something. The Zephyr Academy only sent a total of 10 people this year, including the current headmaster Fan Jin. Fan Jin had just earlier handed in the name list of their participants for this year's Spirit Battle Tournament, and this year, the Zephyr Academy has only 6 people taking part in the tournament. Lei Chen revealed. Chapter 763, Flame Spirit Auction House, 6. 6 people. Chu Lingyu asked, her eyes wide, thinking that was a number that was just unbelievable. No matter which academy it was, they all wanted to fill as many candidates as they could to take part in the Spirit Battle Tournament. Never had they ever heard that an academy had shown up with less than 10 participants for the event. The situation with the Zephyr Academy was completely unheard of, not in the history of the tournament. Lei Chen nodded. The incident at the Zephyr Academy at the end of last year was too big, and it had caused a huge outflow of disciples and teachers. I saw the name list submitted by the Zephyr Academy for the Spirit Battle Tournament. All 6 of them were unfamiliar to me and I have never heard of them before. The only person I know from that name list will only be Fan Jin's brother, Fan Zhua. That can't be that chronically sick invalid is actually taking part in this year's competition. The youth who had remained quiet at the side all this while interjected in shock when he heard Fan Zhua's name being mentioned, looking like he had just seen a ghost. Lei Chen replied with a laugh, that's right. Everyone knows that Fan Zhua had always been frail and sickly. But whatever the case is, it seems that even he had been forced to come this year. It goes to see that the Zephyr Academy had thrown in everything they had just to take part in this year's Spirit Battle Tournament, and I'm afraid these 6 candidates are the best they could scrape together after pushing themselves to their limits. The youth clicked his tongue and said, I don't think the Zephyr Academy are intending to fight for any ranks this year. No, to put it more accurately, they do not possess the capabilities to fight at all. I am thinking that it will not be much longer before the Zephyr Academy would be struck off from being one of the top 3 elite academies. As he spoke, the youth was observing Chu Lingyu's expression and he deliberately said, the good teachers who were previously in the Zephyr Academy would have all left and those that remain will only be those who do not possess much capabilities. Looking at him, I do not think that that man is that much older than us, so how talented can he be? I think Senior Fu is right, no matter how good-looking one can be, it is still just the outer shell. Without capabilities, he will only be an idiot. Chu Lingyu glared at the youth and then pouted before turning away, refusing to speak to him. Seeing that Chu Lingyu was ignoring him, the youth had no choice but to sit down to sulk in a corner. It was Fu Xian who noticed it and she shot a look at the smiling Lei Chen out of the corner of her eyes before saying smilingly, Lingyu, you shouldn't get so uptight because of a nerd from the Zephyr Academy, you know. Don't tell me you have really been hooked. You must realize that even if you really like him, with the man's identity, your father wouldn't allow both of you to be together anyway. Senior Fu. What are you saying? I was only thinking that he is very good looking and was just admiring those good looks and that's all. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I need to go back already. Chu Lingyu's face turned red as a beetroot and she ran off in a hurry. Fu Xian glanced at the youth staring blankly on the other side of the room and she said, leaving Lingyu to go back on her own might be a little dangerous. You should go accompany her. The youth nodded immediately and left. In the private room, only Lei Chen and Fu Xian were left. An idiot. I am thinking that the man's looks would really suit my junior Fu's taste, wouldn't it? Lei Chen suddenly walked over to come sit down beside Fu Xian, the smile on his face just as affable. But his hands, however, disrespectfully slipped onto Fu Xian's shoulders and pulled her into an intimate embrace. Fu Xian resisted half-heartedly as she fell into Lei Chen's arms and she cast him a coy glance before raising a finger and poking it onto Lei Chen's chest. Does his looks really suit my taste, or is it you who wishes for his looks to suit my palate? Why? You saw Ling Yu having some thoughts towards the man and you are jealous. Lei Chen smiled and said, Little Xian knows me best, I think you should know what to do then. Fu Xian glanced up at Lei Chen and she laughed coquettishly before laying her head on his chest. Chapter 764, Flame Spirit Auction House, 7. The Flame Spirit Auction House really lived up to its name as the Yan country's biggest auction house. Rare and precious treasures were brought out for auction one after another, and the various bidders fought and competed furiously, the entire hall boisterous and loud. Jun Wuxie showed a lack of interest towards all those items till finally, after a long and dull wait, she finally saw something she needed. A stem of blood lotus had been brought up onto the stage. Its scarlet red petals looked as if the entire bloom had been dipped in blood. And that was how the flower got its name, its color exactly like fresh red blood. Blood lotuses had blood-enriching and spirit-calming effects, and it was a herb that was very rarely seen. Blood lotuses were so precious that Jun Wuxie had only seen corresponding descriptions of them in medical books and had never seen one with her eyes. The blood lotus was one type of herb that was absolutely necessary for elixir that Yan Bugui needed. After waiting for half a day, she finally found something that was worth the wait. Due to its high rarity, the price for a blood lotus was exorbitant, with its starting bid already at 100,000 taels. Moreover, the Yan country's imperial capital was completely different from Chanlin town. The number of rich and prosperous tycoons here was not what the tiny Chanlin town could hope to compare with. The bidding for the blood lotus had just been opened to the floor when in a quick blink, a fierce bidding war quickly broke out. In just a few short minutes, the initial starting price of 100,000 taels for the blood lotus had rocketed to 800,000, and the heat was still increasing, not showing any signs of abating in the slightest. The blood lotus, regardless whether it was double-boiled on its own to be taken directly, or used to cultivate into an elixir, would yield extremely good effects. With the Yan country being the most prosperous country, its local citizens were so ridiculously rich they made others gasp in amazement. When presented with such a rare and nourishing treasure before their eyes, the abundantly wealthy among the crowd suddenly could not stay in their seats, refusing to give in to one another, throwing out their money like mud, pushing the price of the blood lotus from one pinnacle into another. Jun Wuxie still had not moved. She knew that even if she were to place a bid now, she would just be quickly overridden. She decided to wait till bidding war calmed down before she would place her own bid. However, as the price of the blood lotus continued to shoot up, Jun Wuxie's brow started to crease up. All the money on her were earned back at the Chanlin auction house previously. Although it wasn't a small sum, it wouldn't be able to hold out under such frenzied bidding. When the blood lotus price reached 3 million taels, Jun Wuxie gave up on her intention of making any bids. 3 million taels, it had already gone beyond anything she was able to take on. All the banknotes she had on her only totaled 3 million taels, and the price was still continuing to rise, although the rate it was increasing at has slowed down quite a bit. But even if it only increased by 1 million taels, it would still be way beyond what Jun Wuxie could afford. In the Chanlin auction house before, the items auctioned off had mostly closed at below 1 million taels. Jun Wuxie had never possessed a good grasp of the concept of money in the first place, and the only time she had had a chance to deal with money had been in Chanlin town, and the prices at the Flame Spirit auction house was not something the Chanlin auction house could come close to. Caught completely off guard at the Flame Spirit auction house, Jun Wuxie could only look on helplessly as the blood lotus ownership was put under fierce contest, and there wasn't a thing she could do. The blood lotus was extremely important to Yan Bugui. If it had been Jun Wuxie herself who needed it, she wouldn't be feeling so depressed about it, but if she missed out on the stem of blood lotus this time, she didn't know how long she would have to wait before finding another one. It must be known that in the close to 1 year since she had been reborn, taking into account all that had happened, she had never seen the slightest sign of a blood lotus anywhere. And seeing the price of the blood lotus still climbing incessantly, it only further proved just how rare and precious it really was. Jun Wuxie bit on her lip, her eyes showing a rare moment of frustration. Chapter 765, Flame Spirit Auction House, 8. Jun Wuxie's reaction was barely noticeable, and her emotions only showed in her eyes a tinge. But that tiny change that came over her had not been missed in the slightest by Jun Wuxiao at her side. Seeing the clear, cold eyes clouded by a tinge of helplessness, Jun Wuxiao's brows lifted slightly. In those clear eyes of his little darling, he had never once seen this emotion that should only show on normal people. What is it? Jun Wuxiao asked softly, turning slightly towards her and lowering his head to gently speak. His warm breath brushed past her ear and June Wuxia felt a tickle in her neck from the warm rush of air. She lifted her head and looked right into June Wuyao's half-narrowed eyes, looking questioningly at her. The close proximity allowed June Wuxia to see herself clearly reflected in June Wuyao's jet-black eyes. Nothing. June Wuxia shook her head, but in her mind, she was contemplating just what she needed to do before she would be able to get the blood lotus. If she did not have enough money, she wondered if she would be able to use elixirs to trade for it. June Wuxia was still rather confident with the quality of the elixirs she had with her, and she had everything all planned out. As the final price of the blood lotus would be more than all the money she had on her, she would remember the person who won the blood lotus at the end of the auction, and go deal with the person privately after. People here only knew the same few uses for blood lotuses. If it wasn't for the fact that the elixir for Yen Bugui specifically needed the blood lotus, she had many types of elixirs that would be able to replace it, and the effects they brought were far better than what the blood lotus alone would give. June Wuyao saw that something obviously was not right, and June Wuxia was adamantly claiming otherwise. His gaze shifted slightly and swept across the bright scarlet blood lotus on the stage. Little Xia wants that. June Wuxia was focused on calculating how she would be able to take out to trade with the winning bidder when she heard June Wuyao's question, and she nodded distractedly. June Wuyao smiled slightly and he straightened himself up in his seat. When the bidding finally reached 4,800,000 taels, a long period of void appeared where the bids stopped coming in. 4,800,000 taels, that was no meager sum to anyone. That amount of money would be beyond what a regular rich merchant could afford to pay, and it was noticed even a few of the famously wealthy merchants of the Yen country had already withdrawn from the bidding. Just as everyone in the hall were all thinking that the blood lotus would be sold at the price of 4,800,000 taels, a deep and highly magnetic voice suddenly sounded within the wide hall. 10 million. That was a voice highly pleasing to the ears. It had not been loud, but its words resounded clearly in every single person's ears. The loud and rancorous auction house went completely quiet. 10 million taels. What kind of an inconceivable figure was that? Even for a select group of people in the hall who were positively overflowing with wealth had turned pale upon hearing such an astronomical figure. That was just too goddamned maniacal. The last bid for the blood lotus had only been over 4 million taels, and this man had actually pushed it up to an unbelievable 10 million. Doubled and even rounded up. Every single pair of eyes turned without exception to search for the source of that voice. Even June Wuxia, who had had her head lowered deep in thought, suddenly looked up when she heard the 10 million taels bid, as only one single thought went through her mind. She was going to have to part with a lot of her elixirs. However, June Wuxia quickly noticed that something did not seem right. In utter shock, she suddenly remembered that when she had heard those two simple words, they had sounded out almost right beside her ears, and she had found that voice so very familiar. She turned her head up quickly, and she saw June Wuyao's hand raised slightly. His head turned slightly towards her and he was looking smilingly at her. In the Flame Spirit auction house, bidders were required to raise their right hands when they made their bids, to show that they are the ones making their bids. Chapter 766, The Real Rich, 1. June Wuxia looked quizzically at June Wuyao. June Wuyao just smiled and gazed at her, as if throughout heaven and earth, nothing else but her was worth his attention. No need to do this. Although June Wuxia did not really understand the concept of money, but she was aware that June Wuyao's astronomically high bid was far way beyond the price of a blood lotus. With the last bid halting at 4,800,000 taels, and immediately raising it to 10 million, that was no longer a bidding war, it was purely crushing all competition. After that short moment of absolute silence in the auction hall, the entire auction house's roof was almost torn off when a sudden deafening cheer rocked the entire building. Everyone's head was turned, all looking at the maniacal bidder and unbelievably handsome-looking man. The auctioneer on stage was still stunned. He had never dreamt that the stem of blood lotus would reach such an astounding price. 10 million. That was record-breaking price never before achieved in the long history of the Flame Spirit auction house. And that price was for just a single blood lotus. Besides maniacal, no one there could find a better word to describe that man's bid. June Wuyao looked at June Wuxia's astonished little face, and a tinged delight sparkled within his smiling eyes. The corners of his lips lifted and his words were filled with amusement. Since little Xia wanted it, then there is no need to haggle any longer. Instead of competing for it bit by bit, why not just push the price up to a level that no one else would be able to afford at one go? Jun Weiyao did not have the slightest inclination to waste his breath with people at the auction, and all that mattered to him was that Jun Wuxia wanted it, so he got it, to be able to present it before her. Jun Wuxia blinked her eyes. Too high. She was just trying to calculate for the sum of 10 million taels, just how much elixirs would she need to give in exchange. Although she wasn't too good with money, but she was still at least able to calculate it based on elixirs. Not high at all. Jun Weiyao was still smiling. Jun Wuxia had almost never asked anything of him. With the little lass cold and distant personality, he had never been able to guess what kind of things would interest her. With the elixir stove and the blood lotus today, these were the only two items Jun Weiyao had been able to see that she needed. If this was another girl here, the common gold, silver, jewels, bolts of silk and fabric would easily win her heart. But with Jun Wuxia's personality, even if he filled her room with all those common material things, she would only end up finding those things to be in her way and would not be thankful in the least. Jun Wuxia bit on her lip a moment and took out an elixir bottle from within her clothes, before quickly shoving it into Jun Weyao's arms. Even for her big brother, she would not allow herself to get used to accepting gifts for nothing. Jun Weiyao raised an eyebrow quizzically as he looked at Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia said to him, "This is the elixir I just cultivated. It can keep you alive." That elixir was cultivated back in the little bamboo grove about a month ago. She had almost depleted her entire stock of medicinal herbs and had only managed to cultivate just one. That elixir's cultivation process was extremely complicated, and even for her, she had only successfully cultivated just one elixir. But that one single elixir was capable of defying the heavens and change one's fate. As long one breath remained, it would be able to bring that person back to life. That was what Jun Wuxia had cultivated for herself, her final hope. Even when she found that she did not have enough money earlier, she had still not once thought of using this elixir in exchange. But in this instance, the person was Jun Weiyao, and she had absolutely no qualms in giving the precious treasure to him. Jun Weyao's first thought had been to reject it, but he changed his mind after thinking about it, and he accepted it with a big smile. "Since it's a gift from you, I will definitely keep it well." From another perspective, this elixir had become the first item he had received from Jun Wuxia, and it was the one and only present. No matter whether the item was good or bad, he would happily keep it well. And it was something she had made with her own hands, and gifted it to him personally. Chapter 767, The Crown Prince's Thoughts, 1. In the private room on the second level, Fuxian was coquettishly adjusting her clothes as she stared at Lei Chen smiling sinisterly, his gaze attracted towards the good-looking man on the first floor who had made such an astoundingly high bid. All other things aside, although the Zephyr Academy are on a decline, they still have a lot of money on their hands, so little Xian would not be getting the short end of the stick. Lei Chen raised his hand and twirled Fuxian's hair that was cool to the touch around his finger, as he spoke, with a strong hint in his words. Fuxian turned her eyes back, pretending to be angry as she gently pushed Lei Chen on the chest. "How heartless can you be? How can you be so quick in shoving me onto others? If you make me angry, I might be very well decide to speak ill of you before Ling Yu." Lei Chen laughed but did not say anything much. But the corners of his eyes were still subconsciously drawn to the two people on the first level. Although the Zephyr Academy had held great power, but that amount of money was nevertheless not possible for a mere teacher to hold. This was already beyond pure extravagance. Throwing out a whopping 10 million at one go, that man's generosity had well exceeded all his expectations, and this sudden display had sparked a sudden interest in Lei Chen for the Zephyr Academy, who had fallen into decline. As he was leaving the private room, he immediately ordered his men to go investigate deeper into the 10-men entourage of the Zephyr Academy. Not long after he returned back to the Crown Prince residence, that information was compiled and delivered right into Lei Chen's hands. Ha! The Zephyr Academy has really fallen into dire straits. They are actually sending 4 disciples that they had just promoted up from their branch division to take part in the spirit battle competition. Lei Chen looked at the names on the list in his hand with their personal information. Hua Yao, Qiao Chu, Fei Yan, and Rong Ruo. His mouth curled up in a mocking smile, and when he saw Fei Yan's portrait, a strange glint seemed to flash across his eyes. Judging just from the information given to him, the 4 of them seemed to just be average and common disciples. They were disciples originally in the Zephyr Academy's branch division, and they had excelled in last year's promotion selections at the end of last year, winning them a promotion to be admitted into the main division. But no matter how exemplary their powers might have been in the branch division was after all still the branch division, and their powers cannot be compared to disciples who had been in the main division from the start. Setting the stack of data compiled on the 4 disciples aside, Lei Chen flipped through the information on the Fan brothers. He barely took just a perfunctory glance at them before he threw them to the side. But the stack marked with the 3 characters, Jun Weiyao, greatly interested him. On the entire piece of parchment, there was only one short sentence written on it, saying that Jun Weiyao was a new teacher hired by the Zephyr Academy. Besides his name and his position as a teacher with the Zephyr Academy, his subordinates had unbelievably been unable to find out anything else about the men. That greatly intrigued Lei Chen, and as the crown prince of the Yan country, he had complete trust in the abilities of his men. And it was this very group of men that had not been able to find out anything about the man's history, and this was something really strange indeed. But before Lei Chen had been able to think deeper into the strange circumstances surrounding Jun Weiyao, his eyes were suddenly sucked into the last stack of data before him. He quickly picked up the stack of parchment and scrutinized it carefully, and his eyes widened with shock and astonishment. This Jun Xie is really capable of all this. Lei Chen held the piece of parchment that detailed Jun Xie's accomplishments, and he turned to look at his personal guards standing behind him. The men nodded. When your subordinate discovered all of that, I was rather surprised myself. But Jun Xie was a rather famous figure in the Zephyr Academy, and Gu Lisheng had once in the Zephyr Academy openly revealed this person's identity and personally acknowledged his abilities. All of this was widely known throughout the entire Zephyr Academy, and so the information should be true. The shock in Lei Chen's eyes was suddenly replaced by a wave of ecstatic joy, and he laughed out loudly. Chapter 768, The Crown Prince's Thoughts, 2. A disciple of the Spirit Healer faculty. And he even had the ability to improve the spirit healing technique at that. Ha ha ha. Isn't this Jun Xie just heaven sent, his biggest gift to me? Lei Chen could not hide the endless excitement in his eyes. Although the Zephyr Academy itself was already spiraling down in decline, but their spirit healer faculty was still attracting many pairs of eyes filled with jealousy and envy. The Crown Prince had initially planned to wait till the Zephyr Academy fell into complete despondency before extending to Gu Lisheng an olive branch. But now, a disciple who was able to stand on par with Gu Lisheng named Jun Xie had suddenly appeared right before him. Staring at Jun Xie's portrait, Lei Chen was immediately reminded of today's events at the Flame Spirit Auction House, where he had seen the same youth sitting right beside Jun Weiyao. He had not paid the youth much attention at that time, all his thoughts were focused onto Jun Weiyao then. But he had never expected that unremarkable-looking youth was actually so accomplished. The fact that the Zephyr Academy had even sent out a disciple like Jun Xie here this year is just laughable. When Fan Qi was around, the Zephyr Academy had never dared to allow their spirit healing faculty disciples come into the limelight, deeply afraid that they would be stolen from them. Seems like Fan Qi is still green after all, not realizing that fact, and has sent out a disciple like Jun Xie who is so highly proficient in the spirit healing technique to show up here, not knowing how big a loss that would cost him. Lei Chen's words were filled with regret, but his tone was highly mocking and filled with scorn, his eyes burning with joy. What is your highness intending to do? The guard asked. Intend. Lei Chen smiled and asked. Since Fan Jin is so moronic to deliver such a fantastic opportunity into my hands, how can I make myself reject him? Convey my orders. Tonight, I will be going to the Immortals' Loft, to welcome the entourage from the Zephyr Academy. The guard was taken aback, and he said, But your highness has already informed the Dragon Slayers Academy that you would be visiting them tonight. With such a last-minute change like I'm afraid. Lei Chen raised a hand, to stop the guard from continuing. I'll go where I want to go. You will only need to inform the Dragon Slayers Academy that it was the people from the Zephyr Academy who had extended the invitation to me, and that will do. The guard was frozen in place for a while before he understood what Lei Chen was planning. The Zephyr Academy and the Dragon Slayers Academy were always at loggerheads, and with the Zephyr Academy's sudden decline, if they were perceived to have unilaterally invited Lei Chen to visit them, stealing the slot allocated to the Dragon Slayers Academy, the Dragon Slayers Academy would be too happy about it. The Zephyr Academy was already in imminent danger in this year's Spirit Battle Tournament, and if they got themselves embroiled into another unwelcome incident, the next 1 month in the Yan country's capital city would most definitely not be an easy period for them. Your subordinate understands. I will carry it out at once. The guard left quickly. Lei Chen's eyes flashed with chilling malice at that moment. Jun Wuyao's extravagant bid successfully won him the Blood Lotus, and no one in the entire auction house could top him, when the Blood Lotus was finally sold to him without any objections. After the auction concluded, Jun Wuyao personally went to receive the Blood Lotus and handed it into Jun Wuxie's hands before the two of them stepped into the slanting pink rays of dusk, to return back to the inn. By the time they got back, Xiao Chu and the others had returned and they were seated in the hall on the second level chatting quietly. Jun Wuyao and Jun Wuxie had just come up on the second level when Yisha and Yimei, who were standing guard at the top of the stairs, suddenly went up to them. They whispered something to Jun Wuyao and Jun Wuyao's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold chill brewing in his eyes. "Little Xie, you should go have some rest. I have something I need to take care of and I will be back in a few days." When Jun Wuyao turned to look at Jun Wuxie, the cold chill in his eyes had completely disappeared. Jun Wuxie nodded. Towards Jun Wuyao's occasional disappearances, she was already rather used to it. Instead, when he was around all the time, it made her feel rather surprised instead. Chapter 769, The Crown Prince's Thoughts, 3. "Little Xie. You're back." Xiao Chu stood up immediately when he saw Jun Wuxie, waving his hand at her. Jun Wuxie cast a glance at Jun Wuyao and she walked over to the others while Jun Wuyao brought Yimei with him as he left, leaving Yisha behind to stand guard. "Why has Big Brother Wuyao left?" Xiao Chu had seen Jun Wuxie come back with Jun Wuyao but had seen Jun Wuyao suddenly turn and left, leaving him thinking it a little strange. "Things came up." Jun Wuxie replied simply. "Oh yeah. We've got a fantastic piece of news. Do you want to hear it?" Xiao Chu said excitedly with a grin, blinking his eyes at Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie glared at Xiao Chu and silver needle suddenly appeared between her fingers, its sharp silver points glinting coldly in the light, which made Xiao Chu shrink back in sudden fear. "Cough, no need to do this, I'll just tell it to you. Sheesh, little Xie is really becoming more and more violent. I was just teasing her a little and she had immediately flashed her needles. Guards from the Yen country came to inform us that the Crown Prince will be coming here tonight." Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow slightly. Their aim coming here to the Yen country was to meet the Yen country's Crown Prince and retrieve the fourth map from him. She had not expected that in less than a day, the sheep would come knocking to its own slaughter. "That's strange, my sources had told me that the Crown Prince is going to the Dragon Slayers Academy tonight," Fei Yan said, his chin propped in his palm. When he came back, he had just happened to hear the guards who were here to pass them the message, which did not coincide with the information he had received. "Did someone get the information wrong?" Xiao Chu asked, scratching at his head. The Yen country's Crown Prince had always been organized and dependable, and for him to have committed such a faux pas, it was thought to be rather uncharacteristic of the Crown Prince. The situation at the Zephyr Academy was not like before, and the Dragon Slayers Academy had been on equal standing with the Zephyr Academy when it was at its peak of glory. With both academies receiving the notice of the Crown Prince's arrival tonight, it did not matter where the Crown Prince went, it would surely embarrass the party that was left out. With all the academies gathered together and living in such close quarters, the slightest news of any incident would immediately spread. If this matter of having been notified but finally not showing up really happened, it would be no different from having been publicly slapped across the face. The people who came were indeed people from the Crown Prince's residence, and when they were here earlier, quite a number of people saw them and their words must have been heard by others as well. But, their words did not match the information Fei Yan had gathered, which I can't help feel is rather strange. The Zephyr Academy and the Dragon Slayers Academy were no longer on equal standing, and logically, the discerning eye would be able to know that meeting with the Dragon Slayers Academy would bring the Crown Prince a bigger benefit. But the Crown Prince had instead first sent news to the Dragon Slayers Academy and informed the Zephyr Academy after that. This would only keep the people all guessing. There's no need to think too much on it. We'll just deal with it as it comes. Rong Rua said with a slight smile. Little Rua is right. If the Crown Prince comes here, we can take the opportunity to try to find some clues from him, and we will not need to be so courteous to him when we take the map from him in future. Xiao Chu said, shrugging helplessly. His brain was not capable of figuring out all these schemes and intrigue, and since even Hua Yao and the others were not able to figure out the Crown Prince's intentions, he had naturally not wanted to rack his brains for nothing. What does little Xie think? Fan Zhuo raised his eyes and looked at Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie said, we'll wait and see first. She could not be sure why the crown prince would suddenly decide to see them, and in Lei Chen's position, intentionally driving a rift between the two academies would not yield him any benefits. Moreover, the Yen country's crown prince was known to be a rather fair and friendly person, so this sudden uncharacteristic change in decision baffled many of his real intentions. Part 6 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.